So let's do it. Let's get this book club going.
What book was suggested?
Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
That book sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I've never read
Just
it.
some whiny German kid.
Whatever.
Whatever.
The whiny German kid. It was written by a Jesuit.
Right.
Regardless.
I'm waiting for the
Put
movie
it on the
that
list.
one. Has there been a movie? I'm waiting for the movie.
I think there was. There was a movie.
Inglourious Bastards.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
there was another one. Someone, hold on.
Yeah, Dave, I'm with you. I think I'll just wait for the movie version of all the books you guys are gonna read.
Yeah, I never.
But I'll participate in the book club conversation.
I got a book idea. We'll read up on Narnia. Instead of reading Narnia, we'll read science textbooks from like elementary.
Has anybody ever read The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose?
No, he's good though. I like Larkin.
So it's it is fiction, but it's really good on a specific topic. It's a good read.
Right on. Yeah, I like him. He's a brilliant mind.
Well, I guess maybe Most Dangerous Superstition isn't necessarily fiction. I think he has another one. Iron Web, The Iron Web, maybe, is the fiction one. Okay.
Did y'all see when he addressed Flat Earth a couple months ago?
No, he did?
He actually had like a little, I think, Facebook or email exchange with Karen B. But he was all globe, but he hadn't looked into it at all. You know, he's like, it's obvious it's a globe kind of thing. So it was kind of sad. But anyway, all his other stuff's pretty good, I agree.
Yeah. Wait. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes with people that have thrown themselves into deep research, specifically into one topic, and they're very well versed on it, or the ancillary topics regarding the specific line of research they do. When they come across the flat Earth one, they don't seem to delve too deep lots of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the impression I got. He was barely scratching the surface, you know. He was on boats over the curb kind of stuff, so.
Right.
Well, we all serve our truth community purpose, right?
When I remember, it was a civil exchange with Karen B, and she just was inviting him to look into it further, but I didn't hear anything else after that. So the guy's busy; he's making a movie and all kinds of crap right now, so he don't have time to get into the flat Earth, I'm sure.
Yeah, and he does very good on what he does. He's really good at breaking things down within that realm to a very digestible, easy to digest, concepts.
Oh man, I forget my mic is unmuted. Somebody can mute me if I start making background noise. I'm never unmuted, so I forget about it.
I shout, don't worry. Reckonor, are you there? Reckonor. All right.
He went to the chopper.
Do it now.
Where are the globe lovers? Globe
YouTube chat.
lovers. Like Pacific Ocean.
They
Come
are.
on, guys, girls. Come on in, talk to us.
They're all holding hands in Gem Panda server. It's fucking crazy in there.
Come talk with Cuddles about Casperation.
Oh, who said about the Gem Pandas?
I went in there for like 5 minutes about 10 minutes ago, and I swear to God, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, I think I'm banned. I don't know. I haven't been in so long. I don't care.
Yeah, been there, done that. You can only go in for a few, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then get out, because then you'll have some damage.
Oh yeah, they damaged me for life.
Yeah, but it's like this with all topics. It's freaking weird. It's not just flat Earth or the globe. You get this crap with every freaking topic.
Right down to home improvement.
Yeah.
Right? You got some guy, oh, that's not how you nail that stud to the floor. What? I've been doing this for 25 years, the correct way. You're not going to tell me to do it wrong today, buddy.
It might just because they're in automatic defense mode all the time. So regardless of what the topic is, they have to debate you about it.
Right.
But they're all in there arguing from ignorance. They talk about subjects that they have no experience with or firsthand knowledge of in a way that makes you think that they do until, I mean, if you know the subject, it's clear that they don't. But if you were just a bystander, you'd be like, oh, this guy, he's talking so, firmly about this and with confidence that he must be an expert. No, it's ridiculous.
It's like babysitting toddlers and seeing the toddlers across the room. You can't hear what they're trying to say to each other, but they're both sitting cross-legged looking at each other, talking to each other, and they look like they both understand what each other's saying, right? They're agreeing, they're disagreeing, they're kind of having a back and forth. You can't hear anything what they're talking about. And as you get closer to the toddlers, even though they're talking and acting like they agree with each other and thinking that they're talking about something, the closer you get, you realize they're just speaking gibberish and babble and gobbledygook.
Don't answer a fool according to his folly, lest you become a fool with him. Answer a fool, lest he be wise in his own eyes.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care if it's from the Bible.
It's mind-blowing. It's like it knew.
It's like it had Globers back in the days.
Yeah, like it seems like it's happened before, maybe,
Yeah, I'm sure there was that one guy that just was always talking crap without knowing. So, King Solomon is like, hold up, let me just write this up for this one dude.
Let me write you a book.
So what you're saying is this probably isn't the only point in time where we've had electric cars. Interesting.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't care about electric cars. I want flying cars now, please.
Yo, I swear, listen, I believe, obviously there's no proof for this, but I believe that the ancient technology and all that's been hidden from us might have had some type of flying technology. Maybe not a car,
Absolutely.
but yeah.
I'm with you. I too share that belief.
Well, the first truck was made in the 1400s by Da Vinci. At least that's according to the so-called history records.
Yeah, and he was hallucinating about helicopters.
Right.
Plane.
But he made a working truck without an
Powered, I think.
engine. Hmm?
Wasn't it steam powered?
No, it was mechanical, which
So
is
human
even more.
powered.
No. It wasn't steam, bro. He did gears, sprockets, the windy things that you got in your tape measure. So he set up a system where that windy band, it'll hit a certain point, and then another part of the machine activates because of the pressure. Then that built up energy is moved along the system to the tires.
That's well, I need to see that because that's like some free energy perpetual motion shit, right?
Right. He put the energy into it and then started it. Now it doesn't continue to go because he
Okay.
didn't. I don't think he made it to where it would rewind itself in transition and then redistribute the winding back down to the tires. However, it had two gears, go and stop.
Gotcha. So it was human power. It's just like you said, it was potential energy put in by a crank or something like that, and then you could
Right.
set.
But then it was carried out through the windings, the spring windings. So it was
Gotcha.
transferred all throughout the system to move. Dude, that's 1400. Dude, 1400s. That's a long ass time ago.
Get the fuck out of here.
To be messing with us to like, oh no, we don't need no cars. Hold on, this dude had one. Let's manufacture. Well, dude, the acid batteries that they talk about for Egypt and other parts of the world, I find it interesting that some of the old pictures they show like power lines almost, where they've got these buckets or these jars sitting, every 20, 30 feet or whatever, hooked up to each other, just go in the direction that everybody's supposed to be working.
It was basically like an advanced wind-up clock, like a Swiss. I mean, like the Swiss watches design, the gear designs have been around for obviously thousands of years. That's what this vehicle was. It was basically like loading a leaf spring, and then once you release it, it could propel you. Supposedly, it could only turn right though, but yeah, they haven't been able to replicate it or make it.
We don't need no gasoline cars.
Well, that's what the prohibition's about, and that's what the hemp scam is about, to destroy your own ability to make your own fuel. It had nothing to do with taking drugs.
Oh yeah.
The hemp battery was already there in the 1920s, and it was already to surpass the copper batteries.
Hemp does everything. That's why they had to ban the whole plant. And I mean, land of the free.
Right. Even though in their own paperwork they can't do it. Like you can't copyright something natural either. But they find ways to get around reality.
Well, that was the first really big steps to controlling this secular system, was to make sure that you're dependent on them. You can't make anything yourself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's that old bait and switch. Yeah, we have this 100-year battery, and we got these electric cars, these motors. They're all handmade, fantastic stuff, and they'll last you a very long time. You pass it down generation to generation, at least two. But let's try this over here. This will break in 3 years. You'll be back to buy a new one.
Chrysler invented jet cars 50 years ago. It was so successful that they won a contract with the government in the 70s when they built the M1 tanks. So they used that same principle. Even the Russians copy that design now. And this is a Chrysler, Dodge design 50 years ago. You get 150 miles per gallon. Your engine is so light, you could pick it up. A normal man could pick up the engine out of the car You know, you had plenty of you had 10 times as much room to work on the vehicle, and your reciprocating mass is zero, your rotational mass is almost nothing, all the efficiency, and that was 50, 60 years ago. We had that technology. The government obviously told Chrysler, you can't make these cars, sorry. And then they forced them to destroy all of them. I think there's one or two remaining, actually. You can look at them.
I remember being like 3 or 4 years old. So it had to be like 1980. And there was a documentary on TV where a guy was claiming he made his car run on water. And it was very exciting. And then he disappeared.
Because otherwise I'm going to take it to the used oil bin, but then I'm wondering, is Jeff going to...
Oh, dear.
Jimmy will. Yeah, get in the used oil bin. We got to get that truck over there to pick that 55-gallon drum up, Jimmy.
Are we going to Jimmy rig that, Jimmy?
I wish I worked at a shop.
I could build these Globers a life. I mean...
I could invite him to it and throw him in the pit. Yeah, the globe evidence is right there. Just go ahead and walk into that pit real quick.
Well, either way, they're in a pit. The pit of
I hear the XO up in
defeat.
here.
Pit of
They're
despair.
they're digging themselves a very deep one, let me tell you.
Yeah, way deeper than 8 miles. Oh!
Pretty soon they're going to be able to tell us what's underneath the flat Earth. That's the nice thing, yeah.
Yeah, they've been asking, what's under it? Well, you're about to find out. Just keep digging.
First, tell me what's across the street, Cupcake, and I'll tell you what's under the Earth.
Yeah, quit looking at the sky. Let's talk about the ground. Do you know what the ground is? We could talk about the sky later. Good thing about the ground is it's right here. We don't have to go anywhere to figure out what the ground is.
What happened to Tucker? Tucker Cars. He was ahead of everything.
Yeah, it was all right, but
he was ahead. They're using stuff today that he put into cars 60 years ago. 70?
1948 was the year.
Yeah, so, dude, 80, 90 years ago. The one, the Mercedes with the lights that turn when you're turning the corner, they bend a little, they move.
Yeah, but that's all ancient technology. There's nothing new here. He just took everybody else's technology, put it all into one basket, and said, here's a Tucker.
Right.
Do you guys remember that movie back in the day, Tucker? The movie?
Yep.
Dude, 80,
there's
80
probably, there's more Tucker cars than there are jet cars. Thanks.
That's that ugly ass car with 3 headlights.
Yeah, it's all right.
If you're over near Florida, I see the East Coast, there should be somebody over there that does the carburetor still. I think it was the Fisher carb that came out, 70s, 80s, something like that? 70s, 80s, 90s?
That's 30 years. It's quite the window.
Right, well, I mean, I get it, but I don't have the exact in front of me. I want to say 80s, 90s. But Tucker, or the Fisher, they started off in cars, manufacturing the carburetors for cars. Then the oil companies lobbied to shut him down from being able to manufacture these parts for cars. So he moved over to boats on the East Coast. And they were trying to force him out of putting these carburetors on boat engines, and they hit a brick wall. But that's the last I know about.
Yeah, they'll probably charge you a lot, though. I mean, there's some shops still out wherever they are, and they know how to mystify a carburetor to make it mist instead of just spray. That's all they're doing is they're making it so that it's pulling in just the fumes, the literal gas. They're trying to minimize the liquid so that no true droplets come through. It's only the gas comes through, because obviously the engine only runs on the gas. 90% of it isn't, and that's all they're doing. This is, again, ancient technology. This is just trash. It's a humidifier for cars. They're just turning the gasoline into gas and not just spraying it in the engine. That's all it's running on,
Right. Well, I mean, dude, 1979 Popular Mechanics. 80% of the fuel going into a gasoline engine is wasted. Only 20% of it's used.
Yeah, we're talking about the same people. We're talking about the same people that make sure not only does your car not work well, you don't work well. We're going to make sure you're sick for the rest of your life, so that you'll have, you know what I mean? I mean, this is just the normal, this image beast system that we live in. It's every single part of it is some sort of perversion, sickness, lie, something disgusting, something that bunches of people were murdered over. You know what I mean? This whole freaking system, bro, it's such a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, just pesticides alone are just shows what sort of genocide, I want to use the other word, that they're doing to people. You don't even need all pesticides actually are completely useless and obsolete. There's no need for pesticides. There's thousands of things that you can use that are not harmful to you to get rid of insects. There's nobody needs they do it because it kills you and it kills everybody. That's why the cancer rates are up. The mental problems are up. The birth defects are up because they've been spraying you for 150 years. And not just the chemtrails are nothing compared to and I think I don't know what they're doing obviously up there, but the chemtrails are nothing compared to the pesticides and not just in your food. I'm talking about in your front yard.
Well, if you want to know what they're doing, say up there, quote unquote, there's a 20,000 page document that I would suggest you read.
Well, I know I've read a lot of that. I can't prove it. It doesn't matter. I can't stop it or change it. Or, it's like the Kennedy assassination. I can explain it to you. That's not going to change anybody's hearts unless that's the one thing that was holding them up. I mean, clearly I've been at 37,000 feet. I've seen a plane do it next to me. And when I was close enough to it, the fumes were actually black. It looked like diesel. It looked like diesel fluid was being pressed, like forced out with a compression system out the engine. Because I saw it from only a couple miles away. So I obviously it's not good. It's not natural. The plane that I was in wasn't doing it. And then I see this plane going right by me with a dark black, chemtrail right behind it. And then as soon as it saw my plane, we broke through the clouds. It turned it off for a second. Yeah, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Obviously it's bad, I uploaded a video a few months ago. I didn't even title it anything about the subject, and I'm showing the plane go to the Mexican border and turn around. And that's what it does. It literally flies to the Mexican border, spraying the chemtrail, turns around. As it slows down and turns around, the chemtrail doesn't even stop, which it would have if it was a contrail. If you lose the speed, the contrail cannot build the ice anymore. Well, it obviously is not a contrail. It kept spraying during the turn. I've never even seen that before.
That is a very good point, XO. Thank you very much. Because it's funny, thinking about it now and looking back, I haven't seen one turn either, ever. Any Globies out there want to come show Cuddles gas pressure without a container? We got $1 billion waiting for us tomorrow. If you can prove it to Cuddles that it's possible.
Yeah, I put the video in chat in there, Cuddles. By the time I got the camera out, I was already making the turn. But the good thing is, because it has a trail, you can see exactly what it did. It literally left a fingerprint in the sky of its actions. And again, I said nothing about what it was. I said Crazy Ivan. That's what I called it. I called it Crazy Ivan, and even gave the definition for a Crazy Ivan. And then here's the little indicator underneath the video. Chemtrails are actually contrails, and this is what they really are. I never said anything about that.
Right. Oh, the bot's getting wise. I mean,
it just look. They have a computer that knows what you're showing. That's what it is. A computer sees what you're showing. Yep. Says, "Oh, this is what this is." It's not on linguistics.
Yeah. That's why I just mouth the words "fuck you" to my camera on my phone every time I look at it.
Just say sea level all the time.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Gibby. Thank you. So I'm getting ready to buy an Arduino to learn how to use it with external camera modules. So this is going to be fun. I'd like to do the high altitude weather balloon with those, because then I can put on more cameras and have less weight.
What's an Arduino?
Arduino is basically like a Pi motherboard. Same diff, kind of.
How did they make a motherboard out of pie? Sorry, that was a bad joke.
Kind of funny. I'm laughing on the inside.
Delicious.
Right?
I'd like to send a rover out there. Like, you know how they sent one to supposedly to Mars, like to Antarctica, one that flies, one that can swim, right, on the sea, and one that can traverse land, right? One, it would be powered by water. Water can be turned into hydrogen. It can be repowered, and I don't know, man. I'd like to send something like that with a camera on it and see what's out there.
What's the average range for drones as far as RC control is concerned?
Honestly, it's not that far, unfortunately, and the batteries don't last that long either. But well, that's the thing, is that we could come up with something. I mean, that thing about how it could repower itself, it could just jump into the sea, catch some water, use the light, convert it to hydrogen, and use that somehow. To fly and to continue. It's just a thought,
So
then
that was kind of the reason I was asking for RC range, because my thought is the problem with drones is they run out of battery because they're having to run the motors to keep them afloat. But what if you did some small dirigible type drone that was RC powered? I feel like you would get a lot more range or have the ability to have longer flight time.
Yeah, make a balloon type airship type thing.
Yeah, dirigible, yeah.
What was the method they used to send signals to the moon or from the moon to Earth? That's pretty long range. Why don't you just use that?
I think it was like a TI-85 calculator.
Magic.
Well, you know what I'm saying. They claim to be able to, and now there wasn't it a few months ago or a year ago they said like the Voyager, they were getting signals and manipulating it from here at the fucking end of the solar system. So we should just call NASA and ask them how they do that so we can do long range shit.
Yeah, that's the problem. That doesn't work, so we can't use that.
Impossible. NASA says it works, man.
So I'm not very well versed on this, but something similar to like a ham radio antenna being able to transmit through something like that, would that be able to give you like control of an RC dirigible drone? Or is that a completely different kind of
Radio
output?
waves are radio waves, right?
Yeah.
I figure we could just let it lay balloons or beacons to transmit the information backwards. So it does it in a chain, like between beacons.
Yeah. Like relaying it?
Yeah.
Well, somebody could write software to make it autonomous up there, right? Like certain inputs trigger certain responses, like altitude or pitch or anything like that.
You certainly could do that based on inputs, right? Whatever sensors are, like an altimeter or something like that.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do.
See if we could get one of those bad boys to go over the North Pole. I feel like that's more doable than heading south.
Yeah,
try to get some footage just to see.
It is kind of lame that there is no footage, and it's supposed to be like 2021, and we're supposed to have explored everything, but we have no footage of the complete north or complete south. It's absurd.
Yeah, well, now you're just sounding like a flat earther, and that's just you can't do that.
What do you think? Science owes you any explanation?
Yeah,
No,
the
if they
world
claim that everything is explored, then they have to go explore this first. And if they want to go say that space is the final frontier, first explore your backyard, idiot.
Still a whole lot of ocean to be explored.
Do you have any globers in the chat?
Just you, Crypto.
Hell yeah. Earth is glob.
I don't know. Is Reknor a glober? He doesn't talk.
100%.
We need a like a creeper role for people that just creepily hang out.
Well, you'd have to pay attention to chat and tag them while they're here, because otherwise you're not going to know that they're there.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of those accounts are just gathering information for our FBI files.
100%.
Fucking losers. Wonder how big my file is, huh? You guys like to watch people?
They gotta back a truck up to move my file around.
Yeah, no shit. Voyeurism is an illness, by the way. Just to let you know, there. FBI, CIA, NSA, DHS.
Well, you have to understand,
y'all are sick people.
Is they're all people, and they've been convinced that they're doing something good for the security of the nation. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
You people aren't doing anything good for the security of the nation.
Nope, and I wouldn't want to be
Just
you
doing
coming
your
up here in the
job
next
is
few
not
years.
an excuse. Just doing your job is not an excuse for your creepy spying.
Yeah, and you will be held to account. If not now, eventually you will be.
That isn't a question either.
And funny, the only terrorist plots that they seem to foil are the ones that they convince people to take out anyways.
So they're basically Santa Claus?
No, they're fucking creepy weirdos.
Yeah. He knows when you're asleep, knows when you're awake, knows when you're taking a shower.
That's right, yeah.
He knows if you are globe or flat, so be flat for goodness sake.
That's right.
I wonder if any of these people realize after years and years and years of surveillance and not finding any type of activity that would go counter to the security of the nation, why they continue to do their fucking jobs.
Paychecks. And
Oh.
feeling like you're in the cool kids club. A lot of it is, you know, oh man, I'm the important group. I'm doing God's work, you know.
Yeah. If you've ever talked to anybody in law enforcement, they all suffer from a superiority complex. It's hilarious.
Yeah, in my hometown, majority of the police officers are Masons.
For sure. And why not? How many little boys clubs can we join to feel relevant?
Yeah, how many costumes can we wear?
Yeah, exactly. It's cosplay. That's all it is, man.
Their fucking life is a LARP.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad when they get the police shield tattooed on their body so they never leave the costume.
I hope they all tattoo themselves so they're easily identifiable when the shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
I think that's still less cringy than if you get like Pfizer tattooed on your arm or something.
Or like your card tattooed on your arm. Fucking weirdos.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's some serious
it's definitely less cringy if you get a Moderna tattoo on your arm.
Really, I heard the Pfizer one was more, fashionable.
Oh yeah.
Some tattoos have benzene in them. Watch out.
It's like getting a Roundup tattoo.
It's worse than that because they're doing it willingly. It's kind of like, I'm a willing slave. Look how compliant I am. Pat me on the head.
They're all special boys, all of them.
I know it accomplishes nothing, but every time I see a bumper sticker or a window sticker for Masonry or International Brotherhood of Police or anything like that, I have to tell them to go fuck themselves, just so they know that not everybody bows down to them.
Get a nice smile on your face and do the universal roll down your window signal. Like, hey, go fuck yourself.
I got a buddy who's obsessed with Tool and Danny Carey and sacred geometry and sigils and magic, and he's a Freemason, and he's one of the nicest people I've ever known, and it pains me. Needless to say, I don't talk to him anymore. We were in bands together. He was a drummer in one band, I was a drummer in the other. We'd play shows together. It was a lot of fun, man. And even when, because we would talk music and Tool and Danny Carey and all that shit, and, Satanism and Luciferianism and all that stuff. We just talk about it, talking like, what's Tool talking about? What's Maynard singing about? What are those logos on his drums? And then he figured, I didn't really look into it anymore, but he fell in love with the shit, and now he's just all down that rabbit hole.
Hey there, what's up?
Hi.
All right, Chad, how you doing, mate?
I'm all right.
Hey, how are you?
Keeping alive, just about. Keep my head above water. Surviving, surviving all these things that are going on, which you don't talk about.
Yeah. I take it you're onto your 4th booster now, yeah?
I just trust the science, man. I don't question things. Just do as you're told, man.
Good lad.
Big Brother look after you. You trust Big Brother, and they see you all right.
Look what you made him do.
Yeah.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Funny old world.
Yes,
it's quite odd, isn't it? When the speech is there's things that you're not allowed to say, which are just happening all the time. You're not allowed to notice that things are happening, and you're not allowed to comment on it. It's a really weird feeling, isn't it?
Not really, because I was the black sheep in my family, so not really for me.
That's racist.
Okay, fuck. How do I say something
it's a BIPOC,
like a normal
BIPOC sheep?
How do I say a normal, everyday, accepted thing and not get in trouble for it?
No, you don't. That's the point. The point is that you can't. That is literally the point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything
Don't
is
express yourself.
into an
Don't
offense.
think.
Yeah.
Can I say I was responding in self-defense? Does that work yet?
Are you a white heterosexual male?
Yes.
No,
You're wrong. Evil.
Fuck.
You're a bad
3
person.
times. Two.
I knew it. I knew it. I was born a pile of garbage.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, there's only 3 sins then, I guess.
Yeah.
Have you seen that stuff that's going on in Chicago at the moment? There was a shootout in Chicago, and they had it on video. And
That's every
the chief
weekend in
prosecutor
Chicago,
said,
man.
That's all right. They were just shooting each other. There's nothing to worry about.
Brilliant.
They let them all go without charge. Just a gang of people shooting each other and killing each other.
Damn, I'm in
And per
Chicago
usual,
and I don't even know about it because I don't watch
and
TV.
per usual on 4th Street last night, 65 people got murdered by gunfire. In other news, here's Tom with the weather.
At least they are having fun.
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're stuck at home.
Yeah, you're home sitting on Discord.
You loser.
Huh.
Nerd.
So I was hanging out with a few guys, and one of the other guys that I met is talking to this girl, and they're getting into that conversation a little more fresh, and maybe starting to talk about exchanging body fluids. And the girl asks, "Are you vaccinated?"
Yeah, got to be up to date.
That's a requirement now.
The answer is always, "Are you?"
That's all.
The correct answer is,
the
"Are you?"
The answer is fuck off.
Should be like, yeah,
Well, no,
but I
because
got
if she's
herpes
vaccinated,
and
right?
syphilis. And...
Because if she is, then you should be turning her down anyway. So that would be my first question. Are you? Like,
yeah, that's a good question.
You know, maybe this relationship isn't worth pursuing because you might be infertile.
Yes, officer, I do like my freedoms. Do you enjoy a healthy jawline?
How does a company that just admitted to giving everybody cancer still get a free pass? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that happen in the real world?
Well, they're bringing
money,
business,
money.
Right, but man, if
bring
anybody was
business
trying
to
to
hospitals,
force
just
that
do
on
it.
me right now, oh my goodness.
Listen,
I know it's
cures
coming,
do not create customers. All right, it's the 3 C's of medicine.
Yo, you're.
Yeah, you crazy conspiracy theorists saying things like that.
That's right.
Don't want anything to do with you.
Any corporation will tell you they're beholden to their shareholders more than their clientele.
Yep, and that's why they call it practicing medicine. They're just practicing, guys. It's just a theory.
Is it a coincidence that they use the word practice for magic as well?
No coincidence. But nobody puts 2 and 2 together, and even though you just said that, Crypto, nobody gives a fuck.
Fair enough.
And I'm not saying that they don't care what you say. I'm saying people know magic and medicine are identical, and they just don't care.
It's the same word in the Bible, isn't
There
it?
is a magic speed.
Ooh.
Well, magic involves something like a will, but science and other truths involve beyond the will, a will that is subjected to another ultimate authority. So magic and will kind of diverge in that sense. If you want to have a meaningful definition of what, if anything, magic based on the will is different from science, which is the will subjected to truth, or some other ultimate authority.
So I have a question. Do you guys think that animals might have the possibilities to sense things that we might consider supernatural or metaphysical in a way that we don't have the ability to sense?
That's a hard maybe.
No.
I think.
So let me tell you.
You asked if it was possible. I think the answer is that yes.
So my wife's cousin, she is very into the occult. She's in a coven. She's a self-professed witch. And she came to visit with one of her boyfriends who was a warlock and had sigils tattooed all over him. He's a tattoo artist. And I saw the sigils and I started talking to him about it. And he started talking about sigil magic and all that. But the funny thing is I have 2 dogs, and one of which is the nicest dog to other dogs, to people. Very chill, very mellow. When this gentleman was in my house, that dog would not let him be. She was barking at him like he was the biggest threat that had ever entered our house, just solely based off of his presence.
Well, dogs appear to be able to see spirit and stuff like that. I suspect that's why other countries in the East tend to cook and eat them, because they're just barking like crazy in those demonized, spirit-infested places. But that might be the reason why he's barking. Perhaps he sees something attached to that person, be it demonic or spiritual or whatever.
Or maybe he
Yeah.
smells children's blood.
Everyone in that arc of a story, I want to punch each of them in the face.
I would guess that animals are picking up on micro cues to give them a bigger picture of what's really going on, because they read body language better than any speech could give them anything. Just walking down the street, they know who's up to no good. You know, just by their movement.
My cat, for instance, speaks to me in body language, and I can understand a lot of his body language, what he wants, and if I act on that and like give him what he wants, he becomes much more he became much more expressive once I started reading into his body language instead of just ignoring him.
You talk meowing out loud because you were respecting his language.
Yeah, he never meowed before. It was amazing.
Yeah, I think most speech is a trick anyway. Like you were talking before, is it a coincidence that spelling and magic spells, language is the thing that we use to deceive each other. If we didn't have words, we'd be reduced to what we can see and our known experience instead of listening to stories of others.
Yeah, animals can smell all sorts of stuff. They can smell changes in your body. Your body, changing your body. It produces all sorts of smells. That's what they'll pick up on. And I think rather than animals being able to smell things which are sort of to do with magic and evil and stuff, I think the people who are practicing evil are, that makes them smell, rather than the other way, rather than the animal actually smelling the unnatural.
Yeah, I just found it interesting because that she has only reacted like that to one person that I've ever met, and I know for a fact that that person actually participates in seances and rituals and like sigil magic, all of that kind of stuff. I just found it extremely interesting that our dog picked up on whatever that dude's aura was.
Yeah, there may be demons from hell. Just be aware.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, these magicians. They practice all sorts of filthy activities, don't they? They're just sexual perverts as well. So that's also going to make them stink.
Could be that he was diseased. Dogs can, they use them to detect cancer. It's a thing that they are known to be able to detect. So if they can smell that, they can smell anything that's physically or physiologically wrong with that person, and maybe they just didn't want them around you because of that.
And animals, leave the area before earthquakes even happen. Before we can even sense it or feel it. You got birds flying away, animals leaving the area like something's coming. So perhaps they're tuned into something that we can't quite sense yet.
Or a thing we used to be in contact with the whole third eye concept that we've lost. Sure, everybody's had that feeling of being watched or being followed. Most of the time, you're right. If you get that feeling, it's usually correct.
That's why I didn't understand why these countries would, eat things like dogs and stuff. I'm like, this is man's best friend. They're like a natural security system. I just didn't understand it. These cute little adorable dogs being eaten in some of these countries. I guess meat is meat, and ultimately, if I'm starving, I'd eat it too. But I'm like, a dog is so much more valuable than just meat. Natural security system, bark at demons from hell and different things, sketchy people. I mean, they're just wonderful to have around as long as they don't have like fleas and mange and ticks and stuff.
I agree.
Well, they're both huskies, so the fur is quite an annoyance. But other than that, they're fantastic.
Sure, they never shut up either. Every husky I've ever known is a talker, nonstop.
Oh yeah.
I have heard a husky that actually could speak human language. Although it was pretty garbled, he still tried to speak complete sentences.
I don't doubt it.
That's the exact thing with those all types of wolf. I don't like to say wolf-like breed because obviously that reifies the idea of evolution and all dogs coming from wolves, which I just think is ridiculous. But you know,
No,
all
that's not the
dogs
claim of
are very
evolution.
similar to wolves. You know, they're all very much vocal in their expressions.
Well,
No, that's not the claim of evolution.
Selective breeding is certainly a thing, and I would probably contend that huskies are very closely selectively breeded right away from the wolf. And I use breeded.
They are.
Breeded is not a word. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Bred.
How dare you?
Hey, as long as you don't say gravity, that'll make me laugh.
It made sense.
Chad, what are you saying? Chad, what are you saying?
Yeah, the concept that dogs come from wolves is not what evolution says. They claim that dogs and wolves have the same. They both come from another animal, which is similar to them, obviously, but not a dog doesn't come from a wolf. So that's not
Actually,
the claim.
The modern claim is that all dogs came from a cane. Well, okay, so there is a caveat. So they recognize the wolves, jackals, wild dogs, and hyenas as the four living types of canines that everything is related to. And our pets are all of the wolf variety for the most part. There are Basenji, which is an African wild dog descendant. But other than that, every dog is like, if you look at the AKC breeding, they are all claimed to be pack wolves at one point in their history. And now whether they were interbred with other canines that are extinct or whatever, I don't believe that there were, but the fact is that if you leave dogs to interbreed with each other, they all start to morph back into a wolf-like creature. As long as the gene pool expands, that's what they turn into.
Well, that's like even the average pig that's kept on a farm, when re-released back into the wild, basically turns into what we would call a boar or a wild pig.
An anti-flat earther? Yeah.
You're talking about domestication syndrome, and this is well documented, and it's actually also in humans, and we are in the process of being domesticated ourselves.
It's true. That's what societies do.
Some of our kind are highly domesticated.
Well, if you leave a human to go back to the wild, he becomes a feral wild creature. Something like a werewolf or a wereman.
Well, for those Bible lovers,
Why don't you take him
Canaanites
to
were
Chicago?
hard people.
Canine, Canaanite, dog people. That's why I say man's best friend. It's like, well, it doesn't look anything like you, but trust me, it used to be you.
I forget the term. It's something cephaly. What is it?
Hydrocephaly?
There you go. Yep, thank you.
Water on the brain.
Mm-hmm.
So I was reading the book of Adam and Eve, and I don't think man were ever monkeys or werewolves or anything.
The book of Adam and Eve, what's that?
the first time, it's the book of Adam and Eve. It's a extra biblical book that I picked
Deuterocanonical
up.
text included in the Bible.
Right, extra biblical text. So the first time that they came out of the garden, they were actually very scared. They never experienced what hunger was, darkness. When they first experienced darkness, everything just went dark. They got extremely scared. Adam actually killed himself a few times in this book, and God revived him, told him never to do it again. After
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't believe any of that. Sorry.
Oh, no, you
that's
don't.
ridiculous.
Oh, no, you don't, Adam.
It's nuts. I mean, the book. I'm reading it. I you know what? It actually fills in a lot of holes for me.
You know. I don't know. Well, if you believe in any of the other biblical books, then you obviously that book there you can't take any of what that's saying so far from what you've read. That makes complete no sense whatsoever. There was no fear, nor sickness or illness in the Garden of Eden, according. Yeah.
Right.
Carry on, please. That's so still interesting. After they'd fallen, maybe. Yeah, please carry on. Continue. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't to say that I was disinterested. It was just to say, wow, that was very strange. Continue, please.
So what it was saying was, how it went into detail about how they never experienced sweat, and how they were constantly questioning, what is this? Why has this come upon us? Blah, blah, blah. It has a lot of details. So for anybody that wants to check it out, the Book of Adam and Eve.
I'm good. I'm all set. Just heard enough about it from you, but thank you for telling us about it.
You're welcome.
I think one of the details in there was that Cain went and married his sister Atla or Lulua. I think they had
Atla. It's Atla or Lulua. It depends. I think I don't know. Wait, there is Atla or Lulua. Wait there.
This sounds too much like arguing over Pokemon cards to me, I'm afraid.
Gotta catch them all.
I feel the same way.
Listen, are they the same name? Are they the same name is my point. I can't remember if they were the same name. That was all.
Yeah, I mean, Bulbasaur goes to Venusaur, doesn't he? Or is it Ivysaur? I can't remember.
Well, this is like the
Pikachu.
Leptokion.
He goes to Raichu.
I got a Charmander
Yeah,
the other day.
I know stuff. I know my stuff.
Wait, you got a Charmander for real?
And Bulbasaur begot Pikachu, who begot Mewtwo.
I've got a Mew from the from when it was in cinema. One of those original Mews.
Sell that shit.
It's my Muse. I can't sell it.
Well done, sir. Well done.
No, there's a memory attached to it. I don't know. I don't think it's really worth that much. It's probably worth like £10 or something silly like that. I think when I last looked.
I'll give you 2 Bitcoin.
That I may take. Well, all right. So when it comes to evolution, right? This is a 2019. It says it's the Lepto Scion or the Leptokion, however you want to pronounce it. Apparently was the first true canine. That is, it belongs to the canine subfamily of the Candae family, right? So if we look at the Candae family, very small and unobstructed one, not much bigger than the Hesicyprion itself. So like, there's already like an issue when they start to talk about prehistoric mammals, right? It's just like, they tell you, oh, this thing was the first canine, and then they go, oh, wait, well, there was something before the canine, right? You know, that was quite not a canine, but is a canine. So, before the canids, yeah, you have the creodonts and the mesocynths, and then the friends as well. They were originally called friends, apparently. and then you have bear dogs. Have any of you ever looked at an actual bear dog, like a real one, today? Because there are people that have been raising these bear dogs, right? It's really quite funny stories that we hear. They believe that they're basically having effectively these dogs that they're very, very big dogs, and they think they're raising these very, very big dogs, Caucasian overcocks, for instance, right? And then they to find out that they're actually bear dogs when they're fully grown, and they're obviously like 5 times the size of a dog, which is like quite funny. I did have an image of one the other day. It was quite hilarious.
I like to liken this though to LeBron James and Manny Pacquiao. They're both people. They're highly different, but there's no difference between them. The genetic code exists within them.
Well, it's like we're 70% similar to a banana, right? Apparently. So, again, if everything's genetical makeup, it's just sort of similarity. And then the variation in which of the makeup of the things that make us up, right? You could then, I don't know, I guess that's the argument from evolution, I guess, but I think it would be more an argument for creationism that effectively everything has the same building blocks.
Right, just like we're 70% the same as water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, evolution is just as easy as saying we all have the same designer. Evolution tries to say that no designer is necessary, at least the way that some people argue it anyway, but that doesn't really follow from evolution's premises anyway.
If you look in the live stream voice text, I just posted an image of an actual bear dog on the right. I can post the article as well because it is just kind of funny. So right there, they basically, and there's like there's quite a few images that go along with this. There you
But
go.
one's clearly a bear and the other's clearly a dog, you know?
Well, that's the dog they believe that they had. That's about a mastiff. But when you look at it from when it's a puppy, in some of the articles that I've seen, you see that Mew there that someone posted, Trurality. I've got that one. I got one of those as well. That's not the one that I got from the theater though, myself. That's the holographic, like one, I guess. I got the one that was like, wait there. It was the promo one. Oh, I'll try and find it. And mine says 9 in the bottom right hand corner.
Oh, sorry.
I'll post it for you. Oh, they've gone up to. Oh, they've actually gone up. £800 they are currently. Wait there, shut up. That's got to be a joke. Why are they £800 all of a sudden? There's surely a shiny one. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go and sell mine right away. Yeah, that's the one that I've got. That one there. Oh no way! Right, where is it? Where art thou, Mew? Where art thou? Oh, dude, I need to find those cards.
Who knew it would be worth so much money? Who
No,
knew?
for real, last time I looked, it was like, see, there's one there for £6, and then there's one there for £235, right? But then there's one here that's, yeah, there's one here that's clearly £800, and then there's other ones that are £800 too. Then there's one that's £6.99. So that's why before I was like, yeah, I don't know. You know? Yeah. Interesting though, all the same. But Mew was a very good disproof of gravity, might I add. I think Mew used a form of either electromagnetism or devolution beam. Look at one of its attacks, right? It's just effectively energy. So there you go. There's one element. It's like it uses the ether as a medium in order for it to glide through. Almost as if its relative density was less than the rest, but then it would use the ether as a way to push itself around. Speculation.
Speculation is sometimes necessary to at least power the actions that are necessary to at least discover something about the truth, or at least rule it out. If space is some sort of the space going around objects like you and me is some sort of medium, like an ether, perhaps its flow or whatever influences what goes up, what goes down, and what floats.
See, for me, what I would like you to add to that would be something that we could formally measure. For instance, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, for instance, and then ascribe electrostatics to it, and for you to do some tests on it, right? And then for you to ascribe the electromagnetic field of the Earth as the thing that is the ether, and to work from there as a point of something that's measurable and testable. So migrationary patterns and stuff like that could be attached to it. And all these other great things that could be attached to that, right? Like a secondary cyclic nature to, let's say, weather, for instance, right? And then once you've done that, like, you would have a better footing for yourself in order, like, you could name that the ether, for instance, right? And then it would be something that would be of substance, right? Substance that's measurable. And then once you've done that, you could work from there with a baseline of something that most people can't disagree with because it's measurable, right?
That could work. The general pattern is that space is not a nothing, it's a something full of potential, full of energy that could be influencing the experiment of, or the observation where stuff goes up, down, or floats. That's the main premise.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking about it the other day about how evolution could be usurped, right? So evolution in and of itself, right? And I don't know if anyone's looked into this. Is it peaches or plums? It's either one or the other, right? Apparently, all peaches and all plums come from the exact same tree. It's just simply that lightning hit a tree, right? It hit a tree, and in doing so, it polarized or changed the polarization of said tree, which then changed effectively the type of fruit that the tree produced. I think it's the peach. I may be mistaken. It could be plum. This was in, I believe, Japan. And so that would give credibility to change of state via introduction of energy of a material or organic substance, right? The same way this is the only way that they've changed an amino acid into a protein as well is via electrolysation inside of a lab. They've never been able to do it like where they write two protein cells together with the 8 million expressions or whatever it is needed and rewriting, etc. And that's then got a square law on it to get up to DNA, but that's in a cultivated scenario. But that would fly in the face when you lay that out. It flies in the face in the form of what you would call, like, I guess, earth-based and tree and fruit-based evolutions, I guess. I don't know. We'd have to look into what they would say the original cause of said fruits are and where they come from.
That could be a possibility. I think some people say that DNA is this vibrating string, basically, that can respond to sound, frequency, vibrate, and change form. Perhaps something electrical or vibrational could change an organism on a deep structural DNA level.
Well, this is provable that things have changed on a cellular level due to frequencies and electrics. We can see this in the lab where we introduce electronics into bacteria, or again, like I said, with the peach or plum tree, whichever one it is, like every form of peach or plum that we have has been as a result of an individual tree, then boom, changes the fruit that year, and then they graft that tree, create it, put it somewhere else. We still have access to the old forms because only one tree got hit by the lightning, right? Or maybe a few got hit. And then since then, there have been however many variations of plums or whatever, or peaches created based upon this phenomena. So you have direct evidence there that you can use of genuine state change of something material in the material world based upon this electric, right? Or this introduction of electric. I'm just saying this thing. If there is a claim that runs alongside that was previous to the knowledge of that is in some way implicated in the realm of evolution, then you could use it as a great argument against evolution as to maybe hypothesize upon how other things had changed, how other things that are prescribed under the realm of and vernacular of evolution of being the cause of their change. Just trying to give you an idea of something to work on, maybe. Just or something.
Yeah, that's one possibility. Or the variation could have been inbuilt. The main problem with evolution is why do we see only so much variation? Why do there appear to be bounds beyond which evolution doesn't go further? Where organisms, may vary in population throughout time, but you don't get a fly turning into a human or something like that. Something that kind of smacks of some sort of structural design limitation or parameter or whatever.
Well, that's something I've noticed if you look at the fossil charts as well, what they prescribe as forms of evolutionary change on the fossil charts. There's always a rapid change of state, never a tapered one, which is what we would expect, right? We would expect some form of slow tapering, but they never have examples of the slow form of tapering that is sort of spoken of, right? It just doesn't. It's just not there. I find that quite interesting that it's not there, and well, I don't find it interesting actually at all. I just find it funny and ironic that it's not there because obviously it's bullshit. But again, like I said, if you look at the plums and peaches, and then maybe look into if there is an evolutionary explanation past what we know now to be factual of the quick change of rate of the plum based upon the lightning, right? Then you could sort of weigh that up and say, well, okay, well, maybe that's why you have a fossil chart that has quick, rapid change of, and I don't mean just a fossil chart of organic, like mammals and stuff like this. I mean in terms of like trees and organic material.
So when you talk about fossils, really, there's really kind of two types, right? You have the like everything that leaves a solid imprint is usually an ocean creature, right? Something with a shell or something like that, that it's very similar or exactly the same as something that's around today, but varying in size, that really being its only distinguishing factor. Or you're talking about a single tooth, a chip of a bone. These are the things that they say prove these ancestral links to what is modern day. It's all smoke and mirrors. None of it's real.
Of course. You're 100% correct. It's just great. Obviously, falsification is independent of replacement. But if they have some form of a story, let's say, toward the changes or production of various types of fruit that are similar to one another, if they, let's say, already have a story about that, right? It would be great to sort of make a case for the opposite of, right? And like show sort of quick deviation and change in state of a whole fruit. And then maybe where else does that lead and where else can we look? It starts to add toward what you would call provable and then maybe even peer-reviewed study that goes toward a directive that is more in line with the way that we know the Earth be. And that would be a great supportatory thing that we could use as a sort of as a way of a foot in the door into academia, maybe.
Well, falsification, like you say, is independent of replacement, but people can still find the narrative, the story, compelling as a springboard to guide their exploration and their action. The idea that we all came from a common ancestor appeals to people on a philosophical level because it dictates that we're all one and that, a creator may or may not even be necessary. So people may find it compelling and still adhere to the story, even in the face of falsification, because of its personal appeal, whether or not the facts reflect the narrative or not.
Yeah, no, I completely understand and get your point. Yeah, 100%. Like I said, it's just always great to start off on a baseline, right, of what is empirical in order that we can lean in toward the more, I guess, the things that we would like to be able to hypothesize on a little bit more and sort of have a little bit of, I guess, speculation on in order that we could sort of use deductive reasoning in order to derive some form of truth.
Correct, your audio's messed up. I don't know if it's just me.
Ate the shit. Or it could be me. My connection might be shit.
I'm guessing Glat Flow must be on break because the monkeys in the chat, man, are being let out of the cage. So sorry, to the guys in the chat trying to help out the space cadet. You'll have to explain to him his own religious belief. He doesn't understand that the magical spinning ball religion requires that all the balls are constantly accelerating. So you'll have to explain his own religion to him.
And it's even worse because the paths aren't spherical. They're or circular. They're fucking parabolas.
Oblong? Yeah. Right.
Explain that.
Right. Oh, yeah. The whole thing is just psychosis. It's just you're basically possessed if you believe it. There's no way around it. Like if somebody's trying to tell you because things fall, therefore magical balls spin around each other, might be too late for them.
No, I mean, I was there once. There is a point where when you're a kid, most people typically just to get through it will just continue to regurgitate what they're telling you because otherwise they make it clear you want to stay back, you want to fail, you want to be punished. So they make it easier to just go along with things.
It's interesting as well because they're actually very different effects. Like one effect is the meeting of two things, and the other effect is the orbiting around of one thing around another thing. They're actually not even the same effect.
And then some smart ass will tell you, well, it's really the Earth really is revolving around the moon because of relativity.
What Crypto would say. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Just going to say that, yeah, that's why they have all these magical bandages and stucco and bondo, these magical words like gravity and refraction, because obviously anytime there's a problem, you just put the word in between the issues and it bridges the gap.
But those arguments are never pushed by anybody who actually understands what those words mean, that actually went and looked them up and understand the definition and then try to apply it in the situation. You know, they just repeat it.
Well, that's effectively the way these things work. You know, when you have it in a right. So when things are presented to people in certain ways, right, they present them into bite-sized chunks that are effectively. Did you remember that, Crypto, at school? There was actually a program for learning when you were away from school, being ill, or maybe as extracurricular, called Bite Size.
Yeah, it's a BBC thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And it seemed something that was like probably good and benevolent and all this great stuff, right? But like when you think about what that actually was, bite sized, and then I don't know if you can still access it now, but I remember the last time that I accessed it, and you start to realize like how actually terrible that is as an idea, because it basically turns you into a general practitioner, right? It allows you to like understand the very like small details of like concepts of whole subjects, right? And these kids would sort of like, I remember the kids that would be very into bite size and they thought they knew everything, and really they never scratched beneath the surface ever, because they felt they had all of this information in their brains. And I feel like that's something that's taught to us in the linear curriculum straight away.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite question now for breaking down all these different dogmas is simply, how do you know that? It's a very powerful question, but you'll notice that like often they'll kind of layer their dogmas into like a dogma sandwich, and so I don't know, they'll say like, we know that space-time exists because gravity pulls down the mass of an apple, right? And so obviously you've got space-time, gravity, mass. Three things that really need to be defined very, very specifically in order to even for that sentence to even make sense, let alone be accurate or true.
Yeah.
So then, of course, you can ask them, you know, how do you know space-time exists? How do you know gravity exists? How do you know mass exists? What are those things?
Exactly. Like, you know, break them down into what they individually are, what they individually mean, for where you're stood, and then try and reapply it in a sentence after you've done so.
Well, the main question is whether these are concepts that just allow us to, you know, explore and have some sort of intelligible discussion about the thing, and or are these things that are physical with some sort of substance or somethingness to them that are concrete? Are these just abstractions, or are they, you know, more than just abstractions, you know, that we're talking about? Is there something to this beyond just the abstraction or not? With space-time, I think they're basically talking about what would otherwise be termed an ether, something that's a space where it can bend and fold and flow.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, they both seem to be like the canvas upon which reality exists. But like, yeah. So from that point of view, the rest is fluff, really. Like, is there a canvas upon which reality kind of sits? Yes. Okay. Okay. What next? You know, like, what now?
Well, what experiments can we guide based off of this conception? Can we see spaces flow? Can we put it in a jar? Can we see its color? Can we contain it? Can we see its currents or anything like that? What sort of experiments can be based off of this starting framework being assumed, and where can we go from there?
Well, that's why I sort of, I guess, started to talk to you about things that have physical evidence based upon the effects of the things in the medium that surrounds us. For instance, if you were to talk about something measurable, such as the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and then you were to talk about, like, let's say, lightning being something that permeates through that medium itself, right? Then you would, let's say, show a change, right? And then show the difference between what, electricity can do versus lightning. Meaning electricity being the thing that we see lightning as, right? But obviously lightning attenuates through the medium, right? Maybe through the ether. So what is it that, as the lightning, let's say electric doesn't do the same thing as lightning to, let's say, a sample of a tree, and meaning changing its state in terms of creating a different variation on the fruit, right, for the next harvest. Then you would be able to denote that actually, wait, it's only lightning that does so. What is it that's different about lightning? Well, then you would have to look into, again, the different variables involved in what lightning is, where it comes from first. But then if it got to the basic point where at the end point of lightning, all you have is electronic voltage charge, then you would have to start to state that maybe it's something that it gathers through the medium as it comes down. That would be something that would be attributing to the change in the process. If you couldn't change the process in what they say lightning is at the end, just electric, basically, then you would then have to start to look into the variables as to what it attenuated through first before it hits the thing. Is it grabbing things out of the medium as it comes down? What are they? How do they affect the thing?
It's almost like lightning is induced from the ethereal, energetic background that makes up everything. And it's discharged into almost like a counter space, and what we see as the electric would be the after effect of the discharge.
Like causes of lightning, for instance. So like it's the same for like meteorites, for instance, could be something to do with this. I don't know. Like, so positively charged forms of energy, right? A lot of high energy input in an area where there is mass amounts of land, for instance, that would be able to be positively charged, for instance, right? And for instance, like a sandstorm, a sandstorm's going to collect up silica, right, which would create slag, right, meaning it would create collections of silica sand up inside of it. Then you have high heat points, and then like cooling very quickly, so thermal, basically a form of like a thermal clash almost, right? So when we have something like that occur, right, what happens when then you have a huge increase in light and a huge increase in absorption of light through the form of silica, for instance, and it being melted into like almost like a fluid medium at high temperatures somehow. I don't know how this would completely work, but this is again a form of speculation, something I've heard spoken on before. But obviously if we have silica with iron mixed in with it, and the iron itself is magnetic, right? And the electromagnetic field, and then you have clouds. So you have clouds that are maybe positively charged, then silica that has iron deposited in it, or different minerals that would be able to keep them afloat, right? And then you have some form of like lightning that happens, right? Then now we would have this idea of like I don't know, I guess like a way of like a structure to it, right, that makes a bit different, right? Like it comes from a culmination of like chemicals or whatever, right? So like when we create electronic charges or light charges through crystal, for instance, which would be created out of stuff similar to silica, right? You can create artificial crystals. And then when we add iron or different metals into glasses, we change the color therein of them, right? So like there are all these different little variables that come into it that I don't know, I just find it really interesting. So I think we as flat earthers should be looking into.
Well, if you notice, thunderstorms tend to form on the edge of pressure systems, right? When you have high and low pressure systems moving across the earth, the thunderstorms tend to appear along the leading edge of that low pressure coming up against a high pressure, and then the charge potential that's created there, it discharges in the form of lightning to what would be a ground or a negative charge of the earth.
Yeah. They say,
and if you notice, like rain, condensation, clouds, think about it when your AC is really, really cold in the middle of summertime and it's very hot outside, you get that condensation that forms on the windows, right?
AC? What's AC? Crypto, have you ever heard of AC? I don't know.
Air
Not something
conditioning.
I'm familiar with.
Air conditioning.
I know. It's just an English joke. We don't use AC whatsoever. We leave that to the Americans.
Well, I'm in the
Funny crack.
subtropical region. So.
Oh, sorry.
Does it even get over 80 degrees in England, though?
In a sauna?
Yeah, that's why you don't have AC.
Well, in summer, actually, we do reach temperatures over 80 degrees, yeah, Fahrenheit.
I took a trip out to the sunny California, and they don't use AC either. I'm from the Midwest. It gets pretty hot here, so that was quite a
Northern
surprise.
California?
What's that?
Were you in Northern California?
Southern San Diego.
What part of California?
San Diego.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there for a month. It was amazing.
Huh.
Shout out to Sunny. And
AC uses electricity, and electricity is bad for the planet, so you're just going to have to roast up a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I genuinely do think AC and the reliance upon AC is something that's detrimental in general to most people who use it.
Anything that makes mankind too comfortable, reproducing and making more people is a problem.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with that line of reasoning. That's sort of where I was going with it.
It's just better if you're all gay. Just everyone be gay, because then no children will happen.
That's one way to do it, but that hasn't been very effective in the past. Heterosexuality still endures for some reason.
Those pricks.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Cringe.
Well, AC's been detrimental to my bank account recently because we had to replace our whole unit. So yeah.
You didn't have to replace anything, actually.
Should have just roasted, right?
I live in
people
Florida.
die.
I live in Florida.
There are people who cannot physically take the heat because of their sick lifestyle and their body composition. If they had to endure 110 degree Fahrenheit heat for an entire day, it would probably kill them. They'd die of exposure, of hyperthermia.
Maybe they shouldn't be in that country then.
But they shouldn't have been raised to be so soft is really what it boils down to. If they had been raised to be a harder human being with I'm not going to get on this tangent.
Why not?
Because people get offended when you tell them their lifestyle is wrong, and I don't want to do that.
Your lifestyle is wrong.
Everyone's fucking lifestyle in here is wrong. Including my own. I can take it. I ain't a bitch. I know my lifestyle.
Yep.
Well, then that means mine's perfect. So that we just contradict ourselves. But yeah, okay, it's perfect now. I don't know. What did you do in the last 10 minutes to change?
If there was a situation where everyone on the planet was suddenly required to move 20 miles by foot, and they had to do it in a day.
I do that every day.
I know, but there are many, many, many people who couldn't.
No, I walked 17.7 miles yesterday in my own home and in an area that's roughly 2 miles squared as well.
It's only about 6 miles of walking, isn't it? 6 hours of walking if you walk at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, reasonable pace.
It's actually not that far.
No, it's not. But if you come to America, you would look around and you would say, oh my God, that person could not walk 6 hours straight without collapsing and dying. You know, there's many of those types of people.
I started wearing a pedometer because my cousin said, like, dude, you know that you, like, just even when you're in the house, when you're on Discord, like, you walk up and down all the time, right? He was like, I reckon you walk at least 10 miles a day. So, like, the first day we did it, like, we realized I'd actually walked just on Discord alone. Yeah, I'd literally walk, like, what? I think it was like 11.5 miles just in my own home. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck?
I would suggest putting your shit closer together then, because that's a long way. 11 miles.
Well, no, that's just called walking around in circles. It's something I've trained myself to do. So,
okay. So it's like pacing. You're not physically needing to do things to move around. You're just doing it to move.
Yeah, when as to stay exercised. Yeah. Sinji, how do you know I'm built different? You just said for real, you know. I am built slightly different.
By the way, you talked about electricity earlier, and I've seen documentary about the satellites which are using or harvesting electricity from the air. They're basically going up, and then they drop a wire or pair of wires down, let's say 1 kilometer or something, like hundreds of meters down, and all they have to do is keep those wires there to harvesting energy or electricity from the air. So basically what we have there, if we would create an masts or what is called towers or something like that, and just harvest
like Tesla coils.
Yeah, something like that. It would be free for everyone, and I've tried it myself with a ground. So basically, if you put enough wires in the ground, you will get lights. Let's say LED lights illuminating or turning on.
I would have to see it to believe it first. I believe.
So we have a free energy in our ground and in our sky, and yet still we are using. Yeah.
No, I believe that. I was just saying, like, just plugging stuff straight into the ground. Obviously, we have the days of Tesla, right, where Tesla apparently did have a field, effectively, of lights that were plugged into the ground. But then no one speaks of the secondary system that he had, which would have been forms of, like, like, I think he had a turning wheel that used wind, right, to spin, right, and then to create the torque on it as well. He had a gear system, right, and so he had one that spun like left, and then one that spun like a actual wheel, right, and it was on a rotationary spire, right, so that would create the torque that would allow for the almost, I guess, like the magnets inside of the alternator, right, to collect up energy, right, and that would collect up energy, okay, as a fallout for any fall in the actual voltage of the system needed to power these light bulbs. And then he had them grounded into the ground, all connected via cables. And then he had I guess he had a Tesla coil attached to the whole thing as a thing that would power the things in the ground. So he was putting in energy from the alternator into the Tesla coil, getting out a maximum amount extra, collecting it from the electronic, like, lightning shocks down into another thing that was collecting them into a form of, like, battery, or even into a straight system with, like, an outage box, I guess, for any overflow. And then so effectively all of it did just come from the atmosphere, right? Like, like a whole area of like an acre lit up, right? That was using just a little bit of wind for torque for overturning of the alternator, and then again the Tesla coil. So like in tandem, it was like he had to, like, this is where the issue with perpetual energy, where they created this myth, there's no such thing as perpetual energy, right? Well, that's true, but like if you put energy into creating a few machines that then once left on their own volition and their own free roaming, they eventually create a means toward a perpetual energy, and yeah, you have to put maintenance in, then great. Like, yeah, it's not perpetual energy, but it's something similar to it. But by creating this idea that there's no such thing as perpetual energy, it stopped people looking into that form of energy collection altogether, right? So, like, I think, yeah, like with everything, there's going to be maintenance regardless of whether it's perpetual energy or not, right? So it's like, why don't we look into forms of ways of collecting energy, like even oscillation and stuff like this, and like electrolysis of waters and stuff like this as well, like running down things like quartz marble that then runs through limestone that's maybe perforated in a perfect way, and then once it's been electrified by the quartz, it then runs through the limestone, and then it's then collected that way. There's lots of different ways that you could do this, and you could run these systems in tandem almost, right? Like, I think that would be very interesting to see how different systems collide to create a form of perpetual energy. Like the thing where you would need to do this with a maintenance, for instance. There might be a way of you collecting energy from the environment itself that would help with the maintenance, for instance, right? Like you could have something that like has a cherry wood tree that has lots of sap, for instance, right? And then an almond tree that's next to it. And then they constantly repair one another, and you have like a drill bit that's propelled by an alternator that collects energy from a Tesla coil. And as you drill into that thing, it pours out small amounts of resin that then mix with, resin from the almond tree, and then resin from the, other thing from the cherry tree. And then it then mixes with a small amount of water that comes from a stream that's downstream, right? And then by the end of it, you have like an oil that's fluid that's great for lubrication, and then that all runs perfectly downhill into lubricating the system so that the maintenance is less. Do you see what I'm trying to say, where you could sort of mix media?
There was too much information for me at once.
I don't think you can overcome entropy, though, ultimately, right? You're going to have to constantly try to reorder things as they break down.
Well, I want to say a lot of what Tesla was doing was actually like an induction method of garnering energy through induction from the atmosphere, atmos, and everything around him within nature. He was working with nature, kind of similar to what Victor Schallberger was doing with implosion, or impellers as opposed to propellers.
There's a globe believer in here. If y'all want to talk to him, Robert Lupscomb. Back to you.
Hell yeah, let's do it. Hello, Robert.
Yeah,
how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, not much. How about you?
I'm just driving, because I'm a truck driver. I'm just listening to you guys.
Driving as well?
Yeah, I'm actually driving home. This is great. I just got into New Mexico, got to get into Arizona, and then I'll be home. So I've been out on the road for a week.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
You went over a lot of curvature in that time, haven't you, sir?
I've gone over a lot of curvature, everywhere.
Do you have any curvature in the passenger seat with you?
I wish I did. No, I'm gonna go see some curvature when I get done here. So
fair enough.
I'm gonna get my hands on all that curvature.
haven't seen a curvature in a long time. Gosh, what a shame.
So,
you guys talking about electricity? You guys were talking about electricity.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Sonny. Just wanted to know if, why you believe the Earth's a ball?
Why I believe the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, why do you think the Earth's a ball?
Yeah. Hold on. Jesus Christ, you're a fucking asshole, aren't you? You're just a dick.
We heard that.
Hey!
Oh, sorry, I was talking to my cat.
Oh shit!
Wow, that's kind of rude. Cats
I
have
know.
tail
I was like,
bumps.
I was like, you guys
He
call it.
doesn't know what I'm saying.
Nice non sequitur there.
That's what you think.
Your cat doesn't speak English? Wow.
Well,
Don't ask from your cat.
dude, I
Shittery
taught your
fun.
cat Cantonese last week, and everybody knows it.
My cat understands Icelandic, so your cat might understand you.
Glad
What
flow.
happened to the
Leave that cat alone. Dun, dun, dun.
Stop picking on me, guys. I only talk shit to my cat. Who else am I? It's only the cat. I don't talk shit to people unless they're an anti-flat earther.
Cheerio. Very good.
But those
Love
are
you,
people.
Glad.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Someone talking about conspiracy cats?
No.
No.
Yeah, Robert. Why do you believe you're on a globe? Good question, Crypto.
It's not. Yeah, it's just of course, that's what I've been told,
Okay.
and everything makes sense, and everything makes sense on a globe Earth. And
Shocking.
Are you sure
I have
about
a
that?
question for you, Robert. So it makes sense, and you were told, but how can you take these things to the bank? Like, how can you verify these things if you're going to teach this to someone else?
Yeah, what specific thing?
Well, I rely on the people who do the science and do the work, and they're pretty confident and don't have no reason
They're
to doubt it.
confident. Because they're
Okay,
confident.
so are you a communist, Robert?
No, I'm not a communist.
Okay, because Karl Marx was pretty confident about communism. So,
sure.
Why are you not communist?
Hitler was really confident about his stance too.
Yeah, Hitler was confident about National Socialism.
Well, yeah, communism is, it's not a bad concept. It's just whenever it's implemented,
I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking about communism though. I'm talking about Karl Marx and his confidence in communism, right? Because your argument as to why you believed in the globe was, well, the scientists seem pretty confident, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's an expert and they're confident, therefore you believe it. Was your explanation, right?
Well,
So I would say Karl Marx is an expert in communism, even though I don't think he called himself a communist. Not directly anyway. He's very confident in his position, therefore you're a communist, right? Or a Marxist, at least.
Therefore I'm a communist because I'm
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that agree with him, right?
Well, no, but that's the same logic.
Sure, but that doesn't really equate. Just because I'm confident in
Yeah,
something doesn't make
equates
me a
exactly. That's
communist.
the principle you're laying down.
Let's just ask him what proof he has. What proof do you have of the globe?
No, can we just stick with this for a second, Sonny, please?
Okay.
I wanted to I just want Robert to understand that the reasoning's fallacious. That's all.
I got you. You're right.
You guys all know me, right? I mean, I've been on here a long time. It's not like is this the first time you guys are talking to me?
I know you recognize
No,
There's got to be some of you here that I've talked to.
Yeah.
Robert, I think I remember last week.
Even before I met you, I knew your beliefs. Yep.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not like, people don't think that this is like my first rodeo here. So proofs? You guys want some proofs?
No. Communism.
I know.
Crypto.
Oh, we want proof for sure, but we know we're not going to get any of that. So I'm just asking you why you think it's a bull.
No, I really don't think you guys do.
No, Crypto's asking for the claim. We'd love to hear the claim first. Thank you, Crypto.
Well, I mean, anytime anybody comes in here to try to give you guys proof, it's most of the time they're shot down by saying, "Oh, no, we don't want to talk about that. We don't." Want
No, we're wrong. You have no proof. You have no proof, Robert. 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 You have no proof.
Wait there, guys. Can we just let Crypto take
hold
this
on.
for a moment?
Yep.
He's not really been in here for I haven't seen Crypto in here in a little while.
I'm being rude.
And I've not seen Crypto in here for a little while, so I would really love to hear Crypto speak to this guy one-on-one. He keeps saying things such as, we don't want to hear things about proof. That's not true. We're here waiting for proof. That's just people being a bit facetious because of what we go through on a daily basis when people don't provide proof. Crypto, please take it.
Yep, one-on-one.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I've only got about 10 minutes anyway, so I'll be able to sort of pass it on then. But yeah, so there was a couple of things that you said, Robert. First of all, it was we don't want to hear that proof. Like obviously that's just an assertion. You need to maybe quantify that, and maybe you could actually provide some proof, and then we could explain like what it is we don't like about the proof or whatever, instead of just having this, oh well, I provided proof, oh no you didn't, like pantomime bollocks.
Well,
let's actually get into the meat.
I've actually been coming into this channel for about a month now, and whenever I start to bring something up, I always get shut down immediately. Like, no, we don't want to talk about that. No, we don't want to talk about that. I'm, all right. All we want to talk about is what's what's under our feet. That's all. I mean, it's like only look at the ground. Prove to me the earth is round by looking at the ground. Well, I can't do that. Aha! You can't do it. So bye bye.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's how I get.
But can you give me an example? I'm asking you for an example.
Sure. The angular size of the sun. There's one. That never changes. The sun size never changes from sun up to sundown. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Red Rhetoric he has a very good video where he charted the sun the entire day with a solar filter, and you can tell that the sun does not change at all throughout the whole entire day. Now on a flat
that's
plane,
not true. I can't let you carry on. That isn't true. That isn't true. So just saying that and then saying no, he didn't demonstrate that. I've actually had arguments with people where they've presented me images. I've then measured the images in photo imaging software, and the sun's size changed. So just saying that it doesn't change, and then therefore it's because it's impossible on a flat Earth, right? Now just let me finish. Let me finish. Just saying that happens, and therefore that's impossible on a flat Earth, therefore it's a globe, when the original assertion isn't true, means that the conclusion from that assertion also isn't true.
No, but it is true.
But it's not.
Oh, but
we can't go further. No, but it's not.
But it is.
Okay, then I guess you can be wrong, but that's not true.
But it is.
Well, then we can't go further than this because you're saying something that's wrong.
No, I'm
so not. Then, of course, you're not going to be able to agree with us if you're making assertions that are objectively wrong and that we don't agree with. This can't go anywhere.
The thing is, it wasn't just Red's Rhetoric that have done this. Many people have done this with the sun filter. Now, if you're talking about the sun changing size just from the naked eye, okay?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about solar filter. Like I said,
it doesn't change.
This isn't my first rodeo either, Robert. We've had these discussions for years, and we've had people present these things to us. And whenever I've looked at the evidence I was presented, the sun changes size. You can't just accept it because he says it.
I've seen at least 5 different videos of different people doing the same exact experiment, and the sun never changed size. So if you're saying that it does change size, I would be happy to take a look at it.
No, because you need to provide the evidence for me to analyze. Right?
Okay.
So because you've got the claim that the sun doesn't change size. So whenever I've had that presented to me in the past, when I've looked at it, it actually turns out that that's not the case. So unless you're dropping that claim, let's look at the evidence.
Okay. So then, I mean, anything I'm going to tell you right here on this thing, you're going to dismiss as you can't provide evidence for that.
I didn't dismiss that. I actually directly answered what you said.
Yeah, but you're wrong, though.
Okay, then provide the evidence.
Wait, Roger just posted in voice text an example of exactly what you're saying doesn't exist. Why don't you look at that first?
Take a look. I would be very happy.
Not far up. Roll up like half an inch. It's right there.
Is this? Wait. Okay, yeah, this one right here. Okay, there's no.
It's the video. It's a YouTube video, I think.
I just see a picture of a sun. I see a picture of a sun.
13 minutes after.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Robert Bosman. I got you.
Bomb has been planted. Where is it? I can't see it either.
So as you can see, it's clearly doing the thing you say it never does. Now what?
Yeah, it doesn't do that. Yeah, this video's fake.
Got you.
That video is fake. Oh, Jesus.
Where are
Guys,
we?
I live in Arizona. I can see the sun come up from sun up to sun down, and it never does that. The sun never does that.
Depends on your
Yeah, it's
light,
a red
dude.
herring. It's a red herring anyway. Really, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean the sun never changes shape.
I
and
know.
size
I know.
all
I
the way
agree.
across.
And let's say I agree with that. Yeah, the sun never changes. Whatever. That's fine. The Earth is still flat. It doesn't change the fact that we've measured the Earth flat. Sorry.
Mhm.
Right, but the thing is that the sun being the same size from sun up to sun down cannot happen.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Can
You
I-
can't test
But
it
it's
in your
not
body.
true. Like, it doesn't even matter if it's irrelevant if it's not true, Exo, right? So we have to go from a basis of truth and then work from there, logically. Okay? So if it's not true, then we don't have to consider the conclusions.
Yeah, this is something we can directly observe. He can
this is
directly observe it. I can directly observe it. Crypto can directly observe it. We just got to get the right lenses.
Wait
and
there,
put
wait
it-
there, wait there a second. Since everyone isn't doing what I asked, which is to just allow crypto to take it, dude. If you directed your attention to the live stream, right, right now.
did. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you see the last two images posted, yeah? You
One-
see
one
those two
second.
images?
One-
Yeah.
Oh, let me get out the video here. Oh yeah, I see the last.
Right. Okay. So, what would you say about those two images of those different suns?
Okay.
Would you say? Would you be able to define and say that they're the same size?
No, those are not the same size.
Would you have any way of telling me how you would reference if they were the same size?
To reference if they were the same size.
Yeah. Tell me in which way and what method you use to determine that they are the same size, as
by
we
the-
appear to see them.
Well, I mean, you can just obviously tell one is larger.
Well, you can just obviously tell with your eye, can you?
Right.
So that's empirical and that's provable and that's something that you could use as evidence, right? In a court.
Yeah.
law.
Now see this the first one with the ship that's zoomed in on, obviously,
So,
and so is
yeah.
the second one just zoomed in a little bit more. The third one is really not zoomed in at all. It's just out there.
right. Can you physically go to the place that we're talking of to actually measure the very thing that we're talking about to even prove that this thing is the same size? And also, did you know your own heliocentric proponents actually state that the sun does actually change size on a daily basis, based on it actually being what you call a gaseous planet? Therefore, it being a gaseous planet, it means that due to the fact that it's apparently a hydrogen nuclear reactor, fusion reactor, it effectively expands and contracts on a day-to-day basis based upon the differential pressures inside of it.
Sure, marginally, but not enough to really take notice.
So technically, even by their own claims, it does change size by their claims, which I don't believe to be true.
By that very narrow.
You've also admitted that you have no way of proving whether or not something that you look at is changing size. It's just eyeball.
No, you can actually. Yeah. All you got to do is go down to you can go down to the beach and set up a camera with a solar filter on it.
Yeah,
and
we've
watch.
done that with a double solar filter before, and we've seen the angular size of the sun change.
I'd like to see that because that doesn't.
It's not even a claim that I'm making. I think it's neither here nor there. I just feel like it's a point.
Yep. That's it. No,
So-
here's the deal, crack. If let's say that happened and we proved that, he would then move the goalpost. Yep.
That's my point. So my point is again, what does that have to do with the thing that we're stood on?
Yeah.
Is it because
because that can
that's
only
a sphere,
happen,
right?
Right. That can only happen on a globe. On a flat plane, that wouldn't.
Wait there. Okay, wait there. All right, wait there. Right. So because that thing's a sphere, and other planets that you see in the sky are spheres, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What you do then is you associate that with what we're stood on, right? I understand. That's cool. Is there a massive amount of light emanating out of the floor that you're stood on right now?
No.
So much so that it would be lighting up other planets in the solar system.
No.
So why would you even start to think that this luminary that we're stood on, which isn't even a luminary, would be anything like that thing that's up there in the sky? In fact, I would state that what we see on the Earth, in terms of all of the different things we see in terms of topography, in terms of everything is actually completely different to every planet that we look at. Every planet that we look at in the sky, the wandering stars, they actually appear to have zero attributes that look similar to anything that we see on this Earth.
Right. Yeah, we are unique. Yes.
We are unique, but yet we are the same in terms of shape as everything that you see in the sky.
Shape, yes, but everything else is.
Do you not see how convoluted that is as an idea when you have absolutely no verification of the shape of this Earth whatsoever?
Not at all, because people have been out past, been able to see the shape of the
Out
Earth.
past where to see the shape of the Earth from where?
Past
How many?
the moon?
The furthest past the moon. Past the moon.
Yes.
Who's been past the moon? No one's been past the moon, even by the heliocentric proponents. They never
Jim-
even stated that.
Jim Lovell took a very good picture as he was swinging around the moon, and
As he was swinging around the moon, so still at the same altitude of the moon. Which, bear in mind, that's not even space. You did know that, right?
No, it is. Well, it's the moon isn't in our atmosphere, but it's far enough out that you can see the full shape.
So, but space is defined as the thing that is devoid of all gases, the privation of matter, meaning matterless, meaning that the sun, right? That would be classed as space
There's still
conceptually,
particles
right?
out there. Yeah, it's not a complete and total vacuum. No, there's still particles.
Well, obviously we know the moon has to be inside of our atmosphere, obviously, because it would be an entropy aiding machine, meaning that its gravity and proximity to the gas molecules it's closest to would aid in the entropy of this Earth, i.e. we have pressure here. The pressure itself, effectively, if gases are kept here by gravity, then the gravity of the moon in proximity would effectively be stronger, therefore it would aid in the entropy of those gases. Effectively, as it orbits around the Earth, it would help the gases to fuck off into space, to say it bluntly, right? So they placed the moon, as of about 3 years ago, inside of our atmosphere. There are only 26 men that have ever claimed to have been to the moon. Therefore, no one's ever really been to space. 26 men have claimed to have been to close to space. No one has actually ever really been anywhere near space. Again, why are we looking up to see what's down? Even the moon itself, does the moon have any attributes that look similar to that which we are stood on? Because the moon seems to me to be something that either emanates light or is completely in darkness. Okay, what attributes does it have that you can verify that are the same?
It's illuminated by the sun. And it has craters in it, just like the Earth has craters in it. So
the Earth itself is illuminated in the same way that the moon is, because if you could show me an orthographical picture of the Earth, right, not from the moon, yeah, or in any way, shape, or form, remember, every single image of the Earth is admittedly CGI. Not meaning that listen, every image of the Earth is admitted to be CGI. Okay,
that's not true.
Other than the blue marble that was apparently taken from the first moon landing, right? Okay.
No, that's still not true.
No, that is true.
They're not all CGI.
No, composite images, they are.
Composite images are not.
They're not taken with lenses.
Composite images are taken with lenses, and they're pieced together.
Can be.
Okay? CGI is completely computer-generated graphics.
That's what it means, right? Computer generated. So when you make a composite with a computer.
Yeah, but you're not generating the images. You are.
Okay, so again, let's say we have an image of the Earth. Listen, the only images of the Earth. Sorry, and I'm nearly finished. The only images of Earth that are actually real, right, are ones that, like you said, they're composite images anyway, right? Which would be with high flying, right, forms of aeronautics, right? Meaning they take as they're high up, very high detailed photos of the Earth, and then in doing so, they then eventually stitch them together, and then they emulate them around the ball. We can show you a video actually in which that will show you exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah,
if you look in the live stream voice text, Robert Simmons talks about the blue marble.
Correct. And
Right.
that was a
He added
composite. Yes,
clouds with a computer and all that sort of stuff, right? So again, if it's stitched together, this is no way, shape, or form of us actually proving that it was actually, in fact, the whole shape. Because obviously he admits he stitches them together. So again, can we deal with what we're actually stood on? Stop looking up. And again, the images of Earth that we're talking of, the one that is apparently the only image they have that's a real image, as denoted by Robert Simmons, is admitted to be stitched together flat maps emulated around a spherical ball.
But that's not the only image.
It says it on the NASA website. So let's educate this man.
The last time, this is from NASA's website, the last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed the entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS satellites, were designed to give a checkup on Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Rito Stockley, now at the Swiss Federal Office of Meteorology and Climatology, did much of this work. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So he's photoshopping on clouds, he's photoshopping on water, he's photoshopping on all kinds of things.
Yeah, everybody knows that. That's not a secret.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yep, there you go. So it actually is CGI. That would actually be the appropriate terminology to use.
No, it's
for
not.
what they're doing. Yes, if they're adding
CGI
clouds
is when
that don't
when they
exist,
use
if they're adding
computer to
clouds
generate
that
the
weren't
image.
there before, and they're adding oceans and they're adding topography, that is computer generation.
But it is computer generated because they're turning the data that they get into an image with the computer, right? Because they don't get images from the satellites, and they get data, right?
Well, remember, the satellite, even if it is existing, again, something that would be orbiting around a planet, you could say this with a U-2 spy plane, for instance, right? You
Right,
could,
right. But my point was like, how do you go from data to image? You need a computer, so it's like by definition computer generated.
Of course, it's stitched together. It proves
CGI has a completely different connotation. Everybody knows CGI is when you draw on a computer
that's
an
why
image
we
or have
say
the image drawn. But
images.
but you can't keep saying CGI.
Yes, we can.
Like the whole
because
thing,
it's
the whole
computer
thing is
generated.
CGI. The whole thing.
Okay. Wait there then. How do you do it without a computer then? Tell me how, without any computation power, you are going to stitch 75 images together that are all real images of something in order for it to be one image.
I think the disconnect is that we're not agreeing upon the correct definition of CGI here. Okay.
No, there isn't. No, the correct definition is computation.
I completely agree with computer assisted stitching together of real images.
What does CGI mean?
And CGI is computer generated imaging, meaning
So when you
computer,
turn data into an image, that's not generating an image.
well, you're using a real photograph, is what I'm trying to say.
They're not using
That's where you're
photographs. That's the
wrong.
point.
Yeah.
They're saying it. They're telling you. They're using data. So they're getting,
I
they have
understand that.
sensors and shit, and they get
I
data,
understand that.
and then they turn that data into an image. But how do they do that without a computer?
When you're watching a movie and there's a fake monster going around town tearing everything up, that's CGI. Putting together, that's just Photoshop. Okay,
Well, so is young-looking Robert Downey Jr. That's
Photoshop
just
is a
as much
program
CGI.
to aid
There's a real
CGI.
Robert Downey there.
I mean, if you guys
use
don't want,
Microsoft
if you
Paint
want-
for CGI, Robert. Come on.
if you just want to call it CGI, call it CGI. It's just
Robert,
not the right
You
terminology.
have to. You don't want to accept because you know that it's a nail in in the coffin. You don't want to accept that the illustrator himself refers to it as Photoshop because that's what he's doing.
And I've given you
Why
that.
can't
I
they
said
just
I
use a
completely agree with
single
that.
photo, Robert? Why can't they,
They
use
have.
a single photo? No, they haven't.
No, they haven't.
Show me.
Where?
Everyone
me.
they have, you guys, you're just going to dismiss.
No, show it to us now.
Show me.
I guarantee you. I
Show
put
it to us
an
now
image up
or
there
get
and you're gonna
muted.
say
You
it's
know what?
fake.
You have a big mouth anyway.
Earth's aglow because Robert guarantees it. Super
Yeah.
duper.
Yeah, you have a big
Okay,
mouth
alright,
anyway.
everyone
You need
stop-
to show
hey,
us a
everyone
photo now. He needs to show the photo now.
The
And he
interesting
does
part
need
of
to
it, the
concede
hard
that he
thing was taking the ball and making it flat so they could go ahead and rewrap it around the ball. What the fuck?
Yep. I want the photo now.
He needs to concede that he was incorrect. The last picture was taken in 1972, and they said it on the website. That was the only time. So he is actually wrong by saying that they've taken other pictures. Real pictures.
Robert, again, it's beside the point. It really is beside the point. All of these so-called images. I don't know if you popped him on 7 mute, but again, I guess I'll mute you in a second.
I was waiting for him to answer Mrs. and he did not answer.
Well,
So I
the
muted
thing
him
is,
back.
it's like, again, if we can't, right, we need to move past this sort of CGI computer thing right now, because it's not really giving us any headway, right? What he needs to see now at this point is why we think the way that we think, and the knowledge that we've gathered, and why we've gathered it. And the reason why, again, we all know why, right? Is because at the end of the day, this place doesn't comport to reality, right? So we can quite easily show him exactly why it doesn't comport to reality. And we can begin to effectively dismantle the ball for him from the ball instead of going to an orthographical Muppet view type thing, right? You know, everyone needs to go outside of the ball in order to prove the ball, right? Even though effectively this has absolutely nothing to do with what it is.
Right, but crack. We can't continue to chase the squirrel's tail if we can't get to the primary claims of the globe, the three primary claims that we always talk about here. If he can't get past those, I mean, I guess you can have a conversation with him still if you want to, but you're not going to be in the realm of reality or empirical evidence or anything like that.
Well, no, but this is
that's
his goal. Evidence.
I just want to know why they believe it. Like that, clearly it's flat and stationary, and so it's a choice to believe. I just want to know why they're choosing to do that, and then maybe we can get to the root of the problem, right?
Because authority every single time. They're appealing to daddy.
Yep, that's it. He told us why. It's the priest.
Right, that's the whole point, Sonny. They have to hide from what we can prove. That's what atheists do. There's no other.
That's why they're always looking into the sky. They get you guys into the weeds for hours talking about the sun. Like, what about the radius?
Whales.
Exactly my point. This is why I'm trying to lead toward that. That's what I'm trying to say is that, right, let's get off of that. We can't agree on that at the moment, but maybe you'll look at it for a different vernacular lens once you understand the actual thing that we're really talking about, right? Let's get back down to earth, away from orthographical
maybe
of the thing. And then maybe we can agree upon the CGI stuff later, right?
Right. Crack. Maybe you could go through the 3 points with him or something. See if he gets that far, and then we'll take it from there. How's that sound?
Or if someone else wants to take it, I think Mrs. gets it as more than willing to.
True.
Everyone else is more than willing to. I've done it 1,000 times, mate. That's the only thing. It's just,
I get it.
And I think I'm in a debatory energy right now that's probably just going to turn it sour, to be quite honest.
I know. So maybe we should let moderation decide on this one. That's probably.
Could we just maybe ask him about the vacuum of space first? Change up the order.
Yeah, give him an unmute and then have a little conversation.
Okay, here I'll unmute
him. It goes.
That's my favorite point, I think.
With Mrs. Musk and Robert. I else agree.
Yeah, everyone else discipline. Mic discipline. Thanks.
Oh, you guys can still talk.
You wanted to ask me, you wanted to ask me something else?
Yes, so we know we have gas pressure here. We can measure the gas pressure here on Earth with a barometer. There's obviously a gradient as well with the gas pressure. Higher pressure at sea level versus top of Mount Everest. But they tell us that this pressure is uncontained. And it is next to the vacuum of space. So how does our gas pressure remain and not follow the second law of thermodynamics and fill the available space, which is the vacuum?
What the gas pressure is?
What?
Do you know what the gas pressure is at sea level?
Oh, I forget. It's like 30 something.
I don't know either. I'm starting a base here. So we have a certain gas pressure at sea level, right?
Yep.
Then you go a little bit higher, and what happens? But less, right?
Yep. There's a gradient.
Yeah, and you go a little bit higher.
Oh, I was incorrect. It is 1013.25 mbar. That's what it is at sea level.
Yeah, I wasn't like being I wasn't being specific at all. I just want you to know. So we have a gas pressure. It's greater at the ground. We'll just agree to that.
Absolutely.
And then like you said, there is a pressure gradient. It does get thinner and thinner and thinner as it goes up. So what happens when something gets just thinner and thinner and thinner? Eventually, what happens? It turns into it's nothing. You know what I mean? It's like you go from dense, heavy pressure and lighter, lighter, and lighter as you go up and up and up. Mount Everest, it's very, very thin. When you're in a plane, I mean, if you were outside, you would need oxygen. You go up higher than that, and eventually, it putters out to nothing. And that's really how it goes.
Okay, so
Can I give him an example also? Quick.
Well, I mean, I was talking to her, but
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
If she doesn't mind.
as long as we can stay on the topic, Sasha.
No, Geppy Get,
yes.
let Mrs.
Geppy
do
Get,
this. Geppy Get, no, let Mrs. do this,
Okay,
please.
okay.
Don't
Okay,
interrupt.
so-
Yes.
The reason I'm bringing this up is I understand why you would perhaps think that it would make just sense, right? There's higher pressure, it tapers off as it gets closer to the vacuum. But in order to have pressure to begin with, there has to be a collision of gas molecules against its container. That's how pressure is created.
Sure.
Pressure just doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's this is a academic source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Right.
So that's how the pressure is being created. So in this scenario that you described, though, you're just saying that it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So the gas molecules have to have something to collide with. It requires some kind of physical boundary, but they're saying that there is no physical boundary. And actually at the boundary, it's essentially nothing. It's just tapered off.
Well, sure. And I've heard it explained this way. The ground is part of the container. Okay. So that would be the bottom part of the container. The gas pressure, the gas gradient, or the pressure gradient above, say got the pressure here on Earth that we're breathing right now. This pressure is reacting to the ground, and it's also reacting to the pressure of the air above it, right? So the gradient, the next level above this level would be acting as its top container, because there's a separation. There is a separation of pressure there. So that would be, in essence, they are the molecules are bouncing off of the ground and each other. Okay, so that would hold to that definition. Now,
So
when you have gravity that is pulling all air molecules, towards the Earth, and it's holding it by weight, that will I had a word and now it slipped my mind, but it would enact as a container holding it down. But
So-
go ahead.
You said that gas is being held down by gravity.
Correct.
What if we see gases that are going upwards, like
Those
helium?
those molecules are lighter. Yeah, lighter. They escape.
Are they
the
defying
gravitational-
gravity?
They escape gravitational pull just because they're lighter
Just to add
than.
one word, the lighter ones, the lighter gases somehow, though lighter, are not held by the gravity. Just remember that, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
The ones that are lighter are not
Yeah.
held by the gravity. The ones that are closer to the gravitational
Mhm.
vector of Earth at the surface.
Everything is affected by gravity. It's just some things are affected more strongly than others.
Yeah, like the way that the moon would aid entropy at the upper layer of the atmosphere because it has 1/4 of the gravitational force. In proximity, its gravitational force on those gas molecules is like what 28 times stronger. So why isn't it that that's an entropy aided machine at the higher level? You need to show a inward vector creation 360 degrees that basically shows a bouncing back off of this layer of a barrier you call gravity, that would then create an inward vector here on Earth that creates a 14.7 psi.
Look, I can't demonstrate.
Well, it's because it doesn't happen.
Well,
the thing is, all I can do is explain how I understand it to be. You take it for you can believe it or not. You asked me a question and I'm answering it. I'm not
trying
here to prove anything.
No, I understand, but we're trying to help break down the cognitive dissonance, because here's the thing: is you're saying stuff that contradicts itself, and I don't think you've actually realized that, because you're saying that in order for your gas pressure scenario to work, gravity would have to affect gases. Gravity has the vector of down. It only has one vector, and that's down, aka to the center of mass. But yet we see gases all the time defying this vector of down. They're going up, and something can't be going up and down at the same time. Helium rises. What you're actually witnessing is relative density, that gases want to, first they'll disperse in all directions, so like a helium balloon. It gets popped. The helium will disperse in all directions, but then it will want to seek its equilibrium, and it will start to rise. It will rise, and that because everything wants to seek its equilibrium, so it will rise. So that's all you're just witnessing is relative density. Same with why air bubbles rise to the top of a swimming pool. These light air bubbles should be able to be held down by the force of gravity that's supposedly keeping the water in the swimming pool, but yet they're defying gravity and going to the top. Why? Because it's just relative density. It's just the air is wanting to seek its equilibrium, so it rises when it's in the water.
And I'm not saying that relative density isn't a thing. Relative density is a thing.
Yeah.
It's just gravity.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, sure.
I was still talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel like it's going to go into the weeds a little bit. Because what gravity's asserting is that there's a down vector on the air, right? So I was just going to ask, like, if you've ever been outside, I'm going to guess yeah. You might have experienced wind at some point. Did you ever feel like the wind was coming from above you? That there's a down vector to the air? Did you ever experience that?
No, I don't think.
Well, that's basically what the claim is, right? That gravity is having a downward vector on the air, giving the air a downward vector.
But wind is completely different.
Oh, it's wind is talking about air. If there's no wind, right, or almost no wind,
wind is being pushed by a force, so that's
sure. So if you have no wind, right, there's still air. Okay. Is it coming from above you?
You don't.
No, it's just everywhere, right?
If there's no wind, you don't really feel the air.
Right. So then, if you don't experience that, why would you assume that there's a down vector on it?
Well, because experiments have been done on it. You can color air, with help of colorants, and see it, and you can see how it reacts.
What type of gas is it?
Like what?
Well, just any air, just regular air. You can grab air. And
color air. You can put
grab air with a container.
No, you can mix in like a fog, a colored fog or something. I understand fog has a little bit.
And then what's going to go down?
What? No, you don't physically feel air going down. No.
Well, I mean, can you observe it or like demonstrate it or?
Yes, you
whatever?
can observe it. I cannot demonstrate it. No.
Well, how can you observe it then?
And I see helium going up.
Yeah, helium does go up because of density. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so you're saying contradicting statements then. So all the helium in the atmosphere should fill the vacuum of space.
Fill the vacuum.
Yeah.
It goes up into it meets its equilibrium. Yes. And
it should fill the available space.
Yeah, it's
equilibrium with what?
The equilibrium with the other air that's the same density. So yeah, helium wants to go all the way to the very top of our density gradient. Okay, So the air that we breathe on a normal basis sinks down to our level. Okay, that's where it stays. And then as you go up, that's where different densities.
I'm sorry. Can I just really? You said it sinks down to our level and stays there. So
yes.
It's coming from the sky. Is that your assertion? It's coming from the sky and then it sinks down. Because I was under the impression that most of the gas was being created at the surface level, right? We have water evaporation and photosynthesis, nitrogen cycle, etc. That's the surface level.
It comes from all
So how does it sink down from the surface?
From the clouds. I'm not saying
Right,
literally from the clouds.
No, but
all around us.
listen,
and then they
how does it
separate.
sink down? How does it sink down from above if it's coming from down, right? It doesn't make any sense because it would have to go up first to be able to go down, right? But then it's going up and you don't have it going down. So
What?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, that question.
Well, you said the air is sinking down.
Well, it's separating. The air that we breathe is more dense, so it's closer to the ground. The air air molecules, gas molecules that are dense, that are lighter, are going to go up a level, or up until it meets its equilibrium. And helium is the lightest, so it's going to go all the way up to the top until it reaches its equilibrium, and then there it stays. Okay.
How does it stay though? Because if you ever see, you can take a vacuum chamber, which is just removing all as much air pressure as you can from the vacuum chamber. And then once you open the vacuum chamber, air outside will rush in because it wants to fill the available space. So we can demonstrate time and time again. The high pressure will fill the lower pressure. So why does the helium stop then? Or the top, the lightest gas, let's say it's helium at the top, the outer layer of the atmosphere. Why does it stop there and not fill the vacuum?
Because of the gravity that couldn't keep it down at the bottom?
Sorry. I had a phone call came in right when I was trying to answer, and a phone call came in. So yeah, like I said, the helium goes to the upper part of the.
As it approaches closer and closer to the vacuum, and further away from the pole of gravity. Even though pole is not the right word, I'll say influence of gravity. So think as the helium gets further away from the influence of gravity, which is strongest at the center, and closer to the vacuum, it just stops.
Yeah. Right. Have you not read anything about this? I mean.
Oh no, I have. The outer layer is the exosphere. I know all about this, Robert. I'm asking you, how does gas just stop when it's next to a vacuum?
So what you're saying is what you're telling me is that you just imagine that all the air on Earth should just out into space. Like that's what it's supposed to.
Absolutely, because there is no physical boundary. Just like how does a vacuum chamber work, Robert? How does a vacuum chamber work?
It removes all air pressure from inside the vacuum.
It only works when it's contained.
Can I just say that that's actually wrong? That's actually completely wrong. A vacuum chamber doesn't remove all air from it. It removes most of the air. There's not a vacuum chamber on Earth that can remove all of the air.
But it has to be a chamber, right? It has to be contained, right? Or the high pressure will try to fill it. So here we have an example of high pressure. We have
to simulate a vacuum on Earth. Yes, we definitely need to construct a container in order to do so, because we can't recreate space.
Because if it's not contained, then the higher pressure will fill the vacuum. So that's why it has to be in a chamber.
Right.
So here we have a vacuum, and the gas is not contained next to it. There's no boundary. So we know it will fill the available space.
But it's not a perfect vacuum. Space is not
Doesn't
fluid.
matter. Doesn't matter.
It's pretty strong,
way
bro.
stronger,
Don't play
stronger than
games.
a vacuum chamber here on Earth.
And that's begging the question.
It's like 5 orders of magnitude beyond what they can even simulate, right? Simulating and testing things in 0.1, and what they're claiming is 0.000001.
Yeah,
There's
thank you
also,
for.
sorry, I just wanted to add this little bit because we're getting way past it, but he's still operating on the assumption that the pressure gradient is caused by gravity. When gravity has no effect on gases, it's not containing any gases or overriding the second law of thermodynamics. Otherwise, mankind couldn't breathe out while standing upright. It would be impossible. So he needs to really go back to the drawing board and look at the foundation to his beliefs. Like, you can't just assume gravity is doing stuff and then use that assumption as your proof. You need to validate it.
Well,
Because
I'm not.
the thing is, we actually live in a temperature gradient, so it's warmer down below and colder above. If you read about Charles's law, then you'll learn that gas and pressure of the gas is inversely dependent on the temperature. So having less pressure above is expected with what we have. And your assumptions on top of it don't work.
Yeah, it is expected with Charles's law, and then also if gases are produced at ground level, and I always say this to people, gases move omnidirectionally with no inward vector, no inherent inward vector. They move omnidirectionally, rapidly, upwardly. Like if I shoot a shotgun up in the air, the shotgun's actual ball bearings, as they rise in height and altitude, the proximity in which to each other will increase in distance as they gain in altitude, right? This is also an explanation as to why we have a pressure gradient. What you, sir, need to be able to show to us for your model is that the gases, once they've reached the upper layer of the atmosphere, have a way of bouncing back and creating an inward vector in order that we're able to have a pressure reading with a barometer. A barometer relies upon an inward vector of gases. The only way you have that is for gases to press on the walls of a container, inverse on themselves, and bounce back so that we're able to have an inward vector that inherently isn't there, right? That's what your model doesn't have. Even where it's
So you can have gas pressure within a container that doesn't have a like it doesn't have all four. Well, I guess that would be 6 sides. The top.
How is that possible, sir?
You're talking about liquids.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
not talking about gases.
No, I'm
or
talking about
sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah, I've just watched like 3 videos back to back about this topic, and the gentleman put gas in a tube that had no top to it, but you could still register.
Yeah, that's
a
different.
higher
That's
pressure
a
than the
continuation.
outside.
Wait there. That's constriction of gases inside of a container, right? With one exit point. If you don't continue to pour pressure into that via another container, you will not have a pressure reading.
Yeah,
so
and what was the
obviously
temperature?
gases that leave the end of a tube or start inside of a tube, they're obviously going to collide against one another and create inward vectors. But if you stop all that's said and done with the movement of any of those gases and let it equilibralize, right? What's going to happen? The pressure rating that was there is going to drop back down to 14.7 psi. Yeah. To have a stabilized pressure rating, we need containment, right? It's that simple. We need a 360 degree all-encompassing form of containment. What you're talking about is something where pressure, if I shoot out the end of a nozzle, or if I get a aerosol and I stab the side of it and then I get a pressure gauge and put it next to the aerosol, then it's going to obviously have collisional gas molecules as they expand rapidly in all directions and hit this thing. Then you're going to have pressure, but that's only until the thing that creates the high pressure gas that slips out and pours out, until that stops. That's not what we're talking about. We're on about a equilibrious phase of gas inside of a area, a volumeric area, where there's a continuation of pressure, which is what we have here on Earth, not a instantaneous or small microcosm of an effect that you can create via using two forms of containment, i.e.
So what's the go on, sorry.
Well, just i.e. using a container of high pressure to pour pressure into something that has one exit hole. That's still you controlling the flow of gas and controlling it so that it creates a form of pressure at one end. Once all is said and done, it's a trick. It's a parlor trick.
So I just want to add to this because the smaller the opening, the slower the diffusion rate, and that's all he's fucking with here. He's messing with the diffusion rate with the pipe, hillbilly blue balls, and what you will see if you try this yourself is that if you leave this pipe with this butane in it, it will eventually diffuse out of the pipe. It's not a valid container for these gases. You can take sulfur hexafluoride and put it in a bucket. It'll stay in the bucket for a little bit, but you leave it there for a week, it's not in the bucket anymore.
I got that. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
So again, we really, really do need a form of gas pressure without a container. Because remember, we live on an uncontained Earth, right? Adjacent to a 10 to the 17 negative torque vacuum, which a 10 to the 17 negative torque vacuum is extremely low pressure, right? Our high pressure would seek to fill that privation. And even the low cold gas under, Charles's law on the upper layer of the atmosphere, right? Unfortunately, what we have with there would be actually, again, an aid toward entropy again, because we would have a layer of low pressure on the upper layer of the atmosphere with a higher pressure layer below it, right? Which we would have a volumeric state of entropy, a micro volumeric state of entropy, where the higher pressure below it would seek to push up into that lower pressure circuit. And without containment, what would we have? We would have another layer above it that's even lower pressure, which would then switch. And we can even show this, and this can be demonstrated, right? We can demonstrate this by, I could get a container, I can cool one side of the top of the container, let's say it's a big bucket, right? I cool the very top of it, right? Then I heat up the bottom of it, right? Yeah, on one side, and two opposite corners of this circular drum. What will happen is the high pressure on the bottom of the container on the right, will seek to create a cyclone to fill the low pressure part at the top of there, and the rest will push down. Eventually, it will equilibralize back to the original pressure rating. But we'll have different pressure ratings inside. This is how we have gradients. Gradients can only be created inside a container in a closed system.
The pressure has to already exist for there to be a pressure gradient.
So
gas pressure has to have a container. Sorry.
So I've answered the question. Okay, I mean, obviously, it's not going to agree with it. So now I must ask, okay, if I am wrong, then what is your answer to that question? Or
the Earth
why do we have
system.
Right? So you're saying we're living in a snow globe?
No one said that.
Well, then what's the container then?
Containment could be anything.
Who cares what the container is?
Yeah, the antecedent to pressure is containment.
It's
okay,
physical.
So you can't answer the question.
It's physical, Robert. It's physical.
What is it?
And go up there to check.
What's the edge of your universe?
Same problem.
What's
Asking
at
for
the-
things only God can answer.
Yeah, what's at the edge of your universe? Tell me right now.
Your flat universe, by the way. Just remember that. The
Yeah,
Earth's a
okay,
globe.
Robert.
The
You'll never get
universe
an
you
answer.
exist in is flat.
Just let him answer. Robert, what's at the edge of your universe, bro?
I have no idea. I can't see that.
So why are you
you
asking
can't answer it?
questions that you can't answer yourself about your own paradigm? Stop it.
Well, you could have answered it like that. I have no idea. But you're like, who cares?
That's what we said.
Yeah, it doesn't
we have no
matter.
idea.
It's
We have no
regardless.
idea.
Listen,
There's
it's
a
regardless. Hold on. It's regardless of the point. The point is, if you have pressure, you have a container, period. That's second law of thermodynamics. If you have some kind of violation of the second law of thermodynamics, we would love to see it. Can you provide that?
No.
Thanks.
just important to think about because they taught you something that completely contradicts itself, and until you break it down, you don't see.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. This is the accepted answer. This is the accepted.
So what? That's an appeal to consensus.
Let him finish. If he doesn't finish, then he'll say that we didn't let him talk, and then he'll just continue the cogdiss.
Well, I mean, I just keep getting interrupted all the time. What I'm saying is, this is the explanation. This is the accepted explanation. If there is another valid explanation, I am all for it. Dude, I mean, I hope you guys don't think that I'm so closed-minded as to not think of another explanation.
No, we don't.
But unfortunately, I can't just take, YouTube's word for it and or whatever. Let there be, published papers, peer-reviewed, to the same scale as what's already out there. And if it's true, that will be the accepted science.
Yeah,
from
that's
them.
good. That's how we have you beat. Listen.
Wait there a second. Can I say one thing? We do have peer review on one point, and I'm going to let you take over, Sonny. We have peer review on one point, which is this, dude. Gas pressure cannot happen without a container. Okay, there's peer review on that for one, right? Gas pressure gradients cannot be created without a container. There's peer review on that for two, right? The second, thermodynamics is something that has been established as a natural law, has never been violated ever, not once. Okay, that's peer reviewed. Okay, just to let you know. For two, remember, we've been on this for a little bit of a small time. Everyone likes to act like the globe's been around for a very long time. It hasn't. It was taught publicly in schools less than 150 years ago. The globe hasn't stood the test of time whatsoever. We've got whistleblowers everywhere. We're right here. We've got people from NASA. I could cite two myself from NASA that will tell you that Earth is not, in fact, a globe. So again, like, dude, the information is out there, right? But we should really just go toward, something else, which would be, have you got any evidence of the fact that the Earth apparently rotates?
Evidence that the Earth rotates? Yeah, the sun and the moon going overhead.
Oh, so something moves above your head.
And the stars,
That's secondary. We need primary.
So planes just stay still in the sky, right, guys? And the Earth rotates underneath the plane.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt, but I got to say, you guys missed the purple elephant. He said he needed peer review, but I guarantee he won't be able to provide one peer review article for anything he believes. So again,
gravity.
Yep, you can't. No, what I'm saying is, if there is the accepted, the explanation for something, when there's dissent, when there is an opposite opinion. Those opinions and those.
Oh, you lost me at consent.
Those are also peer reviewed and put up against. And then
we're not listening. Listen, bro.
Hold on, wait, Sonny, watch. He did it again. He just said you need a peer review. He can't even name one. He can't even point one out. This is part of the psychosis.
You're right.
Just grab one, Rob. Yeah, just grab a peer review, show it to us. We're always watching this chat here.
Mic control, guys. Mic control, one at a time, please. Sonny's been trying to get in for a little while, I think.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought now.
Well, Sonny, he keeps saying peer review, yet he can't show us one. It's just like when they say.
Okay. You just helped me remember. Okay, so do you know what an axiom is, Robert?
Yes.
Yeah, can you tell me?
It's true. It's undeniable. It's just
irrefutable, right? Irrefutable. It's by empirical method. We prove things empirically, so there's no doubting it. It's absolute. So that has nothing to do with peer review. The gas laws are an axiom in natural law because they've never been violated. They've always done the same thing every single time.
Right, and nobody's saying that those laws are being violated.
You are.
Yeah, NASA does.
You are saying they're being violated.
Yeah, that's the whole crux of the issue, Robert.
You are saying there's gas pressure without a container that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So you need to show
gravity is the container.
Okay, good. Then you're going to have to validate gravity. I want the
course. Now I got
experiment
yeah.
from
Now I have
general
proof gravity.
relativity. Yeah, just shut up.
I know. You got your
the
whole script.
experiment from fucking shut up.
You guide me down the thing, and then boom.
Okay, I'm gonna need the experiment. You know the drill. Experiment from general relativity has to be from the paper that Einstein wrote in 1915. Has to have the hypothesis with the control variables, namely the independent control variable. We need the independent control. So you're going to show that first before you ever claim anything about gravity again in here. And
So
we're going to go
talk
right
about
back
peer
to the
review.
radius of Earth because gravity at the fundamental basis of gravity requires the Earth's radius. Period.
For it to be at the level that we exist at. Yeah, you're right, Sonny.
So I want the experiment from general relativity. That's all you got to do. It should be easy.
And he's asking you this. Why, Sonny, you're asking him this? Just so he can understand a little bit.
Yeah, and he dipped.
Yeah. Because you're asking about peer review, remember, right? So, remember, science is this power of Grayskull sword, right? The sword of Eternia, right? That they pull out. They put the word science. This is why Bill Nye, the science guy, was the guy that explained to everyone on TV the boat's disappearing behind the horizon to add validity to that claim, even though that's not a science question. Remember, the shape of the Earth has got nothing to do with science, right? But it was yet again a guy called Bill Nye, the science guy, a guy who apparently has a degree in science, who was showing you about the shape of the Earth in ways
doesn't have
by
a degree.
showing optical effects. So basically, using even he doesn't even have a degree, but again, he has the name science in his name, correct? Right?
Yeah.
So what they do is they present to you somebody that is on the pedestal of science in order to validate anything they say as such, to make it seem as if it's gone through the scientific method. This is again what you would call a dog whistle toward the scientific method. Michio Kaku, right? Someone that creates a particle collider who somehow obviously is great with his hands and does all this with 22 wires a mile while he's a poor kid. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But sorry, Abba, for swearing. But then goes on. then goes on to do what? Theoretical space physics. Why would they have Harvard give him a scholarship, right, based upon his amazing work, right, guys, on actual practical work of creating a particle collider that apparently actually created antimatter, right? But then he goes into something that's immaterial. He goes into the theoretical. We have Ted Brzezinski. Again, the Unabomber. Someone who's meant to be an intellectual, an IQ of 178, right? Picked out scholarship for Harvard. Somehow comes out of it after being taught by Andrew Murray, the guy who created MK Ultra, the guy that was involved in the torture techniques and psychological torture techniques used by CIA black sites. He was implicated into a system where they used the data they used from him, from his lectures, and shooting down his ideas in order to make him into a violent psychopath, right? So that he could be the cult hood face figure of the hippie movement as to add a violent face to libertarianism, right? Again, we have him implicated in as an intellectual, comes out as a violent non-intellectual, apparently in the eyes of everybody else. That's why they chose him with his country's accent, etc., even though he's brilliantly and smart, and you read his manifesto, you won't disagree with a word that it says. Point being, we see a pattern here, right? We see people that are great with their hands, Michio Kaku, apparently great with their hands, going into theoretical after he shows that he has an aptitude for practical. Then we see the intellectual turn into the violent man. Then we see Bill Nye, the science guy, teaching something that's got nothing to do with science. There's a pattern here. What's the pattern? They're all media people, right? They're all people that were utilized by the media for various agendas. I could teach you 20 that to do with Ted Brzezinski. I could teach you 20 to do with Michio Kaku. I could teach you 20 to do with Bill Nye, the science guy, right? Some unassuming to the fact that they were being used by media, some not so much, right? Remember that the antecedent relationship to the laws written for the Patriot Act were all created under the thing that happened under the Unabomber, being that Ted Brzezinski guy, with all of the mail laws that were changed and everything that was changed due to his apparent terrorism, right? That was allowed to carry on over 20 years, even though a language expert picked him out within the first 2 years of his escapade. the FBI decided to leave that, and the FBI's size expanded by 62% over those 20 years, based upon them receiving mass amounts of money from the government in order to find him, right? So we have these people that were selectively cultivated, and in the same time, remember, he created a care package under the ways of Andrew Murray, using the data gathered in Harvard by them testing him psychologically and pushing him to the bounds of the psyche so that they could create a care package. Guess what? How much money has America made just from what they learned from MK Ultra and from the psychological torture techniques used on the black sites? Well, one incident in Libya, they tortured a man and they actually received over $250 million in cash. Another instance where they received over $400 million in cash through those torture techniques. Another instance where they received $1.2 billion in cash. Another instance where they received intellectual property and value in the estimation of $8.9 billion. Meaning, you know, plans and stuff like that for different forms of energy and different inventions. All via these black sites, via these torture techniques from Ted Brzezinski, the same guy that they managed to make many of the antecedent laws that would allow for something like the Patriot Act to come in place after the towers. So you have to realise, these people such as Michio Kaku, again, who went into what he went into, right? Think about it, guys. The opposite of what he was really interested in as a child, given a scholarship, right? You've got to really think about these things. There's a reason why people are going into the opposite of what that was, what they were interested in. There's a massive reason why. Rediversion of the brain. Rediversion into the, fanciful. Media loves to utilize these types of characters for the revolving door that is between science and politics. That's why it's become a cult, because this cult pays. We had a PhD who proved to me pretty much in his words he was a PhD in theoretical astrophysics, and he admitted to me the revolving door of how labs gain their money. This happened between me and Elijah. We had a conversation with the guy who was a bit inebriated. He hasn't been back since. He probably realised the fucking shit that he said could have got him sacked. But, again, it did happen. It's live streamed. I'm just saying, you got to think about these things, guys. It's like so obvious what's going on, to me anyway.
You're crazy. Trust your government.
When you can pin down all of these things, like the underpants bomber, for instance, right, to every single electronic scanning device inside of every single one of your guys' airports, yeah? And then the guy that passed the bill was given $540 million when he was put on the board of the company that created the only device that was able to fulfill the job needed in order after he pushed it through and ratified the bill, right? And he's given that amount. That's a revolving door in action again. Remember, it's like all of this stuff is cultivated, and it's cultivated for a reason, to a means to create money, right? And you see this time and time again, right? And it's the same with people like Bill the Science Guy, right? You know, it's always the same thing. It's the same with this Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson came out at the exact same time. He started to gain pace when? He's like a media mogul, right? He is the priesthood class. That's why he wears the sun on his little vest. He came out at just the right time. He came out to combat people such as Eric DeBay. He came out to combat people such as me, you, yourself, Sonny, Exo, you know, Lou, Battlemod, Indio, all of these guys. All of us, Gemsy, every one of us, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor. He's a science explainer. Brian Cox. These people started to gain momentum because of what we do. We legitimize their positions because now we have to have people to explain the opposite of that which we are exposing. They have to then create things called the myth of methodology. The myth of the scientific method itself. They say it's reductive and redundant. Reductive, yes, sir. Well done. Something is reductive because we're trying to, denote cause and effect? Yeah. Well done. It's reductive. That's the whole point in it. You decided the terms. We're keeping the terms how they are. You don't like it? Unlucky. We're going to keep sticking to it. I'm sorry that I have to keep doing this like quick rattling off thing, guys. Wits is not around at the minute, so I have to fulfill the job for him while he's not here.
I like it. I just sit back and take the download. when Crack's on. I
Yeah,
like it.
I
Crack.
prefer it when Wiz is too, so that I don't have to do it.
No, I like
Are
it.
you on
Man.
crack?
Good job.
Who just said that?
It's probably Gemsy.
Nah, it was.
Yeah.
You can check the live stream, Crack. I'm almost positive it was Creation Bear, but definitely double check it.
Creation Bear, stop saying stuff like that because it's actually
Shots
starting
fired.
to piss me off.
Yeah, it was him. It was him.
It is starting to annoy me a little bit because, you know, it casts aspersions on my character, and my name, though it does have Crack in it, was given to me when I was 14 years old, guys, right? You know?
Crack, I didn't say
It
that,
rhymes
bro. Chalice, I'm coming after you, dog.
No. I
doesn't matter who
not
said
say
it.
double check.
Doesn't matter who said
I
it.
saw somebody light up in the C range.
It doesn't matter who said it. I don't care because it's.
It was me. It was me.
Yeah,
bro.
it was Gemsy.
I'm just asking that people please refrain from doing so because, again, anything that they can use, right?
All right, do you eat
Against
candy
us.
or no?
This is my
shut
own
us
argument.
down, boys.
It's my own argument that's against Globers, right? Is this. We're not the mainstream, so we're arguing from a place of incredulity, basically. We're arguing from the place of we are yet to prove ourselves as something that is what? Mainstream. We're yet to be the mainstream, so therefore anyone that's arguing from the mainstream already believes that they have got it nailed. Meaning that they're basically arguing against people they believe are infinitesimally small, that are meaningless, that are harmless to their cause. Yet they still argue with us. Okay? They either believe we're a threat, or they're arguing because they love the dopamine hits that they receive, thus they are crackheads. Okay? That's the argument right there as well. But, again, guys, continue.
Yeah, probably right on both accounts, I would say, Crack Villain. Yep.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah.
I think you guys have the 3 points down so well that they're not even bothered. Like it's logical in their own minds, so they have to immediately revert right to, well, Daddy said, so forget it. La 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 la.
Yeah.
I think that's the next big point. You need the 3 points plus the stop trusting your government as a fourth point.
Pointing it out as a logical fallacy that it is. Yep.
There's another
It's-
VC verified in here, Matthews. I can't say it. Y'all go ahead.
You did a good job, Matthews. Perfect. Hey, Matthews, are you able to speak? You are not muted. You're only muted on your end. Am I coming in? Am I coming in all right?
Yep.
You're
so
loud and clear.
Okay, good. Tell me if I get too close. Sometimes I'm leaning in.
Tours, you want to unmute yourself and just say hi? I know you're live. So we know you're not one of those agents here just collecting.
Little trick there, Sonny, with your microphone, yeah? So wherever it is, right, it's going to pick up your voice no matter what, right? So have it offset and canted slightly, yeah? So that the actual, like this, like now I'm talking into my microphone,
So
the
off
air
center.
jet.
Yeah, I have it off center. I agree. Yeah, probably.
So the
sounds
air
better.
jet basically never touches it, and then you'll be fine. Like as long as the air jet never touches it, it won't set off the actual the actual diaphragm in there, the compressor. So then you got
Right.
snowball, right? As long as that doesn't happen, it won't set off the compressor, and then it will be great.
So right now
even
it's
if
about,
the noise level.
So right now it's about a foot and a half away and 6 inches to the right. So it
But
probably
yeah,
sounds
so even if you get close to it and you're like shouting past it, almost,
Right.
you can be loud, but like it's not going to set off the compressor. So like it'll be loud to us, right? And then you can speak over people and shit, which is great. But like, test it out a sec. Just test it out a sec because like you got a good mic. So but yeah, like you'll be able to do that, but it won't sound bad.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so it doesn't like sound bad. It's still audible, so that's all that matters. Sounds great. And I'm sorry for taking over the cadence and the rhythm of the whole conversation there, guys. I'm just a little
No,
bit
it's
on
all right.
one.
It's actually all
You
right.
you just scared my tourist out of here, Crack. Good job. I'm just messing with you.
We have Blaze, the Nazarene. Don't see you in here that often. Hi. Oh, I don't hear you either.
Blaze is OG.
You're lit up. I know, but you're lit up, but nothing's coming out there. I don't know. Blaze has got a broken mic, I guess. Sorry. And I wanted to thank Martoth for stepping in with that person too. Oh, it looks. Oh yeah, you're there. Okay. Yeah, that was a good job. All of you, Mrs. Gets It. Oh, she left too. Yeah. I wanted to tell Witsit sorry I missed him when he was down here, but I only had not even 1 day notice that he was going to be here, so like, there's no way. If I had known, I would have made it up there. It's like 10 or 12 miles away where he was from where I am. It's like a whole day ride for me, or an uncomfortable couple hours on a bus, which sucks.
Yeah, he was on a pier near the beach somewhere down there.
Yeah, I know exactly where he was.
Was that Mission Beach? I was just there for a quiet
Yeah, he was in Mission Beach. Pacific Beach, I guess you could say. Well, no, it's Mission because it's down there by where the wave house is. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he had his camera set up catching the sunset.
Beautiful.
And you could actually see the sun change size even in his video.
I know.
Anyway.
Isn't that a
Fake
beautiful
video?
It's a beautiful stretch of ocean, man. Wow, it's like amazing. He had a really good day too. I got a screenshot from his video. Hold on. Put it in there just a little while ago. Where'd it go?
Did you see him in Santa Monica last night, though? I think it was Santa Monica.
Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara.
Yeah, he went all the way up. That's like he was in San Diego, and then he went all the way 200 miles north, all the way back up to Santa Barbara, which they had just passed on the way from north to south. I didn't know they were coming down. Like for last I heard, they were up around Seattle. Where were they? Yeah, they were.
Anyway,
they were in Seattle area, and then they were coming down. And then that's last.
Anyway, last night he had like two gender neutral people harassing him, trying to block his camera and stuff. It was kind of funny.
Oh, is that what was going on?
I can't tell what they were. I don't know what they were. Anyway,
mentally ill.
They had a jacket on that said "Wear your mask" in big letters. So that should tell you all you need to know about them. Yeah.
Yeah, they were totally random people.
Yeah, those kind of people are on meth too, also sometimes. I'm just saying. Or other kinds of globe mind control. Which is where all the drug addiction comes from. It wouldn't be there unless it was provided. And look at that. Look at the light from the sun traveling all the way across the water.
Could I get a mic check from somebody?
All good,
Yeah.
crack.
Yeah, you're good.
Good, buddy.
You're
All
good,
good here,
Craig.
man.
What do I sound like though?
Sound perfect.
You sound very clear.
Yeah.
Like an
What about
God,
now?
English dude.
What about
A bit sharper.
what about now? No bit sharper.
Sounds
Yeah,
good,
a
buddy.
bit sharper, yeah.
Still good.
All right, sweet. I'll turn the mic boost on. That's because my computer's laggy, so I can't see it like that.
And it
Well,
just
now-
died.
It just
Yeah,
It
it just went to shit. Whatever you just did went to shit.
How about now?
yeah,
It's
good
better
again.
now.
Yeah, the leads keep pushing and slipping out and shit. It's an old laptop, that's all.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
This is
It's okay now, though? Okay, sweet.
That's funny that Robert I asked him to tell us what axiom was, and he did. And it says that means it's something that's definite. There's no questioning it. Then he left.
I think irrefutable is the word he used.
Yeah. And so the ball earthers can't get into a position where they have to adhere or even allow definites, irrefutable things, right? They can't allow that to happen. They lose immediately.
the argument requires doublespeak, so they need a malleable playing field. Otherwise, they can't compete.
Yeah. Is that the green flash in that one? Let me see that. Whoa, check it out, a little tiny dot. Wait a minute. Is that the sun where that dot is? Wow.
You mean on the water there?
Yeah, or is that a reflection of a boat or something?
Looks like, yeah, it looks like maybe it's just a wave cap or something reflecting. I don't know, but you can see
Probably
where
a boat.
the sun
It's pretty bright. It's probably a boat. Yeah. Pretty bright. But that video actually, there's a lot of good screenshots of the sun and where he is at that location, that whole 2 hours or whatever. Some great shots.
Obviously, the sun appears to change angle as we look at it through the attenuating atmosphere, as the light attenuates through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Whether or not the actual size of the sun or moon actually changes, though, guys, is something that we need to be a little bit careful on, I think, because, using solar filters and all of the rest of it,
Well,
it's
yeah.
not something that.
Yeah, because if you have a magnification effect of something, a light source, let's say, let's just take it theoretical. So if you have a light source that's going through a medium and this light source is moving and possibly as it moves away, it possibly could be even changing its elevation as well, changing the distance, going through a thicker medium as it approaches the vanishing point, right?
And it's in line with you as well, the sun, so it's creating a direct a direct line of sight to the light itself, meaning that there are hot columns of air of excited gas particles bouncing around with air moisture inside of that being inculcated. So that in and of itself is going to create a magnificational effect.
Yeah. There's all kinds of effects. So I've never seen a glober present any information on any of the effects of the medium that are magnification effects.
Well, I always say, what does it really matter? Because they can't really prove the size of the sun itself, for one.
No.
To even claim that it doesn't change size. For
Yeah.
two, it doesn't really mean shit. For three, they even claim themselves that it has solar flares, right? Which would mean effectively that it would have to swell and get bigger or smaller and contract and decontract, right? In order for it to have a flare, that would mean a change in size in and of itself, in actual size, right? Or have I just misinterpreted?
I think you're spot on. It's totally irrelevant to the shape of the Earth anyway, right?
Kind of the way I see it, yeah.
You know, I have a friend that was filming Jupiter, and you can see the freaking whatever they call those things going around them. I'm like, holy crap! I couldn't believe that he was able to focus in on Jupiter with the moons, the supposed moons. We don't know if they're moons. Whatever they are around them, there's some kind of objects around it.
We've seen Boofu's one. They're amazing.
Layla cracks me up with the name changes. She's gassy now. Looks like all crazy globe deniers in here, so back to you guys, whoever wants to talk next.
Yeah, I just got to say something, Sonny, because again, this is the same problem that we've talked about many times, but I'm really having a hard time with this. And maybe somebody in the chat, I don't know, Creation Bear or Flat Flobe or 444 the truth in the chat, please tell me why these people think flat earthers are gods. Because they think you guys are gods. They're asking you questions only a god can answer. What's underneath the earth, how volcanoes work, what's the sun. They literally think you guys are gods, and I'm trying to find out why. Does anybody know?
Well, because we know there's a creator, so they probably are without saying it.
Well, now they worship you because they're asking you questions only the creator can answer. So they worship you guys, and I'm trying to figure out why. I just don't get it.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good question, XO. We'll never know.
Here, I'll give my 2 cents on this. I think it's because we have access to knowledge that they don't. They know it.
But
they'll never admit it though. They'll never admit it, EXO. They'll never ever admit it.
Here's the point. Only flat earthers are asked this questions, and here's the crazy part. It's not just atheists, right? All of a sudden, now the Bible believer that claims he believes in God is now calling you God. That's what this is literally doing to these people. If they ask you how the sun works, they're assuming that you are God. And that's how stupid people have become because of this religion. That's the dangers of this thing. But I know that's the thing is that we get sick of not having a conversation. So we try to answer them, right? And we let that fish go all the way out into the field and we can't find it now. Send the dogs out.
Hey, so my take on it is, at least for the non-believers, would be that they've always been told, they've always been given an answer, right? Like that human knowledge is sort of like, basically like us as humans know almost everything, right? There's always an answer from the beginning, the Big Bang, like what cells are made of, how things work, gravity, blah, blah, blah. So when you're presenting them with this idea of flat Earth, then all of a sudden there's this gap of like they have to have something there, you know? So I don't know. That's how I see it. It's kind of like when you
Mm-hmm.
break up with somebody and you're feeling like
Yeah.
your heart is empty. You know, you need to fill it with something, and you just go
There
looking
you go.
for.
That's
Yeah,
right. It
something like
sucks
that.
the life out of their hearts. You just nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Their hearts become a tin can and it gets
Mm-hmm.
crushed, and now they're looking for a tire pump. Yep.
Mm-hmm. They don't understand why all the blank spaces can't be filled in because they've been told that that everything was figured out, every last detail.
Right. Now here's what I have to say, and again, um Lulu's absolutely right. Here's the thing. That's the whole point in the first place. Like when they say model, that's the whole point. The model is the problem. Anybody that needs a model to understand reality, you're not getting it. You're not getting any of it. If you need a model, you're still brain dead. You're admitting you're brain dead. If you say, well, tell me how the sun works, you're not getting it. That's the point. They lied to you. I'm not a psychopathic mass murdering liar like your government. So I'm not going to replace the fairy tale with a new one. That's the point. I'm trying to tell you to stop believing men. So asking me to now explain something to you is again, you're now removing your previous gods and now you're putting me up to be your god, literally. Frightening, just like the guy earlier. What's the firmament made out of? Oh no, what's the barrier made? What's the container made out of? I'm not God, bro. That's the point here. If we're not even allowed, we can't even go to the Grand Canyon. I can't even go to these islands that are just off the coast of Florida. We can't even go to the Arctic Circle, but I should be able to tell you what the firmament's made out of? Brain dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Exo, that's exactly what I was about to say. That guy, Robert, it's weird how they do hide behind these impossible questions. And usually when you ask a question, you generally, like, if you're going to ask someone a question, you should know the answer, right? So it's funny that they hide behind these impossible questions. Well, what's the firmament made of? And we immediately turned around on him and said, well, where's the edge of your space? And what did he say? Well, I couldn't. How would I know that? So why do you feel so confident asking that same question? Goofball.
Well, that's kind of the point, right? Is that, again, like, these people need this Muppet vision, this orthographical view, right? And it's because they don't have a what you would call a perspective change in bone in their body, meaning they're not able to remove themselves from the situation they're in and place a perspective of their vision from a different place. This is akin effectively to somebody in a video game, right, where they're being sniped at, not being able to take themselves out of the body of the character they're in and putting it to where they see the potential bullets go over the back of their shoulder, right? And then walk in front of a tree so that it would block, let's say, the fire of that thing, right? Some people don't have this skill, and I've seen this in kids playing games where they're running away and they just serpentine randomly in an open field, and there's a tree to their right. And I can clearly tell because there are arrows that show the directionality on the map of the fire. I'm like, well, you are obviously not able to take yourself into an orthographical view. Just put yourself in the position of the very man shooting at you, aim down his sights and look at yourself in an instant, right? And then thus, in doing so, look at the line of sight he has and where he could see and where he couldn't see by taking the whole picture of the image in view. This is why these types of people that don't have this body, this muscle in their body to exercise, right? That is why they look to people like NASA in order to explain the very skill they are missing. That's why a lot of us are very like-minded. That's why a lot of us are good at music and stuff like this, because it's obvious that certain types of people and certain ways of thinking are interlinked, right? You know, they would say that it's because, oh, you're a bunch of retards, but then, well, retards don't produce fruit, okay? Retards don't produce things of skill that can be appreciated by society, right? So that cannot be the reason, right? And then again, it also doesn't produce things such as, like I said, the ability to orthographically move ourselves to positions that would actually allow ourselves to save our lives in terms of incoming fire and being able to put ourselves in front of hard cover versus serpentining randomly in a field, right? These are skills, effectively, that are classified under the realm of useful and also things that would make you competent as a human being. The moment that we stop experiencing and, expressing skills that would make us competent human beings, then maybe they could suggest the idea that we're crazy and that we're dumb. But until that point, they can shut up.
Completely agree.
I'll cut them off at the legs, Crack, because if somebody wants to talk about something else, I'll just say, great. If I prove that, is now we know that this other thing is this, and they're going to say no. They never concede. Not once in 7 years have any of these psychopaths ever said, oh yeah, if you can actually answer the question I asked, then we'll revert back to what we can prove. No. They will find a new reason to hide. They're just asking that to hide from what we can prove. And that's why it's such an insane religion. Again, this is all evolution. People don't realize it. The globe religion is evolution. Some people believe in half of evolution. Some people believe in 100%. But that's all this is. And once they make a claim, ask them, great. Okay, if I satisfy this claim, we're good to go. No, they will hide from it every time.
Well, people forget about the tangents that they've locked themselves into, EXO. Which is that when you come from a Big Bang, an ever-expanding universe, or into these things that make balls in the sky, that from that point, obviously, if everything comes from hydrogen, then there must be naturally a way of humans, matter, people, intelligence, coming from hydrogen, nothingness. So you then first have to do what? You have to create a means in a story in which that we would come from hydrogen, from a Big Bang, into something like we are now. They've locked themselves in with these axioms, effectively, and then they have to draw tangent lines to stories.
That's right.
So you're
And
correct.
again, they watch it on TV. They've seen it on TV. And again, remember, they won't tell you where they get the information from. I mean, my favorite thing to do is just tell me where you got your information from. I can't get an answer because once they do, they're in big trouble because it's usually some weird mysticism garbage, or George Lemaitre, right? We can't even make a claim. So they'll hide from their own claim and they'll ask you about things nobody can prove so that they can, again, justify them. That's all they're doing. When they're these types of people, their whole job is to hide from truth. Before this flat earth conversation existed 10 years ago, they would always, of course, do the same thing to Christians, with the evolution conversation. Nothing's changed. It's the same psychosis, hiding from what we can prove or claiming, just like evolution, the globe earth. Well, it only looks flat because it's a ball. Well, yeah, it stayed the same because evolution. Same demonic possession. Sorry for the politically incorrect term. It's the literal same excuse. You can't make it up.
Well, I think me and EXO were involved in the evolutionary debate way before we were the flat earth one. When I've been involved in my whole life.
Over a decade ago.
Yeah, exactly. I think it really goes in the way that me and you both speak, but I try and rein it back a little bit sometimes, but it's hard to not let it drip out, right? Because it's so interconnected and interwoven. That's why we share DMs so often, like, you know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot that we wish we could say at times that, obviously if we did say, would probably, put them into a position where they're instantly like, oh, they're appealing to God, something I don't believe in. For me, obviously, this is all about me removing the authority they believe in now by destroying it with that authority in order that they eventually will accept the original authority. That's my main objective.
I just, there's always a different solution to every problem, right? A lot of times we know this. Sometimes it's a hindsight 2020 thing, right? After you're talking to this person for 20 minutes, well, gee golly whiz, I probably shouldn't have tried to answer his stupid question because it turns out that he's actually this crazy. And even though I gave him an answer, he's not satisfied. Now we're just going down the weeds here, throwing fishes to the dogs and getting lost in the jungles, right? We're just literally walking all the way away from what the topic is. And we allow this because we're trying to appease these people, right? Because they don't know what they're doing. They don't have the slightest clue. But in public, it's very different, right? But these people have no business discussing this topic, right? If they think they come from monkeys, we got a bigger problem we got to handle first before we start talking about straight lines, because they already can't believe in straight lines, right? So I always just try to back it up to like, what's the real problem here? Where's the root of this issue? Because it's not the sun. The sun didn't do this to you. No, don't show me on the doll where the sun hurt you. This has nothing to do with the sun, moon, and the stars. This has to do with your television upbringing. So let's start there.
Then that conversation's going to go through the whole conspiracy topic. So what you're essentially arguing with is science, conspiracies, and religion. And you got to find that little medium in the middle. And it's going to be based on the individual you're arguing with.
Exactly right. And that's why obviously when it comes to this channel though, obviously it is centered around this topic. However, in public, you know, sometimes you got to go, oh, wait a minute, let's back away because you're not ready for that part of this conversation. And it's just that simple. Just like if you're talking to I just have to use the example, the Bible believers or whatever, someone's a Bible preacher and you're talking to them, you obviously don't have to worry about evolution, but you might want to start there just to point out, we already know they're lying about this, right? Okay, you don't believe in that, right? Okay, great. Yeah, you know they're lying. Great. Well, let's move on. So I already established the fact that they're being lied to. So then 2 minutes later, they're going to say, why would they lie? And all I got, well, you just told me they were lying. What do you mean, why would they lie? So there's just, tactics are always 1,000 times more fruitful than skill. I could have all the skill in the world, but if I don't use the right technique, the technique always outweighs the skill. It'll never be close. And I use that example because about 3 weeks ago, I came across a Bible teacher. And of course, it took me 30 seconds for that guy to say, well, you can't take the Bible literally all the time. You know what I mean? So right away, I knew that I hit the mark. I got the bullseye. Like I just went right for obviously the Bible. And the guy that just told me he's a Bible teacher is now running away from the Bible. I mean, that just answered everything. Conversation over.
Exactly. And whenever I'm talking about it with my family, because they're all Pentecostals, they start getting on the topic of, well, are you dealing with this in the proper hermeneutics? And I'm like, all right. Well, if it says what it says, how are you going to make it not say what it is? And then I'll bring up well, it's not supposed to be up for private interpretation. And then, well, the next argument for that was, well, the verse itself says it's about prophecy. So then I go and talk about a prophecy that says, well, it's using the breadth, and the breadth is actually the word where we come from, plateaus, and which is where we get plateau. And then they're like, oh, you can't do that. And then I'm like, how does God say don't have idols from the water below, beneath the earth, right? If God was actually building a globe and he wanted to say the water's below the earth, he would say in the earth, because that's where they would technically be. Unless there's this off globe section of space where water just exists underneath it, then you'd have to identify which side of the globe is the top. And you can't do that.
Absolutely. The reason that verse is so important, I mean, for a dozen reasons, it's one of the most powerful, but Exodus 24, you shall not make any graven images unto you in the heaven of anything. First, it says of anything in the heavens above or the earth beneath or the water underneath the earth. It's literally one of the most powerful, hate to use the term, flat earth biblical verses, because it's giving you levels, level, heaven, earth, water. That's one of the most powerful. Here's the point. They can't understand it. They literally can absolutely not understand that entire verse. That's the point. Spoken on the mountain by the Father himself, so it's probably a big deal. I would be careful to say, why does it matter? I won't mention any names. Someone a few weeks ago here that claims that they believe a certain book said what God had to talk to those people back then that way because they weren't smart like people today. Which, of course, to me is the exact opposite. I would say people back then that didn't need Walmart are probably more advanced than me, to be honest with you. I don't know. That's my claim. Maybe I'm crazy. They knew which worker ants were female. or the fact that worker ants are female. Find a person on the street today that's found that out on his or her own.
1 second. Exit. How does this sound?
It's a little cracky. I mean, it's literally like your mic's cracking. Is that what you're talking about?
Plug in this mic, see if it would work at all in this way, but it doesn't this one.
It's more staticky.
Yeah, that one
But
sucks.
kind of
right?
audio. Yeah, no, I was just checking up a setup, that was all. Don't worry.
It's static. Is that how you say it? Static.
It's erratic, static. You might find it in my attic.
So then, how would you say accent?
Accent.
I can dig it.
We only drop the T's when the T's are at the end, not in the middle, not at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crack says accent, just like I do. Accent. We were looking at Lunatic's drone video, and that drone was static.
Hey, so are accents in England based on region, kind of like American English is based on region? Like you got,
Yeah, it is, but just way, 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 way more dramatic. I'm going to use the setup just for now because I want to be able to hear you guys while I'm walking around. That's all. It will be a little bit static.
Yours, boy, yours. Your accents is right daft sometimes.
But literally, you could go like 1 mile down the road from me right now, yeah, and you'll hear people talking exactly how I'm talking right now, boy. You know what I mean? So like accents here in England, they can change. You know what I mean? They could change from this to this to that. You know what I mean? Over
From one black
speed,
one black to another. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Sure, now you're only just gone 30 miles across the sea there, Crackbill, you're in Ireland now, are you not?
I are in Ireland now, but you know what I mean? Wait there 1 second. No one talk while I'm talking because the speaker, and you'll hear it reverb back out very loud. But what I do if he is this, yeah, you know, is that I could turn around and say, you know, I could turn around and just say, so let's go a little bit of scouse on this one, you know what I mean? Like, so, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, fucking just walking down the street, like, and I'm just seeing this glass just looking like,
yeah.
Yeah, pull me glove up, Crack. Pull me glove up.
How's it going, La? How's it going? How are you getting on now, La? You finished your work?
I've got lots of work on today, lach. You know what I mean? Like,
to pull up your knickers, laddie.
Hey, Crack Villain, where's Tommy Broomy? I gotta ask him if he can pull me glove up.
Oh, if you ask fucking Tommy Brummy, oh, you wanna see what a Brum accent is, this, mate? You know what I mean? Like, the thing with the Brum accent is that I can't fucking do it right now. I'm through too many.
Yeah, pull me glove up.
Birmingham's a funny accent.
Right, Birmingham accent.
Birmingham?
Right? Listen, wait there 1 second a minute, lads, you know what I mean? So, the thing is with the Birmingham accent is that it's effectively a little bit like, you know, going down to pub and stuff like that with your lads and your mates, you know.
Super Cockney, is that what you're trying to say? It's like hyper Cockneyism.
If you're gonna listen, if you're gonna talk like a Cockney geezer, the thing with the Cockney geezer thing is that you've got to have a little bit of the Cockney rhyme and slang in between it as well. You know, I mean, dog on the phone, all of myself, Ruby Murray, get up the apple and pears, you know, to the ball and chain. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Isn't that what they sound like in Birmingham, though? Don't they sound like Cockney? Like another version of Cockney?
No.
It all sounds to me just like a mental condition.
In Birmingham, people sound like this.
I didn't hear anything.
In
Was that
Birmingham,
purposeful?
people
Was
think
that?
like this.
In Birmingham.
I didn't hear anything again.
Wait there. So in Birmingham, so like,
Birmingham.
so, yeah, Birmingham people sound a little bit like, it's hard for me to do, right? Because I fucking got the Scottish guy there, fucking trying to fucking speak Birmingham accent at the same time. So for me, it's like, lad, you know what I mean? I might as well just fucking turn Scottish, and you know what I mean? Say,
Master Chief, your lights on.
Gonna no do that. Just gonna no do that.
you can't do that, mate. I know what you're saying, mate. You bald-jawed bastard, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I had no idea either, Crack, yeah.
In Scotland, the request for someone to please stop doing something is gonna no do that.
Gonna no do that today, pal. Right? That's me and Green.
Gun is not a dagger, you said?
No,
Gun is not a dagger.
No do that. It's going to not do that, or would you kindly not do that? As in, gonna no do that.
Don't do that.
I haven't no way of acquiescing your request, mate. I mean, mate.
Oh, don't do that because I have a gun and a dagger.
Don't even do that. Don't even do that.
Can someone translate what old dude just said? Because I didn't catch
Yeah,
that.
he said don't even do that.
He said don't do that because he has
No.
a gun and a dagger.
No, I wanted to hear that translation, old dude.
In Glaswegian Scots, Bros Scots from the West Coast, if you're asking someone to please refrain from doing what they're doing because it is highly annoying, the phrase would be "gonna no day that."
Donnie, no. Or go. Donnie go.
No.
Donnie, no.
N-O.
Donnie, no.
Going to not do that. Gonna no
Donnie,
day that.
no. Do that. Do that. Don't know how to do that.
You're messing it all up, dude.
I think I would still understand if someone said that. I'd be like, okay.
That sounds like a sexual disease. I'm sorry, all day, but it does.
Old dude, can you type it out in the chat? Oh, someone did. It's one of my favorite parts about being in the server. You get to learn about stuff like this. Isn't that right, Dave? We don't talk like that over here.
Hell no. It's amazing to me how such a tiny little island has so many different dialects in it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre. I mean, I hear it in American, but you guys are like thousands of miles apart sometimes. But we're only like 30, 40, 50, 100 miles, maybe 300, 400 apart. It's bizarre.
It sure does add a lot of flavor.
Is using a fake accent, or do they somewhat sound relatable? If I'm making sense.
Yeah, I hear the difference from east to west coast. Some of the deep south accent is hard to get, but yeah, and the Canadian accent is hard to get too.
When I worked with the public a lot in the hospital where I used to work, I really could learn. I learned the different accents quite well, so I could tell the difference between someone from Scotland or London or Australia or South Africa. But when I, don't speak to a lot of people like that, then you kind of can lose some of it. But yeah, here's a great place to pick all that back up. I even understand crack filling.
How do you do it, Sonny? Because I don't get half of what he's saying.
Are you serious?
Just kidding. I get it.
You're just kidding.
Gemsy, no one gets your jokes, bro.
I know.
I always get your jokes, Gemsy. Don't worry.
I get most of his jokes, actually.
Except for the last one.
Yeah.
I speak fluent troll. I laugh at everything Jamesy says.
What?
¿Qué? ¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué? ¿Qué dijo?
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué pasa, calabaza?
Jemsy, you remind me of my NCO when I was in the Army because he was from Puerto Rico and his last name was Magnucci. And
Minucci.
yeah,
That's funny.
whenever I hear your voice, when you're talking, I hear my sergeant talking.
When I speak and I'm done, you gotta say, yes, sir, yes, sir.
no, sergeant for NCOs. He's not making the big buck. You know, in the Army, they officers, which are commissioned officers, and then you got your sergeants who are not commissioned officers, right? But everybody gets the same paycheck every 1st and the 15th without fail. And we had so many talks with our NCOs, like, how is this working? If we're getting the same paycheck, every paycheck, yet we're not commissioned. And they're like, exactly. And we're like, all right, so if I work more, I'm getting paid less. And they're like, exactly. So then why am I doing anything?
You can't do that, mate, you know what I mean? This is fucking completely out of fucking on, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
That's completely fucking, you can't do that, mate. Not to your subordinates. No. Well, not to your subordinates, but just, again, you can't do that across the lane, you know what I mean? This makes no absolute sense.
Hey, Crack, so is it 8 o'clock at night there or 9?
9.
9. It is 9.
Yeah.
Exactly 8 hours difference.
Me and old dude could have a conversation between each other right now that none of you would be able to understand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's probably true.
You think they want to bet on that one, mate?
Gone down to the circle and I'll meet you there.
I'm not in your set, I'll meet you at.
Okay, I think I'll be there too.
I'll meet you at the circle, We'll get a pay.
A pint? Oh, okay, good.
No, not a pint.
Oh.
And an ingin Brady, and a Brady and an ingin and all.
I bet they won't understand this one. Why don't you just shut the fuck up, you bold George bastard?
I'm gonna need you to.
They need to just shut the fuck up. They're something is.
Your balls to your jaw, bastard, you.
Oh shoot!
I heard Boy George.
Yep, Boy George.
You look
Boy
like
George,
Boy George
bastard.
with it.
It
You
means
look
you're
like Boy.
talking a lot of rubbish.
You look
Basically,
like
you're
Boy.
talking a
You
lot
look
of
like Boy
rubbish.
George's bastard. I'm sorry.
Well, ball to the jaw, bastard would be a bit like ball to Boy George, wouldn't it? Because I guess he took many a ball to the jaw, so.
Shoot.
I'm gonna be PC here, and that's a double team reference.
Cut the shit, just never cutting the shit. It's hilarious.
Jamesy, say hello to my little friend for me.
What was that? I'm sorry?
Do me a favour and say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend. My little friend. Huh.
Yeah, I love that.
Sounded authentic.
Say hello to my little friend.
To my little. Say hello to my little.
We need Sasha
do a
to
good-
sing.
I do a good brick top. Do you know what? Do you know what a nemesis is?
Yeah, like an anti something.
Maya, say hello to my little friend.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, my little friend.
Hello.
Hola, bonita, chiquita.
Buenas tardes. ¿Cómo está?
Jemsy, your wife. Yeah? Is she mucho guapa?
Mucho guapa, muy bonita, muy linda.
Muy bonita, yeah.
Está bien. Muy bien.
Is she,
No bueno, no bueno.
Sí, bueno.
is she mucho negrita?
Mucho bonita.
Mucho bonita, but no negrita.
Really? Ah. Did not know that. I really have a chicken negrita.
Phone skin, but no,
Ni
not
nada.
dog.
Chamsy, ¿cómo es tu lunche?
¿Cómo
¿Tú
es que?
quieres Taco Bell? ¿Tú quieres Taco Bell?
¿Quieres Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Sí.
Taco Bell.
Did everyone know that? That means that Jemsy's got a white. Huh? Jemsy's girlfriend's white. Do you know that, guys?
Yo quiero or tú quieres?
¿Tú quieres? ¿Tú quiero?
Negrita.
Me estoy esperando.
What's for lunch? You're gonna make me hungry.
Denti.
What's for lunch, Jamsy?
Jemsy, that's what you got to say to get laid tonight.
She's saying she's not white, she's Latina.
Pollo?
Oh, she's Latina, but she's not very dark.
Pollo Loco. Crazy chicken.
Pollo Loco.
Yeah, the crazy chicken restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Los
There
pollos
they go.
hermanos.
Pollo Loco's good.
I was asking Jamsy.
Oh. Jemsy. Answer.
Oh, that last skip. Oh, that's, yeah. I'm sorry. I may be old, but I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's not parts that might be dead?
No.
Or is that sinister at the end? Yeah.
Not while she's around.
So what are you guys doing, man? Been watching What's It. He's been having a hell of a time today.
Wait there, who
Yeah.
posted that last picture of the girl? Because that's not a man. That's not a girl. That's a man, by the way. Cut the shit.
Cut the shit, dude.
Who did
That's a
that?
man. That's a man.
Who would do such a thing?
Oh, it's a tranny? My bad. Okay.
That really looks like an attractive girl, but I've got a gaydar that is uncanny. It was given to me by ABBA, right? That's actually that was actually a man. I can assure you. So if you found her attractive, then feel bad.
I would like to have verification of that.
What you want to check?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he does.
That's right. I want to check myself. Yeah, it's got to be the right.
Let me touch that. See what's down there.
No, it's got to be the right configuration. That's all.
It disappeared somehow.
It's just got to be. It's got to have technical specificity.
I'm telling you right now, that is a man.
How do they tuck it in? Where does it go?
From that angle, they don't really even need to tuck it in. Look at the angle. I'm
Yeah,
telling you right now, that's a
looking
man.
at that curve. I'm looking at the curvature. Right.
That's a man. I can
Okay.
assure you right now.
Okay, well, I can imagine differently, can I?
Yeah, you can.
There's plenty of women out there that look just like that, and that's
Oh,
that's
of course.
where I'm at. That's where I'm at, brother.
When they start hormones early, though.
I just make it more of a hormone, doesn't it?
Like all the actors, actresses, and singers. Yeah.
Megan
They
Fox is a
start-
man.
In the womb.
The size of that lady's hands are the size of her head. When a girl's hands are the size of her
I'm all
face.
about creating the temperature in the womb. Yeah. Got to heat it up. Get it to cook it up right.
And she's really having to emphasize on how to move her hips as well. Like you can tell she's really trying to move her hips. I don't know. I can just tell. I don't know why.
I'd almost take my chances on that one, bro. I could always run at the last minute, you know.
That's right.
You know, like people say, Pink's a man. Pink's not a man.
Get this man some water.
But she's definitely a stocky little broad. I used to have a girlfriend.
He needs some milk.
I had a girlfriend that had a figure a lot like Pink's, about the same height, but not quite as broad, but pretty close. I mean, she was a cute girl. She wasn't a man, guarantee you that.
And that's a man right there.
Pink's
Cut
a
the shit.
dude, 100%.
Pink isn't a dude. That's what I'm saying. She's just got a very cut V section. But yeah, to be fair, these are a bit explicit.
And people were taking the peek. People were taking a peek just to make sure.
Lulu, I would never post images like this, just to let you know. And I look away when it happens.
Okay.
Everybody
No,
look away.
I don't look for long, bro. I don't even fat, bro.
Huh?
TMI.
You're not fat?
Yeah, same here, crack.
I know you're not.
I said I don't even fap.
Oh.
TMI.
I mean, you're a skinny fucker nowadays.
Am I?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, you're not like frail skinny or nothing, but you're like you're not like sporting a whole lot of fat percentage.
Oh no, I got a 6-pack, dude. Do you want?
I know.
I
see it. You showed it to me.
Do you want wait, when was the most recent picture I could send you?
I don't know. You don't need to, bro. I remember you showed me your gear that one night.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh right, you saw me on camera. You mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you can't really. Yeah, but I was wearing. I was in fatigues, bro.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, you can't tell. You can't tell how big someone is in fatigues.
I know, but you did take. You did like have to put it on. I mean, you weren't naked, but I think your shirt was off for a brief moment.
No, I didn't take my shirt off. No.
Oh well, okay.
No. Yeah, I know. I was wearing. I know what I was wearing. Yeah. I'll try and show you. One of the most recent that I've got of myself.
Oh, I just posted a picture of me. I took it 5 minutes ago, and I'm 65, and I'm healthy, bro. I feel good. I could crack a Glober, crack his head.
Damn straight, bro.
Crack that globe.
Like at the minute, I'm the lightest I've been in a long time, man.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, you said that.
14 stone and 8 pounds as of this morning.
I'm like 20 pounds lighter than when I got out of prison. So
I only weigh like 10 pounds more than I weighed in high school.
I weigh like 20 pounds more. I was 175 at 16 years old.
Yeah,
I'm like 195 now.
I think I'm like 208 at the minute or some shit like that. I don't look it though. When people look at me, they're like, "Wait, you weigh that much?" And then I'm like, "Yeah." They don't believe me until I go on a scale. So it's been the same my whole life. It was the same when I weighed 22 stone, dude. Like, which is literally like 22 stone times 22 by 14. Then there's
right. Kilos. Yeah.
Well, into kilos, you half it. Double it. I guess.
Right.
Well, no wait.
Times it by 2.2, or what? I don't know. I don't know what you do with stones, but what does a stone weigh in pounds or kilos? Either one. I could figure them. Either one. What is the stone weight? What is that conversion rate? I don't even know. I've heard it, but I don't really know what a stone weight is
Does
considered.
that mean a kilo?
No, not. It doesn't, does it?
It means a multiplication of a kilo.
Or a division.
Right. So how much is a stone in pounds, Crack?
14.
14 pounds.
14 pounds?
So that's just a little over half a kilo.
Yeah, Godrock, and I'll send you the 2 most recent photos that I've got of myself on.
No, a kilo is 2.2 pounds.
That's right. So that, well, oh yeah, you're right. 14 pounds, he said, huh? So that's 7 kilos. All right, 6. Probably more like 6.
14 would be 100 and, wait a minute, 14, wait a minute, 10. 10 stone, 140, okay, yeah. 20, 240.
14 stone, 7 pounds, 8 pounds, sorry.
8 pounds is a stone?
14 stone and 8 pounds.
Oh, 14 stone plus
so 14 says 40. Wait, and then how many pounds are there? Right, there's 14 pounds in a stone.
Okay.
So then that's 140.
You said 14 stones and 8 pounds.
14 times 14?
Yeah, 14 times 14 plus 8 pounds.
Plus 8. Yeah.
That's how much I weigh right now.
I weigh like 192. Something like that.
Those are the 2 most recent images of me right there.
Okay. I'm still looking at that man you posted. Because I'm not so sure I believe that.
Well, I don't know if it is a man or not, but like my gaydar is going. I DM'd them to you, by the way.
Oh, God. Geez, see, I'm looking in.
So you weigh about 208, 208, 27.
Yeah, class is overweight, technically. Did this yesterday on the charts.
Yeah, you probably got 25 pounds on me. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 30.
Technically, I'm overweight. Goldrock, if you just look at the pictures I just sent you, I don't know how anyone can ever say I'm overweight.
So that's you in the video that Grace posted. Sorry, only kidding.
What channel am I looking in for you?
You're not receiving the images of me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I sent them to Goldrock.
You're not worthy. You're not worthy. So don't trip.
No, it's not about that.
I know.
I'm
just messing with you, bro.
No, I mean, who asked for it? I don't know who it was that said it. So.
Oh, it was me. I thought you were putting it in like a channel.
Whoever me is, I don't know who me is. That's the only issue.
You need to check for gender. Check for gender.
The Korean name.
Huh?
Yeah, you're pretty well. You got a pretty good V cut to your shoulders are wide, bro. And you got some big shoulders, huge motherfuckers.
Who's rapping?
Huh?
God
Rockins hot micing Witsit doing a rap.
Oh yeah, he is. I guess I could turn it down for hell's sakes. I guess I can't hear it because I got my headphones on. That's my problem. I got many problems. You guys always seem to be the butt end of it. You're hot micing again, God rocking.
But a globe ain't one.
Bro, it literally never even bothers me. I just fucking turn that sort of shit out. I don't know why. I'm just like, I do love audio quality though. I admit, like, if it was like for a certain reason, but like, if there's a glober in here, I'd be all over it. But like,
I call them whiny. I like to call them whiny little brats, but they're my friends.
They're right though.
Yeah,
they're right though.
I know they are. Mute me.
Whiny little brats. I still don't know if Jason, by the way, is unbanned because I can't fucking find him in the server because he's got weird characters in front of his name. I've DM'd him and shit loads of times, so
I haven't touched him for days.
You can't say I didn't try.
Huh?
I think he is. I think
No,
CJ or MJ was going to handle it.
Good. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen him for like a week. I've talked to him in a week. I've sent him messages, but I think he's still dealing with that. I think he's still dealing with that plumbing shit at his house.
Well,
I think it's really it's a big job. He has to like dig the whole pipe up underneath the whole house and put new and tie it into the sewer because it's busted somewhere along the way between his toilet and before it comes out of the house. It's busted underneath the house somewhere because he's got raw sewage pouring out from underneath the house into his garden.
That's what he meant about by, well, you're not my friend unless you get up here by tomorrow and fucking help me. I get it.
Yeah, he was just messing with you, bro. I'm sure. You didn't expect me to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know. I don't care. I told him. You should see the message I sent him after he went off on me. I was like, I love you.
Yeah, I don't understand why he did that, bro. I mean, I just don't get it.
He did it because he believes I'm a liar. I systematically proved that I wasn't, like, on everything he claimed to everyone else.
I told him that too. When he asked me, and I told him I don't think that Crack is a liar, Jason. I told him.
Half the shit I say makes me sound.
He didn't get mad at me. You know,
half the shit yeah, of course, but like half the shit I say about myself, bro, it makes me look like a twat, quite frankly. Like, so it's just like it's like the worst shit to lie about ever. The stuff that you know what I mean.
Well, that's definitely not the body of a twat. You look pretty cut up right there. You're fucking cut up, brother.
Yeah, at the minute I am pretty cut, but like, yeah, like I feel weak and small compared to the way I usually am. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well,
especially with a bad back, all of it is muscle memory, dude. I barely work out or anything. You know what I mean? It's all from where I used to be so much bigger than what I am now.
Well, muscle memory definitely helps. I mean, if you're gonna go back at it, it fucking it's a fucking great thing to have. Muscle memory is fucking fantastic thing to have because without it, you're gonna be like starting all over, man. It takes time.
Exactly. I put muscle on so fast though, dude. Like I can just like do like something for one day and then I just like literally increase in size. It feels like
I'm gonna run down to the store, but I'm gonna take my phone with me. It's gonna cut out. I'll be back in a minute, Jay. Down to the store. You want to go? It's gonna go get you some cigarettes. I'll be right back.
He's a good father. It's who he is.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I gotta get my keys for hell's sakes.
Karma said I lost 1 third of my body weight a few years back. I think it's 55 pounds. I don't know. Yeah, I did the same. Karma. I went from 20 stone, right?
God.
And I lost 6.5 stone, right?
20 stone. Fuck, that's 280 pounds, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not the heaviest I've been. The heaviest I've been is 22.5. But
that's a monster, dude. That's a monster, not just big. That's fucking heavyweight. That's over the.
I wouldn't have been allowed to fight heavyweight.
Yeah, so you'd have to cut weight.
Yeah. Oh, dude, last year I weighed 19 stone. Last year, so.
Well, I'd like to see you get in there with Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury would fuck me up. He's too good of a boxer, bro.
You big dosser.
Well, that's kind of why I'd like to see you in there with him.
He's far too good of a boxer.
Fuck you up.
I hope he clowns Wilder this weekend.
He will. What, is he fighting him again?
Yeah, for the third time this week.
Oh no, he's gonna clown him so hard. The only reason he didn't do him like straight away in the first fight was because he cut too much weight at his camp instead of staying with his dad and keeping a little bit extra weight, so he had the extra power there. He knows what he's doing now. Now he's going to be in between. He's going to lose a little bit extra weight from the second fight. So he's going to still have the power there, but like he's going to have a little bit extra speed. Like, mate, honestly, Wilder ain't going to know what's going to hit him.
Yeah, I know Fury's he's quite good for his size, isn't he? It's amazing to watch him.
People see the jiggling and they think he's crap, so then they underestimate him.
And
Yeah,
he's
no
fast
problem,
at
exactly.
that. He's so quick for that big of a guy.
Yeah,
Dude, he's got featherweight hands, bro. Like, I'm telling you now.
Yeah. With the
I gotta love it when the big boys move around like that.
That's kind of how
I bet his hands are twice as wide as mine. I mean, I got pretty good
He's a
sized hands.
gypsy lad like me. Gypsy lad like me. We grew up fighting our cousins and stuff, punching each other in the face for fun. Like,
yeah, I didn't really do that. I just grew up doing different things.
That's how you grow up when you're a gypsy.
Being a criminal. I paid for it. Did my
Similar
time.
thing to being a gypsy again. You didn't grow up punching your cousins in the face and not, do anything silly later on.
No, I didn't.
My cousins,
would have been like beating up girls, dude. My cousins.
All right, yeah, my cousins were all bigger than me, bro. Like, well, in height, like
mine were all smaller.
One of my cousins is 6'8", bro.
Wow.
Boxing against him, right? You learn how to fight. You fight. Listen, boxing. I'm only 6 foot, so learning to fight against somebody 6'8", yeah, or like boxing against somebody 6'5", yeah. Like, you really do learn quickly how to fight. Like Mike Tyson, like that's the only way you can fight people like that. Reactive boxing, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only way.
You just get in there and knock their head off.
You gotta get on the inside, bro. You gotta take away that.
I mean, that's why. Get in there. You have to get inside. Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. I do know how it works.
No, I ain't saying you did. I'm just saying, yeah, exactly. You gotta get underneath that fucking huge reach, and then that's it.
They were scared of him. That they just kind of covered up or tried to, and then he just come walking right in. If somebody would have just tried to clip him on his way in and be ready to duck out of the way of that big right overhand of his, somebody might have been able to do something about it. But
that's what Evander Holyfield did to him, really. In the end, he caught him with the little inside punches, like not the inside, but as Tyson was coming in, he really focused, looking at where his head movement was going. He didn't really react to shoulder rolls or anything like that, because Tyson would switch up what punch he was going to throw based on the person's flinch to his initial movement. So, he kept his head back, knowing that he could do damage to his body, obviously still keeping his guard low, keeping his head back. And the moment that Tyson's head sprung forward with any sort of veracity, he was there ready to catch it straight, elbow lock to his hip twisted in, bang. And he caught him a few good times like that, and that's why Tyson started hugging so much. Evander Holyfield really undone Tyson, to be honest. He's the one guy that I saw really do that to him.
Yeah.
People think no skill to Mike Tyson, but there was. Right, one sec. Karma, it's so nice to be rid of extra weight there for being small and light. Yeah, Karma, I was like 20 stone and the doctors didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but I lost like 6 or something. Well, I went from like 20 stone or 19 stone all the way down to like I think I went down to like 13 stone.
That's just a little bucket. That's just a little bucket full.
In the space of 6 months, right?
Oh yeah. What caused that? Starvation?
I was extremely ill. I was bedridden. So I was bedridden for about a year, but in about 6 months, I lost, like I said, about
100 pounds.
About 7 stone, bro, which is about 100 pounds. Exactly, about 50 kilos, about 50 kilos in weight. Yeah, I went to the doctors. Guess what they said? You're all right. You weigh 13 stone 2 pounds. It was like you're still like you're within a healthy weight range for your size, for your height.
Oh shit! You're all right. You just lost half your body weight. You're fine.
You're all right there. I feel like I'm gonna die, and they're like, "You're fine." Yeah, sure.
They probably just didn't see it beforehand.
No, they did. No, he did.
How do you lose that much muscle mass? Oh my God, that would be a lot of fucking atrophy taking place there. What happened?
Bedridden, bro. Couldn't move.
I understand, but well, it's atrophy of your body. Your muscles had to just like not using them. They just like disappeared. That's called atrophy, isn't it?
Yep. Muscle wastage, fell on nerve damage, couldn't feel my left ass cheek at all. I still can't feel my left ass cheek at all now. And then it feels it's altered sensation as well, because when you sitting down, bro, it's weird feeling like you're sat on one ass cheek the whole time. I'm not gonna lie, it feels horrible. It does. It's like really weird, bro. Like sitting down and feeling like you're on one ass cheek.
Probably feel like you're like gonna tip over or something maybe half the time. Oh no, man.
Yeah.
Tells me. I'm trying to learn how to be a global. I'm trying to use my imagination. It's not working out too well.
So have a mic do you use?
What kind of what? Mic? Right now I got headphones and maybe they're not talking to me.
Just saying it picks up all your surround sound.
It's reported that Chris will assist law enforcement after a recent campsite was found in a Carlton Nature Preserve. The place laundry was allegedly heavy.
There we go. Oh, damn it.
How are you in?
Me? My Toyota Camry?
Sounds loud.
No, that's a jet going overhead. I live by Tail Air Force Base.
I gotta say, man. Whereabouts? What state are you in?
Utah.
Utah.
Yeah, Hill Air Force Base. The flight landing strip is south of me about 3 miles, and that's where they come in. And it's on a like a terrace, 605 up higher than everything around it, about 50 to 100 feet up, and it's a long airstrip that goes all the way to another city. It's big enough to land anything you want on it, I think. It's an alternative place to land the space shuttle, they say. They brought it on the back of a jumbo jet once. Paraded it around the skies, told everybody on the news it was coming. Go outside at this time, and then they made this big circle all around Salt Lake to Ogden, and then landed at Hill. That was probably just a shell, you know. I mean, I don't know what it was, but I didn't go up there to see it. It's part of the air show or something they had going on up there.
Yeah, Ogden is definitely the name I remember.
Huh?
Ogden.
Yeah, that's it. I live south Ogden. It's actually, I live on a terrace too. It sticks up out of this, up above the city.
I'd hate to live in the city, bro. I'd hate to live in the city.
No, there's 88,900 people in Ogden. It's not that many. It's not a very big town.
Thank you.
Yep. Salt Lake City has like, I think 2.3 million.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Wasn't
So
fully there with you.
There's no Globers in the house.
Nope, the Globers have disappeared. This big one by Gibby Gibby's gonna smoke that and get got. No doubt about it. It's just a fact around it.
He got it,
bro. Yes, Ogden. Why do I know the name Ogden? Obviously, it's from near where you're from, right?
That's where I live.
Ogden. It's quite
Ogden.
famous, though, right? Ogden's famous, right? Famous place.
Yeah, kind of. In a way, yeah. It was one of the first towns settled here by the Mormons.
I was going to say, I recognize that to be quite a famous
family.
Well,
No, I don't have any family that were settlers. No.
Yes, you do. You have a family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
Okay, you're right about that. That one you're right about.
I know. Yeah.
But my family, they weren't settlers, which a lot of people here have. Well, not now because everybody's moving here from California and everywhere else. It's like you can't find a house to buy, rent, nothing here. It's impossible. Impossible. My neighbor's house, my parents' neighbor's house, sold for $503,000. Sold it in one day, and it's half the size of my mom and dad.
No way, that's bad, bro.
Yep. Wow. They built it. They built it in 1974 for 60.
I wonder if there could be. Do you reckon there could be any renovations done to it to make it worth even more money?
74,000 to what? My mom and dad's house? Yeah, it needs some work, but we're just gonna sell
you
it.
let me know when I get out there, bro. Well, no. Well, listen.
We're
When I
just
get
gonna
out
sell
there,
it.
bro, I'm gonna have yeah, but I'm saying a group of people that are like good people that are like fucking,
Yeah.
just do the work, do it for free, bro. Fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but
Pretty
my
much.
sister's the proprietor of the trust. She's gonna and they just want when mom and dad pass away, they just want to sell it and get divide it up amongst the kids.
Yeah, but if you could add $500,000 to it by like making a fucking extra big swimming pool, and,
it's gonna get over $500,000 because it's twice the size of the neighbor's
No,
house.
I mean if you could add an extra $500,000 to it by like some simple renovations and shit that would really cost like let's say it would cost 100 G's, to add an extra like 550 G's to it or something. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, that's got to be done.
Yeah, maybe, but it's in a neighborhood where $1 million houses aren't. They aren't. Well, I guess they would be in that case, but they built it for 74,000 in 1974.
My great grandmother owns a house near where I live. She paid £8,000 for it, and it's worth about $500,000 now. I wouldn't see a dime of it though. That much. But I was written out of all of their wills and shit, so they could steal my dad's ashes. It's pretty pathetic because I would have just said you can have them.
Really?
Yep, which is illegal. Which is illegal to do that too as well. And I didn't press charges, but like they've never.
I get 17% of whatever it sells for. So
that's cool.
I guess.
Well,
if it's
cool.
500, that's like 87,000.
Oh.
Yeah, it seems like a lot, but it's not. It's not in modern day.
No, but it's enough to get me a Harley that I've been wanting to rebuy again, and then.
Sounds like too good of a property to sell though right now, bro. It seems like assets like that are not worth selling for cash. Like you're better off keeping it, sitting on it, waiting until everything settles.
And I got there's 6 of us kids.
I get it, bro.
I'm the oldest. And I told my mom to put it in my sister's name because I've been on disability for a few years, and if you land into a bunch of money, they expect you to pay all that shit back.
Oh, I know.
I ain't doing that.
No, I know. You could have put it into a discretionary trust where the money was floating around, but
Well, she's just gonna bring it out in cash or
Like an
something.
asset of that caliber, bro. Better off keeping it as an asset, bro. Because
I know, but my kids, my brothers and sisters don't want. They just want to get rid of it, then go on
just
their
want
way.
to get rid of it. Yeah, it's sorry, but that
Yeah, I know.
I'm not gonna
I
say
agree. I agree.
because
but,
like
you
that's
know.
the sort of place, bro. That like it depends how big it is, obviously as well. But
I could get potentially $100,000 if it sells for more than 5, and I just want to go buy some property somewhere off in where I can build me a off grid little place.
Bro. No, listen. Wherever I end up out there, I'll let you know. I'll hit you up.
Okay.
And
we
depending on where you want to move,
get a piece big enough for a few people. That's the way I want to do it.
The acreage I'm looking at the minute is pretty cheap, bro. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I've known you for years now, so like,
right.
You're the type of person we want around us. So, like, and there's been quite a few of us, and like, we're gonna have plots of land that, like, well, we've already got it going down. That's what I'm saying. So, stuff's gonna happen.
I can build anything out of anything. So yeah.
Yeah,
we just need water. We need water for one thing.
Oh, no, the water's there, dude.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah, we've already got water. We're already plugged into the water table on the land that I'm on about. Yep.
Then it's fucking doable as all hell.
Yep. It's very doable, dude. And like I said,
especially if there's available building supplies on the property, like trees and whatever.
Yep.
Buy a cheap mill or just build a log home or stone. I can build out of stone.
Shipping containers as well, dude. Another way.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Then basically get lumber, and then I've already created a conversion kit to make any shipping container look like a log cabin.
Yeah,
designed a conversion kit, so you can get like one log, right, and create about out of one log. So let's say you've got 4 surfaces that look like actual logs, like fully laid. So you can get 4 logs out of one log, right? Or if you want to, if you don't care about the cladding, you can have it half like one side log, one side like cladding, wooden, the inside of the log. So you can get like 4 to 8 lengths out of one log. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. You have a mill.
And build it modular. Build it modular, bro.
A bandsaw that'll rip those logs into fucking.
Oh, we make boards out of it using get a big steel chainsaw. You can get the long ones now that are like about 19 feet long. Yeah, we don't need boards longer than 19 foot long, and you can literally turn it into a makeshift mill because it's just got like a track on it that's like 2 gantry bars. It's like a step. Imagine like a ladder, attached to a chainsaw, right? That's your guide right there. You have a wire that attaches around the one side of the back of the log, attaches back to the ladder, to the chainsaw, and then you effectively just you just pull on it, and it slides it all back.
Right.
And it just rubs back, and it's like a makeshift like sawmill. No joke, bro. And I've got friends that are making like pieces of oak, like for tables and shit, and they're making boards that are like 19 feet wide and shit, bro, out of a chainsaw mill. Chainsaw mill, the cheapest way of making a mill out there. You can't make big fat square pieces. Well, you could actually. No, that's not a lie. That's a lie. You can make big fat square pieces for the actual frame of the house, but like I said, bro, there's get cheap lumber, right?
Build a pole barn, a pole house where you stick a pole in the ground every 8 feet. It goes up like a full log, and put purlins rip them into like 2x6s, whatever. Put them every 2 feet up the outside of the logs. Run a string line so they're straight on the outside, so it's a perfect. And then you just stack your lumber up from the bottom up. Purlins, and then you can put siding. You can put whatever you want on it. You put logs.
I want to build a roundhouse. I want to build a roundhouse, dude. Like a Viking style roundhouse, so that it's got like a stage at the back, so me and my woman, we have like a stage that we sit on, that where the big family table is. There'll be enough space for everyone else to chill there at the bottom, big fire in the middle of it and shit, and then all on one floor But then for the bedrooms, they'll be on the second story, but like not, there won't be 2 stories, not 2 whole 2 stories. Just like in the corner of the house, there'll be a second story by means of going up either a ladder or up a little staircase. And then you've got your room there, right? But it will only be in that one corner. You see what I mean? And then there'll be like a room in each corner. Do you see what I'm trying to say? And then a couple of rooms on the bottom floor. You know, like it's hard to explain what I mean, but it's like so that you can segregate it.
I can see it. I've been building shit forever, bro. I know exactly what you're on about.
Yeah, so like, you know, you have a barn and then you've got like a barn and then you've got like the bit above the barn on one side where it's like got the hay stacks up above, yeah? So it's just to save space. That would be like the bedroom type thing, but like more done in a way that you'd want to live in a house, you know?
Well, if you build a pole barn and you build it 20 feet high, then you put the mezzanines in the second floor, you can have, you could have massive square footage. You could go like
that's what we're talking
30 by 60 or something, you know, and then put mezzanine up a floor above the main.
I'd like to have my house to be about 15 to 10,000 square foot. Like for real, I'd love that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, you could build something like that really cheap if you did it pole barn style. Way cheap to do them that way, and fast too. Talk about fast; they go up so quick.
Posted a short video for you about geothermal, both cooling and heating. Very easy to do it yourself. Just dig a ditch and drop some pipes in.
Where are you getting the thermal? Water from?
It's not water. It's just air. You just push air through the pipes that are dug down into the ground. Depending on how deep they are, the more heat, and the further the pipes, the more you can pull the heat into the air.
There are houses that stay at 20 degrees Celsius, just by design, right?
Right.
That are in the mountains, bro. Just using barometric pressure and basically, like, you create like a corridor that's like spiral, and then you create an upward spiral in the spiral. So a long spiral that's like on a horizontal, and then a vertical spiral in the middle. So you get the massive amount of wind coming in, which is high pressure, yeah? But then you have the low pressure point above it, so it seeks to push it back out. So you create an anti-pressure basically at the entrance of the house. So then there's a negative movement of any air pressure inside the house. It's completely sealed, right? And you make sure, and then all you need is literally a tiny little fire in the middle of the house, right? That you can run, and it costs barely anything to run. Like I saw this house, and it was like they're paying like what, something like $900 a year, and that was it. $900 a year for fuel, right? And they're like basically running an Arga that they had in the middle of the house, which is running off of oil. Cost like, you know, they had it running on half power basically, right? And because they had designed the house to do this like low pressure, high pressure thing, where that created like a vacuum at the entrance where the whole house had zero movement of air in it, right? The only air that was introduced into the home is through these vents basically, and these vents, the way that they do it, and that's obviously so you can fucking like breathe properly, right? Is like it does it by taking it through choke points, so that the air's introduced at a level where there's like, you know, it gets warmed up basically by the very Arga system where the pipes are running next to it. So any air that's introduced is introduced at the room temperature already, right? So like they created a house that was so like heat sink efficient that like basically they just had no fuel cost, dude. And this was on top of a cliff, exposed and shit, right? Like they used the exposure to create this high pressure, and then this weird wind tunnel that goes around a corner, and then like an opening at the top of the wind tunnel to create like a negative vacuum, almost like a pressure, right? Vacuum. And it basically had no air movement in there, and that's what it is. It's, remember, it's the air inside, and the like. So I've been in a home before that's got 15 degrees Celsius in the house, yeah, not Fahrenheit, 15 degrees Celsius, right? And because it's got no movement of the air in there at all, right? It felt like it was 20 degrees.
Huh. Yeah, I'm sure there's some pretty good design systems for that kind of stuff. I have no doubt of it.
But where I'm talking about, it's already got a water table and everything like that. already like there, accessible. You know, and you ain't ever gonna get cold where I'm talking about either, by the way.
Right. Well, and even if you did, you could just build some wood burning stoves and suck cold air from outside around it, blow it through the heater pipes inside of it or wrapped around it or whatever. I mean, that's pretty easy to do that too. Fires
I would
are
love one of
nice to have in a house. You know, it makes it
100%.
Makes it homey, and you know, you get that good clean.
Well, and then you can have big barn doors that almost like that are open that you can drive cars into, and like have horses come through.
Yes.
And like you don't have to worry about the heat drop in winter.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you build a big enough pole barn, 40 by 60 or 60 by 100. Then you pick half of it just for storage and whatever else, vehicles, blah, blah, blah. Put a fucking interior fucking wall inside to separate it. Make one part.
That's it. Drace, have you seen the Vikings? The film Vikings, yeah? The TV series Vikings. Sorry. You seen it, yeah?
Seen it.
Yeah, you know Ragnar Lothbrok's like main place, yeah? In Kattegat.
Yeah.
That's how I want my house to be, bro. But imagine behind that curtain, yeah, right, yeah? You got the stage almost, right? Like a couple of steps higher than the rest of everything else, yeah? Behind that curtain, right? You go up some steps and then you've got like a bedroom up there, like a master bedroom. And then it's got access out onto the roof, and the roof's like covered in grass and moss. On like a, I guess, like on a, like, I'd say about a 20-degree slope, yeah? And then have like a couple of platforms that are like flat, you know what I mean? To like lay on, right? I'd love that, bro. Like, and then have like half my walls in my house, I'd love to have them to be like hanging plant walls, you know what I mean? So all of the oxygen and like everything's filtered through the plants, you know?
Yeah, sounds nice.
That's the sort of shit that I'm thinking about. Like, that's, you know. It's not 100% accurate. Yeah, of course it's not 100% accurate. I hate the palm licking seer too. He's a prick. I imagine the seers of the time of like, you know, those Viking days, they were the guys who were just not good at fighting and they weren't good at like building anything. So they're like, what am I going to do? I don't know, I'll just make up some shit and make up some stories and give people mushrooms and shit. So like, you know, just basically your drug dealer, but back in the day. Not that all drug dealers can't do anything, but I mean, like, you know, those people, like, back then, like, you know, if you weren't a good warrior and you weren't a good builder, like, being a builder back then wasn't the same as being a builder now. You know what I mean? It's like, you had to be really good at what you did. You had to do out every part. You had to do it all. Unless you wanted to be like a slave. And then if you were a warrior, then you better be really good at that too, because you'll die else, right? So, like, you know, the seers were just like people, I guess, that just weren't exactly highly skilled at either.
We weren't actually so classified into different things. We were men, and men were warrior poets. And then there were weak men who were shit at poetry and couldn't fight for their lives, but they just followed other men who could fight and could write poetry.
I agree with that, but I'm saying the seer character, I imagine, like, I'm talking specifically about him. I see him as the guy who would like deal magic mushrooms. He wasn't good enough at like fighting, wasn't good enough at building, so he just had to stay in a cave and just like get by on like people giving him scraps, basically offerings, yeah. And he's just like there, just like, yeah, I'll take this, take that, take this.
Yeah,
and,
you can think of it like the sophist. The sophist is always going to exist in any day and age. He's there's always going to be the manipulator somewhere trying to get by on his manipulation instead of his character and things that people value them by.
Amen, Karma. I know that. Got to remember, that's the Vikings that came over to. So I'll send you a picture of my cross, but my cross was carved out by someone from my clan and someone from the Viking clan, yeah? Like, you think that the Vikings just landed somehow one day in England and just managed to sack York the next day? No. They had to have plans how to scale the walls and everything, right? You know, they had to have lots of different things. Like, what they did, like, the first place you're going to land is Scotland, basically, is my point. And the Vikings and the Scottish got along in the end,
Yeah,
right?
our stories go. We sailed by the Scots, and we were like, "Oh shit, those guys are just like us."
We were like, there's a saying in our family: the day we met the Vikings, not the Vikings. It's not written in that way, but because I've got very old history, and we still got our old history books. It says the day we met them, right? Two men with ginger hair that were both chieftains of their clans, yeah, walked up to one another of similar stature. This is the way it's written. And they put their hand to one another, and they said, "We are kin." And they both understood each other in their own language. And the reason is because their language was very similar. Because obviously the Celts came from the Picts, and the Picts originally came from the Vikings. So they actually spoke a very similar language, and it wasn't very hard for them to disseminate what they were saying to one another, right? And then our hate for the English, because we were being oppressed by the English, it was like, all right, shit, like this is a way that we can go like cloak and dagger and go and fight the English without it being under our own banner. So the Scottish were like well on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I have a really good documentary on the origin of the white people, and talking about the Scythians, and how a lot of these precursor to the Greek and the Spartans and all this stuff comes from a single source.
Oh, it comes from Viking sources. Like, look at the Viking helmet. It's
all the same thing.
They look Roman, and then the sword is like a Roman sword. I don't even know if the Romans in the Greeks, in the way people think of them, really existed in the way that people think of it. I think Hadrian's Wall has said that it was built by the Romans. I think the Vikings helped the Scottish build it to keep the English out. That's my opinion, because it's more like a Viking built wall. And the fact of like all the crosses, the Celtic crosses, and the amount of like architecture done in Scotland and castles that were built, and you see all of the different runic symbols and the amalgamation basically of the like in my family's cross, you have the story of like the eating the heart of the dragon, or the heart of the bird, and eating the heart of the dragon and being able to hear the birds and the flying things, right? And then you've got like a boat in the bottom, and then it's a cross. It's an amalgamation of Christianity versus paganism, right? Like the Viking paganism. It's really mad, bro. Like when you look at it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. This almost pre-Christian pagan Christianity that comes before the church.
Oh yeah, with Odin. Oh, especially with Odin. Think about that, with Odin hanging from the tree, dude. I find that, like, yeah, bro, like. It's pretty insane. What are you cooking, bro? You're not cooking mushrooms? Is there anything for you to cook me? Do you want to make me one of them? Do you want to make me an egg bat? No, you could. You don't have to. Just since you're there cooking. Yeah.
And there were people who claimed to be sorcerers and this and that back in the day, but they weren't established as part of any ruling class or anything like the shows likes to portray it as, where it was more like all the men would gather at Þingvellir, or and for us, which is Þing, or where were you in the thing? Yeah, kind of like Congress.
Yeah, like the voting circle type thing.
Yeah,
Like,
where just people, well, all the men would come together and talk about the issues and try to find a solution to them. There was no. Yeah, your honor, reputation, and
Men of renown is what you call it. A man of renown, effectively, is what you would call it. And then you would have you have hierarchies, right? But then you also have competence hierarchies.
You'd have groups and stuff like that form cliques, like it's normal, but we didn't have a king most of the time, and when a king rose to power, it was a chieftain generally who conquered or beat this chieftain, and then he was now responsible for all these people, so he had to continue being the chieftain, and eventually that was a king.
Right, so the clan that I come from still has a chieftain to this day, right? But the chieftain system, like I said, when you guys come over, right? Yeah. We still follow the chieftain system, and the chieftains eventually would either select a king out of all the chieftains, or it would be one chieftain would take over another clan, right? Yeah. Through competency, usually more so than warfare, right? And you have the 6 what you would class as royal clans, which my family's one of them, but that wasn't because we were royal in blood or anything like that. It was because of competency and an injection of also manpower via the Vikings. They stayed in our castles and stuff like that. We taught them about castle scaling and warfare, of being able to scale castle walls. That's eventually how they ended up getting people like Ralph the Walker, who went all the way down to take on people like Charlemagne and people like that, who then they went and when Paris was like a smaller place and stuff like that. Obviously not all of it's true what's in that series, but some of it can be confirmed by my own family's history, which has been kept. Remember, we still got a chieftain to this day. We've never lost one, right? Like as in we've never not had one. So we've got a history that's recorded, but then at the same time, our family admits that we've even doctored our own history to avoid persecution from the kings and queens of France and England. Yeah. Like how many things we built, how many meters of tartan we wove, how many helmets we made, how many shields we made, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There was for 10 years running, there was 10,000 shields, helmets, and swords that we didn't include in our inventories. I wonder where they went. That's 100,000 shields and swords. Pretty sure they went to Viking men, is what I'm trying to get at. Considering they were like in our households and shit, and yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think Grandma told me once that we can actually trace our line to what we call höfðingjaættir, which would be like chieftain relatives or whatever descendants.
The what? Say again?
We had some kind of like chieftains because we had the höfðingjabóndar, which is like big honcho around the chieftain. And Grandma told me that way back when we come from chieftain descent, so to speak. Höfðingjaættir. Ættir means family tree or relatives, and höfðingja means the chieftain.
Well, see, the chieftain system, I think must have carried over, because you guys had the chieftain system. I think it's a natural hierarchical system anyway. But I definitely think the thing that cemented it and made us keep it was because you guys come over with chieftains as well when you came here. Like I said, you're more likely to have landed in Scotland than anywhere else. The Vikings didn't just land, like I said, on the edge of England and just go and raid York. You know what I mean? They had somewhere to stay in to recoup and, just get their boats hidden away safely because that was, their lifeblood, right? And then on my family's cross, right? What have we got? We've got the Viking longboat on the bottom of it, right? And all that stuff. So we were sail swords with the Vikings as well. We would go east with them and work for different people and stuff like this. This is all written in my family history. It's really insane, Karma. It's really cool. Oh, by the way, I just gave you the Viking tag just to let you know. Obviously, Drace has already got it.
Yay!
I made it. I made the tag a while ago, and people are like, "Why have you made that tag?" And I'm like, "I don't care. I just made it."
Because we were meant to have it.
Exactly. You want it, right?
You have Vikings among you one day.
Huh?
You must have sensed Vikings were coming.
Exactly. Right. Well, no, I'm a Viking, so the moment I get made a moderator, I'm like, yeah, she's damn right. I'm a Viking, so it's
Yeah,
gonna be
but would
done.
you make a tag just for yourself? I'm just saying, maybe you sensed your own kind were on the way. Unless you have dull senses. I mean, I'm not gonna...
Do you want to know the truth? I made it for me and Drace. That's who I made it for when I made it.
With other people making tags like "I hate cheese" and "I love cheese."
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no problem, right? We're making a Viking one, right? That's what I was gonna say. I was like, no one can complain about the Viking tag when you've got like, roles like that, The Viking tag serves a bigger purpose, in my opinion. Karma, why don't you get on here more often?
She just got a phone call and she's running out of the room, but she's getting back on.
No, yeah, she should come on more often, dude. I wonder what it'd be like to listen to hear her speak to a Glover. Like, I can tell she's not like confrontational enough to be like that. But like, I don't think it needs to ever be confrontational when we talk to Glovers. Like, I can be that way, yeah, but that's just because sometimes that's the only way these people can be dealt with, right? You have to just show them up for what they are. Like, sometimes idiots, but women sometimes have a different way with them, and they get a different response.
Yeah. She has talked to some Globers on a ladies' night, including Gem Panda, and Chewy got an empty clip from him from that time, so it was hilarious.
You got a what from it? A clip?
Yeah, I got an empty clip. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I thought you said that. I was going to say, yeah. But no, yeah, the Vikings are coming, because then there was a flat episode where the Viking made one, didn't he? I don't know if you've seen it. I think there's something powerful about the idea of the Viking, the idea of being able to, like, believe in oneself and go anywhere. At the same time, there are very dangerous ideals in being a Viking as well. Pre-fated death's a dangerous ideal. Yeah, but also makes you one very dangerous.
I think it's important because otherwise it's a loss of identity. Like, you see, Battlemod knows who he is. He is a free man. Whereas some people who are completely decoupled from their history and who they are just like random birthing people, like with pink hair. They don't know what's going on. They just follow what they're told.
I don't know if my clan was ever a Viking or whatever, but I know that the Briggs clan has a castle in Scotland.
Briggs? Did you say Briggs?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a Viking. I don't want to dox yourself too much. Well, fuck it. My best friend's last name is Briggs. I spoke about him before.
Yeah, I think you sent me a link. Ryan Briggs, right? He's a boxer.
He's a world title holder, Muay Thai fighter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
so
that was pretty cool.
Viking. Yeah. So. To be honest, it doesn't actually dox me at all. To be honest, thinking about
reconnecting the dots.
Because it doesn't matter, because I was doxed the other day, like fully, so it doesn't actually really matter anymore. People might as well know. I might as well just change my name to my actual name on it.
The Vikings reunite.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to run.
My Icelandic princess.
Oh,
thank you for joining us.
Right, so
you guys are so sweet. I have to join every now and then.
Right, so Briggs, yeah, okay.
Not too worried about the doxing. I sleep next to my gun.
Yeah, that's not that's the main reason why you should be worried about it. When someone rings up a police and says that you're going to shoot yourself in the face, and then they come in and then you pick that up, that's the dox you need to worry about right there. So yeah, obviously if you know the term brig and what brig means even, right? The Viking way, to the brig. It's the name of a part of a ship, right? I wonder who developed that. Probably someone with the name Brig. Anyway,
I think the clan motto or whatever you call it is Fortitude et Fortiter, or Fidelis et Fortiter. It ends up meaning fortifier of fidelity.
yes, it does. It's like my mysterious secure disco. I learned to suffer the distressed or succor the distressed. Help people in distress.
Yeah, it's beautiful in my opinion.
Yeah. You guys are gypsies as well, did you know that? Briggs clan is a gypsy clan now. So a lot of the clans that were a lot of the clans that were exiled by the Longshanks, the English, right? Yeah. If you look at this as well. I'll have to post this for you right now, Karma. I'll post the whole set. The Briggs clan tartan dress. It's really a nice dress. This one's off the shoulder, so I don't like it too much. Like, not from. I wouldn't let my wife wear it. Actually, no, I'd let my wife wear this one, but it's a little low cut at the front. Sounds a bit bigoted, but I don't really give a shit.
It's just ironic that we're gypsies. I'm a balloon artist, and oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, I really love old-timey dresses and old-school stuff, so if you have a picture of that dress, send me.
There you go. It's there in Live Voice as well. That's the Briggs tartan. My family's tartan, so there's hundreds of them. In fact, there's another one here. Like, you can buy the skirt, or you can buy this one here, which is more. How do I put it? Right. So that one that's quite expensive. They're all quite expensive. But yeah, you are. You are. So Loch Lomond, basically, is what the Briggs clan became eventually. I don't know if you know that. You got amalgamated into that clan a long time ago.
Which one was it?
Loch Lomond.
Cool.
But yeah, so basically, yeah, you are a Viking. That's my point. Just at a cursory glance, like, yeah. Because you became gypsies, a lot of the clans that became gypsies, it meant they had travelling in their blood, right? So, if you've got travelling in your blood and you're a clan that was in a set place that had castles, right? It usually means that you became a gypsy clan. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, and the Briggs clan is a gypsy clan as well as a Viking, as well as a Scottish/Island clan. And then there's the skirt separately. Do you want the address for these?
Yeah.
I actually had a similar skirt a few years ago. It's too big for me. I don't fit into it anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, this stuff here, by the way, these are official tartans, by the way, so you can't wear these in Scotland. You probably get away with it. If, like, a member of their clan directly came out and saw you in it and was to say, look, they're wearing our tartan right now, yeah? You could get prosecuted under it. It's the same as, like, my family's clan. Like, our chieftain would always reprieve you of the charge, but, like, you know, you can't wear other clans' tartan, basically.
That's pretty cool. I've actually heard like a thing about how that's not respected for like Native American Indian patterns or something like that, and somebody was outraging about that. So it's really cool that they have something about that in Britain.
Yeah, it's to do with the copyright actually of the tartan's weave, and it's the same if you're not Scottish. You're not allowed to wear a kilt in Scotland legally either. If you're not actually Scottish, you get away with it.
Like if you copy someone's like coat of arms or something, that's just beautiful, I guess.
Yeah, because wearing the right tartan can get you access into castles that are worth millions. If I wear my family tartan, I can walk straight into certain castles, like, without anyone questioning.
Because it's kind of like a uniform, and that would make sense. You can't wear
Exactly.
any uniform anyway.
There you go. Like I wear a badge every day on my suit. Every day.
It's really wild to me that my clan is a gypsy clan, and I ended up being a balloon artist / juggler. You know, like I walk on stilts.
Wow, that's a trip.
It's just weird how it comes back around, I guess.
So these attributes we have, that's a very interesting topic. But I like I like the discussion of how close we actually are. We're probably all cousins and so forth of each other.
In England, you're allowed to wear a replica of the police uniform. Unless I just look that much like a policeman, no one ever fucking stops me. I don't know.
I think that's one of the things we've lost. That's really bad. That we've lost the connection with who we actually are, especially in America. I'll say that as an American. That doesn't mean property of a corporation.
I agree with that. What you just said.
Exactly.
But that website I sent you there, that's where you can get that dress from. I know it's expensive, but you get obviously all the individual pieces that are shown there. Obviously, I doubt that you don't get the boots, obviously, but you get the full skirt and you get the overshawl as well. I can send you some other websites as well. If you like.
Yeah,
but that stuff will never break.
I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to interrupt. But if my people were actually William the Conqueror's buddies when they came over here, or I said here, like I'm over there. That's funny. Yes, I'm in Hastings right now, reporting. And 1066. What were my relatives like? What kind of clothing were they wearing? Like, what was their technology? What kind of music did they play? What were their instruments like? Like, what were their weaponry like? What was the weaponry like? You know, what was it like to make those things? To have these skills, like there was a lot of boat builders back in those days. So a lot of people knew how to do boat building. For like literally with an axe and a couple of tools and a forest, build you a freaking boat. Right?
Yeah, right. It's cool to see that they can use just the axe as well. Oh yeah, I'm really actually this tartan here, by the way, is a tartan that I'm in love with. I'll post an image. It's £400. By the way,
that picture looks a lot like Kai. Oh my God, it's almost like a spitting image of Kai, doesn't it? I mean, I don't see it very close up, but she's a little bit older, yes, but still. Interesting. From a distance.
But yeah, look at this for an outfit. This is a very if Carmen's still here, then.
Yeah, I just don't like interrupting anyone, so I don't speak up very much.
No, talk over whenever you want. It's fine. When it's just like us not chatting, it's just a bit different. Yeah, like, you know, there's no globe here, so like for us to be like, you know. But like that there as an outfit, like, you know, I know it's £400. It's like, but who cares? Like, that's gonna last a lifetime. Trust me. Like, that's why I wear clothes.
Correct.
I wear clothes like that.
Crack. How is it you have all these fashion photos, bro?
What do you mean? This is, you know,
it's a joke.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard nothing because I'm laughing my ass off. When you said you wear clothes like that, Drake's went, he wears clothes like that, and I just imagined you wearing this dress, and I died.
Nice. No, I wear clothes that I wear clothes that last. Basically, is my point. Stuff that might cost a bit more, but it might cost you a bit more money. But like, you know, like for instance, I wear Levi's denim jackets. For instance, that were, you know, that would cost you like £500 if you bought them now. I wear Greenham jackets, for instance. I wear Savile Row stuff. I wear, you know, stuff that you can't really buy anymore, like deconstructed wool jackets and stuff like that.
Yeah, those jackets would go great over that dress.
With tartan inlay.
It's never cold enough here to wear anything like that.
Yeah, it would actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I have three problems with this. Like number one, it's wool, and if it's scratchy, I would hate it. I have sensitive skin.
No, that isn't scratchy at all. That's not scratchy.
Okay,
That type of tartan.
Number two, if you're gonna order clothes online, the odds of it fitting your body is just willy-nilly. No matter what kind of measurements you send people, it's never gonna be perfect. You never know what it's gonna be like. And third, it's like I don't buy expensive clothes. I'd rather have 100 cheap ones. Like 90% of my wardrobe for my adult life has been secondhand or things grandma used and didn't like and gave me, and then I just throw belts over it and like ruined shirts that Race has like half the buttons left on, and I get that and I throw that under a vest.
Sweaters for me.
For sweaters of him. For sweaters from my dad. And literally, through mixing this random shit for my brother, grandma, and sister, and clothes from a 10-year-old child and a 14-year-old child, people ask me if I was going to fashion college and where I would dress my outfit. Because I can make anything work. You just gotta fit it together right.
Oh, listen, I'll be honest. That's exactly how I got my clothes. Like, you think, like, you know, like my Greenham jacket, yeah, it's worth about £900. Yeah, it's deconstructed wool. It's got a tartan cotton, yeah, like lining. You think I paid that amount of money for it? No, I paid £10 for it from someone that fished it out of a recycling bin. Yep. Took it to a dry cleaners, got it sorted out. That's the people throw away. So like, yeah, I'm sort of the same.
You robot a little.
Huh?
You roboted a little bit for me. You dropped out for a second. Missed the part.
Yeah. Probably did. 1 second. Basically, my point is that I don't wear like stuff that that I pay lots of money for myself, right? I like procure it in a way either by an auction or I procure it by ways of like, you know, someone fishing out of a charity bin or some shit like that, right? It's amazing what people throw away.
Yeah, I do have a couple of nice items from like secondhand clothes store, but I mean I live in Iceland. There's very limited selection here, should I say? So I mean you gotta just make do with what you got.
That's something there. You see what I just posted there? I own one of those.
Looks comfy.
Yeah,
It's
that
very
looks
warm.
like a carpet that someone made a hole in the middle of.
Yep. That right there, bro. You put that on, and you can never be cold.
I just knit giant comfy blankets and you're never cold even in Iceland.
That's something you wear where you never want to be cold. But now you put that on, yeah, and then you put a black wool jacket on over the top of it, right? And then you put your trousers on up over the top, right? So then it just looks like a tartan shirt underneath a black jacket, black trousers on, and then yeah, effectively like you just never get cold in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I never get cold. I'm a man.
You said I'm not a man because I can get cold.
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Icelandic humor.
I know.
Icelandic humor is like
that was British humor.
I go out in a t-shirt and it's wintertime and it's snowing and it's a blizzard, and then I walk past some tourists in their like fluffy coats with their scarves and everything, and they look at me like I'm a crazy person. But I'm just
Yeah,
like,
but that's because you were born there. It's because you're born there, bro. Like it's the same in England, bro. Like I walk past people that are like not from England in the winter, and they're like, "What? Why is he wearing a t-shirt?" I'm like, "It's no cold."
Yeah.
No.
No, but I think it's different because dudes tend to be more warm. Like, I get cold as hell. What I do is I wear nice, pretty clothes that are not thick, and then I put on 2 snowsuits at work.
Aerials,
If it's
way
really,
up
really cold, like,
high. Sorry, I had to say that. So.
no, is Ariel here?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I'm here.
Then you should sing the Little Mermaid song to summon her, obviously.
Oh no, I sing a System of a Down.
Under the sea.
Aerials, way up high. No, you know you'll even never die. Aerials, so up high. Know your look, I know you'll see a light. Aerials, so up high. Stop.
Yeah, your mic cuts off at the high limits. Like when it, when the amplitude is high, then it cuts out up at the top.
It's that diaphragm vibrating what I was saying about earlier, bro.
You should record yourself
Why?
because you can actually hold a note.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, he can sing. He needs to record.
Yep.
Yeah.
He does sing very well.
Wake up, gotta put on your clothes and your makeup.
That song I know now, Crack. That
That's a
song
song I
really
actually
well.
like. Can you do that one?
You want it?
Sorry, the delay, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's a cool
I was
song,
trying to
right?
tell you I learned that song really well now. She Will Be Loved. I know
love
that.
And she will.
I know that.
be
Yeah, I learned it. It's a
loved.
great tune. It's a really great tune.
And she will be loved.
Yeah, that sounds bad. It's going kick, 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 kick. It sounds like someone's hitting your
You're
mic
the
with a
queen
freaking.
of only 18, still had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her. She always belonged to someone else. I drive for miles and miles and wound up at your door. I love this song.
I'll post it.
Go ahead, sing it, Karma.
I didn't interrupt this song.
Wait there a second. I'll post the lyrics. It's easy.
You want to do it? I'll play with you.
I'll post the lyrics. Beauty. Completely out of key.
I'm in the same key he sings it in. I don't see the words yet.
My computer's so slow. That's why.
I found the lyrics if you want to do it.
Do you want to post them in the live stream voice text?
Sure. Let me tune up one second.
Beauty.
I'm getting nervous.
Beautiful. Does that cut out at all?
That's a decent one.
Cut out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beauty queen of only 18, she had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her. She always belonged to someone else. I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door. I've had you so many times, but somehow I don't. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. The poor girl with the broken smile asks her if she wants to stay away, and she waits. Oh damn! I've been trying to throw the cat to the high note. I felt that I was gonna go on a cough, but did not. Fuck it, I tried it.
Is it too high?
Alright, don't worry.
No, it's just I haven't had anything to drink since before I did this, so I felt if I tried that I was gonna go. I'm gonna have to steal faces.
I just need to put that down.
Door, I wanna make you feel beautiful. I know I tend to get so insecure. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not always raining clouds and butterflies. The color moves doesn't yeah. My heart is full and my door's always open. You call anytime you. Yeah, I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay away, and she will. She will. I'm doing this, but I can't fucking do it. I keep close to my throat. I'm shaking. The cat is being live. I'm too stage ready.
Post the lyrics. I can. Well done, Colin.
Yeah, it's a good.
Well, for someone who just had a flu for the week, I think they're okay.
No, I did fantastic.
Oh, dude, my voice broke out nerves when I got to the high notes, and I just got even more nervous.
Maybe it's me having a mic. So mine cuts out apparently every time I hear. So
Gotta either close the limiter or I forgot how that works. One of the ways.
There's two settings on here. Can you hear me speaking now?
Yeah, but it's breaking up at the top end. See, when your amplitude gets high, your volume gets higher.
When it's when my volume gets high, as you say.
Yeah, it cuts out. Yes.
Right.
So when you're trying to hit a high note, you're more amplitude, then you're cutting out at the top end. When it reaches that high amplitude, it cuts out. So it sounds like
What about now? What about now? What about now? What about now?
No, I don't hear it now. I was trying to keep up with Karma. There was a delay. I was trying to because she had started, but I didn't hear her yet, so I had to kind of make up for it. So I don't know what that sounded like.
Well, fine.
I had to adjust the speed I was playing at to try to keep up in my own ear.
I was probably totally off time as well.
Mama, 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 mama. Like, money.
How do you like that tremolo? That's great.
My voice in you. Oh, weird.
I'm literally shaking the fretboard.
Beauty
So
queen of only. How about like? Beauty queen of only 18. She had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her. He's always. I can't do it. I can do it a cappella, but I can't do it playing guitar.
I probably maybe
Yeah, I
need
started following along.
be in a lower key. I could make it go to like
There's no
standard tuning probably.
I don't think I can do it.
A minor third lower.
The microphone I've got is like two.
Take the capo off.
Done everything. What happens when I put the microphone boost like this?
Whoa.
What does that sound like?
Super loud with distortions. Dude, like it's way
Sounds
too
like an evil poltergeist alien is trying to devour you from the inside.
I know.
That
was crazy.
Yeah. It's completely overheated, my computer. Yeah, I don't know if I can. My mic settings, if they can be done. Melek melhei Elohim, תודה אלוהים, אלוה של נסק יחשוק, גם שקלף לפעמים, גם אז אלוהים, הלל לעולם לרחו, מלך מלהלך מלהים, תודה אלוהים, אלוה אשק יחשוק, גם כסף לפעמים, גם אז אלוהים, לעולם לעולם לרחו.
What language is that?
Hebrew.
Say again?
Oh shoot!
I totally guessed it right.
See, the way we have to look at it is like this. If only people could understand and establish that the world is first flat before they understand that me and you and I are all one for the brother in the sky that I call Yah. It's all love. I understand. We got our own little things that we misunderstand on, that we overstand on, that we might not stand on. But the ground that we're on is definitely flat. That's all I'm going to say about that. You know, we don't see rivers running down or up hills. We understand that rivers always run flat, and that's about it. And I'm a bit ill. So you shouldn't even be asking me to really sing for you. Because, guys, that's just not right. I need a stew.
Speaking of mushrooms, does anyone know how to find mushrooms? I wish I had mushrooms in my area.
Yeah, there's an app now.
Look around here.
It's also easy to know. The day after the first freeze, once the first frost comes in, the mushroom starts growing.
I can see it.
And if you want to make your own, after you had a bunch of mushroom tea, when you have to pee in your backyard in a specific spot where you want the mushrooms to grow.
Wow, right on. It's been great hanging out with you guys for the last few hours. I'm gonna go do something else for a while.
I will miss you and your guitar.
Thank you. Appreciate it. See you next time.
Yeah.
And your singing was absolutely great. Fantastic. All of you.
I guess it's time for a little bit of commercial break because people are stepping away and no one's stepping up to the plate to talk. So I'm just going to find a song and put it on. Let's get it on.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you found that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
And you're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe comes to die. We have Pazza C joining us, who's VZ verified. Do you have any questions? Or do you mind if we ask you some questions?
How are you?
Welcome.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. How's it going?
We're doing pretty good. You were just listening to KYC, a member of this Discord, and her song. What did you think?
Very, very polished, very nicely done.
I agree. She's my favorite artist currently.
Is she on Spotify or any? Is her music released anywhere or?
I don't know. I know that this is just on YouTube currently, but I don't know if
She's got a
FCS
SoundCloud, Grace, I think. She's got a SoundCloud.
Yeah, I can link you to her SoundCloud. I got that somewhere.
Nice. It's good stuff.
So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I don't think it's flat. Let's put it that way. It's I've got no way of proving that, of course. Really, but I'm interested in listening. I hear a lot of what people say on from both arguments, and you know, no one's changed. You know, I keep saying no one changes their mind. Well, not a lot of people change their mind, and I'm in that. I definitely fall in that category at the moment, anyway.
Yeah. So you're saying you just believe it and you can't prove it to us or yourself, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's what everyone is taught now, isn't it? So, you know, I've not been in the space. I can't observe a curve looking out on any surface.
Yeah. So you observe the same as us. We just see the Earth as flat, non-rotating. That's the starting axiom, and people have told us otherwise. We've all learned that in schools, and most people just go on that. Is that fair?
Pretty much. Pretty well. Yeah. I mean, okay. So we're told that every eminent mind before us in recent history, particularly in the scientific community, it is convinced the Earth is not flat, but a sphere or a plate sphere, or whatever we call it. So the educational narrative is completely sold on that, the same way as it's sold on evolution.
Yeah, they have lied to us about many things. That's true. For instance, they told us that the Earth was a globe, and all of the scientists have had a consensus on this. Sure. Well, that's not true. That's just a fancy belief they want you to believe, and so that's what they tell you.
All right. So I understand that there are some eminent microbiologists who refute evolution, for example. There are some eminent physicists who refute the certain aspects of current scientific thinking about all aspects of physics are refuted by someone who has an eminency. What I meant to say was
it's in crisis right now, and so trying to argue for this cosmology is a pretty flimsy rope to stand on. We're not a replacement religion. We're just here because we have debunked the religion we came from.
Sure, I get that. I understand that you're about testable observation and empiricism, scientific empiricism. I get that. And where there are, in the same way as I think the biggest issue I have with is breaking away from it all. Really, is the fact that it seems so vast. The consensus. And so much as it seems so rigidly set. It's kind of
Yeah, when you think about it, back in the day, smoking was healthy. That was during that time. That was rigidly set as by the majority of scientists as being healthy, and your doctor recommended Camel because that's what he smokes. And then marijuana was demonized, and you go crazy if you just inhale a little bit of it and you kill your whole family. So this was considered to be fact because of consensus.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a big problem with just blindly accepting consensus without looking into it. And we just looked into it and just asking the question, like, is it a globe? That is enough to get you banned and shadow banned on platforms, you get classed as a flat earther. Just asking the question. And that should ring alarm bells, because if it had validity to it, it would stand on its own in truth, like Flat Earth does.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that one thing I will say is that it's human nature to form consensus, and to find it very difficult to pull its and for minds to pull themselves away from the conclusions of consensus. That's pretty much been with humans since early history. And
I would recommend you look into mass psychosis. Mass psychosis, there is oftentimes a consensus in that psychosis. That doesn't mean that psychosis is good for the population or helpful in any way.
No, exactly. I totally agree. And it doesn't matter whether you talk about this. And every facet of society suffers from that. The religious aspects of society can suffer for that as well. And it has done in the past. One time, religious people in the world were burning each other at stake because they thought that they were. Every time they showed some attitude that other people didn't like, they declare them a demon or a witch.
Pause though. That's the government, though. That's actually the government pretending to be somebody else. For the record, sorry.
But in the days when religion governed societies, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's been at the Catholic Church for 1800 years, pretending to be something it's not. So there's only one world government. But I want to just say something. I'm going to let Dre's continue. But you said something about human nature, and I find that actually profound, because human nature is the problem. Humans love to just trust people and then fall for it. Like he was explaining, it's a form of Stockholm syndrome. It's mass psychosis, literally, and that's human nature. We just give in and we go, oh, our slave masters told us we live on a magical cartoon ball, and it's too disruptive to go against that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it doesn't matter whether what they're telling you is the truth or not. If it's comfortable, it embeds itself in the individual and in the society in that context. So
right, but you see, when Scientology, right, when we see these Scientology people do it, we think, oh, that's wrong. But when the whole world governments do it, it's okay. You see the problem?
Yeah, well, it's not so much that it's okay. It's just eminently more tenable. Therefore, it's more likely. People think, well, if everybody says it, if everybody's running towards the door, there's something wrong, and I should run too.
Yeah, the problem
right.
here
I just my last thing, I promise I'll shut up. If you met me and I'm from a Scientology group and I was raised on an island, I'd be that person. I think I live on a ball. I come from volcanoes, whatever magical fairies made me. And it's not true, but I was raised to believe it. That's exactly what this globe religion is. And I yield.
Yeah, it's also like if everybody's running and jumping off the cliff, then that's not justification for you running and jumping off the cliff. But our situation is far worse than that, because it's not them just running off the cliff. They're actually dragging our children off the cliff, and that is unacceptable.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, if you imagine the crowds jumping off the cliff, people that in the analogy, people aren't thinking; they're just basically acting compulsively.
Yeah.
And they'll take their children by the hand and run with them, in that analogy. Do you know what I mean?
What I'm talking about is putting in laws and things that force other people's children. I can understand they're dragging their own children off the cliff, and that's their prerogative.
Sure.
But dragging other people's children off the cliff just because you believe that that's the right thing to do is absurd.
Yeah, I understand. The sentiment there. I understand that completely. Which is why, educate some people. That's the reason why we have religious schools, because people don't want things that other people are imposing other people's mindsets on their children. In the same way, you can have schools where they're just as regimentally secular. So parents can protest as much as they like. They won't have a nativity play, or they won't do a prayer, or whatever. Yeah. Now, whether it's not a question of whether it's right or wrong. It's a question of if people make choices, when people make choices for other people's children, that's the issue, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, and you see this happening today with critical race theory being pushed into schools and parents rising up to try to stop it, and then the DOJ classing parents as domestic terrorists for saying no to something that they're forcing upon their children. That's just wrong.
It's also the case of not letting kids able to like opt out. I know in my school, like religion was obviously the big part. I wasn't a flat earther back then, but mine wasn't a religious school. I mean, we had a school next to us that was saying something, and it was a religious school, so mine wasn't. But we still did an assembly where we prayed every week, and we had like Easter assemblies that were religious assemblies. Now, I remember when I was in the last year of school. Yeah, I remember in the last year of my school, one of the girls in my year, she was like she was unique, and she was fed up, and she literally stood up and walked out of the assembly, and she was like, "I don't want to be here. I'm not religious. Why am I sitting through this?" And in the middle of the heads down prayer, she got up and walked out. She ended up getting detention for that. And that kind of annoys me for the fact like you're forcing that upon people, although my school wasn't religious. I mean, we were doing Christian prayers when there were, like Muslims there, and our school was very diverse. It wasn't a one set religious school, which the other schools around us were. But it goes in the same for Flat Earth. If a parent doesn't want their child to be taught something very specific, then, I mean, it shouldn't be forced upon them.
But that's exactly how I feel about. That's exactly how I feel about the globe. I mean, because I'm upset that it turns out that I happen to still be religious, even when I thought I was jumping away from religion and all the things that I had to do when I was a child. When I ventured off to become an adult, I decided, well, now I can think for myself. Now I can look into whatever I want to look into. And it's like the same anger that people who went through the same experience I went through don't hold that same anger for the shape of the earth when they realize that there are really good questions coming from people like you and me.
Yeah.
I completely get teaching. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was going to say, like, with the shape of the earth, I mean, to be honest, I'm quite grateful that I did sit through it, and I don't think I would have wanted to have opted out of it because I wouldn't know about it at all. I like the fact that I, sat through those lessons, and not that there were any lessons, it's sort of just embedded, but the few that there was, I would rather have learned it than have not. Or I don't think I would let my kids object out of it. I would want them to do it and figure out the truth for themselves. Like, get taught what they're supposed to be and then figure out the truth themselves.
Sure. Well, I mean, like I say, a great many people who find religion have a more profound relationship with their religion and their spirituality in their religion and their God than those who are just born into it. Quite frankly, some people are in a religious community, their families are religious, and I've met them, and they tell you they are religious, but you can tell that they're not attached to their religion the same way as other people who haven't, have come from either another religion or from a secular environment and found their religion. It's a different experience for them entirely, So it's when you find something, when you adventure somewhere in whatever context it is, and you find it for yourself, it's bound to be a more profound experience than if you're just raised to believe that, But there is a comfort in believing what your parents believe. There is a comfort in towing the line in the culture that imbues you with your mindset. That is human nature. Humans are raised. The person who says "Don't touch that fire; it will burn you" is more likely to be your parents than it is anybody else. And when you burn your hand, and every time your parents say "Don't touch that," "Don't eat that," "Don't eat that bit," but eat that bit. Be nice to him. Say this. Don't say that. They are continuously reinforcing your image of them as the comforting interface to the truth of the universe. So,
yeah, but this kind of psychology is used against us as well with, for instance, the globe, where there's this cognitive bias that is reinforced through cognitive ease, where
That's exactly
all of media and everywhere you see this globe, and it's woven into their language, so it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's the point I was making. It doesn't matter whether what your aspect of an appreciation of, a cultural thing or an intellectual thing or a religious thing or a spiritual thing or an observer, even like in this context to some degree, how you observe the universe. What you're told in the context of this society is very difficult to break away from sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. It certainly is, and I think most of us here can attest to that. Like, it's not like we just decided to be flat earthers on a whim. Like, I think most of us here didn't want to be flat earthers. Most of us tried to debunk it. And so we ended up here as a consequence of remaining true to our morals and being honest with ourselves. Like, I'm not going to go lying to other people and lie to myself about what I've seen and how the world works. Like, I know this now. I know it. I don't just believe it because someone told me. I know it because I looked into the individual parts of how it works, instead of just accepting the story about it, their conclusions.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. I understand that.
And that's the question. I have a question for you. So I'll say two things and then I'll ask the question. So we ask people what they think the shape of the earth is, or what do they think of the earth, and they say they think it's a globe. And then we ask them, how do they know? And they give us every answer possible other than the right one to that question. Knowledge is something that you know because you've verified it to be the case, right? Something that you've experienced firsthand, something that is directly relational to your inquiry.
Yep.
And when we ask people this question, they don't give us any direct knowledge. They just tell us what someone told them or what they've seen on a TV, what they've been, all this stuff. So my question to you is, why do you think it's hard for someone to accept that there is no direct evidence of what we've been taught as children and what's been reinforced as well into adulthood?
Well, going back to the first two questions, I believe the Earth is a globe. Have I got any personal evidence to attest to that? Personal evidence, personal first-person observation? No. Okay, so then from then on in, you talk about my relationship, as I say, with what I'm told from everybody around me. And at this present moment,
the question to you was, it was only one question. Why do you think that people aren't okay with, like, when they say they don't have any direct evidence, why do you think that's not okay?
it's well, let's put it this way. People can be comfortable. I'm just talking about people in general now, yeah? People can be perfectly comfortable in not having any first-hand evidence in a belief or in a philosophy or a way of thinking, yeah? If they attest to the comfort and the concept that other people, enough other people have told them that they don't need to investigate it, that's the truth. That's basically what it boils down to, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
That goes back to a time.
Well, give me an example of something else that is that isn't directly evidence-based that people are okay with believing.
I've never been to Australia. Do I believe Australia exists?
No, but
yes.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But I mean, you could definitely go.
Yeah, that's the point. Is the ability for you to go to Australia. I mean, you can obviously not with the current pandemic, but you can book a flight tomorrow and go there next week. Like, the chance you can go to Australia if you wanted to. When it comes to proving the shape of the Earth, you literally can't.
So can you give another example of something that's impossible to directly verify, but people are okay with?
Yeah. Sorry. So an example of something that's impossible or possible?
Impossible.
Oh, impossible.
Hasn't been verified by any layman person.
Okay. Well, obviously, any pretty much anything in the scientific astronomical realm, it'd be impossible for me really to have the resource to check.
Right. So that counts as, the globe belief. Well, let's just lump that in with that. But is there any other example where people have been told something that about this earth that they can't verify, but they're okay with believing?
Yeah,
I got the age of the earth, the ancient history of
Yeah,
the earth.
that comes with the globe and evolution and how the earth came to be. I'm sorry. I mean something totally not directly linked to the geography or anything like that. I mean something else entirely.
I was always told if I dig a deep enough hole, I could dig to China, but that's not true.
That also has to do with the globe. I'm talking about something completely unrelated.
You could throw into the mix there. Did Jesus exist? I've got it's impossible for me to empirically verify whether Jesus existed. I can go to people and I can look at literature and I can find sources that I can use to build that model. I'm not being disrespectful to religion. I'm just giving. That's just an example.
Can I refine my question, if you don't mind? That the majority is okay with believing.
Majority, okay.
It's a good question, isn't it? I'm curious because I think that you could come up with one. I just don't know because I haven't thought of it.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that struck me is one thing you could do to verify it strikes me that
something that's impossible to verify that everyone believes, other than any aspect of how the earth came to be and that sort. Is there anything else like this particular thing that the majority believes, but
to be true?
I suppose no. It's a tricky. Those are things pop into my mind. I think, oh, you can. And I think about it long enough, and there's always a caveat of some sort, isn't there?
Yep.
It's a good question. It's a good question. And I'll think about that and come back to it.
Fair enough.
But
we can name like about 50 things really quickly, right? But they were all in the vernacular of what he's talking about. We could say string theory, gravity, evolution. We could say the Big Bang. We could say so. Effectively, the point is there's a word, science, been deified. It's been put on a pedestal, right? That's why Bill Nye, the science guy, was the one who taught you that boats went over the curve, even though that's got nothing to do with a science question, to do with geometry, right? Mathematicians show you that. It was a guy with science next to his name. He's not even a scientist. He's involved in media, right? Because media is what creates propaganda, right? So it's very simplistic in nature that, in fact, the people that have propagated the lie that we are saying that we have exposed, right, always end up landing up on the side of either a form of media or a false form of scientific certification, right? Time and time again, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The question Elijah asks is one that's quite eloquent and quite beautiful, really, because it makes one think, what else is there in the world that I would accept as truth with such little validation? This goes all the way back to Universal Studios, my friend, where they showed planes back in the 1990s, of a plane orbiting around the globe, right? Before anyone has seen a globe from any orthographical position, and before any form of orbit had even thought about, this was something that was in the vernacular of an idea that somebody already had. Columbus sailed around the globe without the Americans on the globe that he used to navigate, meaning he used the globe in the middle of a table, a big column attached to it, and some of the ships would have cylinders as well, just for easier navigation for lots of people to be able to look at something on a table at the same time, right? You know, what was hypothesized first, globe or gravity? Gravity came second, funnily enough, right? Explain the objective direction down all the way across the face of a spherical ball, right? You know, you have these little things that are just, you know, and that's gravity, right? And again, same thing in life.
I can see why gravity was, you know, theorized the way it was at such a late time, because it's so inherent in our reality that you can go without thinking about it. You can go without thinking about the relationship of, you know, things within the vertical in that respect, because it's like, you know, it's a fundament of our reality. So,
but it's only inherent in the paradigm of the belief of how evolution. Well, actually, it's in full contradiction of evolution and entropy. But I mean, I don't know. But that aside,
I've heard that. I've not been convinced. I've not been convinced that.
Well, you have things moving away from each other. Where's the energy coming from? Well, that it wouldn't do it by itself. So it would have to be some sort of force between the atoms with this inherent ability to be attracted to one another, regardless of how far apart they are. That's what gravity was proposed to be, which was superseded by Einstein's special theory of relativity.
Yeah. There's Einstein took it beyond the what were the apparent boundary limits of Newtonian physics, didn't he? Effectively.
Yeah.
In the scientific consensus, I'm talking, of course.
So to there's no, like, we don't experience gravity in any way other than in our mind when we consider things like the sun being 340 billion times the Earth's pressure for air, and it just sitting in a vacuum, and all the other things, including the Earth itself. That's the only time we really do consider it. But usually, what we experience is things being at rest, at complete equilibrium, or they're falling if they're taken out of equilibrium, or they're rising.
Yeah.
Floating.
Sure.
Or flying. This is what we experience, and that's well without the scope of universal gravity, because again, there is no weight when you drop something into a pool. Well, then the physics becomes very different for that thing.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. What I will say, okay, is that whether it's true or not, it's a beautifully woven together thing that they say, isn't it? Science. It's not.
I agree. Very intricate.
You can pick up. As with everything, you can pick it apart in a certain spot. Yeah, and you can do that pretty much anywhere within it. But its intricacy is such that even though you show people the dismantling of certain parts, as you do, you know, in this community, that in itself is not enough to convince people that the whole thing is not robust. It's just that, you know, you are able
of that, and it is.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that. I mean, that's because they're religious. They don't realize it. For instance, if I come up to you today and I'm holding a book in my hand and I said, the things in this book I've written down, and it was inspired by God, would you believe me?
But categorically no, because not categorically no. I'm highly unlikely.
No,
I'm highly
right?
unlikely.
No,
No,
right?
no,
If
I'm
I
highly
tell
likely.
you, right? So, there would have been no difference
if they're a cat,
2,000 years ago if I would have come up to you and said, "Hey, this book was written by God through me." Would you believe me? Then, probably not, right?
no, it depends. And I'm not being facetious, but if you are floating 10 foot off the ground and you are emanating a light, then I'd be more inclined to believe you. Yeah, if you're just approaching me in the street in an anorak, and your hair's as wet as mine is in the rain, there's a context in which you're just you're another person. Maybe
Right.
Moses.
So in the sense
Moses
of this,
descended.
so in the sense of something that's happened billions of years ago that no one's experienced, in the sense of gravity working in a medium that no one's ever been to, or at least we can't verify. Basically, someone comes up to you with a story and they say, "Hey, this is what it is. Do you believe me?" All of a sudden, there's a difference. Well, you're religious.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying.
Let me, can I put something into perspective? If you wanted to reply what you said, go ahead first.
If it is religious, okay.
I'll show you how.
I know. What I will say is this, okay, is the reason that it is in the common intellectual vernacular and is taught to children and it sticks, is because in its behaviour it distinguishes itself from religion in some aspects. Okay, it may have dogma and it may have a component of faith in it, but at the same time it derides both of those in its philosophy. So it effectively then becomes an alternative in people's minds if they don't think about it closely enough.
Right, so, okay, let me tell you a little story, right? Okay? This story predates the Bible, right? It predates the Bible by about 4.9999998 years.
Billion years.
Yeah. So the story is this, right? Okay, and it's how you existed. This is exactly how you are able to exist in this day and age. So 4.5 billion years ago, Theia, the wayward planet, right, was on a collision course for another planet, right? On this course, it was on a wayward course, meaning out of its normal orbital path or trajectory. No one knows why. No one knows why it lost its gravitational vector to whatever it held it in its orbit. In its orbit that it previously was not colliding with things. Theia, the wayward planet, effectively ends up colliding with a planet, and in doing so, as it collides with that planet, it does something. And the thing that it does is it replenishes a core, a molten iron core. This molten iron core was one that was literally about to burn out. One that was about to burn out, which would have made the actual planet one that would be uninhabitable, much like that of something like Mars or Venus, right? Okay? A rockiest planet, okay? So, Theia, the wayward planet, hits this planet, not hard enough to destroy it, because it was a glancing blow, but hard enough that it hits it in some way. I don't know how it does this both two at the same time. Hard enough that it somehow hits it and deposits its own molten iron core, almost like an RPG, inverted copper cone, Monroe effect, boring its way down into the center of the Earth, right? And in doing so, replenishes the core of the Earth that was about to burn out, right? The debris that was gathered amongst the surface of the Earth after this so-called wayward blow from the wayward planet Theia, that debris coalesces over the next few million years into a small ball, and over time that ball slowly gets bigger and bigger and bigger from the debris from the blow. Eventually this debris becomes a ball that is eventually cast away from the very ball that Theia hit. This ball is cast away exactly to be 400 times the size to distance to ratio so that me and you can experience eclipses. I.e., ipso facto, Athea hit the Earth, deposited a molten iron core exactly at the right time in the chronology that was already set out in the Earth by the people that set out Earth science and the chronology of the Earth science. In terms of who writes the book on that, right?
Yeah.
The Earth was about to burn out, its core was about to burn out. We would have lost our electromagnetic field. We would have lost our capability to have a form of gravity that was cohesive and capable of keeping an atmosphere here. But thankfully, Athea, the wayward planet, crashes into ours, deposits its molten iron core, debris lands everywhere, and eventually the debris coalesces into a ball that eventually casts away and is exactly 400 times the size of distance to ratio in order that we're able to experience eclipses with the sun. This is how the creation of the moon happened. And also the savior of the planet and the savior of the actual ecosystem that we have here today and the atmospheric system that we have here today. This happened 4.5 billion years ago. It's history. There is no validation of proof for it.
Can I
So,
ask you one thing about
no,
that story?
wait, I've just said this to this guy. No, Sasha, don't do that. So,
Why? I
Pazza.
want to ask a question.
Well, no, I was talking, and I was just about to finish.
Connected with the story. I want to ask questions.
I understand. Oh, my days.
Well, Sasha, give the other guy a second to respond to what Crack laid out. I mean, is that unfair? Do you have to right now?
I'm all right with everything. All right.
All right. Thank you.
So, yeah, if you tell the story in that context, it's a fabulous. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying, yeah. If you tell that story that way, it is too fabulous to be coincidence. Yeah. It is. It begs way more questions than it could possibly answer.
The point is that it's the official narrative, how we today, right? And
it's the narrative. Yes, it's worded differently by the scientific community.
It depends. They've chopped and changed at times.
I totally get it. So to go, what the scientific, I'm not saying I believe this because I've got no way of proving it either. I'm just talking about what the scientific community and what the educational system teaches us. Yeah, is that you could tell that story by saying there was a planet around a star, yeah, that had a which had a non-significant core and consequently a non-significant magnetic field, which would have consequently meant that in its later formation, any atmosphere would have leaked away under the stresses caused by the solar winds from its parent star. Yeah, this is how they would word it. Yeah.
But the issue is remember that Earth is the one that's core is depleting and about to die out, right?
I totally.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
But at the same time, remember that would have reduced the capability of it for it to.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
For it to have a pull as well toward this planet was wayward, right?
I totally. That's what I was saying. That was what they would tell you, that this fledgling planet, which was the pre-collision Earth, so as we were talking about here.
But the Earth was already there.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. The pre-collision Earth is still a planet, yeah, and they said it was already there, and they would tell you that had formed through accretion, yeah, for whatever. And again, I can never experience accretion. I'm just telling you the narrative of how they would say the framework. They would tell you that it, as in its pre-collision state, it didn't have the magnetic field or the gravitational force due to its size to maintain an atmosphere, a gaseous atmosphere over time. Okay, and it would have ended up like its siblings, its near sibling planets losing atmosphere ultimately. Well, one of them anyway. Venus is obviously the exception because Venus does have an atmosphere, and it has enough of the parameters we're talking about in its favor to keep an atmosphere this long, if you believe that narrative. Okay, so there are clearly, if you they can cite models where planets of our size can keep their atmosphere and planets of our size that can't keep their atmosphere. Okay,
but the validation in which for us to validate that any of those things have the atmosphere right?
No.
Or any of those atmospheres again, right? So this is where we're saying this is what I'm talking about. It being religious in nature. Yeah, the sophistry mixed in with philosophy mixed in with it, right? And the slow sort of idea of this, awakening and this idea of people effectively coming to terms with a new form of system, right? That a new form of system that has a deified proces of words next to it, right? That effectively implicate it as something that is validated, because obviously people see the world of astronomy as a science, right? When it isn't a science at all.
No, but what you've also got to bear. But to cover your second point, about the fragments coming away and forming the moon, and the moon being exactly the right size to give us solar eclipses.
I understand that what the explanation is for that is that it's the exact amount of pull needed from the sun, keep it to that size that it would do so exactly. Wait, I understand.
Well, to be fair, to actually cite their model, what they proclaim accurately, the orbit of the moon is changing its distance over time, and it just so happens that at the moment, this is what they're positing. At the moment that it is almost perfectly in a diametric ratio from an observed point on the Earth to the same size as the sun. It's clearly not, because you can have annular eclipses when the moon's orbit isn't an exact distance. So sometimes,
but we experience any of this when, mind you, this is an offshoot from the first point, which was, well, the whole wayward planet thing was also there's never, where is the how do you know in all of this? Like, who has asked, not you, but like, I mean, can you consider the fact who's asked them, hey, okay, neat little model there, but how do you know this?
And remember the amount of debris that was there, right? That's why it's unbelievable, is the amount of debris deposited from the wayward planet, right? And also the depositation of a molten iron core that replenishes the one of this, that allows us to maintain an atmosphere, right? Yeah,
I get it. Yeah,
right. And also the amount of debris being that of the exact amount needed for it to have a planet created from that debris that would be cast away 400 times the size distance ratio, so that we can experience eclipses, meaning the creation of the moon, right? From this collision, right? When I talk about that and I say how that's 4.5 billion years ago, in a time where we have absolutely no way of validating any of it, can you see how we could say there is an element of religiosity and also beliefs that has to be involved in this, that is probably beyond the magnitude of anything ever written in religious text, actually?
Absolutely. And they will. And if you accept that, and you say, well, how do they? You ask the question, how do they know about this collision? What they will cite to you, and the reason that theory is very, very contemporary. This isn't what they tell us. It's because they have had an opportunity to study some of the geology of the moon, and they have compared it to the geology of the Earth, and they now think that the moon.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I know this. I can't know this. I cannot
Well,
know that.
I mean, but I'm thinking that you imagine that someone else has been told this, and now this third hand, fourth hand, whatever hand at this point to you, but I'm asking, how does anyone know? If they were here, I'd ask them, right? I mean, you can't just continue to pass the buck.
No.
As if we're here to listen to stories that we already. I mean, you got to know that we already know this stuff, right? Like, the question to you is actually for you to think about. How do you know?
I get that completely, and as with all of science, science is one.
Well, with science, I can just go outside and apply the method to whatever I'm trying.
Yeah.
Did you want to go, Greg? I mean,
well, I just wanted to clear up the fact that obviously this is the issue. This is what we're trying to clear up. See,
Crack,
this
can I
isn't
ask
some.
only that stupid question?
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to
No,
ruin.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Because
Go ahead.
in that narrative, what you said, I only my question will be where water came, where ocean came from. You know that explosions, molten iron core, or blah blah blah. For me, it's question where from water came, and salty water also.
Well, if we presume
well,
that narrative is true, then obviously we have to then if you were to accept that narrative, right? Yeah, then we're to accept the narrative that everything already came from hydrogen from an explosion, right? And that there would be planets created via this hydrogen, and obviously forms different cosmic radiation, transmutation of hydrogen, and bonding of oxygen into water, into ice sheets and ice sheets, meteorites in the earth, and then the earth collecting.
You don't need to continue. It's all right. I don't want to yeah.
Yeah, but like the main point, Pazza, is like this, right? Yeah. So like when you're saying it's science, yeah, you keep saying like this is cited from the body of science, right? This is what the scientists would tell you. None of those people are scientists, right? Do you want to? The reason why they're not, right, is this.
They're not empiricists. They're not empiricists.
It's not just that they're not empiricists, dude. They could be empiricists in many different ways in their own lives in different formats, right? The reason that it's not science is because you tell me how you can manipulate a variable that has anything to do with the moon. Or a planet that was in history. Because science is a very strict definition, right? And a strict definition that was set out by exact parameters, and these exact parameters were stuck by for a very long time. The scientific method would be the thing that would denote either as science or not, whether it's able to be run through it or not, right? So we have a naturally observed phenomena, which means you have to be present for it. Then after that, we would then have obviously some form of someone would have to have a hypothesis, right, as well, right? And then really a hypothesis test, which would be experimentation, right? And then inside of that, then we would have, variables. We'd have constituent parts of the experiment itself to denote the cause of the effect, right? So we would have an independent, dependent. We would have a control, basically, as well, obviously, right? So the whole point in this is, how is it so that you're able to manipulate the variable, right? Mainly the dependent, right? So how would it be that someone could manipulate the variables within inside of this story so that they could denote any of the cause and effect of it? They can. It's not even a science question, right? This is a history question.
I totally agree.
It doesn't come into the vernacular of science, is my point. But because people use the word science so readily and so availably in any of these sorts of forms of stories when they're brought up, anything to do with astronomy, astrology, or anything to do with any of these types of stories, because that word science is run out, it's deified, and science has this automated way of basically verifying things next to people's ear. Why would this be? For instance, the cure of things like smallpox and lupus and stuff like this would have come out of the fields of chemistry and biochemistry, which would be very secure fields of science with very secure results that are empirical.
Classical scientific model empiricism.
Yeah, so when you have empirical results that people benefited from, then you attach a word that's associated to the benefits of that. There is a psychosomatic reaction that induces the individual into instantly believing anything that's placed next to the word. So this is how they've got away with it for so very long, and this is why we say they're in a cult, and a religious one of that called a religious cult of scientism. And there are people that are the conductors of scientism that understand what they're doing when they place these words into certain phenomena. And then there are people that don't understand, and those are the people that are took in, and those are the congregation. Priests are the ones that know.
Well, can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Because this kind of goes back to, 15 minutes ago, I was making a point, and we were talking about religion. And since it's time back, since it's time back into it now, you had said that because of Yeah, well, we were talking about how children and why this has such a hold, right?
Yeah,
and you were
absolutely.
saying, well, even though you can tear apart, certain aspects, the entire whole is hard to dismiss because there are a lot of aspects to it that make sense that we can cooperate with certain things in reality. But my address to that is that's not true.
Like, yeah,
Because
like
because when I said, well, it's just a religious idea and there's no experience, you just move while you're in school, actually, and before you go to school, the TV is there to indoctrinate you with sci-fi, right?
Yep.
That's what it's called.
Yep.
And then, I mean, you look at it right now, Netflix, whatever, all of it is enforcing the idea, all of it is enforcing the idea that space is a thing and we live on this thing inside of space.
Of course.
None of this is ever verified or validated. It's just reinforced year after year as you grow up. That's not actually.
And I'll
I
tell you
mean,
what.
doesn't that make it more of a case that it's religion
Quite possibly.
and indoctrination?
It's certainly it's indoctrinal in its nature because it doesn't warrant any investigation, or it doesn't warrant the requirement for investigation. And I totally agree with you. And if you want a food for thought is that now science, if you listen to the fringes of theoretical physics, which is this very stuff you're refuting against, they are now talking about conceptually. They're talking about multi-universes and multiverses, and the thread behind that, as far as I can see, the narrative behind that is it's virtually philosophical. But what it does in nature is it enables you in the nature of what their establishment teaches is that if you raise an issue where we say, let's supposing we look at the primordial forces in the universe, and if any of them be slightly different, the elemental forces, then the universe would have collapsed.
These are all things that you. I'm sorry to cut you short, but again, these are all things that are expanded upon after the belief that we live on a globe, and well, how can this be?
Exactly. But let me finish. I'm not defending. I'm saying that now that people question the sheer, should we say, the permutational ridiculousness of the model, they then cite the fact that it may be that this is one model of a whole infinite range of models, a whole universe, and that's happened.
There's hundreds,
and they've all the others failed, and this one is the one that succeeded. Now that level of scientific theory is.
But you know that mainstream says that. You know that they don't say that in university. I'm contending this point. I don't think university says that. I mean, I've heard many professors say that this isn't the case. Why is the mainstream saying what you're saying when in fact, if you go to university, they tell you the opposite? And I'm talking about the specific point of saying there's a range of models, but they go with this one. When in fact, no, they don't. Only the mainstream media says they do.
He's talking about the idea of the multiverse, I believe, that once they open up this idea of the multiverse, and this is something that I've been worried about as well, Elijah, right? Is that when they open up the idea of the multiverse and that we have all these different tangent lines through string theory, right?
Yeah, that's just a theory.
Yeah, I know.
It's not really a model. It's just a theory.
But they can switch out models, right, at any time.
I'm talking about cosmological models. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Listen, multiverse isn't a model.
It's ridiculous. I know it's not a model, dude. I'm not saying that.
But we're almost talking about multiverses, and you're trying to explain a point that I thought was non sequitur anyway.
It is non sequitur, but I was trying to.
But you're bringing it up.
Because as a pertinence.
He's going to say it anyway.
It has a pertinence because.
Lord, I've been confused for the last half hour. I don't know. Is it just me?
Well, the thing is that what they can do once they cite that, and like you say, there are two types. They don't teach the multiverse in classical physics in university, but there's entertainment science which comes through the media. There's definitely entertainment
It's not
science.
even. It's not even a confirmed theory. There's a debate about string theory, and there's a debate about Planck's constant.
Please,
Yeah,
please
but
understand.
how?
I'm not defending the theory. I'm saying they cite it.
But I
because
did
it
stop
suits
you
the
to tell
narrative.
you it was non sequitur. I don't
Multiverse isn't
understand.
even a scientific theory.
But I did try to stop the conversation because it was non sequitur. No, it doesn't seem like anybody is willing to say that and go, yeah, let me back up because this is not relevant to anything. Like what's going on?
It isn't relevant and it is non sequitur, and we should move on. That's why I tried to quickly just gleam over what he was trying to say to just move on. Like, I'll be honest.
But all I'm saying is that they will expand the model to fit to in a theoretical way like that, which has got no practical way of verification.
Yeah, but that's kind of a red herring. I mean, because I'm talking about our cosmology and how we came to be and what our cosmology is, not expanding on the idea that this is, we're heliocentric. That's not what I'm talking about.
Sure, but I get that, and if you want me to stop
No, I just want you to address what I'm saying instead of talking about something entirely unrelated.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that it's not, I don't think it is unrelated. That's with all due respect.
Well, tell me how it's related before you begin. If I'm talking about I'm sorry if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
If I'm talking about universities that are actually admitting that there are hundreds of models and that it's only the mainstream, which is the premise that you laid out. You said,
thank you.
Who, me?
No, my daughter brought my dog in. My bad. I forgot I was unmuted.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the hundreds of different explanations as to how the universe, so-called, is made up. Now, how is what you're saying related to that?
Well, sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. A little earlier on, we were talking about the fact that when your colleagues was talking about a narrative of how this planet hit what was the fledgling Earth, and all these amazing coincidences are inherent in the story, which makes it less tenable. If you try and dissect it in a more compound fashion, it becomes more.
Are we talking about the Sumerian text now, in Nibiru and all that shit?
No, we're not.
We're talking about that the story that was told earlier on,
science.
and the incredulity in it because of the
what mainstream silence says the planet hit Earth.
It's not even science. That's what I explained to him straight afterwards.
It's not.
No, it's
theoretical. It's not even form of science, because this is what I was saying to him, Palmod, is that
it might be dressed in scientific language, but it's not science. It's not.
But it was a red herring, in all honesty, because I started off with the notion that the question was never really pondered about. We just kind of moved past it to come up with ways to explain other things without asking, hey, is the Earth a ball in the first place? And I asked him, why do you think that is? And then Crack introduced all the stuff. I never got an answer to my question.
We're all Rick and Morty on this shit.
Elijah, dude, I did that because you brought up about being religious, so I sort of brought that story into
So the multiple model things, I would
multiple model thing that I didn't bring that in.
I would like to see that, because there's actually no complete scientific model of the universe. No offense, but there is none, not one.
I think that was the point. Wait there a second, dude. I just want to say something. I think that was what he was going to try and say. Is no matter.
And then we're all off in this pile of compost about theoretical ideals of multiverses. And
listen, I'm just going to try and say what he was going to say, basically, right? Which is
you got a greater chance of proving God than proving a multiverse.
Of course,
simulation and all that crap, and they don't teach that at university.
He's talking about narrative and the mainstream, right? And I think what he was trying to say was this: it's like no matter what we debunk, they're effectively going to create this thing where they can just pull out a new model and
That's
have
exactly
a
what
Well, this is the
so-called
thing. This is what I'm
scientific
trying to cover. There is no scientific model for the universe. These are all
I
just a
know
bunch of
that.
theories. There is no one model. I'm trying to get over that hump. You got to understand that. They got a warping, changing, evolving model. It's the only thing that evolves on Earth. Their model. And
It's not a hump. Can I say
Christ, why is it 5 fucking people trying to talk while I'm talking? I'm not as nice as fucking Elijah.
Okay, go on, carry on. Sorry.
So, in the middle of my sentence, it's time to start yours. There is no scientific model of the universe. Not one. There's no changing. You just make it conform where you need it to conform. That's it.
Okay, and my
Car.
Hello? And what I was going to say was, I totally agree with that. That was the point I was making. There is no model. There is no complete model, and they expand it to cover any incredulity in any other theoretical part of their model as well. That's what's happening in science.
Well, how does that answer my question? Because that seems to be the jumping off point. That's where you were headed. My original question was, why don't people actually question whether or not it's a globe and how they know that it's a globe? You tell me how all of that relates to my question, please.
Because, okay, the reason they don't question it is because they are comfortable in the cultural model that basically tells them that this is the way it is, and you can question it if you want to, but don't bother, because someone else who is an eminence will effectively be able to attest that that's the way it is, and people haven't got the time or the motivation or the confidence enough to go and test it for themselves or pull apart the theoretical part of it, which is not the actual empirical science themselves. And
so is that where you agreed with me that it is religious?
Yeah, it is. In that context, if you're told something and you take it on faith, that is effectively analogous to having religious faith. If you believe something without evidence, it's faith, isn't it? And the faith is one of the. It's not the cornerstone of religious and spiritualism, but it's certainly a significant component. I think we should all agree on that.
And Eli, can I just say one thing, just to swing it back to your question, right? And how he was attempting to answer it, right? But and I think he's been quite intellectually honest, and that's why I gave him the leeway, right? Is that he was effectively what he was saying to answer your question of like, why do people accept it, right? And like, because it's very hard, and it was like for ages people were thinking, why do they do that, right? Like even myself, I was like, what else is there out there other than the globe that we accept at face value? And it's like I said, the deified word of science, right, being used, and then he comes out and basically says, well, because of that, any incredulity inside of a model of it, because of science, new philosophy of it's ever changing, it doesn't.
Well, he didn't actually answer that question. He said he couldn't think of anything. I'm not sure. I don't know. Were you here? Were you here when I made that point? No, he did, but he said there's no example. I couldn't think of one because you actually reintroduced. No, you reintroduced something that I said you couldn't use. The geology, or anything related to the Earth itself. Another example of something.
Well, that was after we went to the religious.
Because then you made the example of gravity, which I told him no, because that's tied to evolution and how atoms come together and blah blah blah. But then you came back and reintroduced it when I told him that.
But that was to get him to admit that it was religious.
Oh Christ! Can we move on to something productive?
Of course. Like, that was the whole point in it. I don't know what the problem is. Like, I really don't get it.
Well, I don't care what the guy's intent was or if he's answering. If we don't like the topic, let's just change it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, in the original question, I can't answer it. I can't think of anything else that's impossible to verify personally that you would believe with the firmament that people believe, the globe Earth, and the scientific consensus. I can't think of anything. I think I did say that earlier on. I couldn't think of anything. I still can't think of anything. And that begs the question: why did people still?
Well, maybe I misinterpreted. I thought it was answering.
Wait, hold on a minute. Doesn't that beg the question? Why would one continue talking if they can't think of anything?
No, but this is what Crack was about to. That's what Crack was about to say. He misunderstood.
I misunderstood. I misunderstood. I thought when he was talking, right, about the multiverse and everything, I thought that was him explaining effectively that basically because of the new philosophy of science itself, right, bracket in terms and not real science, like I explained to him, didn't I, Elijah? And remember, the only reason I brought up the story with the Thea, right, and that was what was outside of the question, is because that question was closed off. So, all right, let me show you how religious it is, right? You know what I mean? Like, to support your point on the religious point, the new point, right? Okay? And if you listen back to the live stream, you'll see exactly what I did there, right? And it did illustrate that point. And I thought he was trying to re-answer the question again after me saying that, of like, well, yeah, basically the new philosophy of science is basically they are able to cover any incongruity inside of it using scientific terminology. Because
that's what they do.
And effectively they can switch and change because they say now that science doesn't prove it. And that's basically what I thought. I felt like he was trying to answer the old question.
That's pretty much what I was trying to say. I mean, I was being sincere, and I believe that they're just expanding it to suit their narrative and to cover anything that's pulled apart or any point that's raised about it. You know, the incredulity of it is countered by making it expansive, isn't it?
The sincerity doesn't really get us anywhere. So can we actually get something productive going?
Well, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, my question was, could you think of anything that isn't related to how the Earth got here and the Earth that people believe in, other than, well, I could think of one: Santa Claus, children. That's the only other example I can think of. The Tooth Fairy, things like that. But there's nothing.
Yeah, certainly. All of mythical
taxes,
beliefs like that. Yeah, fairies, and and anything we want to believe that you can't actually go and physically. Yeah, I totally agree. That's the case.
Unicorns.
Yeah, anything like that. Anything which has a.
They're all unicorns. All of them.
Sorry, they were what? Sorry.
They're non-existent, is what he's saying.
They're all fairy tales.
Totally. I wouldn't argue with that.
Just like multiverse. I mean, I'm not here for theoretical models. No offense, but I'm not.
No, and you're right. They are fairy tales because there's someone's narrative, someone's story, and I can't positively prove whether there are unicorns, and I can't positively prove there's a multiverse. So it effectively falls in the same category if you're intellectually honest, because the reason that a lot of stories about mythological creatures were put in, it's like the witch don't go in the woods, there's the witch who lives there. It's quite often it's put there as a purposeful and defensive mechanism.
Yeah, to keep our kids from wandering off into the forest and getting killed by wildlife. Exactly. You're preaching to the choir, dude.
I know.
It's cool. Let me show you something a little more sinister than that. Because while we may never see a pixie or a fairy or a unicorn, we're told that something that we have direct experience with every day is actually something that we can't verify geometrically speaking. Right? So unlike the things that we can experience, we're standing on something that's supposed to be a globe with certain measurements, which means we could use a bit of geometry to determine that it's actually true and can't do that. I think that's a really big, I mean, it's the most perverted lie you could ever tell a child. I don't think it's okay. Because again, I mean, for Christ's sakes, we should at least be able to measure it. It's called geometric, Earth measured.
I have never observed the Earth's curve.
But you don't have to observe it. Someone should have measured it. Seeing is that there's a geometric nature to it. That's the problem. It's not about observing it. It's not about seeing an object. It's about it having measurements that no one can verify. That's kind of sinister.
I wouldn't argue against that, no.
That's all.
I wouldn't argue at that point. Like I said, I think looking out from your own personal five senses into the world and trying to verify that the Earth is a massive, great big ball glowing in space is, I think, impossible.
How
Right.
massive it is.
So that
How
being the case, someone out there actually thinks that, well, see, so that's like a normal statement for the everyday man, right? But then there are these so-called scientists. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's. Anyway, there's so-called scientists that claim to know that it's measurably something. So
Sure.
there's the people who might have imagined, who might have thought about, who might have thought they experienced, whatever the case. Forget them. What about the people that have unlimited resources who has said this stuff is measured? That's why we can tell you where a supernova is. That's why we can tell you where a black hole is and what a black hole is. That's why we can tell you the origins of the universe. That's why we can tell you there's this thing called gravity that sticks it all together. That's why we can tell you all of this stuff. Specifically because the Earth has been measured to be a ball with a circumference of roughly 25,000 miles and a radius of 3,959 miles. So where is the validation for that?
There isn't, man. On a personal basis, there isn't one.
Absolutely nowhere.
I know.
No,
I
to be found, laddie. Yeah.
The Adam. Hey, your mic's open now, bro. Will you make sure you don't get any background noise? You can participate.
Cheers, dude. Sorry, I thought I was
You can.
server muted, so I'm not worried about it, but thank you.
No, I unmuted
Not
you.
ruffling.
You can participate now if you'd like to.
What's up, Adam?
Adam Meakin.
I crack out.
What are you doing in my neck of the woods, brother? Wait.
You didn't even notice him.
I didn't even notice him coming in. Like, he stood in the back door. Like, you know.
I didn't necessarily want to be noticed. I was just enjoying listening.
Sorry, mate.
Well, the battle mod doesn't miss a thing. You're unmuted.
Yeah. Well, evening, everyone.
Evening, brother.
Shout out to
If
Adam.
the urge takes me, then I may chip in if
What do you think? A question to Adam. What do you think about the conversation thus far? What have you heard so far? Do you have any points?
I think we need to show.
My favourite point was, I'm not here for multiverses.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take a bow. Thank you.
Do you want to know what it is? I think this guy may have needed to have gone, like, so sometimes, right, there's a difference between obviously a debate and then cutting off the legs of someone and all, right? I think what we should do now is effectively show this guy why exactly it is that the ball cannot exist, because he's obviously a baller, right? You've been intellectually honest and basically admitted that all of it's fairy tales and lark and rubbish, and we spent quite a bit of time going through all of that with you, right? You know, we didn't need to sort of do so effectively, right? You know, we didn't really need to go through all of that nonsense with you, right? But we did, right? And we did so in order to sort of maybe speak your language for a moment, right?
Of course, I appreciate that.
And in order that you could sort of see that we can understand things in the way that you do, and I did so only really, I guess, in a hope that you would be more willing to take information from me in a light with more weight behind it. I'm only doing that in a sense, more as a case, in order that you would maybe listen to what I'm saying or ideas I'm about to present with a little bit more weight behind them, right?
Yeah, of course, so I understand. I get that.
Randy to what was going on. So I don't know what you've actually looked at in terms of, you know, falsification of the actual model that we live on, right?
Mm.
What have you already been shown? What have you already seen? Do you know anything about the Black Swan argument?
I've heard of the black swan argument. I don't know exactly what it is. It's the boat with the sails, isn't it? I think is that the black swan argument.
Not that one. No. Not a boat with sails.
That's is it the oil rig? It's the oil rigs, the pair of rigs at 2 different distances.
Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah.
You got any problem with that as a form of an argument?
No, not at all. I think that, like I said, I have seen video and photo footage of observations made at distances you shouldn't be able to see at sea level or near sea level. You know,
So, in your own mind, what would be the explanation for that? Like, with that being said, how come if you're so intellectually honest as a man, then that you would understand straight away that obviously if the radius itself is falsified, therein the circumference itself is falsified. Now we have a planet just in the black swan alone with a circumference roughly something like twice the orbital size path of the moon. Everything is torn asunder at the end of the day. So at that point, how do you still believe that you're living on a magical spinning water?
I think. Yeah, I know what you're saying. All right, fair enough. It's a good question. I like I say, I came into the room and I said, I think it's impossible to prove the Earth's curve by looking out to sea. What I will say, I'm being completely honest now, is I have seen people make observations with optical equipment of, say, a distant island over the sea or a fixed phenomena at a distance, and they can observe differing amounts to some small degree of the base of the object at different times when they observe it, different days or different weeks or whatever, or different times of year.
Right.
And again, I'm not, and that what that leads me to believe is that there's something else going on there. There must be a variable there somewhere. It's inevitable. If your observations are different at different times.
Well,
I'm not saying that those.
So when you said that, not to take it over, just as a real quick point. So you said that okay, the black swan, yeah, very interesting, but I have seen XYZ. So number one, I mean, we can show you things that are obviously too short of a distance to be curvature. So obviously, a flat surface where things are obstructed from the bottom up, and equally, where it seems to be that the sun is obstructed from the bottom up, you can open that camera up and see when you zoom in that also isn't cut off in any way. It just appears to be. So, I mean, whatever it is, it would go. Whatever it is, it would go in the way of optical phenomena having to do with basically perspective and how optics work, along with other variables, of course. But
that's interesting you say that. Can I ask, when the sun appears to be like going down and then you can see half the sun, are you saying if you zoom into that you'll see the whole sun again?
At least once. I mean, eventually it gets too far away because there are other things at play. You have the air that you're looking through, and the opacity increases. With distance. Obviously, you if you've ever stood at the top of a hill in your town, you can see that the colors in the foreground are much more rich than the colors in the background. They begin to fade, and that's because of all of the air in between you and that.
Yeah, the gases filtering.
We posted a animated image from a live stream in live stream voice text to demonstrate what he's talking about. The sun looks set, but once they zoomed in on it, that you can see clearly it's not setting at all.
Oh, really? Where can I see the link for that?
Live stream voice text.
Where's that?
Let me look at your roles.
I've pinged him a couple of times. He should have a new message tag next to it.
Okay, hang on. I'm just Okay, I see it now. Sorry, yeah, my apologies. I'm not familiar with the.
And sorry, look it up. You have more other things if you want.
So the black swan, though, as an image, was that something that wasn't quite enough for you? For some reason. Is that one of them?
Yeah,
Close
well, the thing is that I look at the black swan. I can see miraging. I can see perturbance in the this what is obviously the straight lines of the thing, and I hear counter arguments and
mirage. You can see a mirage in there. It's inverted.
No. What I mean is I can see some sort of effect equivalent to mirage.
Distortion.
There's a waviness to it, isn't there? It's not a fixed distortion.
It's not about the.
Yeah, it's like
it's not about the oil rigs. It's not about the distorted oil rigs or the fact that you can see them. It's about the distance to the horizon. The oil rig is just a denotator of distance. It's a known distance.
I say the oil rigs make it worse for you, though, my friend, because what you're then going to have to assert to me is some form or model of effective refraction that is looming up over the horizon, that is also being terrestrially refracted back behind the oil rigs at the same time as those oil
terrestrially
rigs
over the ocean.
Well, this is the point. It's convoluted. It doesn't make sense, right? This is the only form of refraction they can assert.
The category error.
Of course. So let me get it out, and then it will make sense. So you would have to assert effectively that there's three effects of refraction going on, right? One that's allowing the horizon to be effectively 10 times the distance that it needs to be, being placed backwards, right? That would be one of the effects. The other effect would be that obviously the oil rigs were either in the right place, but then you say there's distortion. So then that means they're either having to be loomed up over the so-called geometric horizon that you can't see because it doesn't exist, right? And then you have this effect of this stooping / heat shimmer effect, right?
Yeah.
Occurring with the crane.
Yeah.
All in the same field of view, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So you realise that all in the same field of view, you now have three different effects of light that are occurring that are allowing you to see said image, right?
Yeah.
Can you understand why that in and of itself is a problem?
I get that. I get that. It's one of those things where I can't pick it apart with one distinct answer.
So, because the origin of to derive the radius, the radius of the Earth, what do you need?
What would you need to derive the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, what do you need?
You need something. Well, if you follow the logic, you need some distant fixed external point to compare the. If you're going to do it, you'd have to do some altitudinal change in something when you're in the sky.
You need a horizon, wouldn't you? You need a horizon.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you would also need something else. What else would you need? You would basically also need to be able to use something that would allow you to have a horizontal and a vertical and a 90-degree angle at the same time, in order that you can extrapolate a form of angles, right? To utilize angle in the formula needed for you to create some form of inverted triangle for you to create a radius, which is the center of the Earth.
Yeah.
So you need to extrapolate the formulas using the two, right? Distance to the horizon. But the issue is, remember, you're doing spherical trigonometry here. Presupposition again already, presupposing it's a sphere, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Not only that, at the same time, presupposing that you could even create a 90-degree angle, right? Create a horizontal and a vertical to get a 90-degree angle pocket, okay?
Yeah.
On a curved surface, that would mean a triangle that would then have to have a bottom to the triangle that is curved, which is obviously impossible then for you to get your 90-degree angle, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, at this point, you have both methodologies in which the methodology in which for you to even get R, right? you would need art in and of itself to get it in the first place. The antecedent to getting one of the things, you would need the other thing, which you don't have of either, right?
Yeah.
Even for the refraction itself, you need the refraction then to adhere to the radius value of the Earth itself for it to appear as a homogeneous image. You're contending, however, though, a little bit that it's not a homogeneous image. That's not the issue. The issue is the refraction is there, therefore, ipso facto, the Earth cannot be something that was measured or the radius be measured via this way of use or this way of methodology as claimed, right?
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
It literally cannot be claimed as that, right?
No, I think there's way too many variables there to be able to do that.
Right. Yeah, you also just can't say refraction as like a hand wave because light goes up and down. It doesn't just go straight, but it always goes in a straight line. It doesn't curve. The angle just changes.
Well, I will counter that with a statement. I don't know if it's true or not, but if we consider, someone put on an image just slightly after that of called atmospheric, I think like Flat Globe put an image called atmospheric refraction, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and it does show obviously the up and down nature of refraction, yeah,
right,
yeah.
But what it also
shows stooping and compression enough that you can actually not see the thing on the other side, which shows that you can optically lose something just from the air alone, from the light traveling through the air alone. So why would you assume it's a globe and that you could see forever like most globers do? You know, we can see effects, and those effects are ignored when you assume the globe.
Yes, I see what you're saying, but when I look at that image, and I'm just entering a discourse about the image there, I don't see the contextual geometry of those huts and the shoreline the other side. I don't just see it cleanly move up and down. I do actually see at certain points there's a concealment there, and it's not just it's not just a contraction, a uniform contraction.
Can I just interrupt a sec there? Are we talking about the 1215 Black Flobe image, which appears to be, that appears to be the Skunk Bay footage.
It is.
Just for clarity, I think kind of alluded to the knowledge you had with regards to optics and how it can affect what we render as reality. This is Skunk Bay, and there isn't in this image any curvature at play. Okay, so we're high enough up, and the objects are close enough for any supposed Earth curvature to not be part of any obstruction. So this is a demonstration of what the knowledge you alluded to earlier, which is to how atmospherics and natural refraction, we all recognize, can play a role in how the image renders to us across even this shorter distance.
But what I would ask in looking at that image, okay, and I'm just putting it out there, is it possible to say there's let's say there's 200 frames of image there, over that little snippet, which of those 200 frames is the actual the least refracted, the closest to real view of what you're looking at?
You mean which one would you define R from?
Which one? No. Let's suppose you said it's not over the curve, but
no, but in terms of exactly, and this is over a very short distance, so less refraction.
Yeah, exactly.
So any supposed horizon that we're going to derive R from would be subject to even more extremes, wouldn't it?
I said since I've come in here that I think that any effort to validate or derive an Earth's curvature by looking to the horizon is a fruitless exercise because there are too many variables. That's what I've said. Yeah, and I thought that for a long time.
You say that. Do you know what the variables are?
Just one bit I wanted to add, which was kind of what I wanted to state at the start when you first said that. So we've seen here, we can see these effects where horizon is shifting, and we appreciate this is over a short distance and there's no curvature involved. Well, if we were to be on a ball, then outside of these effects, there's another effect caused by the geometry of being on a ball, okay, where horizons will form. So if I just could go to the ball theology and take it from the modus tollens. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225, right? So in the Black Swan image, the horizon could be at 1.225 miles maximum geometrically, and you might get a little bit of bendy, but what you're describing is, look, put your 1.225 miles at the highest point of your horizon there, okay? But the reality is, within that, there's not enough play to accommodate for the Black Swan image. There's no way.
I understand that.
And that's the point of the oil rigs. They're the markers to show you how far past it is.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know where that was observed from, actually, because I know people. I'm not saying that's not true, but I know people who say that's not 1 foot observer height or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
So
pause it. I gave you the video. Hold on, guys. I gave you the video. Pause it, and I'm gonna repost it. It's in the live stream voice text. The original video for that at Skunk Bay, the thing you were just talking about, that little clip. The whole video is right there, and I tagged you in it.
Okay, cool.
It's short too. It's 3 minutes.
Can we give him 20-foot height?
Well, John gave 5 foot in the initial claims. I know he's gone back to 1 foot, and quite rightly so, because that is what the person who took the video claims. But even if you give 5 foot, it's still not sufficient. Is it? Your geometric horizons at what is it? What's
Adam, if you gave 60 foot, it's
3
still
miles.
not efficient.
No.
I mean,
I'll watch the video.
At the end of the day, here's the conclusion that I keep trying to make. If there are too many variables to measure the Earth in this way, then there is no other method that is known. And if that's the case, the numbers that they're using to mathematically tell us a story about distances to the sun, about orbits around said Earth, of things like the ISS, rockets, none of that can actually be real, because the only reason we say these things is because it's mathematically derived from this simple thing that, for whatever reason, has too many variables to actually even verify.
Yeah.
So the whole story is blown.
Yeah. What I will say about that, and I'm not. You're right. You can't. I don't think you can make that observation. I generally don't think you can make that observation. But as far as I'm aware, a lot of people will tell you that the radius of the Earth is not derived by looking at the horizon anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
There's that. Again, I'm not saying it's necessarily true, but isn't that?
I mean, you can Google. I just want to make this quick. Please forgive me. Yeah, you just look up this guy Al-Biruni from the east.
How's that spelled?
AL space BIRUNI.
It's an Iranian name.
So bottom line is, he's the one that got the radius.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know how he did it? Specifically by looking at the horizon. So again, I mean, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to read that. I'll have to read up about that.
Yep.
But isn't it? What about who was the classical scientist?
Here, I'll give you a link.
Cool. Who's the classical scientist who measured the difference?
Eratosthenes was a philosopher. That's what you're talking about. And he didn't get the radius of the Earth.
It wasn't a measurement.
Okay.
First of all, he had to assume there were a number of assumptions, and
there
again,
was the sun being at a vast distance, so that lines of rays of sunlight almost parallel. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest one he made is that Alexandria and Cyrene laid on the same longitude line, and we know damn well they don't.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So he was absolutely wrong about that.
There are
I
assumptions.
thought the biggest presumption in all of that cockamamie tale was that
is the circle.
when somebody's in Alexandria and somebody's in Cyrene, they can 500 miles apart, which they measured accurately, obviously, but they could ring each other on their cell phones to say, "Oh, it's midday here now. Can you just check the angle at this point?" Because as far as I'm aware, back then there was no way of communicating. You would need to know R in the first place to place it, to calculate what time relative is to you based on relative to them. So it's one of these things where to do this, you need R in the first place to set the parameters. It's paradoxical. And of course they had cell phones.
Direct your
and then you
attention
could ring
to
them.
live voice text.
No. I think
Let's stop gish galloping and stick on one point till the end, if we could.
Sure. I asked someone about that experiment, and they said that they both
It wasn't an experiment.
An observation. I asked about the observation, and someone, I don't know if it's true or not, but someone told me that they both waited a set period of time after the shadow of a sundial or something was at its shortest length. So they were both measuring from.
Dude, I just posted 3 citations.
Yeah, they had no way to accurately calculate high noon. They had no way to accurately measure a stadia. They walked it. They rode horses. Stadias are inaccurate.
Okay, I'm not defending. I'm just saying that's what I've heard. You know.
Direct attention to the live show voice text. I posted 3 citations for you, dude. The Journal of Evolution.
My bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Because I was making a point originally, and then it did get taken away, from me. But it's fine. It took me a while to derive some of the stuff I needed because was showing itself anyway. If you look there, this is from again as well this month of physics, as well as various different sources citing how it is conjecture there, and it is basically presupposition, an assumption, all of that great stuff, parallel light rays, distant sun, etc. Really, what I wanted to do is take you through this. If you have issues with
Is that the APS News thing, the article?
Yeah, all of that and above. There are multiple things there for you to look at. If you so wish to. But then I was going to post this since you had
bookmarked that already.
Since you had an issue of the black swan as an observation, you can see here via the orientation of the island, the way that it is on the southwest coast of England, the parameters therein of which it is, how high it is versus how far away it is, 19.7 miles away. I would say that was probably taken at about 5 feet off the ground. Let's say we took it at like 8, right, off the ground instead. It was held roughly, I would say, at my waistline, the camera, maybe lower than that in terms of, with the sea level. That's an island that's 19.7 miles away, seen on multiple days. So, again, it's another version of the way of geometrically impossible with a radius of 39.59. It's the atmospheric refractional effects that you, sort of stated were your issue before, are really not present in these observations. I've seen this every single day of my life as I've drove past it, pretty much every day of my life. Growing up.
Can I offer you a little criticism? Constructive.
Yeah.
Shorter, straighter to the point, and concise statements work better than long-winded ones, because then people don't lose track of where they're at in the conversation and what's being told.
Can I try?
Sure.
So I'm gonna just try. So Aristophanes claimed parallel light rays, and we're also taught that the light isn't all parallel when it reaches us. So either they're telling a lie or Aristophanes was wrong in his assumption. So which one is it?
I've never heard anybody. Personally, I've never heard anybody say that the lights that they're virtually parallel, aren't they? In the model that they cite because of the alleged distance of the sun.
No, not when you look at the moon and the eclipse models, on both sides of that, it's not parallel. It's not going straight. It's all angled in.
Yeah, they. You talk about the umbra and the penumbra effect for the shadows. And
Yeah, they converge. Yeah, they converge. They don't travel parallel.
So again, yes, the paradox. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I never really understood the umbra and the penumbra properly. I think they were inferring that light from one side of the sun was causing one edge of the umbra, and light from the other side was causing the other edge of the penumbra.
But they'd have to converge to do that, and the model.
Paradox, though.
Yeah, the model requires parallel light. Where Aristophanes is out the window, but we already know he's out the window. He had too many things wrong, absolutely wrong.
Sure. Can I ask? Is it Crack Villain?
Well, I didn't hear you answer the question. What do you think about the paradox?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. How big is what's the actual size differential between the umbra and the penumbra during an eclipse? Because it's not as big as it is in that diagram, obviously.
Well, I mean that's cool, but then again, you got the guy, 500 miles away. I mean, and not receiving parallel rays because he has a 90-degree angle. So, I mean, a logical thinking human being can actually, having heard this information from my mouth, make a conclusion. Could they not?
Yeah, they could.
Where's the gravitational lensing too? I thought gravitational lensing was true. Light bent by gravity. Shouldn't it just?
I don't think the moon or the Earth can cause, if what they say is true, and a significant, even remotely discernible amount of gravitation. Similar in the realm with black holes, isn't it?
You do no.
In what they say,
it's where you can see. Listen, you can see stars sometimes in front of the moon that should be behind them, and the same with the sun. So you don't think, but this is what they are saying. Light is gravitationally lensed around the moon, and a star appears in front of the moon. That's how you get the crescent moon and the star. Gravitational lensing of Islam.
Yeah,
I've never
I
seen
have a
a
best
star.
friend who's an astrophysicist, and this is exactly what he tried to tell me was how you could see the stars above your head that should actually be under your feet and behind the sun at that moment. It's all bent to the backside of the globe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never heard anybody. I've never seen a star in front of the dark part of the moon. Maybe I.
The star and the crescent moon of Islam. You've never seen that.
I've never looked up at the sky and when the moon is in a crescent shape. I've never seen a star in the part that would.
It's a rare occasion.
No, I mean it might be. I mean, it might have occurred, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Have you seen it?
Once or twice.
Well, I fail to see where that even addresses the point, though.
No,
the point is gravitational lensing, not whether or not you've observed it. See, that's just obfuscating the point. For I've never observed it. Well, that's nice, but this is what they say. Gravitational lensing bends light around bodies, heavenly bodies, with enough gravity. Well, if the moon has enough gravity, how then is it intelligent to say, I don't think the Earth and the moon have enough gravity to do this, when the moon is part of gravitational lensing? Part of their theory.
Yeah, exactly. Just look at this last image I posted. This is the celestial sphere which they map the stars on, and they think this is how they model it, and this is how a stellarium models it. It's all a sphere of stars moving around us, supposedly, but it has a massive error. Because if you look 1-2 pictures up, if you think about this globe for a second, and then the globe rotates half a circle, the person on the right side of the image, at the edge of the globe, looking up, should now be seeing the same stars as the guy on the other side. But that's not the case. That's not how the world works. You don't live in a heliocentric model.
Everybody in the area on the if you map it as a flat Earth, everybody in the equatorial interior can see Polaris, can't they? To the north, or sorry, the tropic, the northern tropic. Everybody in that can definitely see Polaris.
How is this related to his point? I'm sorry.
I know he just all day long politely obfuscates.
No, he just said that not everyone sees the same stars.
Well,
No, but okay, I'm sorry, Jay. I'm not trying to. I'm not. Here's where I'm coming from. Jace, do you have an example of stars that should be on the side with the sun, but you can see them at night? Or maybe planets or whatever.
You can always go just in Stellarium or any kind of thing like that and see what the sky should be, and it generally works with what you see, and it's based on this celestial sphere model. But the problem is the celestial sphere model isn't heliocentric; it's geocentric, and so it doesn't translate very well into heliocentrism, and a lot of heliocentrists don't know this, so they don't understand how this works and how their imagination doesn't actually conform to what we see in reality, and they have very flimsy excuses, like Battlemore was talking about, how gravity is supposed to be bending on the light to the backside of the globe, giving you this holographic representation that appears geocentric but really isn't. So they want you to believe a fairy tale that doesn't conform to anything you see. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, and okay. There's a lot to take on board there. Can I just ask some questions? Is Stellarium an accurate representation of the night sky wherever you are in the world, or not? I don't know.
Or it's meant to be. It's sold as that. That's what it's used for.
It's star tracking. That's what Stellarium is. You track stars so you can observe them with your telescope.
But if it's based on a model, if it's algorithms, presume
it's not based on heliocentrism. It's based on geocentrism. That's what I'm telling you.
It's based on star position, known position through observation. It's not based on a model. We know where the stars are going to be. We've observed them.
Yeah,
and
we know where they're going to be relative to the ground. That's how we've navigated by them.
Yeah, we don't need a model when it comes to the stars. We've observed them so much. We know where they're going to be. When I can tell the time by the stars.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, measurement of the stars is one of the earliest.
I know which way's home. I don't care where you drop me in this world. I'll find home if I can find the right constellations.
Yeah. I was under the impression that everyone on that model, where you should look at the Earth like that, everybody to a certain degree above the equator can see Polaris, can't they, at night? And all the stars spin round it if you take a long shot, long.
Above the northern equator, yeah, and certain times of year beyond the northern, on the southern side of the equator, and the same is true for Sigma Octantis. Certain times of year, I can go to Florida, which is above the equator, northern portion of it, and I can see Sigma Octantis.
Yeah. Do you understand now that the stars are really a non sequitur argument when the globers lead us to believe that all the stars are bent into a holographic matrix being displayed at the back of the globe, then moving the matrix as the globe rotates to give you the illusion that the globe is geocentric. The stars don't help them, and so the star, any kind of appeal to the stars, saying, "Oh, the stars look like they're going in circles," that's just appealing to geocentrism and the celestial sphere. They're not actually defending the religion. They're not defending heliocentrism.
Nope.
Okay.
The stars were mapped out on geocentric models, just like the Babylonian Saros cycle.
But if correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. If everybody in that model north of the equator to some degree looks north and sees Polaris in the center of the spinning night sky, and everybody south of what is the equator in that model.
Well, Polaris doesn't spin.
No, I know. It's the center of the night sky rotating, isn't it?
It's not
No.
quite the center. It spins a little bit.
No, it's not even the center. It's not close to the center. It depends on what time of year. So you guys make these general statements, and the position of Polaris depends on the time of year. It barely changes like 1 jot or 2 jots a tittle, but it does change.
Yeah, okay, but
yeah, we all know it's fixed, but it generally moves a little, a tittle.
Yeah, okay. But granted, but on a given night, if you do a long exposure photograph, it kind of is always at the same due north orientation to you, isn't it? At the same elevation.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove a globe. I'm able to see how two different stars prove a globe.
I didn't say that. But the thing that gets me is that in the southern hemisphere, as the model is laid out, or anything in the outer bounds of the southern hemisphere, they can all see the sigma constant. They can see sigma.
It's not this. See, this is the part that it's not true. Sigma Octanus isn't visible all year round. It's very rarely seen, to be honest.
Right.
But how is I'm sorry. How is this related to seeing stars? That the point that you're making is, how is that really related to answering what Drace was talking about?
Right,
or
because it doesn't.
What we're talking about with this the gravitational lensing.
Yeah, because it doesn't
have to do with that.
It doesn't require shape. The only thing it requires is the medium of the atmosphere and the attenuation of light, and that's why you can't see light at a distance. So nobody says light is infinite in a medium. We don't view these lights through a vacuum, so it's pretty simple.
Sure.
That's not flat Earth statement. That's science. It's called atmospheric extinction of light. Attenuation, scattering, absorption. All this makes light attenuate to the medium of our atmosphere. So I wouldn't expect or predict to see stars all around Earth, the same stars. It's called stellar aberration.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
If you were on a heliocentric globe orbiting a star, everyone would see the same stars as you are looking past at the same spot of space, spinning in place in the orbit. But instead, we see all of the stars at all times over the Earth at different locations. No stars are hidden.
I mean, everyone would see stars at different points where they are. Not everyone would be seeing the same group of stars at the same time. Like, it all depends on the point of where they are on the landmass.
Yeah, it's relative to the location.
I mean, anybody in Australia.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the picture I posted just above. You don't see all of the floor of this hallway. The floor of the hallway appears to come down to your eye level and descend into this point. But the ceiling is not coming together into a point. You can still go forward. Okay?
Yeah, that's perspective.
Yeah, so we don't know what the stars are actually doing. We just see them in our perspective appearing to go down. That doesn't mean they're going around the globe.
No, I get that. I get that you can, but the stars in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, and that's something that doesn't work. You have a heliocentric belief system. You're trying to argue for a geocentric star rotation when that is not actually the sole solution to that. There are many different ways to create these kinds of effects from within the system we live in. So you don't know that is the cause. So that is a very bad way to try to validate something you can't validate. So that's why we like to stick to the ground instead of looking at the stars. Because I could say, oh, there's a fractal model that explains this, and
yeah, there's
Yeah.
an alternate model in the star movements that do not adhere to just a heliocentric model. That's what he's saying. They also adhere to a geocentric model. So which model is true?
That's it. That's the point I'm making. I don't know which one is. Oh, I've got a question. If you're sticking to the ground, okay. Here's something to think about. Yeah, if you, without looking at the stars, which are, which you, as you correctly say, may not actually be an active geometric representation in the southern hemisphere of what we think they are in a geocentric model. And if you don't trust GPS, which may be doctored by the very people who want to create the illusion, should we say? Yeah. Is it possible to sail a boat without any observations of land masses and work out how far you travel each day accurately with any degree of confidence?
Not without heavenly bodies, and heavenly bodies that reappear in the exact same places, like a cycle. That's the thing. They have to always be in the same place, or you're going to be off a jot or a tittle, and a jot or a tittle in the sky equals about 10,000 miles when you're traveling. If it's off a jot, it'll be about 1,000 miles. You'll be 1,000 miles from where you want to be. If it's off a tittle, which is 10 jots, then it's 10,000 miles.
Well, without the stars being in the places that they always show up, we wouldn't have the pyramid.
Yeah,
go on, Mike. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're all right. And the problem with using a compass to do this is magnetic declination.
Yeah. So a question then: if you chartered a sufficiently big enough boat, and you sailed under the power of its engines, which you can give you a accurate enough speed, which you could measure against the water, yeah. And you navigated around as close as you could do to the coast of Antarctica. In the flat Earth model, it'd be quite a long way.
You're not free to just travel wherever you want on Earth, right? You have to have sanctioned Port Authority travel route.
You could surely take a boat down.
I just want to I want to throw your if right out there, because you'll be crossing restricted areas, which are policed by. If we restrict an area, our military enforces that, and I know I lived in service for 12 years. We enforce our restricted areas, as do every country on Earth. And they have a treaty on Antarctica, so they do it in their prospective locations. They all work together to police that, because it's a restricted zone. You need proper paperwork to travel anywhere on Earth. You can't just, what if we did this? Well, first off, no one can do it and nobody's done it. So it's just a what if, and it's a presupposition. And really, no one here, we're imperialists. We want stuff we can demonstrate, test and repeat, identify. What if does nothing for us.
Okay.
No offense. Yeah, no offense, but what you're talking about, Captain Cook already did. Yep, Captain Cook already did this, and yes, he registered nautical miles greater than the radius of the Earth.
Yep, and it's funny that they actually did an Antarctic boat race with racing yachts, and the average speed of the yacht is about 6 miles per hour, or 6 to 8 miles per hour, if I don't remember which one it was, but just about walking speed, which is 6 miles per hour. So that makes no sense. And if you look at the video from the actual boat race, they don't see the coast of Antarctica even. And they're going at full speed, as fast as possible.
Don't they put it down to those tricky southern winds, Trace? And
they had winds
like that,
in their back the whole way, high speed winds.
Yeah.
So
the point that was being made though is, I mean, first of all, it's a bit cheeky for a baller to say to us, "Why don't you do something?"
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
I'm being flippant, honestly, lightheartedly flippant. There's an international treaty against us actually being able to go and do. So it's a bit of a big ask. But actually, it is a great shout. So why hasn't the ball demonstrated it? Why isn't it already done? It's something that could be done. It's a great idea. Yet it isn't. History shows Cook's stuff to contradict it. And as Drace was just saying, a bit of feedback there, I'm not sure, but as Drace was just saying, if you look at data that's out there, you get these ridiculous speeds for the southern yacht racers that are just nonsensical when you look at the actual images of these boats chopping around in the water. It's not there, the data, and it should be there for you guys. You should already have it and it be demonstrable to us.
So what you're saying is, I don't know about the treaties. Well, what you're saying is, let's supposing a group of people from all of conflicting opinions about the shape, but got some funding, whether it be crowdfunding or a generous benefactor, and they got themselves a boat suitably equipped to travel those kind of conditions, because it's apparently the seas down there are absolutely dreadful at certain times of year anyway.
Captain Hook already did that.
But what you're saying is, if you've got a boat and you had massive publicity, or your social media,
the best thing you would get is arrested. That's what would happen.
Yeah, you're not allowed to go.
Didn't I just thoroughly cover what if?
Yeah, but wouldn't that surely, if that's right. You're telling me that, but I've not seen it.
If is the biggest two-letter word in the dictionary. If
somebody linked the guy who got arrested going to Antarctica.
It's like the best example of infinity. Yeah, and a Norwegian guy got his boat took and some of his crew killed. Actually, they sunk his boat and then they took him to jail in his prospective area where he lived. His country jailed him for going to Antarctica. And it was the second time he went.
Yeah,
they claimed he didn't have a license.
They call him a terrorist only because he wants to explore Antarctica on his own without the guiding hand of his government. Really? Isn't that amazing how people can easily be labeled a terrorist that goes against what the government says is supposed to be, you know?
Mm. So here I'm going
to remember all freedom fighters.
I'm putting a citation in live stream voice text for the guy that got arrested. So there's your what if. What if you get arrested for going there? What did you prove?
Nothing.
You proved that we do police our restricted areas, just like I said. And what if doesn't mean shit. It covers absolutely nothing. It's just a waste of our time here.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that you could get arrested for that.
Did you? This is an old blast from the past, but have any of you guys heard about the John Brahma offer? The $200,000 in, I think it was in Bitcoin.
Well,
why don't you tell us about it?
Well, back in the day, I don't know, what would it be, 2016, 17? There weren't that many flat earthers out there, and we at Iron Realm got approached by this guy that had been pimping around to do a couple of interviews with him, which we were lucky enough to do. They're still on the website and out there. But the premise of his, Paul on the plane got involved with him as well and did went down this very strange route, because it was a very strange tale, and it related to the Antarctic Treaty, and there wasn't these claims from ballers back then that you could go there or just go and do. It was well known you couldn't go there, and part of his stick was that he had a boat that was going south of these own chartered lands, and there were people doing it, and they had access and a special boat, and there were pictures and all sorts of seriously long interviews where we were interviewing him. Just it's just to point out, we've been there, we've done that, we've had, in this case, the frauds try and defraud honest flat earthers back then out of serious amounts of money. Been there, seen it, done it, and I'd say it's an odd claim for us to be able to do, but I think fundamentally it's a claim that you described that really should be there for the bull. But go check out John Brom. It's a funny tale. And
yeah, I mean,
highlights.
I wasn't saying you guys should go to do it. Yeah, I mean, either side could make a case of doing it to prove their point, couldn't they? By definition.
Yeah, my point is, but if we lived on a ball with all these dubious proofs, that's one that you've come up with off the top of your head. Lovely. Why hasn't it been done? Why isn't it there? It's actually one of the more doable, real things that we could demonstrate. Yeah, but it's not been, is my point. For flat earthers to go and demonstrate it's a really big ice rink we're in.
Hang on, what could you demonstrate? What are you talking about? What could you demonstrate?
What?
Let's not escape from the point. Let's just stay on the point, please.
The point being is that actually it is a good idea. It would be good to demonstrate, and it's odd that the ball doesn't have this. It's another one of its obvious bits of evidence that are missing. Is my point.
They could offer a cruise, couldn't they? That went round it. And
yeah, like the fjord, the Southern Fjord cruise.
Exactly.
For sauna.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, just while we're on this topic, a lot of the deceptive language they use. So sorry, I don't know the guy with the green avatar. What's your name?
Pazasi.
Sorry, say again.
Pazasi, I've got it on us there. Yeah.
Pazasi.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll ask you a quick question, and then you'll see where I'm going with this. If say I went from the east coast of Florida to the west coast of Florida, would it be correct to say that I'd crossed Florida?
Yes. On the face of it, yes.
Yeah, I think most people would agree that you've crossed Florida. Could I therefore say that I've crossed America?
Well, no, because you've crossed a tiny little slither of Florida, haven't you? As opposed to
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So sometimes when you read about these reports about someone having like crossed Antarctica, when you actually look at the map, you realize that it's Florida, and it'll be like a little peninsula, and it'll be like, he's crossed 30 miles across or something, and then they go, he crossed Antarctica. Stuff like this comes up in the context of Antarctica all the time. And you really have to investigate the claim, whether it's deceptive language being used, and whether what they're saying is proven or true.
Right, yeah.
To the part-timer, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
I was on earlier, actually.
I know. I'm just picking on you.
Nah, that's all good. Good to hear Bev's voice again. How are you doing, Bev?
Before you jump in, guys, because I'm off to bed, but quick question for Pazasi, because he's been a gent. If William Shatner comes back and says that shit is flat, what are you boys going to do?
Fucking yes, Adam.
We can't trust William Shatner no matter what he says.
If William Shatner comes back and says it's flat, that's I'm more inclined to believe William Shatner than I am most scientists, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, he's crazy, isn't he, Shatner? I love him. He's the sort of bloke that'll go up there in Bezos' thing and go, no, I went up there and frankly, it was flat. I didn't see nothing.
William Shatner's the sort of bloke who'd go up there and if wherever he saw, he'd tell you the country anyway. He's that kind of guy, isn't he? When you got to listen to the song.
Shatner says that there's no difference between science and science fiction.
Big shout out to Iron Realm. Iron's number is FE.
FE.
FE Realm.
Apparently, William Shatner was an extremely reluctant friend with us.
About damn time you got here, Adam.
Just pointing out they kicked me out of Iron Realm.
Oh well, I gave you some roles, bro. So welcome home.
Oh, thank you, sir.
What's Iron Realm?
It was it's still going. Iron Realm. It's a YouTube channel. Flat Earther, like I said, the first time I was a Flat Earther kind of before, but kind of my friends had made through Twitter and that, and then channel that was formed many years ago, back in not before Jaren and after all that sort of stuff, and like 2016, 17.
Crack, your mic's just humming, bro. You gotta fix that.
I don't know why. Fuck's sake.
Because it's just humming, man. I'm gonna have to mute you, man. You're hurting my ears.
Did you
Wiggle
guys
your
have-
wire.
Did you guys
Is that
have
crack on the microphone? Sorry, got me.
So, did you guys have a thriving community before the internet, or was it just not really possible to do so?
Mine was on Twitter.
The internet came out in what, the late 80s, early 90s?
70s, 76.
Yeah. Oh, well, the first internet, you could get web.
Yeah.
But the World Wide Web didn't come out. They laid the damn fiber optic cables in late 80s. Before that, we was getting on the wall.
Did Pazza see the thing from 1983 on public broadcast station or public broadcast services, where people were questioning the validity of the globe way back in 1983?
Yep.
Really?
I shared the video. I don't know if he happened to catch it, but it is a pretty cool program.
Should be right now.
Well, there's actually an old one with Patrick Moore. So Patrick Moore, where he's, I think probably from the 60s or 70s, which was on the BBC, talking about whether the globe is like valid or not. And he was holding up the side that it was, but they invited a guy on who honestly believed that it wasn't. And they were actually presenting his arguments honestly, which is really refreshing. But that was like good 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah, in 1995, 1996, that's when they did the colleges did that study. Kansas is flatter than a pancake.
I will admit, guys, I'm going to go back through all this set of things and look at them in more detail.
Please do.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it.
I just reposted that video if you want to look in that PBS broadcast. Inquiry into the shape of Earth. 1983. I got you, bro.
To answer your question, most Flat Earthers started after 2014.
I've just bookmarked
Just
that
because
one.
we showed the video of 1983 doesn't mean we endorse everything that's in the video. So
no, sure.
If you want to know our arguments, stick to us. Don't pull something back from like 40 years ago.
Sure.
The reason it's so overwhelming, real quick, is because there's just so much information, endless amounts of information, because it actually is the reality in which we live. So we're never going to stop finding evidence. Sooner or later, the globe runs out of CGI, basically. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, guys.
Now, see, what I was going to say, the only reason why I brought that up is to bring an end to that asinine straw man that all these fucking globe retards, yeah, you're a retard, that keep bringing up like, oh, before the internet, you guys didn't have any way of talking to each other. Are you fucking insane? Before the internet, you scientists would have no way of communicating with each other, right? Oh, wait, that's right. Books. Books.
Three-way calling on a corded phone.
Yeah, I remember those call parties.
Hey, Carrie, I was going to make a joke about carrier pigeons.
or we could be pen pals, you know.
Pony Express.
We could write letters back and forth, you know.
Imagine doing Facebook by pen pal. That would be funny. have all these
Don't you guys,
writers coming in.
Right.
don't you guys still deliver Tim Hortons via carrier pigeon in Canada?
No.
Oh.
Oh, hey. They get the loony and the toonie and they just run the Timmies for the Timbits, eh?
Or do they get
Fucking
the
lick.
Mounties to do that now?
Fucking Mike.
Ooh, Mounties.
Oh, hey, we don't call the Mounties unless we get lost on the way to Timmy's, bro. They get kind of
They're all
mad,
just
eh?
smokies. Because
They get kind of mad, eh?
smoke.
Can the fake Canadian let the real Canadian answer?
Yeah. You Yankee.
Oh, out of rotor, eh?
Someone sent me that. It's a funny. It's Facebook on teletext.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Well, what about
teletext?
Yeah, that's not even like appealing to me because it's face fucking book. Who remembers those those
I
group faxes where like you would get onto
Yeah.
like a list and they would add your number to it, and every time there'd be like a new meme or something like that, it would come out through your fax machine.
Yeah. That reminds me of my Apple IIc in '88.
There was CompuServe and
Yup, CompuServe.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
so shit, man.
Alrighty.
Half hour to get on and then the phone rings. You just got kicked.
Yeah, and boot you off. You're like, son of a bitch! I wasn't even able to download this pornographic photo.
Yeah, I hated call waiting when it came out.
Took 17 hours to get a Pam Anderson pick.
Uh-huh.
Fucking bullshit.
You gotta upload it, then you gotta download it, then you gotta process it to view
You gotta
it.
uncompress it 3 times. Jeez.
Can you imagine trying to get the WikiLeaks files back then?
There might have been a better way than the average consumer had.
Wasn't there that Norwegian guy? I think he was from Norway. He hacked NASA and downloaded some photos he wasn't supposed to have access to. But he was on a 56K dial-up modem when like NASA was on broadband. So it's like they're just like, okay, well, we'll just stop it right now.
Were they able to trace it?
Yeah, they prosecuted his ass.
Oh.
Didn't you guys hear one of the WikiLeaks leaks had a bunch of pictures of Antarctica in? You must have heard about that.
Nope.
No.
Look into that. That's what I'm going to say.
It's amazing how much, how the scale of computing and memory and the data we transfer has just exploded over the years, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I remember when I was younger in the UK, there was a computer made by a guy called Sinclair. It's called a ZX81. It had 1K of RAM, and it was about 150 quid.
Wow.
And it cost about £130, which would have been equivalent in dollars back in 1980, 1981.
Yeah.
And
now your phones beat that down.
And they sold as a peripheral a box that bolted on the side, a 16K RAM pack, and it was about £79 for 16K of RAM. And that's 1981 prices. And the tagline on it when they put it in the papers was 16K of RAM, all the memory you'll ever need.
Yeah, that's what Bill Gates also said at one point. Oh, 64K RAM, that's all you ever need. Like, yeah.
That's
okay.
Not even
like I have 8 gig of RAM right now, but I need like 16 or 32 just to,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 16K is an icon, isn't it, nowadays?
No, 16K RAM is like an old Ford with fins, Like,
My first computer was a Commodore 64.
Yeah, bro.
A 64 and a Commodore PET. Who remembers the PET?
I remember the PET.
I heard of the PET, but didn't have a PET.
The first
I mean,
time I
it had
ever
a-
played video game was Space Invaders on a PET computer.
Yeah, it had a cassette. It had a cassette download. Reel-to-reel info.
Commodore went out of
Okay,
business.
I got the WikiLeaks pictures examined link in the voice text. Also, that computer is fucking baller.
Oh, apparently the Atari had a tape drive as well, so you could actually save states on those games that say "save your state," but it never worked.
So did the Commodore? The Commodore had a
The
tape
Atari
drive.
2600 computer system.
Yeah. And apparently the Nintendo was supposed to have one too. It came out with the Famicom, but it didn't get released to the domestic market. So Excitebike, you could never save tracks.
Oh man, I like the Excitebike, man. That was a cool game.
Yeah, it was. Except for that red line, then like the bike gets all swappy and you get the speed swaps and you have to stop. It's like, what is this? A Suzuki?
Oh, the problem I didn't like with my Commodore 64 is if we play a game, we had this Wizard of Oz game that was, for the Commodore. It was a text-based game, but it had pictures too in it. It would get
Was it
so
Rogue?
far.
Was it
would
Rogue?
get no Wizard of Oz game. It was a Wizard of Oz game. And it would get so far, then your computer will overheat and crash. So you have to start all over freaking again from the freaking beginning. Oh, that would piss me off sometimes. Like, what the hell, man?
Look at that Mac SE. Isn't that beautiful?
Seriously, dude, look at that. That is just
that Apple?
God damn, that's the best thing humans have ever done right there. I'm just kidding.
That looks like it could any second now start saying to you, "I can't do that, Dave."
Right.
I worked on one of those for a little bit. I did desktop publishing on those.
Does not compute.
Is that a Lisa 1?
No.
No, Mac SE.
No, it's a
It's the
iMac.
first Macintosh that
No,
was
that's
released.
not Mac. That's not an iMac. iMac is different.
Guys, that was the very first consumer Macintosh that stuck around. No, hold on. That stuck around, my friend. That's the best-selling one right there. That's the best-selling.
Dude, that's a prototype.
I know
for
other
the
ones came before that. I know.
iMac. Yeah. A computer he showed, it's pretty much an iMac.
No, that's way before an iMac. That's like
1985 or something. 87.
Yeah.
It's called a Twiggy.
Oh, Buck Rogers had one of those. Get it, Twiggy?
Dude, these things go for fucking 15 grand, man. If you got old Apple shit right now, people buying it up.
Oh yeah, the stuff that came out there. The stuff that came out of their early development is priceless, isn't it now?
My first computer was a 2E.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Had to get a large screen monitor back then, so I could see. Oh man.
See, the computer he's showing is basically a fucking prototype. There's only like 2 or 3 of those on the market. That's how rare they are. Here, I'll show you an image so you can read the article listing below it.
At 386. Yeah, we're gonna have to change the flight route to the classic tech channel 24/7.
There's a generation. We're the only generation who went through this exponential, journey through computers like this. From now on, they're just boxes with almost unlimited power now, aren't they? To our children, they've got no idea of the struggle.
run commands, you know.
I mean, I'm young, bro, and even I remember, like, oh, wait, did you ever play on the ones that was, like, on a tape?
Yeah,
like, you know, you'd have the tape, and then you'd load the tape up, and then it would
cassette.
crash at the last minute, and you're like, no. Like, I shouldn't have been playing on stuff that old, but...
I never had the tape. I had the one disc drive.
Oh, right. No, yeah, I remember like, really wanting to play on something really old to try and like understand. I guess.
At one point, we were able to get a modem. At one point. Oh, that was a cool sound.
Yeah, I remember when our school got our first modem. The whole media lab, which was like 18 computers, would be on. You'd have to take turns using the dial-up, and it was so great because they'd make us stop what we were doing, listen for the sound, because when the sound was done, that means look at your computer and see if you're online. It was awesome.
Who remembers mini clip games?
Huh?
Mini clip games, the website.
No.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, and Armour games as well.
Yeah, the Armour games, exactly. Yeah. Is it Armour? Wait, no. Or is it Worm? I can't remember. Was it
Hail to the King. That's where I got my first Duke Nukem shit.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hail to the King.
Damn.
My mom come in and said,
Did you play Doom 1 and 2 on that?
Of course. my mom used to come in and slap me and tell me to quit cussing, and I'd say, Mom, it's a video game. She'd unplug it. It's a computer, not a video game. I said, well, what do you think I do on my... I only got so many programs, Mom. Shit.
That's hilarious. What do you think of your Christy Brinkley pictures?
That was my dad. What kind of boob pictures can we get on this, boy? Show the old man. I said, how many hours you got, old man? This takes a while. I generally wait till nighttime so I know Mom's sleeping.
Yeah.
Show me tomorrow then.
Twilight Surfer.
Staying up all night.
She goes to bed early.
Yeah, my dad was one of them guys that had a bathroom in his barn, better than the bathroom in the house, and he had a bookshelf for fucking Playboys.
Yep, my uncle was that kind of man as well.
Did your mom ever find out?
Oh yeah. Yep. She made fun of me. It was great. It was hilarious. My mom made fun of me for that. She was like, "Oh, come on, honey. Everybody does this at some point. It's okay. Just try not to make it so obvious. Try to hide it a little better."
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. My
Will
mom ran the house.
She helped build the cabinets.
No,
my mom
I just had him. Anyway.
Now that's a laptop.
Yeah, look at that thing. Weighs like 22 pounds.
Oh, that's
a knife.
That's tiny.
This is a knife.
Have you ever seen the original portable PCs? My goodness.
Nope.
I'll show you a picture of one. We had one in our office, and it had a handle on it, a metal handle on it, and it was literally the size of, like the old tower PCs. It was a tower PC with a handle, basically. And it was only portable in so much as the keyboard strapped onto onto the front and concealed a tiny monitor and 2 floppy drives.
Yeah, you just flip it open.
Exactly. And it had. You had to plug it into.
It's an Osborne.
Yeah, an Osborne, but you still had to plug it into the mains. There was no batteries in it, so it was only portable in the sense that you could move it from one spot to another without having to, deal with a load of cables.
Yeah, but back in the day, that was quite a big deal, because if you had a regular computer, you were carting boxes of keyboards and everything.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's what I'm saying. In those days, portable meant something completely different to what it means now. And if you show pictures of that, to kids, they just look at you with open, agape and can't believe that.
Is that a cash register?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just want to say, like today, if someone says they got a gaming laptop, that's kind of like saying a married bachelor, right? It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a gaming laptop. If you have a gaming PC, the bigger is better because the heat dissipation, right? If you got everything crammed into a tiny little spot, it's not a gaming PC. That's a marketing tactic. And the fact that you call it a gaming PC, you're just showing your ignorance to everyone.
Yeah, I got one of those type of things.
Damn, Earl, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out, bro.
No, like, yeah, it's like, oh, well, like, they had this one refurb at Best Buy at the time when I was trying to get the new computer. It was a refurb. It had, like, i7, 32 gigs of RAM, SSD, some other stuff. I'm like, and that was like for 700 and something. I'm like, holy shit!
Bill,
Like,
you can definitely play games on it. That's the thing, though. When you're talking about a gaming PC, what you're doing is saying, I'm going to do better than console, right? Because I'm going to spend the extra money and get the parts that I want to put in. And with a laptop, you can't really, choose your parts, right? I mean, unless you're like a really badass, like, tech guy, and you can like reinstall like your own video cards, right? The only thing you can really change out is like your hard drive and your memory and maybe your monitor,
well, there is a laptop that you can do stuff like that right now, but a lot of people are just using it for like Linux distros and all that shit. So,
But Hank, to be fair, even if you have a gaming laptop so-called today, it's better than even the best consoles and desktops from 10 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's just when they call it a gaming laptop, to me, if you spend the same amount of money and you get a desktop, you get so much more power, junk in the trunk, so to speak.
Yeah,
that's always been the case, though, isn't it? And I think it always will be.
Especially if you assemble it yourself, because I mean, yeah, sure, you can get like a $3,000 laptop, and you can get the kind that's modulated or whatever, where you can trade out the video card after a while or whatever. But if you put that much money into a desktop, you're going to have like a second tier, not top tier, but a second tier gaming PC that can do 4K gaming for like the next 5 years, and then you just upgrade your video card.
Yeah.
And then you get 5 more years.
And the big problem with the laptops with the modular things like graphic cards is that in reality they probably never bring out a better graphics card in 3 years' time because it's just not financially tenable for them, because they'd have to develop a graphics card that's small, compact, goes in the original form factor, and they've got a closed audience, so it's just no point.
Guys, you know what's cool about evolution? If you just wait long enough, computers will appear.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it.
So the thing is, Matthew's here. I'm wondering, obviously you're a Christian. I don't think you believe in evolution, do you?
I don't believe in the methodological naturalism in general, which is the idea that everything that came about naturally with no intelligent design. So I would sort of say it in terms of intelligent design versus methodological naturalism.
Guided evolution.
That's a long answer.
No, that's actually fair enough, because that was kind of what I was going to ask you. It's like, do you believe that they? Because I'm a big fan of calling out false dichotomies, and I wonder if there's not a false dichotomy there between created species versus some kind of atheistic evolution. Could there not be a middle ground? I don't believe in evolution, but could there not be a middle ground where the God or creator designs creatures to naturally adapt to their environment, not evolve but adapt?
Hang on.
There is a middle ground that many people believe in.
Well, the one Christian to say that God created just what you wrote, heliocentric model, it's, I don't know, it's heretic, man.
Oh, sure, but I just wanted Matthew to expand on that idea, really.
If you have enough time, trained monkeys can write Shakespeare.
That's right.
Sweet.
But so in general, defining where a species starts and ends is complicated, and variations within a species and all that.
Well,
and so
it's impossible, actually.
Yeah.
Because
You're
every
right,
single
right.
rule that we've come up with is broken by multiple species. So.
Yep, that's true. So I would say God is powerful enough to do lots of different things, and it's also there's mystery in the world still, and I'm okay with that. So saying I don't know how he did it is fine with me. But I do think that it is clear that there's definite evidence of intelligent design, specified complexity, and all that.
Okay. Yeah, it's always interesting to me to hear from Christian globe believers who are kind of embedded in the topic, because I don't know if you would agree with this, but the vast majority of globe believers I speak to seem to be either atheistic or agnostic, or are agnostic and call themselves atheists, or something along those lines.
Well, yeah, I would say the vast majority of people are atheistic or
Oh, I would
agnostic.
massively disagree with that. Depends where you are.
The people, yeah, it depends on the context, yeah, but maybe scientific-minded Americans or something. I don't know.
Well, a lot of people treat science like a religion, as you know. So.
Yes, of course. That's what scientism is. It's the religion that science is the ultimate authority above philosophy and above religion, and it's false.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, surely you
That's
would
one
admit
definition.
that science comes from philosophy, right? You admit that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's actually very. A lot of globe people I talk to can't even admit that science is at its root philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
That's very hard for people to admit.
I've heard that.
And it's almost
science.
because. Yeah. Let me just finish this bit. I think it's almost because, as you said, Matthew, like a lot of people, they hold science as this pinnacle of objective truth, and philosophy is a bit more fuzzy. So they think, well, the fuzzy thing can't have created the perfect thing. That doesn't make sense to them,
Yeah, here's a simple counterexample. I say that one should be careful when doing experiments to get accurate measurements. And everybody agrees with that. Yes, you should be careful in doing accurate measurements when you're doing experiments. Well, guess what? That statement in itself is not a scientific statement. It is rather a philosophy of science statement. And so there's an example of philosophy trumping science right there.
Yep.
I have heard scientists say that science was born in philosophy before, in so much as, like you just cited there, there is a philosophical context to assertions that are made to formulate the scientific method and the model that it proposes. So I don't think it's not necessarily said all the time, but I do think there are plenty of scientists who believe it has its roots in philosophy.
Well, it's not a belief. That is objective. Like philosophy is like, what is philosophy? Philosophy is people talking about things and thinking about things and coming to agreements or disagreements. But generally speaking, that's what philosophy is. It's the process by which we think individually and as a group, I guess.
Exactly.
And so, of course, science didn't just fall out of the sky, like. And so, therefore, if it's a creation of man, it must have, in some part, its roots in philosophy. There's no other way it could have come around.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. That's exactly what I think that they're alluding to, is that philosophy is the first bash at things without faith. It's kind of philosophy relies on consensual intellectualism, doesn't it? Really, it doesn't necessarily gain it. It doesn't necessarily ever achieve that. But that's a kind of a tenet of where it wants to position itself.
Yeah, it's a solid attempt at trying to understand the world. But there's nothing positive about, like, for instance, like, people talk about things being logical. I talk about things being logical all the time, but there's no reason really to believe that logic is valid. It's like we all kind of agree that it's valid, so it's socially accepted that logic is valid. But what underpins that?
Good question, really. I never really thought to ask that.
I don't think anyone can answer that. I think that's the thing, isn't it? You just have to accept that the only reason we talk about things being logical is because we all agree that it's a good way of pursuing truth. It's just an agreement. It's socially agreed.
Yes, I suppose it's the case, isn't it?
I want to say something that might be like a few minutes ago. We were talking about philosophy and pseudoscience. Yeah, sorry, I was waiting for you guys to talk. I just got to get this in. I think it's really important to understand this. Okay, so every Texan is an American, but not every American is a Texan, right? So there's a subcategory of Texans, right? And I think it's the same way with philosophy and science. All science is philosophy, but not all philosophy is science. And pseudoscience is that thing that happens when someone assumes that this philosophical statement, it's based on logic, it's based on knowledge, but there's no scientific method involved, right? Like the heliocentric model. And then they call it science. Whoa, wait a minute. That's not science, that's pseudoscience, right? Because if it doesn't go through the scientific method, it's not natural science. And if it's not natural science, then let's do away with the ambiguity, right? Let's not call it knowledge, because how could angels dancing on the head of a pin, right? How could that be knowledge, right? We can't observe it. It's just a philosophical debate. How many do you think could fit? 10 angels on the head of a pin, right? I don't know, maybe 5?
10.
I mean, you could say cooking is a science. But I was gonna make another joke. Let's all open up our hymn books to the hymn of the periodic table.
Let F equal iron. Hey, man.
So yeah, no, it's an interesting one, isn't it? There's a lot of assumptions that are kind of taken for granted, and when we re-examine them, we realise there's actually no reason to have made those assumptions. One of them is that logic is valid. I have no way to prove that logic is valid. I think it is, right? So, and if we don't have logic, then where do we go? What do we do? I guess it's the best thing we have, so we just kind of stick with it.
It has it is imbued with the tautology, isn't it? Let's be honest.
How have you been, Crypto?
Yeah. I was denying my Frenchness all this time, but now it's indeed a Frenchman.
Viva la revolution!
Bonjour.
Oui, monsieur.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
Did you ever how many languages do you know, Mike? Like, they probably had to teach you different languages in your training.
Huh?
Yeah, they taught him Michigander and they taught him Canadian. They taught him Valley Girl. Yeah.
No, they don't teach every Marine to be bilingual. So if need be, we take an interpreter. If we go out on patrol in a non-native English area, we'll have at least one guy who can speak the native language. Hopefully. Sometimes we just have to point the gun and say no.
So if you guys ever invaded the valley you'd have like one valley girl, like, you know, all cameled out, you know.
Like for real, like they're saying, like if you really seriously, if you don't do this, like they're gonna shoot you. You know,
and not with a camera this time.
Like it'd be Madonna blood and guts everywhere. You go to Cali and they'll be like totally uncool, like bro, like no, totally uncool, bro.
Like just because your camo's in green doesn't mean that tank isn't running off of diesel right now.
Leave it up to crypto to get me to, because I'm actually headed out the door and I was listening as I was getting ready to go out the door. But just think about logic, isn't it? That it's just like a, okay. So it's the logical way of thinking, isn't it? Just a way of thinking, a way to process information. And until, like, if it's not found, isn't it like whether or not it's faulty or not? So if it is found to be effective and there's nothing faulty about it, like there can be no fault found in it, isn't that what determines whether or not it's logical, not so much like the consensus of agreement?
Oh shit. Sorry, 1 second. I just dropped something. Give me a sec. I will answer that question. I did hear it.
Yeah, my first thought is relative understanding of fault, or your version of fault.
Crypto's like, oh crap, a woman's talking to me. Hold on, I gotta get my faculty together.
Oh no, I'm sure that's not it.
No,
I'm sure that's not it.
I haven't talked to him for a long time, so I'm just giving him a bit, that's all.
Just giving him shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is an interesting question, but that is my question. So the consensus, like the agreement of the consensus, is pretty much about the faultiness of it, right? So if there's no fault found in it, then it's found to be logical.
Yeah, I would look into sound argumentation. Philosophy has soundness as a part of its validity. They have valid arguments and sound arguments. So I would recommend looking at that. That's a big part of where like the logic comes from. It's founded in something true.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back now. Could you restate your question just so I make sure I answer it properly?
Well, okay, because from what I understood, it's like this idea of logic, like that it was questioning the idea of logic, that it was that consensus, that the majority, that the majority agrees on it, and that's why it's accepted as logic. But that's not really. It's like the majority really only agrees because there can't be any fault found in it. So whether or not something is logically sound would be whether or not there's fault found in it. If there's no fault, like if it's valid.
Yeah, but the validity comes from the consensus. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that, but that's not like the spirit of it. Okay, so the consensus is looking for fault in it, and when no fault is found, then it's said to be logical, right? I mean, is that so? It's about validity or soundness, like.
Yeah, but so one person might find fault with it, and another person might not. So then, is it valid or not? Well,
they'd have to prove their fault.
No, but it comes down to consensus. That's kind of the point I'm making, is that the validity itself is consensus. So there's nothing like objective underpinning that's actually objectively like true.
It depends. If you're talking about
there's something that I'm jumping in the middle here, though I was listening the last about 10 minutes, but when you're having a logical idea about something and it's logically sound, but someone else finds a flaw to it, you're already beyond the point of whether or not this idea is validated to be something in existence or not. Like you're beyond that portion now. When actually the question for me always is, well, show me the thing. Where has it been experienced? How can I experience this thing? Then we can talk about I mean, because at that point, what good is logic then? Like,
Well, I mean,
what am I to logically deduce about a tree?
so if something is like presented to the consensus, and if people, like if someone finds fault in it, like they would need to establish the fault and establish.
The fault is something that wasn't verified in the first place.
Wouldn't that be the objectivity, like within it? Like, wouldn't that be the objectiveness of it? Is whether or not.
Well, what I'm
you're
saying is,
taking
what I'm saying is,
sorry, are you addressing
oh,
what I
go
said or
ahead.
what Elijah said? Truth, are you
what you said?
What I said or what Elijah said? What I said, okay. Well, I think you're taking this a step later than what I intended. What I'm saying is what makes logic a valid method in the first place.
I can answer that to some degree, because there are two types of logic which are colloquially bundled together, but are in some respects very distinct, and that is that logic. There's mathematical and types of logic, and then there's philosophical.
Yeah.
So
well, I think we're talking about philosophy.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But fair enough. But as long as we tacitly agree, at the very least, that mathematical logic has got nothing to do with consensus. It's a model through theorem. Yeah, so you got proof theory or set theory. Example will give you basic tenets for mathematical logic, and it doesn't matter how many people believe it. Within the model of the mathematics, it's irrefutable as a foundational statement. Whereas philosophical logic is more to do with, it's an evaluation of some ethical or some semantical argument to try and find some foundational context, and that is, again, there is a level of interpretation in that which makes it a bit infallible in that respect.
However, mathematical logic may not be tethered to, it may not even be tethered to something in reality. Now, it might be tethered to something in reality, like how time is tethered to the precession of the sky, right?
Sure.
But then when someone adds an allegory to that, the allegory is what is in question, not the thing that's being tracked. It's about what's being said about the thing that's being tracked that can't be stated as a logical proof.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. If you can make an assertion and you can build it on a foundation of mathematical logic, then it inherently is robust. The moment you start there's some external inference in what you assert, then you are breaking away into philosophical logic, effectively.
I disagree.
I disagree.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, so mathematics is a language, right? So I can describe how Superman makes his single bound, right? And how he jumps over the buildings, right? And I can describe how much force he would need, right? How much resistance his cape provides, right? But it doesn't come out logically, right? Because there's no such thing as a Superman.
That's not. That doesn't break any of the component logical assertions you made about the physics of Superman in that context.
But I think he was addressing what you said, which is if something has a solid basis in mathematical logic, then that can be passed into philosophical logic. And what he's addressing is that that's not necessarily the case.
Oh no, I thought I heard him say once you begin to make external inferences, that's when it parts from the sound logic of the mathematics and the model.
Yeah, and the external inference is there such a thing as Superman?
He said that's when it becomes philosophical.
Okay. That's fair enough. I heard something different. That's fine.
You're making the assertion there is such a thing as a Superman. You're going to start to describe it in that context. You're not using mathematical logic to prove Superman exists. You're saying there is a Superman and he can do this, and then you're building logic on that. So you would be making an external inference there is such a thing as a Superman, and that is an assertion.
Okay, how about this? 99 bottles of beer on the wall. You take one down, you pass it around. How many beer do you got left?
Oh man, that's gonna be stuck in my head all freaking night. Thanks a lot, man.
Well, the point is the beer's in the fridge, right? But the math works out, right? The math works out beautifully, right? And that's the difference between, real life and a language. I can describe to you how a black hole started out as a white hole and then became black, right? And I could make it all work out mathematically using Einstein's equations or whatever, hypothetically. I don't know. I don't
Or
think I could. But
tanning salons.
yeah, or something like that, but what does it have to do with the reality? Once you go into the math, right, and you stop counting the fields like the Sumerians, they would count each field, right? This many fields of grain, this many fields, right? Once you stop counting the fields and then you go off into the mathematics, you can kind of work anything out.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, mathematics, the application of mathematics into reality is, is as inherently flawed as the assumptions you make about its validity in reality, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, you know that math is a philosophy, right? Mathematics is a philosophy. Yeah, it's philosophy.
Yeah. There is a philosophy. There is a such thing as philosophy in mathematics. Yes.
No. No. Sorry, mathematics itself is a philosophy, just like the philosophy of physics and the philosophy of biology. These are disciplines that are philosophies only. Because the way we look at the world is philosophy. Like a collective understanding like that. We philosophize. We existentialize. This is part of that. So math's just one of those. I mean, that's what Stanford says.
Well, without math, you wouldn't know the distance or something.
Yeah, but distance is an opinion calculated by opinion-having beings.
Is math founded in the philosophy?
No, it's abstract.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, it's an abstract model which uses patterns to work out.
Sure, those are patterns we notice. Though.
Yeah,
Animals don't notice those patterns.
Yeah,
they don't care.
A lot of them are theoretical and like in nature. But
so it seems like a lot of self-masturbation when we're talking about stuff like this.
Yeah, but that's intellectualizing more often than not isn't it?
Why do we intellectualize? Can we talk about the Earth, please? I don't have a lot of time.
Yeah. I don't.
Pazza, are you still a Glober? Hey, are you still Glober, buddy?
Yeah, I'm still a Glober.
All right. Can you tell us why?
Can I tell you why? Maybe because I've got some reading to do.
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be that you've already done a lot of reading and seen a lot of TV with the globe on there, and you didn't realize that it was a cartoon, right? It's photoshopped because it has to be, right? I'm quoting a guy from Goddard, right?
Yeah.
And he's the creator of the blue marble, right? And you've been brainwashed, however many years old you are, right? Ever since you were a child, you watched a mobile above your crib, and it had stars and planets, right? And then as you got older, you started watching Sesame Street or whatever the propaganda was in your day. I don't know how old you are. So if you were born in the 20s, you grew up watching Popeye, right? And Popeye uppercuts goes, and they zoom out and around the Earth, and you see Pluto make one orbit around the Earth, and he falls right back down in front of Popeye, right? This is actual, footage from Popeye the Sailor Man.
I literally, because they have like this special, like 33 episodes. And in the episode when he's being chased around the desert with Olive and a friend, that's exactly what they showed. And I was like, man, even in Popeye, they had them a globe, and then they had them running around. Like, you know how they show the globe, and then they show like the little ants, like the little dots going back and forth across this globe. like they're literally traveling that kind of distance. I mean, these are the things that reinforce what you've been told. Like I was saying earlier, it's not that anyone taught you anything. They just told you about some experience you've yet to actually question. And then on top of that, they've indoctrinated you, along with the rest of us, with imagery that would rock you back to sleep.
Sure.
Totally agree. Paz, I have a question for you. Is it possible, 2 questions actually. Well, maybe it's just one. Is it possible that we're right and that you're just subscribing to a belief? Is it possible? Not to say it is or is not.
It's
entirely. You know, why are you hanging around? Oh, so yes, it is?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. You're right.
Cool. Okay. I just wanted to, you know, I'm trying to meet you where you're at. So yeah, at the very least, I agree. So anyway, as you were.
Maybe I'm next year's exponent of flat Earth. I don't know. I'm taking it all in.
We don't discriminate.
No.
Can't really change the truth anyway, can you?
It might not happen, but you never know. Maybe I'm a combination of stupid and stubborn.
We do actually discriminate. We're all brainwashed. We do discriminate against Devonians specifically.
Did someone just use Banaka?
That was ASMR right there. Do that again. Same distance from the mic. Go ahead.
What's that?
Someone sprayed something. Do it again.
I'll do it again. Hang on. It was a fly repellent.
Oh, that's good ASMR right there. You should be making money on YouTube, man. Come on, you got the goods.
Just selling sounds to people.
Yeah. What do you guys do for work? Do for jobs? So is there a broad mixture of people here in terms of careers and things? So just out of interest.
I deliver and I invest.
Cool.
But I probably won't be. No, I'll probably do what I'm doing for. I don't know. It's just something that puts me at ease. I like labor. That's just, see, I'm indoctrinated. That's how I was raised. Regardless of how much money is in my bank account, it doesn't matter. I feel like this is something I have to do.
Sure.
Yep. I do too. I feel the same way.
Yeah, I'm also a driver. There's some people in here that are college educated and some people who are high school dropouts. Some people are musicians. Some people actually get paid. Yeah, full spectrum.
Cool.
And some people
here,
don't.
They're called anti-flat earthers.
I was a dropout as well, and I've done a whole range of jobs. Currently, I'm working on software for phones and stuff, But I've done a whole range of jobs.
Android?
No, lower level. I work on the touch sensors for the screens. When you dab away on the glass and your fingers are interpreted, there's a whole infrastructure that sends those processed touches to Android or to the underlying operating system. So I work in a lab with some ridiculously intelligent people who know how to use the electrical capacitance on a glass substrate to get your fingers to the static from your fingers or the conduction of your fingers to register as touches on the screen. It's quite interesting. But and I before that I've worked in retail and I was a carpenter for a little while as well. But yeah.
Many hats I've got.
Yeah, I've done a fair few things. Been made redundant a few times as well. So
Right.
Sometimes you have to shift jobs. Needs
I'm working on my second college degree right now.
Cool.
First one was audio engineering. Now it's substance abuse counseling. So talk about polar opposites.
Yeah, absolutely.
One, I was working with addicts and artists to make music. Now I'm going to be working with addicts and artists to save their lives.
Cool. Are you going to go to counselling, or psychiatry side of it, or are you going to go into the support side of it, or is there a goal?
Counseling and to get my feet wet, I'm actually going to have to do pretty much social work for the first year or two at least.
Wow.
It'll be, the counseling will be.
Can I ask you a question, counselor?
Go ahead.
Now, how does this make you feel? well, let's get to the heart of it.
I feel good. No, and you know what? We have to say, like, when someone says it makes me feel good, I'm like, that's not a feeling. How does it make you feel? And then we have to get out the feelings wheel, and I make them feel like a toddler, and I hate doing it.
I would have got there. You know how many psychoanalyzations I had while I was in the course?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Is there any chance we could rename that?
Good isn't an answer, it's an excuse.
Right.
Apology.
Right.
I'm good. I woke up today.
And it's actually how you do something too. It's a adjective. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, is it possible we can rename it to the Wheel of Feel?
Yes. Yep.
So what I was going to say was that it's funny because, again, no one thinks about the psychology of the child's mind, right? When they're directly lied to by their most loved ones, their teachers and their parents.
Yeah, and their quote unquote friends make fun of them.
Well, here's the thing. If the Earth isn't a globe, and we can safely deduce that, wouldn't all of the adults need some sort of counseling for that? I mean,
well, let's look at it. Let's look at this. So, what do we see here as the biggest problem, and what can we do to correct this?
The biggest problem with what?
Democrats, they're the biggest problem.
Well, for what
No,
brought
I
you
think
here
the biggest
today,
problem is
what you want
it's
to
willing. It's willingness, guys. To me, as someone who looks at the brain and why people do stuff, it's a willingness, and they've trained their brain, their synapses, their neuroreceptors and neurotransmitters to behave in a certain way about this topic. So they get people bring it up over and over, and it's just dopamine hits, little dopamine hits that create a habit in the way that your brain responds to stimuli. And so if someone challenges that, it's not just cognitive dissonance, it's speaking to a physiological response. That's why it's very deep-rooted.
So did you have a good relationship with your parents? Tell me about your parents.
Do you want to really do that, Mike?
No.
Okay, good.
But I see it's a problem, so what makes this problem better?
What makes what problem better?
The problem you have with talking about how your relationship was with your parents.
I don't have a problem. We're on a live stream, dude. I just don't want to talk about it.
I'm picking on you, bro.
Let me say, stepdaddy didn't like me much.
And
that's the biggest problem. It's go ahead, man. Go ahead. Sorry, I was gonna fucking rabbit hole, and thank you for saving everybody from that. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm not going to save you long enough because I've got to go now because it's 1:56 here in the UK, and I've stayed up longer than I really ought to have done. So, thanks for your company this evening, guys. It's been interesting.
Thanks for coming
Hey, bro, you're welcome back anytime, bro. And when I pointed out that you're brainwashed, we all are, right? So it's a matter of
The one thing I'm not taking is offence to anything anybody says because it's all an opinion, isn't it? Until I work it out for myself.
Exactly right.
So and I may come back many times and still not be convinced, but the other bits of conversation, are fantastic, So, and I will work my way through the bookmarks I've taken of various videos because I think the more you take on board, the better qualified you are to at least validate your own perspective, one way or the other.
Yep, and who knows, man? You might like what you find.
Yeah, exactly. But the point I like talking to you guys is that when I talk to people who have an issue with people who believe in the flat model, they always pretend, or they try and deceive themselves of the notion that you have this rigid notion of what is out there, and I don't think you do. I think you are a lot. I always take an opinion that someone who says they absolutely know how things are is deceiving themselves more than people who say they don't know about something to some degree, So
yeah,
they're
it's just irresponsible. You know what I mean?
They show me a funny meme of a galleon tipping over the edge over the edge, with the water pouring off, and this sort of thing. Or they'll say that, and there are people who are flat earthers who will give you they'll say, oh, the firmament is this height and it's this thick and above it is this much, and you get to the point where you think, well, aren't you doing the same thing? How can you assert anything like that? I mean, what is the firmament? Is it truly knowable? In the same
Well,
way.
you get lots of morons in all sorts of movements. Like, for instance, I remember talking to someone who they didn't like. He was a globe guy and he couldn't differentiate the phases from eclipses. Didn't know the difference. But I can't then take that and then say, therefore, all globers don't know the difference between eclipses and phases.
No. And to be fair, if you're just getting on with your normal life and you see images, oh, that's what an eclipse looks like, or you may be fortunate enough to see one in the sky, yeah. I'm sure when people look up at eclipses in a lot of places, many of them are just they don't really understand what it is or how it works, but this is the almost spiritual or inspiring nature of it. And you don't really need, do you really need it? Do people really crave for an understanding of it?
Yeah, if you think about it, it is actually weird as fuck, right? There's this hot orb that floats above you in the sky.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually crazy. Yes. And the only reason we don't think it's crazy is because we see it every day. But it's absolutely nuts that that's the case. And then when you think there's another orb and it's cold, right? Yeah, that's also crazy. This stuff is absolutely nuts, but it's our reality. So everyone's like, yeah, that's cool. We just named it and got on with our day.
If there was someone that wasn't from around here, they would be like, wait, why isn't that thing not falling out of the sky and burning us? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, imagine if you lived in a parallel world where there was no sun, then you came to this one, you'd be like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, you just take it for granted that it's there, don't you? But it's when you look out the sea, and you look at the sea, and you think, every time I go to the ocean and I stand there, I think, Jesus, that's a lot of water. Do you know what I mean? Excuse my blasphemy, but you just stand there, you think, I imagine how much water there is, but then sometimes you just stand there and just look at it from the coast, and you think, okay, I wasn't imagining hard enough. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. It's an absolutely silly amount of water.
Whatever. Go on.
Yeah, so when I would look at at the river, the river, and I would be like, man, if all this water out here, wonder how long it would take to empty it. Thinking like a bathtub. You know what I mean? You just pull out the plug and.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was also about a year ago. I was in a park. And I was just sat there. It was from my lunch hour. It was a sunny day, and I was just looking at a fountain, the water splashing over some rocks, and it just struck me that all those molecules of water, in that fountain, it could have been anywhere else in the entire realm of the Earth at some point in the past, and they've come together at that point to be in that fountain, and there'll never be in that same arrangement again, it's almost a given. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So at any given moment in time, every given moment in time, all the constituent parts of the world we live in are in a unique arrangement, if you know what I mean. And that's quite that's quite a crazy thing to take on board, I think.
Yeah, that's like being in grade school and high school. It's like, well, I'll never be in these places again. Yeah, at this point in my life. So, you know.
Sure. Makes you realise that every moment is unique.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you can go back, but you can't go back as a 6-year-old. Like you can only go back as your current self.
Yeah. I don't think that time travel is possible. But I don't think certain.
Then your teacher looks and says, "How come there's this 40-year-old guy in my class?" Like,
think about this, yeah. If time travel was possible, then time travel would have already been discovered in the future, which means they would have already travelled back here. So
There's a name for that conjecture. I can't remember. I think it's a French guy said, if time travel existed, you would know about it inherently.
Yeah.
I'd be using the shit out of that thing.
Yeah, exactly. It would, the world. Surely our reality would collapse into a continuous.
Like choose your own adventure books, right? Remember those?
You know how many American soldiers or Muslims would go back in time and stop 9/11 from happening?
Yeah, like the Steve Jackson flip to page 3 if you want to kill the Minotaur. Flip to page 3. Sort of.
Yeah, Steve Jackson.
Yeah.
What's the first book called? I remember the first book. It was.
I would always cheat.
Yeah, everyone cheated.
I just read to the end. Just all the endings and be like, okay, cool. I know the fucking stories now. Got done with the book before everybody, but I couldn't write the book report.
yeah, it's like, man, I gotta go back in time, fix that date that I had with that one girl. You know, it's like one of those things.
Yeah, maybe it's a blessing we can't travel back and forth, particularly back.
Yeah, everyone would be trying to fix the past, wouldn't they? No one would actually be trying to fix their future.
Technically, bro, we're always time traveling.
Well, yeah, there is that, yeah.
But it's interesting because in accounting they talk about the time value of money, and I think inherently it speaks to the psychology of humans, that the present moment is more important than the past or the future. But I would say that to a lot of people, their past is more important than their future, and you can see it by how they act, which is really weird because you're never going to be able to go back to your past. Is right ahead of you. So, you know, I don't know. It's weird. Like, yeah.
Especially when you're an elderly person, it's like, oh, it was so great back then. It's like, really?
Yeah. Well,
yeah, you know, half of it's lies anyway.
Sentimentality is one of our most cherished things, but at the same time, possibly one of the most dangerous things we have.
And completely useless as well.
Oh yeah, that's what makes it dangerous, because it can inform your future decisions. But,
yeah, man, you get your hoarders. Look at your hoarders.
Yeah.
Completely sentimental about like a trash can full of worms from 1976.
Yeah.
Right? I never know when I'm going to need it. Bullshit. You just want to look at everything that you've ever experienced all the time and have it always around you. Weird as shit. Sorry. Sorry.
Don't you think in some respect diarists are almost hoarders as well in that respect, aren't they?
Someone who keeps a diary?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. But I think, I don't know. I think it's good. Journaling and diarying is, especially like in recovery, for instance, or any kind of therapy. Just writing it down and then rereading it later is like, oh, I kind of sound like an idiot. Oh, actually, I was feeling sad in that moment, and I need to address that and stuff like that.
Wait a minute.
It all depends.
Wait, when did I figure out that mathematical equation? Holy crap! That's amazing.
I gotta
Wait,
say,
what?
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Earl. One more time, Earl.
No, I was making a joke. You go back, look at through your diary, and you see I have a crazy mathematical equation in there. Like, where did that come from? Like,
Right, it's
hey,
the Mandela effect in my journal.
hey, Mike, I DM'd you. Maybe he stepped away.
Listen, take it easy, guys. I've definitely got to go now. Okay. Speak to you
Okay,
soon.
sounds good, brother.
Have a good night, mate.
Take care. Safe journey, everyone.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So, speaking of time travel, the Choose Your Own Adventure stuff, I found the wiki on it, and it's actually interesting. Whether or not completely true, wiki is not a valid source. But this is interesting. The book, I remember reading this one, the first book, and it's about basically time travel.
Interesting.
So there's that. I honestly think that people talking about Mandela and all these like conspiracies or whatever you want to call them, developing like events and whatever. I think whatever's in control for the time being figured out how to do that, got the cheat code on that, and so like these kinds of books and movies and such kind of eke it out a little bit, Stargate and all this stuff. They just eke out the truth a little bit with tons of fantasy. But yeah.
Dude, I'm a Mandela affected person, and there's crazy stuff that just is mind blowing.
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy. There's a lot of stuff just like. But hey, hold on. I don't want to start with Mandela effect again. That'll be my second time in a week bringing it up here, and that's no good. That said, Earl, I love you, buddy, but yeah, I can't. I don't want to bring up Mandela here.
I just get a thought of you while you're doing your work. You'll be like, "Oh yeah, flat Earth." Wait, sorry, wrong thing. Hold on, let me switch back to what we're doing.
I can't undo that, right? The first time, if it slips with a client, they'll be like, "Sorry, what?" And all of our encounters are going to be recorded by that time, right? So,
yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, I guess I have to be careful. It's too bad, but for the time being, I'll have to be careful. No worries. Listen, I don't think a bunch of alcoholics or addicts are going to really be like judging me on something like that, but I will. You know what I mean? I'll be careful anyway.
It's like that kid that's like, "Oh, I know something. I want to tell people, but I can't tell people."
Right.
That's the
I
person
know.
that wouldn't tell the people.
Yeah, it's weird. It's selfishly keeping a secret for my own benefit. You know what I mean? Like that's totally what it is. I'll accept that. That's fine. What else am I going to do, right? I got to live here and do things in this world, but I also have to. I'm not sorry. I don't have to. I already know the truth about a lot of things that other people don't, so I have to exist in two different realms at this point. Flat Earth when I'm being 100% real, and then the show, the side show that we all go and participate in. It's a different sort of thing.
Hold on, let me go put my makeup.
Yeah.
My wig. Yeah.
Yep. Hold on, let me get my virtue signaling out. Let me get my face diaper. Let me make sure that everyone knows I'm part of the in crowd. The cool kids.
You've also got to be pro LGBTQ, like loudly.
I love the color purple. It's a good movie.
Say the rest of the ranking.
Wow. Wow. I don't think that was where the color purple about.
I know, man. I know. I'm all over the place. You're gonna find that, Earl.
I think that had to do with slavery, but yeah.
I think yeah. Anyway, anybody got any globe evidence?
I was just wondering, are you talking about the Ottomans? Or the Japanese?
Japanese.
Why are you flat
what's the
earthers always
difference?
asking for stuff that doesn't exist? Where's your
Wait a minute.
hypothesis for gravity?
Wait a minute. Are you saying Japanese don't exist?
Uh-oh.
That's racist.
I got a perfect gift for that I'm not gonna post.
Maybe you can DM me.
Okay, I will.
I'm gonna
You can go ahead and guess that it's like a Japanese person holding like chopsticks and wearing one of those.
It's better than that. It's better than that. Also, Crypto, I think you need a couple more rolls, buddy. Good lord.
Have I been roll raped again? I get roll raped every 2 weeks or so.
You see him rolling down the You see him white and bright and nerdy. He's white and bright and nerdy.
Mostly white.
Okay, see you
It's good to
guys
hear your
later.
voice again, Mr. Earl.
Yep.
Agreed.
I'm like the Mr. Man.
Crypto, are you Ronnie Swole, man? Is that who you are?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't. Now I doxed you for real. Oh boy.
Yeah, that is my
check your
real name
DMs.
after all.
Just do it!
That is such an amazing video if you've actually seen the whole thing.
Yeah, when Shy is screaming like that, and he puts something in his hand and he crushes it while he's saying, "Just do it," and he's like pointing at his open hand, does it like 5 times. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? I love it.
What are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for? Yep.
It's like how to turn a good message into a complete joke.
Yeah. Shy's a fucking badass, dude. Remember when he did that art exhibit? Like, I'm not famous or something.
Yeah, don't you remember he did something in England, and because he was trying to not get trolled basically by a bunch of people who didn't agree with him, and a group of people from 4chan found the exhibit within like a few hours, and he was like, "This is unfindable. You'll never get it." And it was like 4 hours, and they found it.
Yeah. Do you think maybe, look at this picture I'm going to send. Do you think maybe Shia found out all the stuff that we're finding out, but like at once, and they're like, by the way, you got to perform these couple rituals in front of us if you're going to have any better of a career moving forward. Hang on just a sec. That's a big preface. I know you're all waiting with bated breath. God bless. Okay. So Shia was wearing that bag over his head walking around Hollywood, and I guess that's just someone who said they'd wear it, and he took a picture crying his eyes out. Now, he's a crier, right? We've seen Shia watch all of his movies, by the way, all of them back to back, and cried and laughed, and it was so weird. But anyway, so yeah, just look at that face. It's like, yep, it's all real, and it's all fake. And they do that to kids, and they fucking eat people, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so yeah, see that picture right above it? NASA secrets. Why would you need to put a fake image of the Earth in there that's way too small, scale-wise? Why would you need to do that? Why can't you just use the original quote-unquote photo?
Well, we had to save space on the telemetry data. Oh, wait. We deleted that.
Yeah. Personally, when I do something incredible, miraculous, first time anyone's ever done it, I too destroy all the evidence, all of it.
Yeah, you
Fuck
wouldn't
it.
want
I don't
anyone
even want
finding
to. I
out.
don't even want to remember that I did it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to get kind of uncomfortable if anybody asks if I did accomplish the greatest feat of mankind. Real quick over here. How come nobody's gone through all the Jetsons and Flintstones and Hanna-Barbera cartoons and picked those apart for symbolism and all that stuff? Just nobody's got to it yet.
Yeah, they were all waiting for you to do it.
No,
If somebody will provide me with the marijuana, I would love to go through it, and I will point out everything that needs to be pointed out.
And stuff that doesn't need to be pointed out.
That's fine. We can cut that in post.
I don't even smoke pot these days, so it's just a joke.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey!
Yeah, the new Metroid game is coming out after like 20 years. Last time they released a Metroid, it was on the GameCube. So I can't wait. Just a few more days.
Metroid, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, the GameCube Metroid was so fucking good.
Yes, sir, it was. So
Yeah.
if you're not a Nintendo fan, fuck off. And if you are a Nintendo fan, go ahead and get you a Switch.
Wasn't that Other M?
Yeah, I think no. Was it? Was it Other M? I know that one was good too.
No, it was Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3.
Prime, yeah.
And just so
Other
you know,
M was after that.
those were like first-person 3D game Metroids.
Right.
Games, and it was really, really good.
Dude, it was so good. It flowed so well. So much fun. It was like Sonic the Hedgehog and Metroid put together.
Oh
But
my
not
god.
2D.
Sonic, I lost all of my faith in Sonic until they came out with Sonic Mania. That was a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, dude, Sonic killed itself over and over and over and over. So I should hope that they came back with something.
Glad you don't watch Game Grumps, do you?
I don't do anything gaming wise on the internet, my friend.
Okay, but you know how bad Sonic games are, right?
Yeah, most of them are dog shit.
Oh yeah, there are these guys that they play video games and they do commentary over it, Let's Players. And one of them is an avid
I've seen
Sonic
that shit.
hater.
The playthroughs, right?
Yeah. So one of the ones that I watch, it's these two guys, and one of them did an episode a couple of years ago. He's like, "You're not going to believe this. I got a letter from one of the. They were playing a game called Sonic Heroes, which was for the GameCube, which sucked ass. He got a letter from one of the developers explaining why the game was sucked so much ass.
I remember it had big commercials too. They advertised it.
What did he say? Was it like a corporate thing, like they were pushing him with a due date or something?
I'll give you the it's a 2.5 minute clip. I will post it. It is worth listening to because the ending is hilarious. Give me a
See,
second.
like you know, there's going to be certain games that are going to be really good. Like when they announced like Breath of the Wild, like all the Zelda fans were like, "Oh my God, Skyrim meets Zelda!" Like we're gonna have like an open game, like Zelda, like free roam, right? And it was like everybody was excited. All the other Zelda games that came out, like Skyward Sword, nah, I'm not even worried about that stuff.
Can somebody play this over the? Can someone play this over the jukebox?
The whole thing?
I don't think they would.
It's just a 3-minute talking session. There's nothing dirty in it. It is hilarious.
I mean, I got it pulled up if you guys want me to play it. Just give me
Sure, just do it.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. I
Worked
don't mind.
on Sonic Heroes. Emailed me. Oh my god! And I will keep them anonymous, but I will read what they said to me. Okay, here we go. So this person worked on Sonic Heroes. Okay, it was a bug tester on Sonic Heroes, right? The front lines, the fucking vanguard. The Sonic Heroes. Wear a mask. The game was Sonic Team's first multi-platform game, which is why, if you look at it from a design perspective, all the levels are super flat, and all the texturing is simpler than even Sonic Adventure 2, with much flatter colors and no real lighting. It was so they could try to make it work the same on all the current gen consoles, like I said before. Sonic Team still wasn't the greatest at 3D stuff either, and I believe it was an all-new engine middleware, so the game was buggy as hell, especially the PS2 version, which we are playing, which had and has by far the most bugs. The amount of bugs submitted by the testers was so immense that it eventually got to the point where management told them that if a bug does not prevent them from completing a level, it wasn't to be considered a bug. Do not submit it. Oh my god. So the only things they could submit eventually were bugs which literally stopped the game from progressing. If you could mash your way through a level, it was good enough. Holy crap. Finally, there was a showstopper bug, the biggest bug, which I think kept them from shipping the game for a while. I'll never forget it because it really captures the true essence of the Sonic cycle. Throughout the game, there are doors which Sonic and Team are supposed to open by use of switches, but the bug was such that if you ran into the locked door at full speed, Sonic would instead clip through the door, but not into the area that was supposed to be behind it. Instead, he would keep going, running forever in a black nothingness, which would never end. Whenever I think about that, there's a certain level of existential dread which fills my soul. It's almost like that's what these games are now. Sonic running forever, and it can never end. Wow. I love that person.
That's the end of the funny part of it.
Nice.
So I want to go into something real fast about the changing the definition of a bug, right? That's what Fauci has basically done, right? Changing the definition, right? That's what these globetards, they do all the time. They change the definition. And it's just like 1984, right? How they can just, change things, erase it from the history books. And, it's always meant this. It's never meant that, right? And we can remember, like, hey, it used to mean this. Like a line used to be like the shortest point between A and B, and now it means curved, right? So it's like, that's how you make bad products. When you change the definition of shit to fit whatever your narrative is.
Great point.
Maybe I shouldn't use the word Fauci. Maybe I should have said Sickle, because that's what his name means in Latin. So yeah, Dr. Sickle changed the definition of, never mind.
Dr. Sickle, and again, I wanted to comment on that. Last time you brought that up, Hank, I think it was you. Sickle, what does the sickle do? It gathers the wheat from the field. It separates the wheat from the chaff. I mean,
oh snap!
It's ridiculous how they rub it in our faces, guys. Ridiculous.
Yeah, so it technically means like Okay, so like if you went to a city in like London, let's say you went to London in the 1200s, and you said, "I wanted to speak to Robert." Well, Robert the Smith or Robert the Shoemaker, right? Which Robert are you talking about? Robert the Silversmith. Okay, that guy, he lives over here. That's where you can find him, right? So your last name was your occupation. So
Right.
Fauci would be like the maker of the sickles.
Ah, that makes sense. So he makes the jabba dabba doo. You know, same thing, making the sickles, culling the masses. Oh well. Let's see if we can get flat Earth out there before it happens. Yeah. Wouldn't it be just a thing to watch?
We don't have time.
Hey, man, I got to make sure you know this. The sickle doesn't separate the wheat from the chaff. You do. The sickle just reaps.
Fine. That's fine. Fine. I sit corrected. Thank you. Fine.
Some poor sap like Mike got to separate that.
All right.
I sure wish it did, though.
That'd be some kind of multi-purpose tool right there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I don't think you can make one of those. I don't think so. I mean, they make machines that do it, but it's like handheld device doing all that work. Be nice. Wish the aliens would come already so we could start asking them how to do this place better. Wait, was that out loud? Perfect timing.
Yeah, Project Bluebeam will be complete soon. It'll be fully operational probably by the end of the year.
So
well, they say something is going to happen tomorrow, October 8th. I've been seeing a lot of conspiratards and other conspiracy researchers.
Yeah, that's when Metroid comes out. Yeah, that's when Metroid comes out.
That's the only thing I care about.
That machine would be a thresher.
Thresher, yeah. Yep.
Works with the combine.
They are beautiful, huge machines. I like them.
Yeah, don't fall in.
Oh, hell no. It's big old dangerous comb. Mechanical comb.
What is it?
It's like it's like a shaver.
Is it like Joe Dirt? I threw my husband in the wood chipper.
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of. More like a big ass shaker with a conveyor belt.
Well, cool. I guess the lobby has a bunch of Globers hanging out, flip-flapping their jaws.
The lobby, huh?
Like when you're harvesting corn, you see a combine going down through the field, and then it's got that big spout that goes up and spits the clean grain into a dump.
Right.
That's a thresher.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen a lot of them personally at work.
There's a few different kinds.
Big old John Deere, huge green, just beauty, marvel of modern mechanics. I don't know. I think industry and agriculture is really neat that way. I think it's cool how we figured out how to take what we want from the land, take what we need from the land and what we want, and we know how to keep the cycle good and keep the we can work with nature.
Some rednecks just call that a harvester. By God, there's a harvester.
That's right. Yeah, man.
Well, I got a John Deere, I got a case, and I got a harvester, man. Let's get it on.
Yeah, you're going to be fine, Battle Mod. We need to get like at least a 3-month supply of dry food that Can make and like ration it out if we need, and also grow food. Like we all need to leave the cities, go up into the hills now. You feel me?
I'll be eating squirrel, turkey, venison, rabbit,
And you don't
fish.
need you don't need an AR-15. Just get you some 22s. You can harvest lots of critters with them 22 long rifles.
Hey. Needing an AR and wanting one are two different things, bro.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, that's why I have an AR.
I may not need one, but what the hell? Just in case. The future belongs to he who prepares for it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love my AR. It's beautiful.
I love your AR too.
I hate it when Globers direct message me all day because my name's the first on the mod list.
Don't lie, you love it.
No, I hate it. I usually just end up banning people. You get my DMs, that's a bannable offense.
Well,
if you're a Glober trying to get on banned, well, yeah. Other people are welcome, but just if you get sent to COG, just don't direct message me. Plead your case with the motherfucker that put you there.
That's what I try to tell people. Like, they're always like, Hank, unmute me. It's like 2 or 3 days later when I actually check my messages. It's like, bro, I'm not the person you need to ask.
I don't know. I didn't do nothing. That's what I tell them. I didn't do nothing. Oh yeah, they're probably all complaining about you, Justin. Hey, there's a mod in lobby, Mr. Battle Mod. He's he's doing mod abuse. Can I get on band, please?
Mod abuse, I love it. Did you hear what he was saying about everyone in the lobby?
No.
Did he say anything about him saying anything about anyone in the lobby? It's so great that they just attack me.
To the win?
Oh, it's to the win. Oh yeah, for sure. If they're complaining to you about me, it's to the wind. I tried. You know me, I try. But when they start abusing everyone in there and calling everyone idiots, and that's personal attack, and that stops with a ban.
Yeah,
that
that's
stops
the
with
name.
a ban.
That's the name of the profile. To the wind.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
By my heel, I care not.
All you are is dust in the wind. Same old song. Just a drop of water in an endless sea.
That's how they get you. Old Carl Sagan and his billions nonsense.
Oh, you little bastard. You can hide from me, but I will ban you.
I want you to ask him all the important questions as well and see if he can answer it, because he never wanted to answer any of my questions.
He just called me an inbred. He's out of here.
Oh, you so You don't want to do that. And you think that is actually going to get better results? Like what is going through your head when you actually say those words? When you actually print them on the screen and then press enter? You had time to fucking say no to that sentence before you fucking printed it. I don't understand that with these people. Just stop printing it. Just stop yourself. Read what you're saying and understand it before you actually send it. Because do you know the ramifications of what you're going to send? No, you don't.
Are you asking Glober to think?
I'm just saying it out loud
Just
for
joking.
YouTube as well, you know, because these trolls that just say we're all inbreds, you know, what is that going to do for you? I mean, just is that going to give you in a higher level somewhere, like in your other server or something? You know, you're never going to come back here, at least on that account. And we'll never respect you ever.
Now I gotta go ban him on another server. I share 2 servers with this punk.
And that's the thing, yeah. He thinks that he can just get away with being attached to all of our servers. Whatever. Oh. Noah's put some work. He's like, go back to 3rd grade geometry, you clown. That's funny.
Oh, the irony.
That's funny. It seriously is. They're like, did you skip that class? Did you really skip? I just kind of like overlooked it. You know, I didn't really skip it. It's like I had to program myself to what I was, but I had never actually utilized it in the world. You know, I never had to, never really needed to, I never wanted to. But then when you actually go and test it, it's like, what am I actually looking at? Not what I see on the fucking paper. What the hell? I'm sorry, but that pisses me off a lot.
A lot, a little, a lot.
But I always go back to that statement. It's like, if you really want to hurt someone, if you really want to put someone in their place, just show us the damn proof. We will shut this server down and you will not ever hear about Flat Earth again. You won't hear about it. Because there's no need. There's absolutely no need if there is proof that we can solve, that we can prove to ourselves, that we can mathematically equate. Verification is key, right?
It speaks to the fact that the veracity of the claims are empty, hollow, and not even a house of cards. It's not even one card standing straight up. It's nothing. It's dust. Sorry, go ahead, Battleman.
No, you're good.
Gosh, if I were in that camp, man, I would want to be the person, right? My ego's so big, I'd be like, yeah, I shut Flat Earth down. Completely. Well, how'd you do it? I showed them where the Earth curves. Really? Yeah. Yeah,
I close
They just point us somewhere else.
like a Nobel Peace Prize waiting for somebody.
Dude, I will fly them out to somewhere, tropical, and make sure that they know that they just saved humanity.
Yeah, yep. Wait, how is Flat Earth threatening again?
I know, right?
Oh, right, it's not.
I don't know.
I don't know. It gets a bunch of dumbasses to attempt to do science that would have never done science in their life if it wasn't for flat Earth.
I think the reason that it's threatening is because the more people realize that they have unalienable and alienable rights, and once you figure out those rights can't be taken away from you, they can't be stripped away from you, then you realize that, oh shit, it's not about my rights, it's about my responsibility, like your ability to respond to your children starving. So then you like want to go get some land and you want to provide for your family, and by becoming responsible, you become ungovernable. And then at that point, what's the point of government borrowing like $3 trillion in your name every month, right? For what? You don't need them. How much is that infrastructure bill? Not still on.
Way too much. How about that? Mm-hmm. How about them apples?
Yeah, way too much.
Or you want oranges? More than I'd fucking give them.
I think the nicer we get, the less trolls we get. Is that really what's happening?
I don't think so.
Okay. There's just some that are off right now. They're taking a break.
Yeah, they're recycling them back to what they did in the first. Be passive aggressive. Act overly
Where'd platypus
civil.
go?
And some are just coming in new. They just thought that we're a big troll here, and they have no idea.
Justin, me and you, we don't really see eye to eye on many things, but I gotta say, I appreciate you kicking all those stupid motherfuckers out of here so we could have like a cordial conversation. Really do appreciate the moderating.
I try to keep as many as I can, the good ones that actually want to speak, but some of them, they do troll me. They do say, they want to speak, and then they come in here and they just make a complete ass of themselves. But we get them sometimes. I just want them to know.
I was sincere.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. And what don't you see eye to eye? What the hell?
I was gonna say, Justin, I hate you, buddy. I don't like anything about you, but you mod pretty well in the channel, so that's good.
No,
everyone
our
hates
approaches. No, bro. Our approaches are different. That's what we don't see eye to eye.
Just be quiet.
No, don't be sorry. Your approach works.
No. It is my own, and I know I have been. I have been harsh. I have been a lot.
Everybody's got their way about them.
It's just I've been here for so long. I can't take some of the bullshit that they say, and it's over and over again. After 5 times, I kind of want to snap.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally after an hour of just saying the same thing over and over again, I just want to snap. I think we're all in the same boat there, right? You know.
Oh
just
yeah,
keep
I don't like
saying the
dealing with
same
those
thing,
retards.
rewinding. I mean, with the same person too. It's like we all have to say the exact same thing, and 5 of us have to say it for him to understand. No. He still doesn't understand, and he needs a 6th person to say it.
Yeah, we all need to say it in different ways, but he still doesn't get it.
I mean, that's when I kind of snap.
My way or the motherfucking highway.
I don't even like skinning cats.
They look like squirrels when you're done.
Yeah.
You could
Have
tell
you ever
the difference.
Have you ever seen one of those give birth? Like
a skinned cat?
Yeah. No,
Give
like
birth?
literally there is a cat that is
Ooh,
like
dude.
no hair whatsoever. And he gave birth to little ones that had no hair whatsoever.
Oh, those things. I'm not talking about that. But yeah,
Okay,
I get
okay.
you. No, I'm talking about anyway, doesn't matter.
No. Okay.
There's a million ways to skin a cat is what it was a joke that I failed
Oh,
at.
gotcha. No.
It was a pole
It
vault
went over
that
my
didn't
head
quite
at the
make
very
it.
beginning.
Well, there's one way you could do it. You could buy her a drink, or you could tell her that her hair is ugly.
What?
Yeah, it
How about
has.
I do both?
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
It will. I know it will. I come up with a drink, watch the drink she's been drinking all night, get her one of those. Then be like, you could have done something better with your hair. And she'd laugh, and then we'd be dating. Yay!
That's that band you can't do, Twaddlewazzle. That's band. No. Hard ban removes them from the server. It's like an IP ban.
Y'all don't do those very often, right?
Oh, me?
Yeah, most of the stuff is like CogDis or whatever, right?
Oh no, I very seldom put people in
How many
CogDis.
days is it?
If I'm
180?
gonna hit you, I'm hard banning you.
Yeah, anybody that comes in here doing the random noises and that kind of crap, hard ban always.
Yeah, why clog the damn bot down with a bunch of CogDis bans the bot's got to keep track of, and then cry, oh, the bot's glitching. Yeah, you got 20,000 fucking people in CogDis. Have somebody hard ban half of them. I do that sometimes to speed the bot up. I'll just go up there and ban 100 people from CogDis. You got them simps, CogDis simps that go up there and let people out though when they're on here. Literally, the only thing they do is sit in CogDis VC and say, who wants out? And they'll let everybody out and not even ask whoever put them there. And then they'll cry when you unban one of their people. Shit cracks me up. It's one of the most annoying things about the internet. You think you're interacting with adults until you observe how they act. Then you're like, is he a child or an adult? The hell?
I kind of think I'm a child in a lot of ways. Like, you know, like I feel like in some areas I'm not mature at all.
Oh, I agree.
We all got that though.
Yeah, I mean on me, not on you. I'm the same way. I'm real immature when it comes to certain things.
Like your motherfucking donuts, right?
Yeah.
If somebody were to flush your donuts at work, that would just be a bad fucking move on their behalf.
Oh yeah, everybody there knows hey, that's half stale. Don't throw it away, motherfucker. I'll eat that if I got to dunk it in coffee, then it'll get dunked. Throw that the fuck away. Donuts do not hit the garbage can.
Not in this house.
You listen. You'd only have to have donuts from this place once, and then you wouldn't care what kind it is. You'd be like, "Hey, Mike, let's go get some Hinkley donuts." It's the oil they use, their batter recipe. They make their own frostings, their own custard. Everything's old world recipes. They've been doing donuts for 112 years. There's literally people that drive from other states to come here and get Hinkley's donuts.
That sounds like some good donuts.
They are. They like me too, because when I buy donuts on Friday for the workers, I got farm employees and then 3 businesses worth of employees. So I have to call on Tuesday and order them for Friday. So I'm like that contract they know they can count on every Tuesday. Mr. Smith call yet? No. Hell, let's just start making his order. He's clockwork. If he doesn't call us, we'll call him. They already know.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Most of my bakeries got bought up and got controlled by this one chain bakery that mass produces crap. It's real bad.
Crappy creams? Yeah, I see people eating them crappy creams. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? We got a Hinkley's in town. Cream filled. That's not a Long John. That's a piece of bread stuffed full of frosting. Hell, you can make that at home with wholesome bread and cake frosting.
We actually do make our donuts at home.
I do when it's cider and Halloween time of year. We'll try a look at it.
I mean, we do croissants like pigs in a blanket, you know. And sometimes we'll go get it, like if we're in a hurry, if we're taking a road trip, we'll go get it from an actual donut place. But like most of our stuff, we make at home.
Deep fried blueberry batter mix, blueberry muffin mix. Try that. Make some blueberry muffin donuts. Them are actually all right. My daughter talked me into that once.
And I love this time of year. This time of year, we start making chilies and Frito chili pies and stuff like that. Hot dogs. You know, it's kind of like our luxury food. You know, we don't eat it all the time, but you know, I love like some authentic chili, right? And We also make like stews, traditional stew, and what is it called? The roast beef. Oh man, roast beef.
You know, traditional chili is 3 meats, right? 3 meat chili. It's made out of leftovers. Leftover beans and leftover meats.
So you're talking about beef, chicken, pork?
Yeah, I do beef, venison, pork, mild pork. But you can do it anyway like that.
Yeah, when you said 3 meat, automatically went to jambalaya because that's another winter dish that we make around my house because it's so damn hot with that Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, my cousin lives in Louisiana. He lives in a parish down there. Married him a girl from there. She's related to the Laundries from Gator Hunters or whatever the hell, Gator Boys.
Yeah, I'm married to Kunas. She calls herself that. That's not what I call her. It's not really a racial term. It's more
Nope.
of it's more of like an identity sort of for them.
Merci beaucoup. C'est bon quoi. I like that Cajun French. I like when they talk in that slang. Barely understand it, but I get the gist of it.
Look, I don't eat crawfish. It's not really my thing. I don't eat alligator or any of that weird stuff that they eat over there. But the food they cook, it's like the Mexicans. You got to ask them what's in this, right? I want to know what I'm eating first. And
How
then
many
if you're
hot
like,
sauces?
and then once you figure out what it is, you're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
5 different hot sauces. Yeah.
Get some of that etouffee.
Yeah, I don't ask, Hank. I just eat. I've had popcorn gator. I like most of what they cook. Some of it's a little too hot for me. But now that they know that, they tell me, we set aside some mild for you, Mike. We know you're a Michigan pussy. Oh, okay. All right. You guys give me some Protein-X or some Rolaids. I'll eat that fucking hot shit. Like these people, man, they spend some money on cumin and fucking spices. It's like, dude, I've never.
Yeah, I do too. I got so much spices that I can't put it in one cabinet. Some of it's on the cabinet,
Yeah.
some of it's on the counter.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. I got a 5-rack shelf for spices that hangs on the wall. I've never seen motherfuckers have so many spices that they literally are taking cupboard space for putting them up. Like, damn.
Yeah, I got some on the wall too. Yeah, we're real big about our spices.
I am my some, you gotta have them to barbecue. You gotta have them to bake. But I don't have thousands of spices. Hell, they make their own spices too, where they'll mix 30 spices together and shake it.
Yep.
Lick their finger and dip it in there. Yep, that's about right. Label that.
I got spices from all over the world, man. I got some from Africa, some from Indonesia. Like I love the different taste in the world.
He's got the spices down from Africa.
I can't remember what it's called, but when I get home, I'll take a picture and show you. Yeah, I got some of them them Indian spices. I got some of the what is it? I guess like Muslim spices. I don't know what the hell. It's different regions of the world.
By Indian, you mean
like Hindu?
Hindu, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Say, Native Americans use a lot of spices. We use black pepper, cinnamon, turmeric, cardamom. I like what my grandma does with her onions, her dried onions and all that. Got a process she does with them. We made mint tea too. A lot of people didn't know that. They use some bark. I've been meaning to ask my grandma about how to make that, but we had mint tea before there were, coffee shops. And we used it for upset stomach. Man, I done posted them pictures of donuts now. I'm fucking hungry. I got the grandkids here. Damn it, Hank, if I break out my last box, they're going to be on it. I'm going to have to share them. I got that thing hidden in the truck. I can't pick my other ones up till tomorrow at 7. Well, the secretary will pick them. She likes her Fridays. Gets off and behind her desk and drives one of my work trucks around and passes out donuts. So she cracks me up. She'll bring back half a bag of Long Johns. I think she likes them Long Johns more than I do, to be honest. She's happy every week she gets them. They bring cake in though, man. It's nice. I got all my offices in one space. I put a prefab house on a corner lot. Bought the lot just for that. Those are the main offices for all 3 of my business. But you can go in there and there's coffee and cake out any day of the week. They either make it or buy it. They always got cake. I like it when they got that chocolate swirl pudding cake, man.
Yeah, I think that's how I got fat, man. My wife, she was like baking there for a while, always baking something, and like I realized that I don't need that many carbs. Like I think that's why I got so fat. Because if I was just eating what I normally eat, because I don't like sweets. Like my thing is my taste buds. I guess the way they're rigged, I don't really go after the sweet. I like the bitter stuff. I like the savory stuff.
Yeah, I don't crave sweets too often. I like salty. I like meat. I like vegetables.
Oh yeah, man, I love vegetables. I try to keep me some onions, green, red peppers, and mushrooms, like the fajita mix, like unflavored. I like to keep it, like halfway cooked in my freezer. That way I can just grab it out and dump it in a pan and add some meat.
Yeah, tomorrow I already know what I'm making. I already cut my potatoes. Potatoes, green peppers, onions, sausage. Bake it all day. Slow bake it in a baker with a timer. So I'll come home and it'll be done. All I have to do is warm it up. I don't make a little bit of that though, man. I'll make 4 pans. Put it in the freezer. Tried to do it like my grandma used to. My grandma would cook to where she could take a couple days off from cooking every week. because the fridge was full of leftovers, you know.
Yeah, just go in there and get what you want.
Yeah, that's the only time the kitchen was open. Hank, I grew up in a house where that motherfucker was locked down. She literally had an open or close sign. Grandma did. It said, Grandma's kitchen is closed. No entry without permission. I was like, shit. I said, that's not cool, Dad. I ain't never took nothing Grandma said I couldn't have. He said, well, all the other kids are older than you, and they fucked it up for you before you got here, son. Sorry. He said, you could try being Grandma's little ass kisser. Tender berry patches. Do everything the way she tells you, boy. And I did. Then I could always play Gram, but I'm hungry. I spent 4 extra hours in your berry patch. Come on. I weeded the flower garden too. 6 hours of work I done for you today. I can't get a sandwich.
Yeah, when I grew up, I mostly ate like once a day. And then it's like you get older and you start working and you got all this extra money. It's like now the world is my buffet.
Yeah.
It's like whatever I want to eat, if I see it, I wanted to eat it. But yeah, it's the carbs. That's the only problem is like
You
the
had to
empty
say
carbs.
buffet. You said buffet, and the first thing popped in my mind was ocean cod, baked with garlic butter over top. And biscuits on the ready.
Yeah, I love fish. I got some fish in the freezer right now that I need to take care of.
Yeah, I like the ocean cod. I like salmon. It depends on who's cooking it, though.
I make my fish good.
Yeah, I prefer to be the person cooking the fish if I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, I'll smoke it. I'll smoke it with either some orange pepper, lime pepper, or lemon pepper, and then I'll bring it in the house and slow cook it.
Okay, I could probably let you cook the fish then. I'd eat your cooking. I smoke my salmon. I got a stump out here where they cut a tree and whittled it down for smoking salmon in a tree. I think
That's old school. I dig that.
In about 3 more years, I'm gonna have to select a different tree. I think this one's burnt about thin.
Yeah, I don't like the taste of fish because it tastes all fishy. But if you cook it and put the right seasonings on it, and then you dip it in hot sauce, oh man, it's the best thing in the world.
I don't do the hot sauce, but yeah, if it's seasoned right, like I cure mine, it goes from cold water, soak to a milk soak, or even buttermilk.
What does that do for it?
The milk draws out a lot of the nasty stuff. Just like if you ingest poison, they tell you to drink a lot of milk. Milk draws poison and toxins out of the fish. So it'll take out, you'll never taste the lake that you know how fish is. You can taste the lake or pond that you get it from. Not if you soak it in milk for long enough. And raw milk is even better. Doesn't take as long in raw milk. Buttermilk is the way to go, though. Actually, it puts some of the taste of the buttermilk in it.
Yeah, my grandma swears by that stuff, but I never could stomach the smell.
Buttermilk?
Yeah, it smells rancid to me.
Well, it is. It has a particular smell, but once I got to where I crave it, that smell just triggers cravings for me. That's all. I smell it and I'm like, yeah. The lady that lives down the street, Rebecca, she makes that real well. So normally I'll let her come do it because we pasteurize it. I'll let her come make the buttermilk. She'll make 4 gallons and take 2 home with her and leave me 2. I like to barter with the Amish people. I like their food. They get the best honey and the best maple syrup too. I don't go to a grocery store for maple syrup. I go down to Jacob's house. Been
You
doing
talking
that
about?
for
You talking about them? What are they called?
Amish.
Yeah, Amish people. I wanted to say
Yeah.
Irish. I don't know why.
No, yeah. Amish people. Just like apple crisp. We make apple crisp and we sell it out of the cider mill that I have, but when I'm really wanting apple crisp, I'm looking for Rebecca's. Pull it out the fridge, nuke the shit out of it, and then put vanilla bean vanilla over top of it. She makes it better than I do.
Yeah, my son got me on that vanilla bean. He was like, "No, Dad, don't get the extract. Get the vanilla bean." I was like, "What's
Yeah,
the difference?" He's like,
a
"Just
lot.
trust me."
A lot.
So we started buying them vanilla beans, and
Yeah.
we got a few of them in the cabinet.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh yeah, you just cut a little piece off of it, put it in whatever you're cooking. And that's enough to flavor the whole thing. And man, I love vanilla. Like real
Yeah.
vanilla is awesome.
Yeah, and that's the only kind of vanilla ice cream I'll get is vanilla bean ice cream. I get chocolate too, but when it comes to vanilla, it's got to be bean, vanilla bean, not vanilla flavored. And then beans are great, dude. If you make coffee, fresh ground coffee, and you add a
That's
small,
exactly what he bought it for. It's funny you said that.
yeah, a small, you don't have to put much in there either. You just grind it up with the beans, and you got vanilla coffee, and it's like, you won't get any vanilla creamer that tastes like that. It's just all there is to it.
Yeah, those little things go for like 25, 30 bucks a pop, but they're worth it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, there's a movie out called Fauci. I was gonna watch it. I was gonna watch it, but I was about to go to bed when I noticed it, so I should have marked it. But I think I'm gonna find it, watch it, just to see what the hell they're saying.
I'll tell you what they're saying. They're saying, probably the American people think that Fauci's only been screwing us, for the past couple of years. Fauci's been screwing us over since the 80s or even longer. That's probably what it's going to
Since the AIDS epidemic,
say. Right?
and before.
Yeah, whenever I think about Fauci, I start thinking about Twisted Sister. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take
it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Boy, that Pazza guy hung out for a while today, didn't he? I listened to him last night for a while. Yes, food porn, Glat. It's making me hungry, too.
Yeah, I've been absent for a couple days. I don't know. Talking about the Brit that was here?
Yeah, the guy that was here earlier.
Seemed cool.
Yeah, he's not that bad, but personally, I think he's got an agenda with it. It's just me.
Well, you know, those second string anti-flurfers, what they did was they started coming around in the flat earth debates, and they would just kind of listen and not really take sides, and you couldn't really tell that they were flurfers until they started getting the argument down and kind of until they graduated. But looking back on it now, you can obviously tell, like the ones that come in and they don't really disagree with you, they kind of walk on eggshells. And I didn't mean to use that as a reference, but they kind of walk on eggshells and watch what they say and, you know, try to fit in and try to get you to like them. And then it's like all of a sudden something flips, like they graduate. And then they go to like full retard anti-flurfer.
That was amazing.
Never go full retard. Yeah. I'm with you, though. They try to get in there and get you to like them, and then they start, but what if? But what if this? After you bust out some demonstrable science, they go to what if? I don't play what if. What if you could prove what the hell you were talking about and we didn't have to what if it? Or what if you figured it out? If it was true, you wouldn't have to what if it. What if we lived in a world where we only built our reality out of what we know to be true through demonstration? What if that? And you kept your presuppositional theoretical bullshit to yourself until you could prove it. Or you designed an experiment to test it. What if? There'd be a lot less what ifs, wouldn't there?
What if people could keep their postulations to themselves and realize that it's just an opinion, right? And opinions are like buttholes. Everybody's got one and they stink.
I all stink. Let's see, do we got any new people? Let me go through here. Nope. No. That was quick. I done said donut one too many times. My dog been staring at me for a half hour. I guess might as well just go break this box and share it with the kids. I'm getting more tomorrow. I'll be back.
Any Globetards get flat smacked today?
They're in the lobby right now.
I think I might go play in the lobby. I don't go in there very often.
Napoleon blown apart is very deep.
He studied this subject, you're saying?
He's just saying, oh, here, let me go back to one of his messages. The map accounts for that, but it also drastically changes distance between land masses, which would affect navigation in general.
So how do I get in the lobby? I don't see like a
entry level.
Context?
Look at entry level, click on entry level, and then lobby.
What's the context though? Like you guys were talking about a map?
Oh, that's a
You
text.
could go.
Sorry.
You could go both west and east from Alaska and end up in Russia. He's talking about the map.
Well, could you also do that in a neighborhood if you just like are going in a curved
So
path?
you can't travel in two different directions to get to Russia from the U.S.? That's what he said.
Yeah, I thought lobby was a voice channel. I didn't realize it was a text chat.
Well,
yeah, text.
I'd like to see him go perfectly straight and end up where he was, first of all.
Well, how can you actually go perfectly straight?
Well, yeah, but if he is to bring up such a point, he would have to, or else his point is
Because
void.
you would go to south, right? If you just started going straight somewhere, you would always end up south. No matter what. Even if you went to the north, you would, of course, go right straight over north if you could, and then go south.
Think about it like this. You got an open field, right? In the middle of this open field, there's a flagpole. And the flagpole represents the North Pole. So this is our frame of reference, our reference frame. So if you want to go around the flagpole, right, the flagpole is going to be constantly to your right if you're going west, and you're going to have to constantly make tiny little corrections so that you're always heading west.
Yeah, it's like a ring magnet. I know what you're saying.
So it's a circle.
More. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I was thinking recently how little just how gas works on the globe makes no sense, and their claims of gravity. Like, what is their explanation for water vapor stopping at a certain level? Is that like air temperature or something? Why it stops at a certain level instead of like keeps rising and makes the clouds? Like, how does it just know to stop and follow the moving earth? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know for sure, but I would imagine they would say the higher you get up, the colder it gets, and the colder the water gets, it condenses back into rain droplets, and it rains. I don't know if that's what they would say, but it makes sense to me. Or they would say that the clouds have a static, and the static causes the clouds to come together, and then it would cause condensation and raindrops. I heard one guy, fucking idiot, he said it was gravity that causes the clouds to come together. It's like, no, bro. We're witnessing lightning. Why do you think there's lightning coming out of rain clouds? I can't even remember that dude's name.
Gravity gathers up clouds.
Yeah. Gravity gathers up the rain clouds. I'm trying to remember his name. He's that fucking pilot idiot. Not R.C. Meisty, not Rumpus, but the other blithering idiot.
How do we like verify the atomic structure? You know what I mean? Like, how do we actually know that water is made up of one hydrogen and?
I'd say we don't. That's just my opinion.
But you got a point there, Mike. I read this thing, and it was the argument that basically water isn't H2O. And it was saying that basically every time you crack water, you got to put salt or something in there to crack it and make the hydrogen and the oxygen separate. So how come you can't just crack like regular water? Like when I make colloidal silver with distilled water, it takes hours, hours, and hours, right? But when I put something in there, right, like I'm cracking the water to make a hydrogen HHO generator, it's instantly. Why is that?
Water's an insulator when it's pure. You can't pass electricity through it when it has no contaminants.
That's why it takes so long to start. And then once the silver, starts to build up in the water, then the process speeds up.
Right.
So would salt do that as well? Help the electricity flow through it?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That really makes it conductive.
Yeah, the sodium, it doubles the dielectric nature of water.
Distilled water will insulate it. Will be an insulator. Hard to keep it pure though. Doesn't take much for it to start being conductive.
Because things just get in it naturally.
Yep. Shit floating in the air, falls out of it.
Yeah, my experience with distilled water is that distilled water wants to bond with everything. Like if you drink distilled water, it's going to flush your body out of like heavy metals and your natural minerals that you have. So if you're drinking distilled water, you have to have a large salt intake. You can't just let your body like be flushed out like that all the time. But my thinking is that if I'm constantly adding new in, then it cross cancels it out.
Yeah.
So I drink distilled water and spring water, sometimes both. And when I'm drinking distilled water, I make sure that I cook like a salty meal, and we got lots of sea salt at my house. Yeah, if you're drinking like good water, like live water, right? Not dead water. You're drinking it like all day long, and then you drink like one soda, it just like ruins it.
I just had a Sprite. You're making me feel terrible. I probably wasn't even having good water anyways, but.
Well, think about your body like a fish tank. You're 70% water and 30% like minerals and glass. We'll say glass, right? And if you're constantly sweating, right? That's why sweating is so good for you. That's why the rich people, they got saunas and they got their little sauna suits and they go jogging, wearing all that stuff because they're sweating out all them toxins. and they got time to do it. Like we're at work and in air conditioning buildings, and I work outside, so I get a good sweat going on. But during the winter, like it's hard to sweat, so I play hacky sack. If you're playing hacky sack by yourself, you'll sweat.
Jump rope, that'd be probably more effective.
Yeah, jump rope is good for cleaning out your lymph nodes because only the jumping motion causes your lymph nodes to get all cleaned out properly. Yeah, but hacky sack kind of keeps you quick and on your toes and your reaction time low. One of the things that like my son and I did training, like it would be like reaction time, trimming your reaction time. So we stand in front of each other and, no gloves on. You just have to block what's coming at you. And our feet are like less than a foot apart. So we're in striking range and there's no head movement allowed. You have to block everything that comes at you. So like he'd kind of swing on me, not really throwing a hook, but throwing a straight arm. And then he'd throw like an uppercut, and then he'd throw like another hook, and then with his left hand he'd throw a straight. And we're kind of doing it like half speed, 1/3 speed, right? We're not trying to knock each other out, but it's really good to like trim your reaction time.
Yeah, I used to slap box with my brothers.
Yeah, that's really healthy for you.
It
and
is.
obviously the goal isn't to, slap your brother. It's to teach
Yes,
your
it
brother
is.
how not to get slapped. Well, I guess, yeah.
Hey, you need to have a talk with my oldest brother, bro. I got badass by not wanting to be slapped. You get tired of getting slapped, you learn to bob and weave. But you could bob and weave when we slap box, but you couldn't take one step forward or one step back. Your feet had to stay planted.
So this red light therapy that they have at the gym is like, okay, because there's a lot of claims of what it does.
Red
Just
heat.
the red light. I'm not really sure. I've not looked a lot into it. I just listened to what they told me. It sounded good. Is what I'm saying. So it's supposed to like help. I didn't want to go into the red light therapy aspect of it, but in this red light bed, though, they have like you can turn it on to vibrate, and the thing that you stand on will vibrate. So if that's the case, then because I never really knew that your lymph nodes could be unclogged through like that jar in motion, the vibration of jump roping. So if that's true, then I guess that's another added benefit in addition to what they've told me of the red light therapy, because it has a vibrator in the floor, and if you turn it on, it'll vibrate you so much for so long, for so hard, that it's almost annoying. But I just do it because it's supposed to help. It's supposed to help with pain and all kinds of other things.
See, a lot of people don't realize that, the number one killer in America is stress-related illness. And there's 3 types of stress: physical, chemical, and emotional stress. So if you're always under chemical stress because you eat an American diet, you drink American water, right? You're never going to that rest and relaxation, right? It's either fight or flight or rest and relaxation. Well, during the fight or flight, all the blood like leaves your organs, right, and digestion shuts down, and it goes to your extremities. So you could either fight off the bear or run from the bear, so to speak. And it's like if you're always under that chemical stress because the bear is the chemicals in your lymph nodes, then you're never doing the rest and repair. So disease happens, if I understand correctly, when you're not replicating yourself faster than you're dying, because your cells die off like eventually. And then if you're not replicating faster than they're dying, then that's when disease happens.
I don't know. All things that can cause your body to be in a dis-ease is acidic in nature. So, like most things need an acidic environment. And all those things that you're talking about does create an acidic environment. Or perhaps it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I think it might be a combination of both. So the terrain theory is true. I can't disprove the germ theory. It makes sense that if you put mold on a terminal, that it's eventually going to get real moldy and your car won't start on your battery. You know how it grows up mold. But if you cake it up with axle grease, like there's like a barrier, now the mold can land there, but it's not going to be able to grow because the terrain is not formidable for it to grow properly. So I think both are true. I think the germ theory is the prominent theory, but the terrain theory is the one that's ignored.
Have you ever looked into regeneration of telomeres?
No, do tell.
Well, so it's claimed that there's telomeres around your cells. And the longer your telomeres are, the more life that you have. So the shorter, the less life that you have. So it's like, it has to do with how quick your body can regenerate itself and heal itself. Well, I don't know about healing. Well, regeneration would be part of the healing. But they claim that as you age, your telomeres get shorter. And if there was some way to naturally, that they're searching for ways to lengthen your telomeres, because it's like the anti-aging remedy, if they could ever do it. And there's some ways to naturally preserve your telomeres. And that's kind of like the thing that I've been looking into lately. I don't know if you've ever heard of it or not, but it has a lot to do with how well your body can regenerate itself.
I've heard of telomeres. I didn't know what their function or what they were linked to. I didn't know what they were for. Maybe I heard you talking about them before. I don't know.
I don't think I've ever mentioned. I may have, but I really don't think, because I don't know a lot about it. So, and generally, if I don't know a lot about something or enough of it to hold a conversation about it, I won't bring it up. I didn't mean to kill the chat with telomeres.
No, I was thinking about telomeres like health points in a video game for your cells. Like, how many more copies do we got left? It's like a health bar.
Yeah, it is kind of, sort of. That's how they present it.
Listen to me over here sounding like Mark Sargent. From a video game perspective.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of makes you wonder if this is not like something that they've discovered, what the adrenochrome stuff does or whatever. But I think that is more in a sense of like they get some kind of high off of it. And I probably shouldn't have brought that up. That's a poor subject to be talking about.
No, it's okay. We've heard that the elite like to replace their blood with blood of like children, like in a blood transplant, like willfully given by like an 8-year-old or under.
I mean, think about it. If there's some way that the spirits can convince them, the ones that are behind or manipulating all the controllers and leaders of the world, if there's some way that they can convince them that it would benefit them or give them power to drink the blood of children, they're going to do it. So that would be just one of the ways that they do that. Because it is a spiritual battle.
Yeah, I was listening to Alex Jones the other day, and sometimes he makes sense if you can see past through all the crazy frogs being gay. Like he said that every civilization, they get to a point to where they find the mushrooms or they find the DMT, and then the gods always demand like blood of the innocent, blood of the virgins. Right? It's like we go through the same cycle over and over and over again, and it's like, wait a minute, I've read the Bible, like that shit checks out. And then it's like right now our civilization is like all about the blood of the innocent, like with these illegal wars and the Satanist church trying to abort babies or whatever, and it's like, huh, like, damn, like Alex Jones isn't supposed to make sense like that.
Well, he's got to make somewhat sense so that he can, captivate people. He has to make some sense and tell some truth, or no one will listen to him. That way he can mix in that, 5 to 10% propaganda from time to time.
Right, like the dancing Muslims on 9/11. When the Corbett report actually proved that they were not Muslims, they were actually Mossad agents.
Yeah, or that our enemies are China and Russia.
Right. Yeah. And Mossad is basically the CIA for Israel. So they weren't Muslim, they were Israeli. They were dancing Israelis. And they were here, according to what they said on national television in Israel, they were here to document the event. Sorry, what event? 9/11? So did Mossad have pre-knowledge of 9/11? According to what they said, if you take it at face value, they did.
Yeah, but he doesn't say that now, though, does he? Like he won't refer back.
No, that's the part that he won't. Yeah. He won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. So
No,
he's obviously controlled opposition.
Yeah.
And that's when I developed my, I guess what I call like my theory of pay attention to the opposite of what they say. So if he says 9 things that are true, and the one thing that he says you don't know if it's true or not, listen to the opposite of what he says. So Muslim, what's the opposite of a Muslim? It's an Israeli. So you go look into that theory, and it's like, huh.
A good litmus test for me is been covered on mainstream media. Because if it's on mainstream media and they're repeating it, then it's bullshit. Like at first you'd have to look into all of it, but it's like that is the going theme. So anytime that it's on mainstream media, then it's bullshit. It almost saves you the trouble of having to, and yeah, that could produce a little bit of that could be considered faulty logic. I don't know, but it just seems to be like when you have a known conduct of behavior from someone, then you just grow to expect it, and so that's kind of like where it comes in at, or how I view it. It's like mainstream media is, especially when they put it up there and you hear like 30 different ones with the same phrases, the same catchphrases. And then with the hearing that they had where the CIA was in control of the media, they said they'd have to take it into another room to discuss it. They couldn't discuss it on like public air or whatever. And then who was it? William Casey, who said, well, no, that our disinformation program is complete when everything that the American public believes is false. Why would we believe anything? So yeah, if it's on mainstream media and they're repeating it, then it's bullshit.
So what they do is they spin a narrative. So to say that if it's on mainstream media, it's not true, that's called the genetic fallacy. That's like saying, oh, you're doing QE stuff, so it's wrong. If it came from QE, it has to be wrong. That's what the Globers say. Right? So what you say is that you have to take all information like it was a grain of salt, and you have to use discernment to figure out what's going on. But when the mainstream media is talking, you listen to it, and you kind of have to have like a weathered eye to watch mainstream media. I don't recommend that any new truthers go watch mainstream media It should be like the elder truthers, somebody who's been doing it for like 10, 15, some odd years. And they can watch mainstream media and see, okay, this is the narrative that they're pushing on both sides, right? This is where they agree. And this event, what happened, we need to go find the people that were on the ground and we need to find what they're saying happened. And that's where the truth is, somewhere in between the narrative.
When I listen to mainstream media, and they pop, like, I have to be somewhere where television is playing. But when I hear it just for a few, I'm telling you, I feel so dirty. It's like I literally feel like I could peel the dirt off of me just with a few minutes of listening to it.
Yeah, because it's basically CIA talking in your ear and, pushing their, agenda and pushing their morals on you, even though, like, hey, CIA, like, aren't you the guys that go topple all these countries, like, democratically elected, like, officials, and you just decide that they're no good, so you, like, kill them and take them out, and now you're on the mainstream media telling me that I'm immoral because I drive a gasoline engine? The fuck?
After they just rode in a jet, right, to get to their destination so that they could tell you that you're immoral for driving a gasoline engine.
Yeah, it reminds me of Greta. She takes a boat, right, with her entourage to the United States, and then the people, like her family, they go back on a plane and get like stuff that she might need or want, and then come back on a plane, but she has to go on a boat because she doesn't want to damage her reputation. But you often see like a journalist will take like a picture of inside of her car, and there's like chips with like plastic bags, which obviously is destroying the planet. And it's like she's like blaming us, like, you stole my future.
Kind of feel sorry for the girl, really, because her parents, like, they had to have gotten her from a young age, and the only way they could have gotten her like that at such a young age, we know what happens when they get the children at a young age like that. That her parents sold her out.
Yeah, she's an actor. It's no different than Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen. Did you guys hear her blah 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 speech?
No, I don't listen to it. I don't. It's like I don't at all. No social media, anything. And then I can't handle conversations when people bring anything up that's blue-pilled mainstream media long enough to stick around to hear it. It's like the conversations usually end and I walk away pretty quick. So pray tell.
She was saying like, all these politicians, they just blah blah blah, and they don't do anything. They just talk about doing stuff, blah blah blah. And like you could hear it in her voice. She was like, I want to tax all the rich countries like right now. Like, I don't care about India and how much pollution that China is doing. Like, that doesn't matter. I want to bring the Western countries down, blah, blah, blah. The politicians need to stop talking and need to actually do something. And it's like, oh, well, I kind of agree with that. Like, the politicians do actually need to do something. But it's not tax the rich and give it to the poor and ignore the, corporations, right? She, like, I could tell she's like a little puppet, in my opinion, for the corporations to take all the guilt of the evil stuff that they do to the planet and like place it on your back. The average person.
I used to try to find some glimmer of hope in, some seemingly rogue politician here and there. But after I stumbled across that quote from the governor of the Bank of England in 1924, where they're talking amongst themselves, and it's something that he says to the other CEOs of other bankers. It's like after that, there's no turning back. It's like, I will never, if they allow someone to make it to office, they're going to be doing their bidding. If they're not doing their bidding, they won't make it into office. Even like Rand Paul. Rand Paul, he says a lot of good stuff. His dad says a lot of good stuff and has said a lot of good stuff. But I mean, he ended up with broken ribs, and when he was running for president, they caught him outside. Someone caught him in his yard and beat the crap out of him. So, and unless he's doing their bidding, they won't make it to the top. So if they make it to that office, then they're a player. I'll never have not even a glimmer of hope in the political realm at all.
Well, if Greta was so serious, how come she's not on the front line at Pipeline 3 getting shot at and getting ran over like everybody else who's up there?
Because it's not her job. Her job's to complain about everybody else.
Oh, so she's the one doing the blah, 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 and not actually standing at the front line.
Yeah, Greta's a boy, too. That's Greg. I don't care what no one says. I got little girls, and that's not a little girl.
She's a Greglin. Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
She's the one that they're trying to build up to where she can grab hold of the reins to pull people this way and pull people that way. It's all she is. She's training to be a tool to control people's minds. I'm surprised they let Michio Kaku out with that quote that he said. That time that you'd think that they do that they follow the scientific method, and he's like, and he admitted that it wasn't anything like that. That it's by the seat of their pants and it's guesswork. I'm surprised they let that out. They didn't expect anyone to pay attention to it.
I've heard someone say that, you got to watch out. What's the guy? Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable. What's his name?
Bill Cosby.
Yeah, Bill Cosby. He said, you got to watch out for Bill Cosby because people forget that, he's a nigga from Philadelphia. And from time to time, he's going to let, some real shit pop out of his mouth. And it's like, it's like, I kind of feel the way about Michio Kaku. Like, people forget that, like, he's like a Japanese dude, And sometimes he might be like, fuck it, I'm down with a sepulchre. See, that's the thing. I don't like Michio Kaku because he'll say some shit from time to time. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he don't ever say nothing like that. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, oh man, like if I say anything wrong, they could just make me go away.
Yeah, man, if you want to remain one of the players in the game, you have to play the game by their rules. Or you'll get cut the next time around.
Well, look at what the basketball people are doing. You know how they're wanting to actually play the game, but they don't want to play their little fucking game. So let's see how that works out, you know, because the basketball people are the bread and circuses. So if we don't have bread and circuses, you know, people might be like, well, damn, they canceled basketball because they didn't want to play their little fucking game. So let's go check out like the Flat Earth Discord, you know, let's get some action. At least they'll be in there and like, you know, debating and shit. You really got to give them basketball players, you know, some props for doing that. They're like, no, man, we're young and healthy, man. We're good to play the game. Like, we can play the game, not your game. We just want to play our game. I kind of feel like Manly P. Hall didn't really play the game either, because he was dropping like so much knowledge, and then like he started the philosophy place in San Francisco or Sam something. I think it was San Francisco. Was it? Somewhere in California. And when you listen to his lectures, like he's just sitting there looking at the camera, and he might have like a little piece of paper for notes or whatever, and he just talks for like an hour or two nonstop, and he like barely looks at his notes. And then sometimes he talks without any notes at all. And it's like, this dude is so highly intelligent, and he's dropping so much knowledge. And, you know, most people will be like, oh, he's a Mason. Don't listen to him. Like, he's obviously trying to steer you in the wrong direction. Like, from what I can tell, like, he had like a Christian foundation, but he also had a good understanding of other religions too. But when you listen to Manly P. Hall, it's like, damn, bro, how they let you get away with that shit? Like, he dropped so many truth bombs. Because I've literally listened to like over 100 hours. I don't know how many exactly, but easily over 100, probably closer to like 200. Because I would just listen to like lecture after lecture after lecture. Because sometimes I go through this period where I'm not really online and I'm just like researching. I haven't done that in a while. It's probably time for me to go educate some more. But yeah, Manly P. Hall, definitely recommend his shit. If you're a truther, his lectures are so fucking awesome. He was the guy who said, and this is a loose quote here, there's no science in cosmology or something along those lines, and the cosmologists try to hide that. Or he said something like, it's more philosophy than it is science, and in cosmology they try to hide that. I can't remember the quote exactly. Cathexis used to say it all the time. But he's the one that turned me on to Manly P. Hall. And then I would just be listening to this dude like, damn, like he's talking to his blue in the face, man. He's still going. It's like, how long is this video? Like an hour? And he didn't stop for a drink or nothing. Like every once in a while he'll cough. That's it. He didn't stop other than that. So after a while, I watched so many videos that I didn't know which ones I had seen and had not seen. And after a while, I couldn't find any new ones on YouTube. So I kind of exhausted a little bit of YouTube on that. But man, they were so good, full of knowledge and wisdom and philosophy and like how to build a better man and that sort of thing.
Well, he got into a lot of it, didn't he? Like, he really dug deep into it. He even did Secrets of 33rd Degree Freemason and how karma works. Yeah. I've probably listened to some of his stuff or looked into it and didn't even know who I was looking into, I would say. Cool, Hank.
Yes.
You might have opened a door for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I don't think there is like a bad place to get information from. I think that all information is what it is. It's just information, and it's up for you to discern it. So listen to Manly P. Hall. Don't listen to what I say. Listen to what that dude says and decide for yourself, like, is this edification to like build a better man? Or is this like garbage to brainwash you and get you back into the system?
That's what it's about, though, isn't it? Becoming a better you.
Yeah, because you have so much potential. Like each and every single one of us. Like if we tapped into our true potential, like it's like amazing what we can do, what we're capable of. And you know, people often say like, "Well, I'm just one person. What can I do?" Like Jesus Christ was one person. Like he changed the world forever. Like Gandhi was one person. Like, you know, they're not really on the same page.
I still think that the secrets lie within the vibration and frequency. And that it's like understanding that. I think it's the key. Knowing that everything you say and your thoughts and actions carry vibrational frequencies.
Yeah, I'm definitely aware of that. If you think about like how powerful your voice is, like you can create or you can destroy. Like that's pretty powerful. So like you have this ability to create, right? You can uplift, you could build, you can assemble, right? And then at the same time you have this other ability to like completely destroy. And morale is one of those things. Like if you've ever had employees under you, like if you were young when you had employees under you, you realize how simple it was to destroy their morale.
Yep, you can break a spirit pretty easily. Isn't it like the majority of the military technology based on frequency? And when I say military, that like that encompasses a lot, actually. So there's a lot that's not considered or not labeled military that comes from the military-industrial complex. But it's all based on frequency. Not all, but a lot of it. Like that's most detrimental to us, and that controls us. You know, taking away the mainstream media propaganda, taking away the propaganda, the mental control, like the physical. It's a way to physically control people. And when, like, other people's vibrational frequency will affect you if you're around them for too long. But a lot of the new technology is based on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they got, heart attack guns and cancer guns and microwave guns that'll boil your blood, and all sorts of stuff like that. Because if vibrations can heal you, Royal Rife, then technically there would be other vibrations that could harm you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, okay, so this active denial system that they have. I mean, this is the most well known. They're so open about it. It's well known. Everyone has at least heard about it once, or I would think. I know it's been brought up in here and mentioned many times, but it's on the same wavelength, and it just all depends on how much power you put into it, the intensity. So, but it's on the same wavelength of this what they call 5G. But the active denial system, that's what it does. It heats, like when it hits your skin, it burns you. You feel like you're on fire. It's like nobody can resist it. Nobody can just stand there and take it. It will do exactly. It's kind of like what you said, make your blood boil. But I'm talking more in the realm of not what they have that they can use in a destructive manner against us. I'm talking about the power that we have in terms of vibrational frequency.
Yeah, man, if we could put aside like our fleshly differences, like we would literally be unstoppable. And that's why the Pentagon has a zombie contingency plan. Because they know if we ever got pissed off enough that they better have a plan to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Good evening. Hope everyone is doing well.
Good, brother. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, buddy. Doing pretty good.
What's your name?
I'm Chalice. I've seen you around plenty of times. I just never really formally talked to you because you were kind of deep in discussion with other people. You know what I mean? Most of the time I like to listen, not interrupt.
Well, you're good to interrupt now. Are you a flatty or a globey?
I wouldn't say. I would say I'm on the fence, honestly, man. I don't think neither is true. To be honest with you,
that's a really good place to be, right? Because on the fence is a lofty position, and with your emotions detached, you can listen to both sides and listen to what they have to say, and take in their information without beer goggles on. You know what I mean by beer goggles?
I mean like rose-tinted goggles. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Yeah, you're open to listen to everything, I guess. A lot of people need to stop focusing on thinking about things and just be open. Observe, listen. It's good advice.
Yeah, I definitely think on the fence is a good place to be, because on the fence, you're not getting triggered. You're not emotional. You're not attached to a worldview. You're just, kind of floating there in lotus pose, and the bullshit just bounces off of you. And, the information that's true, that rings true and resonates with you, you incorporate it inside of you, and you chew the meat and spit out the bones, and chew the melon and spit out the seeds.
I mean, I'm kind of like I would say it's a firmament, maybe with some kind of enclosure. But yeah, other than that, I don't know for sure, right? I haven't gone to space and seen it from afar, so I can't really sense what I'm seeing.
Well, I haven't gone to Narnia, so.
Yeah, I have, but not the metaphysical one, right?
Right. So I wouldn't say that you need to go to space, because when I look at a bass guitar to see if the neck has the proper amount of curvature, because it does need curvature, I put my eye at the base of the guitar, like where it sits on the ground, and then I look towards the top of the guitar where the head is, where the tuning pegs are. And from that perspective, looking straight across the strings, I can see that the strings, they're going to be perfectly straight from the nut to the bridge, right? They're going to be perfectly straight unless you're looking at a drop D string or something. But if you're looking at the other end where the higher notes are on the G string, it's perfectly straight. And you can see the curvature relative to that, right? So I would say you just need a large body of water and some binoculars, a mirror, high zoom camera, or a telescope.
I know for a fact it's not a globe. Now, is it flat and goes on forever? I don't think so either. Are we inside of something? Don't know for sure. But they're definitely lying.
Yeah, I mean, somebody somewhere has to be lying. It's probably the people who have been to space. I'm just going to say it's probably them. But the average teacher, they don't know because they haven't been. They're just teaching what they believe. Just like if you grow up in Saudi Arabia and you're raised Muslim, you're probably going to be a Muslim, a Sunni Muslim.
And see, we were talking about this last night. It was kind of like early this morning, but like if they get, like from what I understand about the human memory is like when they get you early, your brain almost stores that memory permanently. Now, from some of the research I've done, when we start talking about short-term memory, it's kind of like your recall system. Like you can open up your program files, click on something real quick, and then you have that information that you need. But see, when they get you as a child and they insert this info, into the back of your psyche, it's like almost that you're 100% convinced and it's unchangeable because you never questioned it before. So I think that's why it's really hard for people to change their minds and accept something that got into their system, so to speak, so early. Whereas more recent things that you learn, they're in your recent memory, your short-term memory. So you can just, you can question them much more easily. You can analyze them. You have access to them, easier. So that's just some of the research that I've done.
You're exactly right. I researched this a while because I was like, how did this even happen? From the ages of 0 to 5 and 7, they call it the imprint period. This is where all of your core beliefs get put in. So if you take anything that was taught to you between the ages of 0 to 5 to 7, you'll realize that a lot of it is just propaganda and garbage. You get dinosaurs, evolution, space, any kind of childlike cartoon that was pushed. If you pay attention enough to the ideas and what kind of message they're trying to send, it's all the same garbage. They're just trying to instill this what they call a BS system, your belief system or bullshit. And if you go through it, you realize almost none of it is true. It's just propaganda.
Yep.
Yeah, and if it wasn't, then why do they need cartoons? They give cartoons to kids because they're attracted to all the colors and all the funny little things, but their subconscious is recording like 24/7, like 16 terabytes a second, like all the information that your body is bringing in, like the temperature of the skin, the weather, the humidity, all this stuff. Like your body is recording all of it. And it's like when you're a little kid and you're sitting in front of the TV and this thing is programming you like, Johnny Five, need input, need input, need input, right? It's like really impressive, like the witchcraft that they can throw in there that flies right under the parent's nose and they have no idea what's going on. The parent is oblivious.
And even then, another thing we brought up last night is like they only had to do this one time, right? They had to convince the parents and then their parents, but they only had to do it once. And then once they had access to the minds of the parents, it just naturally fell through the bloodline of those people. So the same thing, like, promoting to your kids to keep your teeth clean, use your toothpaste, all that stuff, the bathing, the soap, the shampoo, everything that harms you, you know, most of that information is just passed down by the parents naturally. So they only had to change the minds of a few people. And who knows when that happened. Probably, from what I heard, there was a lot of propaganda, especially when it came to space in the 60s and 70s. So I'm sure that's when the globe factor happened. I'm not sure about the health stuff. That's really important too.
Pretty much all of this happened in the early 1900s. Almost all of it.
Yeah.
All the stuff we see today, that's like the worst. Other than the Darwinism, that was like 1800s. But most of the stuff now is early 1900s, especially the propaganda stuff. That's when they really hammered it home.
Yeah. Same thing. Early 1900s, they started treating the water with chlorine. Cancer rates went up like thousands of percent or some shit. Continued to rise, by the way. But yeah, it's like a lot of people I talk to, I mean, they're there mentally, like they get it, right? They understand it, but they need to get there physically. And you know, they're looking for that. They're looking to take it to the next level, I guess. And we were talking about this last night. You really need to combine the two. Like if you feel you're there mentally, you understand it, start working on your body. Like get your tempo in shape. And, you know, everything just, you know, all possibilities, all limits, everything is just removed. Like you completely become 100%, you know, you're just there.
Better results than I am then if the people that you're talking to are mentally ready for it. Because the ones I'm talking to are far from being mentally ready for it.
Well, I mean, and like I know we talked a little bit last night, and the thing is like you might be there, you might be able to like understand these concepts and stuff, but like a lot of the kids these days they're literally fluoridated from birth. Okay, so by the time they're 17, 16, 18, you know, it's already a decade and a half. They're completely shut down spiritually. They have no spiritual insight. Their pineal gland's completely toast, and then they're just sheeps, 100% sheeps. They just do what everybody else does. They regurgitate what everybody else does.
Hey, you know that guy Brendan Schwab? He's a UFC fighter. He's always on Joe Rogan's. He's always that guy that's butthurt when Eddie Bravo comes on.
Probably can't handle Eddie.
Yeah, so the thing is that I saw a clip. It was a Joe Rogan clip, and Joe Rogan was like, "Do you guys drink like tap water?" And they were like, "What are your other options? What do you mean, like bottled water?" And Brendan Schwab and the other guy were like, "Oh yeah, we grew up on that shit." Like they were proud of it, like they were representing the tap water from Los Angeles.
Oh, that's so
and
lost, bro.
and the other guy and Joe Rogan were like, "Oh, are you serious? You drink tap water?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, man. What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with tap water." And he was like, "You drink tap like out of the tap with no filter or nothing?" He's like, "Yeah, man. Since I was a little kid, like who cares?" And it's like watching that is like, "Oh, okay." And I tell people, you know, like try not to be, you know, mean to your normies, right? It's like Rohan, right? They're under a chemical spell, right?
Yeah,
The king of Rohan, you know, in Lord of the Rings, like he wasn't trying to be neglectful to, you know, his family and his people, right? He was under a spell by Wormtongue, and you know, if you look at when he snapped out of it, he immediately gave his life for the people that he cared about, right? But that's the problem. Like all these people are under the spell, and it's the chloride, you know, and sorry, fluoride in the water, right? And it's the what is it? All the stuff, the preservatives in their food. Like, if you read the labels and you like look that shit up, like it is not good. Anything that says like for preservative or to preserve the taste, like sodium benzenate or all that other crazy stuff that's in the food, like that's what it is. Like you're trying to get through to this person, and you know you literally have to go in there like Gandalf and like, you know, like kick everybody's ass and get directly to the king and wake his ass up, bitch slap him out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is everybody almost knows that the tap water is bad at this point, right? There's tons of people. They're buying bottled waters. They're buying filters. They're doing all this stuff. But what are you showering in, right? You know, I guarantee most of the people, none of them have a shower filter. They don't even think about it. They just go in there and they shower in the tap water. I've seen studies from the 80s, literally the 80s, right? And it proves that for every 10-minute shower that you take, you absorb the same amount of fluoride as drinking 100 gallons of the water. So it doesn't matter what you do to detox, and they've got everybody underneath this false pretense, right? You need to be active and you need to eat healthy, right? Oh, don't eliminate the toxins, right? They don't even bring that up. It's all about the food and the exercise. They don't talk about any of the toxicity from the environment, the soap, shampoo, fluoride, any of it. They completely leave it out. And we know why they leave it out. Oh, they want to be healthier. Oh, well, we'll teach them how to lose some weight, right? And be more active, but we're not going to remove the toxins. We're not going to tell them
Plausible
about the
deniability,
toxins.
you know.
See, that's the thing. You know, you have to eliminate the toxins and then detox. Like, you have to do both or you're going to get nowhere. And it's really hard. Like you said, that they're under a chemical spell. Like I tell people, you know, they're like, you don't use soap or shampoo. You don't shower. I'm like, no, I wipe down with some distilled water, and if I want to smell good, I'll put on some essential oils. I'm not going to kill my microbiome with soap and shampoo every day. They're like, oh, I can't wrap my head around it. You don't brush your teeth. You don't do any of this stuff. I was like, no, I don't.
There's
Yeah, I do
natural
brush my
soaps that you can get.
teeth.
Yeah, but you got to pay for it. Why do I want to pay for something? You know.
Well, I mean, sometimes I guess it's an individual choice.
No, you're right. I mean, what is the soap really doing though? Like killing the bacteria? Like that's what I'm against. Like I want the healthy bacteria on my skin. I want my skin to be sheeny and oily and healthy. Like I'm 31 years old and my skin feels like a baby's butt. It's literally insane. And like I've only been doing this 10 years. I mean, just think about all the toxins. I mean, you had people living to be hundreds and hundreds of years old. I mean, historically written. I mean, you can't prove this stuff. But if you eliminated all the toxins, like, you know, in your environment, the food you eat, the water you drink, all this stuff, how long can you truly live, right? I mean, just think about it. I mean, they're getting you from so many angles, like it's insane. And even with all this toxicity, I mean, people are still living to be, 60, 70, 80, 100 even. What happens when you remove all the toxins? Like, Jesus, who only knows, bro?
Yeah, but now the pollution's not just going to be in the food. It's not just going to be in the water. And it's not just going to be in big pharma. It's going to also be in the air that you breathe and the, what would you call it? Like atmospheric pollution. And I'm talking about like the electrical interference and the frequencies and shit like that.
Oh yeah. You have to, like I said, you have to eliminate everything. You have to do your best, even if it's only 95%. That's But yeah, I mean, I'm not in the city anymore. Like, I mean, just
That stuff affects me worse than the toxins. Like the toxins in the foods and stuff. Once you eliminate that from your body and you start trying to eat healthy, it's like your body stops craving all that toxic crap. So it's not even like a task or a job or a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like there's some places. Have you ever went into like certain big name? I'm gonna call them mainstream. Just like the media, like the mainstream stores like Walmart. When you walk in, dude, every time I walk into Walmart, it's like automatically I'm in a bad mood. It's just like, and if the longer that I'm in there, the worse mood I get into. And I only go there like when I need to take my mother there, and when I take her there, it's like I see the same thing happen with her. And I don't know. I'm just wondering, does anyone else like feel that, like pick up on, and I can sense it in the closer I get to the door, like in the parking lot, walking across the parking lot to the door. It's just like something, I don't know if it may just be me. It may just be a mental thing, a psychological thing, because I just hate Walmart.
Nah, you could definitely, I mean, all of these possibilities, you might sense it, the next person might not. And they're like, they don't understand why you have the ability to sense energy, but yeah, it's 100% possible. There's like even 8, 9, 10 senses, like telepathy, like hyper awareness. I mean, there's just so much stuff that you have access to that's just totally shut down by the fluoride.
Have you ever been? I'm just curious, Hank. I want you to tell me too. Well, everyone can tell me, like if they've had an experience like this. Have you ever had an experience where you're talking like online? You're not even in the vicinity of these people, in the proximity, like the physicality of where they're at. But have you ever been talking or sitting in a room with, like, say, a handful of individuals, and all of a sudden you just get like this wave of just you pick up on something, and then a little while later you find out that one of the people in that room was experiencing and going through something that made them feel exactly what you were picking up on. It's like a resonance.
That's pretty normal for me.
Yeah.
What we say about Walmart, we say there's an evil there that doesn't sleep, right? And it's a 24-hour Walmart, and we're not just saying that because it's 24 hours, but there's like an evil there. Like, because you go and you look at like the distilled water for babies, and they're like bragging about how much fluoride's in the baby. The baby doesn't have teeth. It's infant formula water.
That one has extra fluoride on it. I took a picture of that one.
Yeah. And you pointed out to someone who has kids, and they're like, "Oh, I'll raise 3 kids, with this formula water," and it's like they're fine. It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A load of garbage we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy to like sit there and down a gallon, 2 gallons of water a day to detox. It's not easy. But like, if you care about yourself and you want to like make the change, you want to connect to this spiritual realm, I mean, you're gonna have to put in the effort. Like, no one can do this for you, And I'm not sitting here
preaching. That was the first thing I did, man.
Stuff. I'm not sitting here preaching stuff that I didn't do myself, right? Like, you literally can't. You can't advocate for this stuff unless you've experienced, what happens to you when you are clean. Like, it's almost ineffable, indescribable. Like, you just have to do it and you have to feel it. Like, and regardless, I mean, if you need help or something, like, look to a higher power, look to something to guide you. But if you care, you'll get there physically. So you just have to care about yourself. Like, you're gonna want to, you have to want to do it. You have to put in the effort. Thing is, it's just sad. Like, people get this life-saving information and they do nothing with it. And I just hope, like, even if it's just one person that I reach a day, that changes their mind. It's like, man, I should consider like getting this shit out of my system. I just hope, one person a day. It's better than 0. It's like, I mean, I tell people, if you felt like I felt, like you would want to live, you would want to do what you do. I mean, it's just amazing. Just wish more people were here. That's all.
If you live my life, you be fighting to live.
Amen.
Life is to me my main. That's it.
It's not just the toxic chemicals that we have to watch out for. We definitely got to watch out for toxic people too, right? Because that emotional stress that's caused by toxic people, like she said, you walk into a room and you kind of like feel the aura, and it's like, ugh, like, what's going on in here? And it's like, oh, well, what's her name was just here, Karen, and she was bitching about how sorry. She was bitching about, how she had to cuss out the manager, at the burger joint because they didn't put pickles on her burger or whatever, and it's like, oh, Karen was here? Okay, that makes sense. All right, well, yeah, that's why everybody's kind of down right now.
So rating curriculum.
Yeah, when I say Karen, it's Karen or Darren. Like, there's no gender behind it. It's just those people, right? Those mask enforcers that, like, do you even work here, Darren? You know, like, what are you telling people to put their mask on for? Just, get your shit and get out, bro. And it's like, it's like a lot of people might say, well, my name is Karen, or I have an Aunt Karen, or my dad's name is Darren. If your name isn't Darren McCarronson, like, this shit don't apply to you. This shit don't apply. Let it fly.
Darren McCarronson. Why you got your fingers all up my Kool-Aid, punk? I just look at them guys.
Because your Kool-Aid offends me.
Yeah, even when they mandated them fucking masks, when I walked into a store, I just stared at them as I kept on walking. They'd say, wait, come here. And I'd say, no.
Yeah, when they first started to try that, is like they actually did post people at the door in the very, very beginning. And this dude was standing there, and he's like, as I went to, he was standing there at the edge of the door, and he tried to, I just ignored him, man. I just ignored him and walked on in there.
I just did it like a kid. Make me.
It's like, yeah, I'm like, I only had one encounter where I actually had to speak up and say something. And when I did, I was educating everyone that was in there about a lot of stuff. And so they, after that, they let me go in and they created a list. So they have this list now. And I'm thinking, because when I go in there now, it's like one of the girls will try to say something to me, and she look, and then one of the other girls will look at her and say, no, she's on the list. She's okay. So they have a list. They put you on a list if you don't, if they know who you are. And because, I mean, honestly, in this town, it didn't fly over too well. So they removed the people at the door after about a week. It didn't take them but maybe a week to realize it wasn't going to do any good.
Yeah, my thing was I wasn't trying to like get into it with my fellow Texans over some bullshit, So I was compliant. When I was asked to wear a mask, I would just be like, you know what, fuck it. And then if I got to a point where I couldn't breathe, I would just pull it down and breathe, Kind of like when I took my son to the hospital, he had a ingrown toenail removed. Yeah, they were like, "Can you put on a mask?" I was like, "Sure, no problem." But I was in a Walmart, and this like 5'3" little blonde lady was standing behind me, and she was like, "Oh, you want to wear that thing?" And I was like, "No, I'm just doing it to be nice." And she was like, "Well, I'm not gonna fucking do it. They can't make me do shit." And I was like looking at this little badass woman like Joan of Arc,
Yeah.
Like I fucking admired the shit out of her, veracity and her was it tenacity, not veracity, her tenacity to just tell him like, "Fuck you, you can't make me do anything I don't want to do."
Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like when they would try to get you to, it's like I tried that in the beginning. I had one in my hand and I put it over my ears and I had it on my, and as I was walking to the door, it's like I felt like this thing was behind me tapping on my, like I felt something. It was as if there, I don't know. It's like there was something behind me, something over my shoulders, like hovering over me. Call it my ego, call it freedom, like trying to wake me up, like, hey, you're just getting ready to kick me out or something. I don't know what it was, but it just irked me so much that I couldn't leave. I couldn't do it. And that was the one that I actually went in and had that encounter. And the more people I talked to, I noticed that there'd be like a group of people that would stand around, and it's like, of the group of people, say a couple of them would actually have one on. By the end of it, it's like they'd stand there and be chatting with us, right? And we'd be talking about it. And when they'd leave, their mask was in their pocket. They were no longer wearing it. So I don't know. It just, I literally felt like something was hovering over my shoulders, like that it had a hold of my, like something on my back when I would think about wearing it. And because I knew I didn't want to, I knew what it was about. And I literally just couldn't, I don't know, I couldn't stay in my skin. Couldn't stand in my skin if I put it on. I just couldn't do it. Probably my ego, truth be known.
I've seen a lot of people, that would just like wear it on their arms. So they would have it like in between their wrist and their elbow. So they would wear their mask on their elbow and be like, "I'm wearing my mask. Back off."
Yeah, for sure, it's probably my ego, but you know, ego. Sometimes it's a good thing, I guess.
I would say it could very well be your conscience. You know, like I don't stand for this bullshit. You know, if I want to wear one, I'll wear one, and that's the way I justified it. Like, if these people want me to wear a mask, like I'm at their place of business, I'll wear a mask. Like at the hospital, right? But you know, it's like if no one asks me, then I just won't do it. But if somebody were to like catch me in public and ask me to wear a mask, I probably would have a different reaction.
Yeah, I couldn't. Not even when I was asked. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Seriously? You want to check to see if I'm wearing underwear today?
Oh, you're opening the door there. You better watch it.
Yeah, don't ask a cop that. He'd be like, "Oh, you're giving me permission to search? Oh, okay."
Don't ask a question you don't want to answer to.
I didn't give them permission. I just asked them if they were wanting to. That doesn't give them permission.
I told them to get bent. I can't spend my money here without a mask. I'll take my money somewhere else. It's all good. It's my money.
Exactly.
Yeah, did you hear about them people that were camping out like on the public sidewalk in front of the businesses? And they were like having a picnic in front of the businesses that require them to wear a mask. So they're like all eating right there in front.
That's funny. Boy, I would like to say admin mod abuse. You're using the lobby for wrong purposes, guys. And what's the Madden play-by-play? Ooh, I did this. Ooh, I did that. Juke move. I cog-dissed him. Good for you, man. Keep that shit to yourself. Don't tag me. Next, you'll be tagging me when you take a shit. Hey, bro, I just finished dropping a big deuce, man.
Can I wipe? Can I wipe now, please? Battle
Yeah,
please.
right.
Please, I want to get off the fucking toilet, please.
I need to wipe so I can get back in the lobby and ban this fool.
Don't give him any ideas.
Dude, chill out with the play-by-play. How many years in a row do I got to say that?
Give them one piece of toilet paper and make sure it's not 2-ply.
I mean, Justin, have I ever asked you once or you ever asked me once about any ban we did?
Nope.
I mean, you don't have to. Sometimes you ask out of a courtesy,
You don't
but
have to either. Yeah, it's just you. Whatever.
that's called trust.
Yep.
I wish the new guys would get that.
And I keep the ones that are actually here to learn, not the ones that are just here to disrespect. That's the main reason.
Yeah, what I like is when they go sit up there and cog this VC and they let out 50 people that they don't even know who put them there. But then you let out a guy where they censored a flat earther. You let the flat earther out and they trip out about you overrode their ban when they just overrode 50 of them. It's like, dude, man. Hypocrite often? Hypocrite? Huh?
You know, that's why I always thank you mods, right? Because I don't want to do the shit. You know, I really don't have time, but I really want to be here, you know, and learning from you guys.
It's
Yeah,
a freaking drama factory, man.
Yeah, I just really appreciate the fact that you guys are taking care of the shit, so I don't have to.
I'm just glad they put up with me for this long, man.
Right?
What was that, Justin?
Put up
Truth prevails.
I heard that.
True that. I need to piggyback off of what you just said. I know you and I don't talk very much, but you're one of the people in this server that I just know others enjoy listening to. So
Yeah. Hey, Brad, I'm gonna go take a leak, bro. I'll be right back. Cool?
Oh man, take me with you. Keep it unmuted.
I'm on break.
Oh, shit.
Do you want a blunt to smoke in there?
You got one? Shit.
I'll fax it to you.
Right.
I'll just fax you a picture of it.
Fax.
Celebrate pee time. Come on. There's
It's
a
a celebration.
urination going on right here. Urination that'll pee throughout the year. Oh, whatever, Brad.
No, he didn't. I heard it.
She
I
felt
felt
it.
it. Did you, damn it, Michael.
If you shake it more than once, are you playing with it?
You might have an extra long
Shake it
urethra.
5 times. Is that good?
At that point, you're jiggling, not shaking.
Jiggly, yeah. I call it jiggle. Yeah.
Jiggle it.
Is it Jello brand gelatin or what?
Well, you got to raise your foot up and shake it too.
Why I gotta raise my foot up for?
Yeah, what's the?
Well, you got to get leverage.
I don't want to shake nothing over onto the sink, man.
Not
I think
while
you're
you're
asking for too
pissing. At
much
the
now.
very end. At the very end, you just shake a little.
The longer the hose, the more you got to shake out.
That's exactly why I say
Well,
5 shakes.
if the water wasn't so cold, I'd be all right.
Oh my gosh.
Don't you hate when it bubbles?
Oh my
Nobody
God.
got that.
Water. Yeah, no, cold water. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be cold, but how deep was it? I thought it was pretty deep.
Yeah, felt shallow to me.
Judging by the size of the bubbles, it was pretty deep.
Hell, there's Nelly, the Loch Ness Monster in my toilet.
Hang on, does the size of the bubble dictate the depth of the water?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just
The
trying
rate
to
that
start
the bubble
some shit here.
travels.
I don't have that equation. I'm not hip.
I would say, yeah, the bowl dictates the bottom. Wouldn't, yeah?
Whether it's a bloop or a blink.
Yeah.
Bavunk.
Or like Martin Lawrence, splash.
So it's the acoustics, not the bubble.
Dude, I remember being a little kid watching Martin Lawrence.
Of the bubble.
Martin Lawrence, You So Crazy. I remember laughing my ass off of that shit.
Yeah. The tight red shorts.
I don't remember what he was wearing. I just remember laughing my ass off.
No, it was one of his jokes. Remember, we used to go down the river. Used to wear them tight red shorts. Jump up with the water be glistening all over your body.
Oh, yeah.
What, motherfucker? No, I don't remember that shit. That's all in your head. My freaking grandson, he acts like he's the old man. He goes to the bathroom. He takes his tablet with him. I'm like, you getting poop particles on your tablet, man. I throw away a book if somebody takes it to the bathroom. Up in there with your tablet, watching a movie. Hour later, I'm like, damn it, boy. I mean, I got another bathroom, but damn it. Did you fall in?
He may have found the online version of the Victoria's Secret catalog.
Yeah, right.
All up in that JC Penney section.
Natural Geographic in it.
Oh, dude, we got Castro in the house.
Like Grandpa.
Detention. Oh shit! Oh,
Did you know? Did you know them natives in Africa got boobies, Grandpa? It's right here in National Geographic.
Remember Kent Hovind called it the National Pornographic?
Yeah. I remember seeing kids looking at that magazine at Kmart's and shit when I was younger. I go look at the comic books, there'd be kids looking at National Geographic like, hey, you ever look at this? Sure, but I'm shopping for comic books right now, buddy.
Yeah, I'd be in there writing down cheat codes, left, right, up, down, A, B, start, select, start, A. You know, I'd be writing shit down.
Yeah. I used to go to look at them books. The Nintendo cheat book for Mario World and shit, Turtles app, all that. World Warps.
I played so much damn Mortal Kombat, my friends would be like, "You're cheating." I'm like, "How the fuck am I cheating? Bro, we're just smashing buttons here." Like, there's no cheat codes.
Yeah, you just did 3 fatalities. I don't know what you're talking about. 15 combos and a fatality. You just suck. I'm quicker on the paddle than you.
The paddle. That's what I called. That is what everybody used. Like now, back then they didn't, but now it's like when I'm around gamers and there's an Atari around, I'm like, reach me that paddle. They're like, it's not paddle. It's not a paddle. They're like, it's a controller. They get on to me for saying paddle. But that's what I called them, was a paddle. And if you want to know, like, Frogger is the best game to see how quick you are with a paddle. I can't do it now, but I think I got somewhere. It was above level 40 when I was younger. I can't do it now, but
My mom used to love Frogger.
But it's all about the paddle, because I had, like, you know, the little bubbles in it and how loose or how tight it would be, how easy it would be to, like, just flick it up and hit it and just take your thumb and move it from side to side without actually grabbing a hold of it. If you had to grab a hold of it, you couldn't get that far. But if you could just tap it and get to where you know, make it move, then you're good. If you could get it loose. And I remember taking like 5 or 6 different paddles, and I know they're controllers, but I call them paddles. But anyway, I'd take 5 or 6 different ones apart and I'd get it to where it felt comfortable and it was loose as hell, you know, but it was accurate and it's just like it always worked when you pushed it. And that's the secret to Frogger. Just telling you.
You guys ever saw that video called the Tetris Gods? Okay, so if you haven't seen the video, you gotta watch it. It's hilarious. So the Tetris gods are like, the gods are above the game, and you can see the game at the bottom of the screen. And it's like, he needs a square, my lord. Send him a rectangle. Like, no, but he needs an L shape. Send him the square. It's like the Tetris gods shit is so funny because I think Tetris was like the #1 best-selling game of all time.
Wasn't it illegal in the beginning? Didn't they get it over here illegally to begin with?
I don't know. Did they?
There was like an illegal copy that was the first copy that hit the U.S. and then they finally got the actual copy, and so it was said to be. I don't know. I remember hearing. I didn't hear of Tetris Gods, but I did. I do remember my grandmother loved the Tetris game. But Tetris Gods, is that like another version of? I'm assuming.
No, it's like a college humor video where it's like they're talking about how the game is always like, oh, this is what you need? Fuck you. We're giving you the opposite of what you need.
Oh, yeah. No, hadn't heard of it.
Let me see if I can find it. I remember laughing my ass off. Well, I'll find it in a minute.
So is there a Flat Earth video game yet? I'm surprised there's not with what is it? Mark Sargent's the gamer? The gamer guy? I'm surprised he hasn't made a Flat Earth game yet.
So if he's a gamer guy, what video game did he work on?
I don't know. I'm not saying it like that's like what I've heard he's the gamer guy. I don't know. I can't say yay or nay on anything about any of these people because I don't really know. I've never met them. I know what, like, things that I've heard them say or things I've heard other people say about them. But I generally don't care enough to. I honestly don't care enough to look into it to find out. Like if they put out truth, then it's like this with anyone, all people. Like they're gonna say things, they're gonna put out information. You have to discern theirs just as well as you do everyone else. Like just because someone claims they're a flat earther doesn't mean that everything that they say is gonna be right. So it's still that same level of discernment with everyone. And I've not really cared enough to know, but isn't Mark Sargent the guy that's claimed to be a gamer guy? Am I wrong about who?
No, you're not wrong about that. I remember one time I got a screenshot live. He was scratching his eyeball through his glasses, and I posted it, and people kind of caught on to what I caught there. And he later on said that he wears the glasses for a prop so that people would make, or so it would make people think that he's smart. And I was like, that's because I used to call out flat earthers for saying stupid shit. Like that's what my YouTube channel kind of started out as. And I haven't really changed too much, except for in here, I know we're not supposed to, no friendly fire.
Well, I
So
don't
is
know
it?
if it's like no friend. I don't know about friendly fire. Like if someone is caught or busted and it comes right out of their mouth saying or doing something that's false, I'm going to call them out on it. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm definitely going to call them out on it. But I think just focusing on personalities and shit is not a good thing. I think that's what it is. Just not focus on the people. It's not the people anyway. It's the information. So I guess I'll probably get in trouble if it's supposed to be no friendly fire. If I ever hear someone like, you know what I mean? It's like, because I will call it.
Has anybody ever played the game I posted a picture of in voice text?
What's it called?
It's called Ice Cold Beer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an old arcade game. If you look at it, there's a bar going across the middle. That bar goes down to the bottom and it rolls out basically the same as like a pinball. And you have two joysticks that control up and down of each side of that rod. So you bring the ball up and you try to drop it into the numbers in order. So you have to hit number 1 first, which is at the bottom and pretty easy. Then you have to go to number 2 and you go all the way up. But that ball's constantly wanting to fall towards those holes. So you have to maneuver the rod up and down all around all these holes to drop it into the numbers. Super addictive.
Avoid the holes till you find the hole you want. Yeah, it looks like it would be. Reminds me, as soon as you start talking about it, I hadn't really looked at the screen, the monitor, to see what you'd posted. So I was imagining what you were talking about. It reminded me of a game that was very addictive to me. It's Marble Madness. I don't know if any of you played it. That game was extremely addictive. I know someone in here's played Marble Madness. So what's that one called? Because I can't see the name of it.
It's called Ice Cold Beer. Who doesn't love ice cold beer? Come on.
I'm not a big fan. Ice cold Guinness ain't too bad though.
Guinness is beer.
Tell that to the Irish.
Yeah, we have like a We have like an arcade bar in town, and that thing was sitting in the corner, kind of like the fortune teller machine from the movie Big. Like nobody's playing it. I'm like, oh, this looks interesting.
So my wife found out that Tom Hanks has been hiding in Greece because they can't expedite you. And he's hiding there allegedly because he had some allegations about something to do with children. And my wife was like, I want to sell all my Tom Hanks movies. Like, I'm never going to be able to watch this shit again. I'm like thinking in my head, like, you need to sell all that shit because, like, it's all Hollywood. It's all bad.
It's like, has anyone actually seen him in Greece, though? I mean, I'm just, sometimes these stories come out, and there's so many of them. It's like they actually put these stories out and they allow them to be told. So it makes me wonder if they're not just cover stories to get people to latch onto and for these people disappearing. Like, where are they really going? Or are they really, is he really in Greece? Is that what's really going on? I don't know.
They're keeping your attention away from something completely unrelated that they're doing that's just as equally as shitty.
Or did he try to speak out on something and they want to defame his character so nobody will listen to anything he says? Who knows?
I don't think so, because when you listen to his message when he got COVID in Australia, like his message was encoded with like the numbers 201, right? That was his wife's score, right? And he was typing on a Corona typewriter. And like, if you like decode that message, is like really fucking weird. Like, bro, you got the Corona. Nobody gives a fuck about your card game score and about how your wife is beating your ass.
I don't know, Andy.
Yeah, did you hear what was his, was that his speech or whatever at the Golden Globes or whatever the heck it was, where he's talking about the gate is good? Do you ever see that? Right before the pandemic?
No.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I don't know, man. It's just like those stories. It seems like that's what they want you to know. It just seems weird. It doesn't sit right with me. None of it. I'm not saying that I'm not defending him, like or anything. I don't know him. I'm not saying that stuff's not going on. I mean, we know that it goes on. Maybe it's not going. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right about it.
You guys know that movie, and the lead character is Kaiser Sose, and it's played by Kevin Spacey. Well, I just posted this
The
thing that I
Usual
saw.
Suspects.
Yeah, dude, that's one of them good movies.
The Usual Suspects. Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, look in the live stream.
Kaiser Sose did it.
Dang, that's creepy about Kevin Spacey.
Dude, he was one of my favorite actors of all time. K-Pax, where he played the alien. Dude. And all the other stuff. Go ahead.
I was gonna. He played in a movie too. Hank, Kevin Spacey. Remember that? Shoot, what's the name of it? In Palisades, the Outbreak one. Did you ever see that one? I think it's called Outbreak. I didn't mean to interrupt you though to say that. I thought.
That's all right. Outbreak with the blonde chick.
The blonde chick, really, Hank?
Okay.
A bit more specific.
I'm
But
trying.
yeah, I think she was blonde. I think there were like quite a few blondes there in there, but yeah.
Rene Russo was the lead
He
in
was
Outbreak.
he was good in Seven too. That was a good movie.
He was good in
He's
American
hilarious.
Beauty.
Horrible Bosses. He's hilarious.
Yeah, but when I saw that video of like that young kid like crawling across his lap and he was like reaching for his ass, I was like, I'm done with Kevin Spacey. I'm done. Done.
I feel like it's just Hollywood in general, all of them. I've stopped paying attention or giving any money or time or anything to any of that industry.
Well,
Yeah,
think
nobody's
about it.
safe in Hollywood.
Think about it. How many generations would they need? I mean, they get them when they're really young, out of the womb, and they train them so they grow. It's like they're cultivated. Their minds are. It's like they train them. They're so desensitized by it because they're exposed to it from birth. They think it's normal, and so when they get older, what are they going to do? They think it's the normal way of life. They think it's common, and they stay separated from the rest of humanity. They're within their own. It's like they're an entirely different realm, an entirely different world, separate, and they think it's normal.
Yeah, all you got to do is go back and watch Baby Burlesque, and you'll be like, "What the fuck is going on? Like, how is this like accepted as normal? Why isn't anybody like storming these places with torches and pitchforks?"
Based on the title, that's probably a hard pass for me there, Hank.
Yeah, I think that one just pissed me off.
Does anybody remember the name of the actress? Baby Burlesque. She was the. Damn, can't remember.
Shirley Temple.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yep.
And all the
Yeah,
innuendos in those movies, it's terrible.
Oh man, just hearing about it, it feels heavy. It's like a heavy weight. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
So, Chalice, you said you was on the fence, right? How long have you been? How long have you known about flat Earth, the topic? Been looking into it.
Probably like 8 years.
8 years? You're still on the fence?
I mean, I don't believe. I wouldn't even say I'm on the fence. I guess that's the only role that fits under my ideals. But yeah, I don't believe in either of them. I'll only believe on something about the shape of the globe when I can sense it for myself. Now I know like the black swan and all that stuff, but I've just never done that personally. So and I don't really care to either. The shape of the Earth is not important to me.
Well, you do realize that the topic of flat Earth is not about a shape; it's just about how the surface measures, right? And like what the shape is of the entirety of it, no one really knows. It's not a claim of that. I don't want you to be misled and think that that's what it's about.
Yeah, I understand.
Have you done any observations yourself, like to see? Do you plan to? Do you care, or do you not? Does it not matter enough to you to find out?
No, I mean, honestly, like the main reason I'm here is to just learn more regarding all topics, not only flat Earth. I'm still interested in it. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of the people here, in my experience, they have a lot of insight on many topics. And I think it's important to kind of like improve all aspects of your psyche, not just focus on understanding one thing to the maximum. It's good though, don't get me wrong. I guess my expertise would be in like self-healing and stuff like that. But I have, I can share my info on that stuff, and then people can kind of share their expertise with me, and it's just a healthy relationship. Everybody kind of benefits, and that's what I'm all about.
Yeah,
That's
well, I mean,
kind of what interests me.
I enjoy your conversation. I mean, you seem chill and you seem to have a good attitude and all.